At the end of June, sunlight spilled across the rippling lake, casting the towering castle on its shore into shimmering reflection. Clusters of boys and girls in black robes sat in loose circles on the grassy bank, talking animatedly among themselves. The castle's great doors stood wide open, students of every year streaming in and out in a constant flow. A tall, thin, black-haired boy strode quickly out of the castle. He squinted against the light, adjusted the black round frames perched on his nose, and raked a hand through his already unruly hair before heading straight toward the south gate. "Hey!" A red-haired boy came pounding up from behind, calling loudly as he loped toward the black-haired boy. His flaming hair blazed beneath the sun like a bright, living fire. "Hey, Harry, wait for me." The black-haired boy stopped and turned back, emerald green eyes softening with a smile. "Gareth, what is it? And don't ask me about the history of magic exam just now. You know I've never been any good at that subject." Gareth finally caught up to Harry, bending over with his hands braced on his knees as he gulped for breath. "Who said I was going to ask about that? I've always been a pass is good enough sort of person. What I want to know is, this summer are you going to look for that again?" Harry pressed his lips together, irritably ruffling his hair until his already messy black locks stuck up in all directions. "Of course I'm going. I absolutely refuse to believe that was just a dream, and Professor Owner told me as well it wasn't a dream. I will see him again." Gareth let out a helpless sigh. "It's not like I'm saying you can't go. Ever since you passed Professor Hecate's trial and were allowed to set out on adventures alone, you've practically tramped through every inhabited place around Hogwarts. Along the way you struck a blow against the Ash-Grey Serpent Party, helped Professor Fig dismantle the Goblin Rebellion of the Ramlost faction, and on top of that you're the only person in decades to possess ancient magic talent. Calling you a savior isn't much of an exaggeration. I just mean you ought to rest for once. My aunt has already told me several times to invite you over to our house, and you haven't gone even once." Before Harry could answer, Gareth hurried on. "Sometimes I really think you were sorted into the wrong house. The way you charge ahead without looking back, stubbornly barreling through everything. There's nothing remotely Slytherin about it." Harry gave an awkward little laugh. "It doesn't matter which house I'm in. That doesn't change anything between us, does it?" Gareth rolled his eyes. "Anyway, give me a straight answer. Are you coming to my place this year or not? Even a week would do. I need something to tell my aunt." "I'll go, of course I'll go," Harry replied a bit ruefully. "I've only got 2 places left, Croft County and the Craigmore Coast. Once I've been there, I'll come spend the summer at your house. I also need to consult Professor Weasley about a few things while I'm at it." "Wow, so you really have explored everywhere around Hogwarts." Gareth couldn't help clicking his tongue in disbelief. Harry turned, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Hogwarts gates gleaming in the sunlight. "Of course. I have to find him. All right, I get it." Gareth clapped Harry on the shoulder, breaking into a broad grin. "I'll go talk to my aunt right away. I'll have your O.W.L.S. results sent to my place too. That way you won't be able to avoid coming over as a guest. I'll have your O.W.L.S. results sent to my place too. That way you'll have no excuse not to." With that he burst out laughing and dashed back toward the castle, waving at Harry as he ran. Distracted, he plowed straight into several students who were just heading out the doors and had to offer hurried apologies as he went. Harry couldn't help the curve of his lips as he watched Gareth's figure disappear into the castle. Only then did he resume his walk toward the south gate. "You finally showed up. I thought you were going to spend a lazy holiday with that redhead this year." Just as he stepped beneath the gatehouse, a voice suddenly emerged from the tall shadow cast by the stone tower. Harry raised an eyebrow. "As if I would, Sebastian. We agreed on this, remember? Come on, let's head to Hogsmeade and stock up on supplies. We're running short on time." With that he stepped out from under the gatehouse's shadow and set off at a brisk pace toward the distant village. The brown-haired youth chuckled softly and hurried after him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of violent crashes reverberated through the house like a line of rampaging trolls thundering past. With the final impact, dust sifted down from the ceiling. In the smallest room of the house, a frail figure lay curled on a thin single bed, shrinking even tighter upon being startled awake. The slight form beneath the thin blanket stirred, then suddenly flung it back and sat up. The scrawny boy thrust a hand under his pillow, fumbling rapidly, eyes narrowed as he swept the room with a quick, searching gaze. The patterned wallpaper was old and peeling at the edges, exposing mottled plaster beneath. In one corner, a heap of broken toys took up most of the room, each of them damaged in some way. By the window stood a wooden desk that appeared intact at first glance, though he knew all too well it was riddled with little flaws that made it impossible to use comfortably. Harry stared around in bewilderment, fingers scrabbling beneath the pillow until the skin felt raw, yet still he couldn't find what he was looking for, his wand. With a soft clack, something slipped and fell. Harry followed the sound to see a pair of glasses he'd knocked to the floor, their tape-wrapped arm finally coming completely apart. He climbed off the bed and picked up the damaged glasses, perching them awkwardly on his nose. Breathing hard, Harry took in the cramped room anew. Then his gaze caught the black wand lying on the desk, and his eyes lit up. He darted over, snatched it up, and examined it carefully before exhaling in relief. It was his holly wand, the one that had been with him for years. Reparo. Harry took off his glasses and flicked his wand lightly. The tape whirled away and vanished while the broken arm gave a little twitch and set itself neatly back into place. Harry slipped the glasses on again and finally noticed what was wrong. Ever since he had entered Hogwarts, he had eaten and slept well, and Professor Sharp had brewed all manner of nourishing potions for him. He'd grown strong and healthy. But now, Harry silently studied his thin wrist, looking as if the slightest pressure might snap it. He glanced at the calendar on the desk, its dates crossed off one by one. If his counting was right, today should be August 31st. Tomorrow was the start of term at Hogwarts. The realization struck Harry like a bolt of lightning. He clutched his head and collapsed to the floor, curling into a ball as fragments of memory crashed together in his mind. On one side of his mind, Hagrid was handing him a ticket and saying a delighted farewell. On the other, Gareth Weasley was storming at him, waving a letter and accusing him of breaking his word. He didn't know how long had passed before the pain in his head eased, leaving only a dull, swollen ache. Harry shook himself and kneaded his temples, sitting blankly on the floor. He leaned back against the bed and stared woodenly up at the ceiling. So that's how it is, he murmured to himself. No wonder he had scoured every inhabited place around Hogwarts and still never found a trace of Hagrid. No wonder each of his summers had passed so quickly, leaving him unable to remember going home at all. No wonder his classmates spoke of Muggle wars with such grave concern. Somehow, without knowing how, he had been going to Hogwarts 100 years in the past. Harry stretched his hand up, frowning at his spindly fingers. At this rate, did it mean he would have to go through school all over again? At that thought, Harry scrambled to his feet and scanned the room until he found the large trunk at the foot of the bed. He hauled out the textbooks inside and flipped them open. He let out a breath of relief. The unchanged contents, despite a century having passed, made it clear his 5 years at school had not been in vain. He knew all of this already. Suddenly struck by another idea, Harry snatched up his History of Magic textbook and rifled through it. Yet the history seemed to stop roughly 100 years back. If he wanted to know what had happened since, he would need a modern magical history volume. Harry quickly tugged a piece of parchment from the bottom of the trunk and tapped his wand against the ink bottle and quill. The quill rose lightly into the air, dipped itself in ink, and began to write a list of book titles and the number of Harry's vault in fluid script upon the parchment. Elegant lettering, concise phrasing with a touch of dignity. It was a little spell of his own that Omenes had taught him. Since Omenes' eyes were damaged, he relied on this charm for writing letters and homework. The parchment curled up on its own as a length of string slithered over and tied it snugly. Harry picked up the scroll and went to the window where a cage stood with an owl inside. The snowy owl regarded Harry with gentle eyes. Hesitating, he tried softly, Hedwig. Hedwig gave a soft, low hoot and obediently stretched out one leg. Harry couldn't help smiling as he fastened the letter to her. Take it to the bookshop, Flourish and Blots, isn't it? Have them prepare the books on the list and send them straight to the school, all right. Hedwig gently pecked his finger, then seized the letter and sailed out through the open window. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Harry stared blankly at the scene outside the window, feeling a strange, unreal sense of disconnection. After a long moment, he scrubbed his hands over his cheeks and glanced with distaste at the clothes draped over the chair. He gave them a sharp tap with his wand, and the oversized threadbare garments rolled and folded themselves into a neat set of well-fitting shirt and trousers. Harry lifted the clothes, inspected them briefly, then added simple patterns at the collar and cuffs, and changed the style of the buttons. They wouldn't hold up forever, but they would do for now. This instinctive attention to proper attire under the exacting eye and constant scolding of Headmaster Black had become second nature to every Hogwarts student, ensuring their clothing was tidy, well-fitted, and met basic standards of decorum. Once dressed, cufflinks fastened with care, Harry took a handkerchief and flicked it, transforming it into a simple bow tie that he fastened around his neck. He then grabbed an old coat, gave it a casual toss, and by the time it settled over his shoulders, it had become a finely tailored trench coat. He checked his reflection in the mirror by the door, absently smoothing his hair before stamping his foot. The pair of trainers on the verge of falling apart shifted into a pair of brand-new Oxford shoes. Once he had finished tidying himself up, Harry slipped his wand into the inner pocket of his coat, designed expressly for it, and opened the door. He stepped out into the familiar yet strange hallway, a tangle of nostalgia and disdain knotting in his chest. He gave his head a small shake as if trying to scatter the messy thoughts, then steadied himself and went downstairs. From what he remembered at this hour, his aunt, uncle, and cousin would be in the dining room. Ahem, hello. May I come in? Harry tapped lightly on the door and asked with polite composure. It was another of Omenes' teachings: no matter what, never let others see your likes or dislikes. However much you might detest someone, maintain basic courtesy. Unexpected benefits might follow. After trying it a few times and tasting the advantages, Harry had come to trust Omenes' advice deeply. The Dursleys, who had fully intended to ignore him, merely flicked their eyes up and then froze. They had never seen this version of Harry before. In their minds, their nephew Harry Potter had always been a small, skinny boy drowning in ill-fitting clothes, timid and cringing. Today's Harry looked like an entirely different person. His clothes were clean tailored and carefully chosen. His hair, though still messy, carried a certain deliberate, disheveled charm. Even his once shabby glasses were newly mended, ordinary black round frames, yet on him they lent an air of studious refinement. He was still the same person, but simply by straightening his back, he seemed transformed. Every gesture and step carried a hint of a young gentleman's bearing. Harry looked at the three of them, all staring blankly, and felt a flicker of confusion. Was he allowed in or not? Ahem, cough. Aunt Petunia was the first to recover. She gave a few awkward coughs and turned away. Come in then. Who's going to bar you from entering? Harry offered a courteous smile and walked into the dining room, taking a seat at the table beside Dudley. Dudley stared at the transformed Harry in horror, clutching his backside protectively and scooting as far as he could toward Uncle Vernon. Harry raised an eyebrow and gave Dudley a perfectly proper smile. Dudley let out a whimper, his round eyes filling quickly with tears, as if Harry's smile were not friendly at all, but a terrifying grin. Harry's smile froze awkwardly. To him, the incident had happened years ago. He could barely remember the details anymore. Ahem, boy. What do you want? Didn't I tell you, before that? Uncle Vernon stumbled over the word, then carried on, before your school starts you're not to wander out of your room at will. Harry remained unfazed. During his adventures, he had met people far harsher than Uncle Vernon's bark. This sort of hollow intimidation had no power over him. Of course, Uncle Vernon. I just wanted to ask if you have time today to take me to London, Harry said evenly. I need to depart for school from King's Cross Station. If you don't have the time, I'd like to request your permission to make my own way there. I need to depart for school from King's Cross Station. If you don't have the time, I'd like your permission to go by myself. He spoke with patient politeness. Before he first went to Hogwarts, Harry's life with the Dursleys had been far from pleasant, and he had once vowed to take revenge when he had the power. But 5 years at Hogwarts a century ago, set against classmates who had grown up amid war, had left him feeling oddly grateful. At least he hadn't been abandoned to an orphanage. From what those classmates from Muggle orphanages had said, the Dursleys had after all raised him. Uncle Vernon looked as though someone had clamped a hand around his throat. His face flushed a deep red, before he finally drew in a great gasp of air. You. Aunt Petunia walked over with a blank expression, cutting off Uncle Vernon's words as she set a breakfast tray down in front of Harry. On the white porcelain plate lay 2 freshly toasted slices of bread, exuding the rich fragrance of butter, a few strips of bacon sizzling with grease, and a plump fried egg whose trembling yolk looked irresistibly appetizing. Harry could not help but smile. Thank you, Aunt, he said. It was the first time he had ever sat quietly at the table and had food brought to him. Aunt Petunia pressed her lips together, her expression complicated as she looked at Harry. She had always felt he looked exactly like that good-for-nothing father of his, so every time she saw him, she was reminded of memories that were anything but pleasant. Today felt different. Whether because Harry had taken the trouble to tidy himself up, or because it was the first time Aunt Petunia truly examined him as she studied his face, she found that although his features resembled her brother-in-law, those almond-shaped eyes, his lips, and his delicate cheeks were the very image of her younger sister. Aunt Petunia exchanged a glance with Uncle Vernon, then turned to pour a cup of coffee, and sat down on the other side of the table, placing the cup in front of him. What are you going to London for? Term doesn't start until tomorrow, does it? Uncle Vernon took a sip of coffee, and in a rare calm tone asked his question. Harry sat properly on his chair, meeting Uncle Vernon's eyes. I need to go back to Diagon Alley to buy some daily necessities. And the station is in London. If I wait until tomorrow, I'm afraid I won't make it in time. Uncle Vernon set down his cup. And what about the night? Where are you going to sleep? On the street. What will people— There's an inn in Diagon Alley where you can stay the night. Last time Hagrid introduced me to it. I think spending one night there will be fine, Harry said, carefully explaining his plan. He was in theory perfectly capable of simply leaving. His aunt and uncle had no real way to stop him. But whatever else they were his last living relatives. If it was possible to coexist peacefully, he did not wish to tear things apart completely. At the mention of Hagrid's name, Uncle Vernon's hand trembled. The cup he had not yet properly set down wobbled, and dark coffee sloshed over the rim. Don't you ever mention that name to me. Uncle Vernon's face darkened towards a purplish black, while Dudley, terrified, clutched his backside again with a short, sharp scream. Harry froze, suddenly recalling what Hagrid had done to Dudley, and fell silent. It was a long time before Uncle Vernon, gasping heavily, calmed down, and his coloring returned to normal. We're going to London, Uncle Vernon said. We plan to go tomorrow, but not for your sake. His teeth ground together. We have to deal with that thing before Dudley starts school. Harry glanced at the way Dudley was still clutching his backside, and nodded silently. It seemed his guess that they were heading to London had been correct. Of course, the sooner the better, Uncle Vernon added awkwardly, taking a large gulp of coffee. Harry blinked, then could not help but laugh. Thank you, Uncle Vernon. He meant his thanks. Awkward and ferocious as Uncle Vernon was, he was still willing to take Harry to London instead of leaving an 11-year-old to fend for himself. That, Harry felt, was already more than enough. When you're done eating, go pack your things. Don't expect us to wait for you, Uncle Vernon bellowed gruffly. Harry quickly swept every last scrap of food from his plate, then drew his wand and tapped lightly. The plate rose into the air, floated into the sink, and the dishcloth obligingly washed it clean and slid it into the cupboard. Putting his wand away, Harry finally lifted his head to see the horrified Dursley family huddled together staring at him. Uncle Vernon strained to shield Aunt Petunia, and Dudley behind him eyeing Harry as if facing a mortal enemy. "Put away your tricks, boy." Uncle Vernon roared, arms spread wide as he herded his wife and son behind him. Harry pressed his lips together. "Sorry, I won't do it next time, I just..." "Shut up. Get back to your room and pack your things." Uncle Vernon's face flushed purple again, as though he might spit blood the very next second. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment, glanced at the tears already spilling from Dudley's eyes, and at his aunt's complicated expression, and said softly, "There's one more thing I have to ask." The three Dursleys had already stood up and were edging carefully towards the wall. "Are you going to London or not?" Harry asked. "This has to do with Dudley." Uncle Vernon stopped dead, his expression twisting. "What about Dudley? If it weren't for that great oaf, I wouldn't have to take him to London at all." Harry lowered his head in shame. "Ah," he began, then corrected himself. "That gamekeeper used transfiguration on Dudley. It didn't quite work, but it still had some effect. If nothing is done, it will affect him in the future. I know you want surgery to remove that tail, but that alone won't be enough." Aunt Petunia suddenly panicked. She shoved her husband aside and hurried back to the table, planting both hands on it, as she stared fixedly at Harry. "What will happen to him?" Harry thought for a moment, then carefully examined Dudley before speaking. "Dudley will develop some of that animal's habits," he said slowly. "And he'll have certain traits as well. His size, his appetite, things like that." He chose his words with great tact. He was not sure whether the word pig might set off the Dursleys' already sensitive nerves. "Then what do we need to do? Do we have to go to St. Mungo's? Will they help us?" Aunt Petunia fell silent for a brief moment before firing off her questions. Harry stared at her in astonishment. To hear anything about the wizarding world from his aunt's mouth was shocking. Given her usual behavior, it seemed almost impossible. "Petunia?" Uncle Vernon too looked at her in shock. Aunt Petunia, like an enraged lioness, silenced him with a fierce glare. Harry himself was not sure. Everything he knew about St. Mungo's was from 100 years ago. For all he knew, they might have moved long since. "If you're willing," he said carefully, "I think I can help Dudley with this." "Are you sure? You're only a first year. You haven't even been to school yet. How can you help Dudley?" Aunt Petunia Harry had no answer. He had no way to prove himself as O.W.L. Certificates were still in the Weasley home of a century ago, and he had not even had the chance to look at them. He could in theory take the Dursleys to the present-day St. Mungo's. Someone in Diagon Alley would be willing to help. But then Hagrid's deed would be exposed. Hagrid had specifically warned him not to tell anyone, saying there would be serious trouble, proof that cursing muggles was no small matter in the current wizarding world. Harry fell silent. In the end, he still bore resentment towards the Dursleys. Between them and Hagrid, his instinctive choice was to protect Hagrid. With a sigh, Harry drew his wand once more. Very well, he thought. Hagrid's trouble would be his to resolve. Whatever came later, he could not simply watch Dudley become someone with the habits of a pig. At worst, he would be thrown out. Judging by the balance in his vault at Gringotts, he could still live perfectly well on his own. "What are you going to do?" Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon screamed together, lunging as if to stop him. Harry merely flicked his wand. 2 chairs sprang up to block their path. Uncle Vernon strained to shift his body so as to shield his son, but it was no easy task. Dudley had grown considerably of late, and he could not cover him completely. Harry swung his wand like a sword. A strange streak of light shot towards Dudley, so fast that no one could react in time. His thin, small figure standing there gave the impression not of an 11-year-old child, but of a battle-hardened warrior. Before the horrified eyes of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, the light struck Dudley, who was pressed flat against the wall. Dudley stayed plastered there, dazed, even his breathing arrested. Aunt Petunia's shrill scream seemed loud enough to pierce the ceiling. Yet it also jolted Dudley awake. He suddenly sucked in a breath, shoved Uncle Vernon aside, and bolted for the bin, where he clung and vomited violently. "What did you do to him?" Pinned against the wall by the chairs, Aunt Petunia glared at Harry with pure hatred. If looks could kill, he would have been torn to pieces on the spot. Harry said nothing, simply stood there in silence. Only when Dudley had finally finished vomiting and slumped weakly against the cupboards did Harry release his hold on the 2 chairs. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the kitchen. Taking the stairs 2 at a time, Harry returned to his room. With a sweep of his wand, the books and clothes scattered everywhere began to organize themselves, leaping cheerfully into the trunk and snapping it shut with a crisp click. Harry tapped the locked trunk, then headed for the door. The suitcase floated after him, swaying gently in the air. Downstairs, he could still hear movement in the dining room. The Dursleys were busy comforting Dudley, and from the sound of it, they had called an ambulance as well. Harry gave a slight bow towards the dining room and murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Sorry, and goodbye, Aunt." From the look of things, he doubted he would ever be back. Just before stepping out, Harry glanced back with a faint melancholy at the so-called home in which he had spent 10 years. At last, he walked out through the front door without looking back again. The August sunlight was still rather harsh. Harry raised a hand to shade his eyes, then reached back to grip the handle of his trunk so that it appeared to be dragged along the ground as he followed the road out of Privet Drive. After walking for a few minutes, he left the residential streets behind. Turning into a side alley off the road, his figure vanished from the main street. The filthy little alley was full of stagnant water and scattered rubbish, with a few unfriendly gazes glancing his way. Harry paid them no mind. He walked over to a spot hidden behind bins and assorted junk. After looking around, he nodded in satisfaction. Here he would be completely concealed, no one would see him unless they came right up to him. The biggest problem now was how he was going to get to London. With a body as small as his, it would take him several days on foot to reach London. Aside from galleons, he had no muggle money, and thus no way to pay anyone for a ride. He scratched his head with a helpless sigh. If only he still had his broom, he wouldn't have to worry like this. He wondered how the magical creatures he had rescued from the Ash Serpent gang were faring now, and whether Dyko had taken good care of them. So much time had passed. Dyko had not been young even then. Harry was certain he would never see him again. The thought made him suddenly sad. Those people who had once been so vivid in his memory were in all likelihood gone. He shook his head as if to fling those tangled thoughts away. The most important thing now was still getting to London. The trouble was he did not even know which direction London lay. After frowning in thought for a long time, Harry tentatively reached out into the empty air as though grasping for something. With a sharp tug, he actually pulled from the void a thick, ancient hardback book. The Wizard's Practical Guide. He had received this book in his 3rd year after he had risked everything to set out alone in search of Hecate Professor's whereabouts, and passed her trial with great effort. Professor Weasley and several other teachers had petitioned the Ministry's Department of Education together to obtain it for him. Every page within had been painstakingly compiled by Harry himself. Maps of all kinds, potion recipes, spell notes, and more. It had helped him more times than he could count. Especially after he had gathered all the scattered pages hidden around Hogwarts and the nearby village, it was no exaggeration to call it an encyclopedia of Hogwarts. Harry flipped open the guide and leafed through it rapidly. He remembered that there was a map which would locate his current position and draw itself accordingly. If he could find it, determining the right direction would be simple. Soon Harry found the page with the map and bent over it intently. What had been a mere blank sheet now seemed to be traced upon by an invisible pen, racing over the surface one line, then another, gradually forming a simple map. Harry waited until the entire page was densely filled with lines, then began to study it carefully. According to the map, he was still a very long way from London. The distance completely shattered any intention he had of walking there. With a groan, he flipped the guide to the section on magical creatures, eyes lingering hungrily on the entries for thestrals and hippogriffs he had collected. Back in his adventuring days, he had tamed both of these marvelous creatures. As mounts, they had been nothing short of perfect. But there was no point dwelling on it now. No matter how wondrous magical creatures might be, they could not outlast the magic of time itself. With a lament, Harry closed the combat guide and tucked it behind him, the thick tome twisting as it vanished from sight. He drew his wand and waved it gently, causing a string of green numbers to appear before his eyes. It was now 10 o'clock in the morning, and if he couldn't think of another way, he would really have to walk there. With one hand gripping his wand and tapping it against the palm of his other hand, Harry paced in the small space, seriously contemplating whether using apparition would scatter him across different areas. After all, he hadn't truly learned this magic yet. He had only felt it a few times when his followers materialized. He knew what was needed, but had never actually tried it himself. This magic could only be learned after turning 16, and regardless of whether it was before or now, he was still too young. Beep beep. A loud car horn echoed at the alley entrance, accompanied by the harsh screech of brakes. Harry was startled. The alley was very narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. He hadn't come in that close, and no car could fit in here. From the sound, it seemed to be particularly near, definitely no more than 2 meters away. Is anyone there? Is there a wizard in need of help? A young male voice called out, lively and sprightly, making it immediately clear that the boy was quite young. Harry blinked. A wizard. He cautiously tightened his grip on his wand, cast a disillusionment charm on himself, and tiptoed to the box at the alley's entrance, peering outside. A purple triple-decker bus was crookedly parked at the alley entrance, looking somewhat squished, as if it had been compressed by the surrounding houses. Only the door looked somewhat normal, and a boy with a face full of pimples leaned against the door, dressed in a uniform matching the bus color, holding several pieces of parchment that looked like tickets. Is anyone there? This cursed place isn't suitable for parking. We have less than a minute left. If no one The ticket collector waved the tickets in front of his cheek, tiptoeing and stretching his neck to peer into the empty alley. Harry withdrew his head and shouted, "What is this?" The night bus. A transportation service dedicated to providing emergency transit for stranded wizards. It can accurately reach anywhere in the UK. The ticket collector suddenly stood up straight, the words spilling out without a second thought, as if he had said it countless times before. "Hey, Owen, did you hear? We've got a little wizard here." The ticket collector exclaimed in surprise to the driver. The elderly, hunched-over driver didn't even glance at him. "Stan, hurry up, time is running out." All right, I know, but this is a little wizard, and I think he needs help." Stan hesitated, looking toward the alley entrance, unsure if he should go down to assist. Harry heard their conversation and quickly canceled his disillusionment charm, summoned his luggage with a summoning charm, and ran toward the bus. Stan's eyes widened as he saw Harry. Look, it's really a little wizard. While speaking, he quickly jumped off the bus, took Harry's luggage, and dashed toward the door. Harry didn't mind, and quickly followed him onto the bus. Almost the instant he stepped on, the door slammed shut, and the bus took off speeding through the alley. If Stan hadn't pulled Harry along, he would have been thrown to the back of the bus by inertia. Thank you, Harry mumbled, extending one hand to tightly grasp the railing, while using the other to pull up the hood of his cloak. The bus was already filled with several passengers, some of whom looked rather unapproachable. Drawing from past adventure experiences, Harry quickly concealed his appearance and lowered his voice. How much to the leaky cauldron? 11 sickles, but if you're willing to pay 13 sickles, you can get a cup of hot cocoa. For 15 sickles, you can have a hot water bottle and a toothbrush. Stan the ticket collector happily stated, standing steadily on the bus. By the way, I'm Stan Santos, the ticket collector for the night bus. What about you? I'll just need the fare, no extras, just getting there is fine. I'm called Omini Sallow. Borrowing the names of two former companions without a hint of embarrassment was a trick he had learned while gathering information with Sebastian. Sometimes he would even refer to himself as Harry Weasley. All right, here you go. This is your ticket, find a seat. We'll arrive soon, and most of the passengers on this bus are heading to the leaky cauldron. Stan wrote a few words on the ticket with a quill, tore it off, and handed it to Harry, grabbing his arm to place him in a chair that had just moved into position, his gaze fixed curiously on Harry, as if he wondered why a little wizard was traveling alone the day before school started. Ignoring Stan's gaze, Harry focused on firmly securing himself in the chair, employing every means possible to. After a bumpy ride, the night bus finally came to a halt outside the leaky cauldron, the door swinging open. Stan stood at the door, calling out loudly, "The leaky cauldron has arrived. Passengers needing to disembark, please gather your belongings quickly. Have your tickets ready." As a friendly reminder, fare evasion has serious consequences. Harry was the last to board during this journey, closest to the door. Hearing Stan's call, he immediately reached out to summon his luggage, pulling out the parchment he had written on and handing it to Stan, stepping off the bus without looking back. Leaning against the wall for a moment, Harry finally regained his composure from the nauseating feeling and silently vowed that once he reached Hogwarts, he would immediately tame a new magical creature as a mount and never ride this bus again. Listening to Stan arguing with an old witch about ticketing at the bus door, Harry ignored them and took a few steps to the entrance of the leaky cauldron, pushing the door open and walking inside. The dimly lit, messy leaky cauldron looked just like he remembered, except for a few families with small wizards likely deciding to travel from the leaky cauldron to King's Cross Station, just like Harry. Dragging his trunk to the bar, Harry recalled the innkeeper's name from memory. "Hello, Tom. Are there any rooms available? I need to stay for one night, just for myself." Tom smiled broadly. "Of course, we have plenty of rooms available. I remember your voice, Harry immediately interrupted Tom, recalling the scene of chaos that ensued last time when Hagrid revealed his name. Today Hagrid wouldn't be there to shield him from the crowd. Tom shrewdly stopped speaking, placed the glass he had been wiping down, pulled out a large bunch of keys from under the counter, and emerged from behind the bar, casually picking up Harry's trunk, placed beside the counter, waving him to follow. "Come with me." Reaching the fireplace, Harry noticed a staircase leading up. Tom led Harry up the stairs step by step until they walked a good distance before stopping at a locked door. "Here it is, suitable for one person. The surrounding rooms are unoccupied. The room rate is 1 galleon, including dinner and breakfast. You arrived a bit late, otherwise I could have included lunch as well. Take a look at the room. If you're not satisfied, you can switch. There are still plenty of rooms available since school starts tomorrow." As Tom found the key, he opened the door while introducing it to Harry. As he finished speaking, the door swung open. Tom pushed the door open, carrying the trunk inside, placing it next to the shoe rack at the entrance, and gestured for Harry to come in and take a look. The small room was about 10 square meters, featuring a 4-poster double bed draped with curtains, a large window with a view of a section of railroad tracks, a desk with a chair by the window, a soft carpet on the floor, and a door on the wall that opened into a washroom. Harry was quite satisfied with the room, pulling a gold galleon from his pocket and handing it to Tom. "Thank you, Taking the gold galleon, Tom smiled kindly. "Do you need help getting dinner delivered to your room, or would you like to eat? Do you need a wake-up service tomorrow morning?" Harry thought for a moment and replied, "Please send dinner to my room, and if possible also deliver breakfast. Is that all right?" "Of course, that's no problem. Dinner will be delivered promptly at 6 o'clock. If you're hungry now, you can find something to eat in Diagon Alley." As Tom spoke, he handed Harry the key to his room. "Do you remember how to enter Diagon Alley?" Harry took the key and nodded. "Thanks for the reminder. I was just thinking of having a good look around. Count 2 blocks up, 3 blocks across, right?" Tom chuckled, gesturing for Harry to feel free, and slightly bowed as he left quietly, closing the door behind him. Once the door was shut, the faint noise outside immediately faded, indicating decent soundproofing. Harry stepped forward 2 paces and collapsed onto the soft bed, the blankets and pillows exuding a fresh scent of detergent and sunshine. After lying there for a few minutes, Harry got up, tidied his slightly disheveled clothes, and headed toward the washroom. The sink had a large mirror. Harry frowned as he brushed his hair back, the lightning-shaped scar prominently visible. However, he remembered that during his 4th year, while adventuring with Professor Fig, he had learned ancient magic and discovered the reason for this scar, which had been healed. Why was it showing again now? Harry rubbed the slightly raised scar, causing it to redden slightly. Sighing, he pulled out a handkerchief, flicked it, and transformed it into a headband, tying it around his forehead to cover the conspicuous scar. There wasn't enough time for him to remove the scar again, and the location was also wrong. Harry's body was only 11 years old, and he didn't have enough magical power to use ancient magic. He needed to be in a place teeming with magical elements to have a chance of success, and that place was certainly Hogwarts. For now, he could only cover it up. Confirming that the scar was well concealed, Harry exited the washroom and opened the door to his room. As he passed through the first-floor hall, Tom was busy serving drinks to the customers, not paying attention to Harry coming down from upstairs. Harry didn't greet him, heading straight for the backyard. He used his wand to open the door to Diagon Alley and walked in. The street was not too crowded, likely due to the upcoming school year. Harry felt the coins in his pocket, estimating, and headed directly toward Gringotts. The goblins were still busy with their own affairs and didn't pay attention to the person entering through the main door. Harry wasn't concerned, walking straight to the high platform at the back. The platform was built quite high. Given Harry's current height, he couldn't see the top, so he had to cough to alert the goblin on duty. The goblin he encountered was not the same one he had met with Hagrid last time. This one looked a bit older, and from Harry's angle, he could only see a tuft of white hair emerging from the top of the platform. "Hello, what can I help you with?" the goblin's raspy voice inquired. Harry stepped back a few paces to get a better view of the goblin, whose face was lined with wrinkles and who wore thick glasses, his eyes a bit cloudy as he leaned over the counter to look at Harry. "I'm here to retrieve some money from Vault 687, Harry Potter's vault," Harry stated. The goblin sat back, flipping through the records on the counter. "Do you have the key?" "I do." Harry produced the golden key Hagrid had previously given him, tiptoeing to place it on the high platform. The goblin's sharp fingers skimmed over the key, retrieving it, and soon after placed the key back onto the platform. Harry had to exert effort to retrieve the key again. "Pull the lever. Pull the lever. Pull the lever," the goblin's raspy voice called out, but there was no response. He could only mutter as he descended from the platform. "Damn it, where did the lever go?" A passing goblin casually replied. "He took someone to the vault. You have to take the guest yourself." "Is there no one to help me? I'm of such an age. I'm about to retire." The elderly goblin grumbled as he trembled down from the platform. None of the surrounding goblins paid him any mind, not even glancing his way. He could only angrily approach Harry. "What are you waiting for? Let's go. Don't think that just because I'm old I can't drive the tunnel car. By the way, is Vault 12 still around?" Harry suddenly remembered something and asked. The elderly goblin froze mid-step, his eyes wide as he turned to look at Harry. He adjusted his glasses, nearly slipping off his nose, incredulously asking, "How do you know about Vault 12? You see, that vault is considered a top-secret matter in the current Gringotts. A century ago, during the Goblin Rebellion, it was said that it was due to something in that vault. In the Gringotts, a vault appeared that even the goblins could not control, causing them great embarrassment as they desperately sealed off all information regarding it. For decades after the few who knew about the vault passed away, it was never mentioned again. You don't need to concern yourself with how I know. Is that vault still there?" Harry whispered. The old goblin sneered. "Yes, of course it is, but do you have the key? Do you know the rules of Gringotts? Without a key, no one is allowed to enter a vault that does not belong to them." After saying this, he walked towards the direction where the tunnel car was parked. Harry was unfazed and followed behind. "Is there no other way? As far as I know, the key to that vault has been locked." "I don't care how you know about that vault. Unless you want to risk your life, stop asking." The old goblin gasped. "You little wizard, how many years have you lived? You still have plenty of time. If it weren't for your name being the same as that person, I wouldn't even bother reminding you." Harry was taken aback. No one had ever said that his name was the same as someone else's, and unexpectedly, a typically exclusive goblin was kindly reminding him because of it. During his adventures back then, he had indeed helped a goblin named Arn, but 100 years had passed. Even if goblins lived longer than wizards, he surely would no longer be around. "What was your relationship with Arn?" Harry glanced around, noticing they were the only two present. He took a few steps forward to catch up with the old goblin and asked softly, "Who was that? Don't try to pry information from me." The old goblin quickened his pace, unwilling to continue discussing this topic. "If you want to go to your vault, just keep your mouth shut. We must." He suddenly stopped under a torch, looking at Harry's wand with a strange expression. "Now can you tell me?" Harry raised an eyebrow. How many years had passed? Why were these goblins still the same? "You either have to offer something that piques their interest or conquer them with force, otherwise don't expect to get anything from them." 11 inches Hollywood Phoenix Feather. The old goblin's voice was so low that Harry almost didn't hear him. "How do you know the details of my wand?" Harry frowned. While wand information wasn't secret, it wasn't common knowledge either. "Of course I know. The wand of the hero who stopped the Goblin Rebellion a century ago, and the only key that can open Vault 12 today." The old goblin's eyes were fixed on the wand in Harry's hand, his voice growing hoarse. My father Arn told me that young wizard would return sooner or later. If it weren't for his help in retrieving important goods for my father, our family would have perished long ago. He asked me to wait for that young wizard at Gringotts to repay the favor. I have waited my whole life here and never met him. I am old now and nearing retirement. My father did not lie to me. You have returned. I have watched the image of this wand since childhood. I would never mistake it. Harry couldn't help but feel moved. When that goblin had asked him for help back then, it was because he was investigating the matter with Lon Rock and had taken the commission on a whim and received payment as well. This should have settled things, yet after so long he found himself encountering something related to that time. So can I go see Vault 12? Harry hesitated for a moment before asking. This time the old goblin did not say anything further, nodding decisively and leading Harry in another direction. This way Vault 12 has been isolated for many years and can only be accessed via a specific tunnel car. Harry did not put his wand away, gripping it tightly in his hand. No matter how moving the old goblin's words were, he remained vigilant. After experiencing so much in the outside world, Harry was no longer that naive boy. He would not easily trust someone he met for the first time, especially not a goblin. Professor Howing once mentioned a saying from Huaxiao that Harry felt was particularly relevant. Those not of my kind must have different hearts. After walking through the dim passage for nearly 10 minutes, they finally reached the end, where an old, dusty tunnel car was parked. The old goblin climbed into the driver's seat, carelessly brushing the dust off the seat and gesturing for Harry to get in. Reveal your true form. Harry used a spell to scan the surroundings, confirming there was no danger before getting into the car, lowering the barrier and securing himself tightly in his seat. The old goblin had no objections to Harry's actions. To him, it was completely normal. Hold on tight. The old goblin shouted, pulling the lever, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Is this speed normal? Harry gripped the barrier tightly, his cheeks distorted by the rushing wind. He truly suspected that this goblin, it's normal. Don't worry. This is a special passage. Of course it goes faster than ordinary cars. The old goblin laughed harshly, skillfully driving the tunnel car. The wind made Harry's head spin, and he completely lost track of time. It wasn't until the wind hitting his face softened that he realized they had arrived. The tunnel car stopped at the edge of a cliff. Looking ahead over the cliff, a large metallic door was embedded in the mountainside, adorned with intricate patterns that glowed with an inexplicable light. These were not mere decorative patterns, but a series of contracts and protective spells. This is it. The old goblin climbed down from the car, staring at the door with a complex expression. I can only take you this far. You will have to open the door yourself. This place no longer falls under Gringotts' jurisdiction. Harry looked at him in surprise, stepped down from the car, and stood still. Don't worry, I will wait for you here, but I can only wait for half an hour. After that I'm leaving on my own. Bringing you here was already a huge risk for me. Your debt to our family is now settled. The old goblin stood at the edge of the cliff, slowly speaking to Harry. Harry scrutinized him and nodded, understood. Regardless, thank you. After saying this, he no longer looked at the old goblin's expression and strode quickly towards the vault door. Upon reaching the door, Harry halted and did not rashly touch the magically and cursed door. Instead, he carefully examined it with a spell. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, Harry still had not discovered anything. He furrowed his brow, looking down at his wand. Since it was said that his wand was the only key, he should be able to open this door. Although his wand had a rare composition, it wasn't unique. He believed others must have tried wands of the same material. Since this door had never been opened, the problem had to lie with him. His uniqueness. Harry paused, suddenly recalling ancient magic. Those with the talent for ancient magic were rare and appeared only once in several decades. This was what Professor Figo had told him, and the activation of his ancient magic talent had begun while investigating his wife's research, with Professor Figo starting from this vault. Thinking of this, Harry's eyes lit up as he made an effort to channel his magical power, releasing a hint of ancient magic. An invisible silver glow wrapped around the wand, transforming into streams of light that shot into the vault's door. The door emitted a series of clicking sounds, and the spells on it shimmered as it slowly opened outward. Harry took 2 steps back, allowing the door to fully open, and glanced toward the edge of the cliff. The old goblin looked excited but remained rooted in place, staring intently into the interior of the door. Harry's lips moved as he laid a trap spell at the entrance before walking into the now open vault. It wasn't that he was overly cautious, it was that the events from back then were still fresh in his memory. He would remember for a lifetime the incident where he and Professor Figo were trapped inside by that goblin banker. Upon entering the vault, the torches suddenly lit up, and Harry looked in astonishment at the floor of the vault. There were piles of items, the most eye-catching being a familiar leather satchel made entirely of dragon hide. The clasp was made from silver with an embedded emerald carved with a small snake. That was the birthday gift given to him by Omini's Gaunt. The satchel was adorned with a string of silver-white tassels made from unicorn tail hair, which he had helped rescue a group of unicorns. Those unicorns had asked the centaurs to collect the fallen tail hair, and made it for him, providing protection against dark magic. Harry did not look at other items, and quickly rushed to the satchel, picking it up and examining it closely, confirming that it was indeed his old bag. This bag had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm capable of holding many items. It was an essential piece of equipment during his adventures. It was a birthday gift from Sebastian when he was 14. Harry stroked the slightly oversized dragon hide satchel, which was free of dust. This satchel had later been enchanted by various professors and could even temporarily hold magical creatures he rescued without worrying about their safety. Inside it were all of Harry's belongings from back then. He no longer remembered what had happened, only recalling that during the last time he went out with Sebastian to look for Hagrid, they rested for a night in a dilapidated house by the coast and woke up to find themselves back at the Dursleys. Various packages were scattered on the ground, quite a number of them. The handwriting was very familiar, belonging to his former friends, including Gareth Weasley, Sebastian Sallow, and Omini's Gaunt. He even spotted the handwriting of the house elf Deco. "Hey, time's almost up. Are you ready yet?" The old goblin's voice called from outside. Harry suddenly turned back to see him still standing in place, heaved a sigh of relief, and replied, "He'll be right there." As he spoke, Harry tapped the clasp of the satchel with his wand and muttered in parcel tongue, "Open." The carved snake clasp clicked open, and Harry quickly shoved the packages on the ground into the bag. In no time, all the items were put into the satchel. Speaking of parcel tongue, it was Omini's who inadvertently discovered Harry's ability and taught him many spells in parcel tongue. A century ago, there were quite a few who could speak parcel tongue. It wasn't an unusual talent, but it was still rare. Omini's even went home to check his family tree. It wasn't until later, when resolving the issue with his forehead scar, that Harry learned the origin of his parcel tongue talent. Confirming that nothing was left behind, Harry slung the satchel over his shoulder and exited the vault. He hesitated for a moment, disarming the traps on the ground before rushing toward the edge of the cliff. The old goblin was already climbing onto the tunnel car. As soon as Harry sat down, the car sped out. By the time they reached the ground, Harry had completely changed his ranking of the cars he dreaded the most, moving the night bus down a notch. "Our family's debt is settled, and we have no further relations. I am retiring now and will no longer be at Green," the old goblin whispered to Harry before they exited the tunnel. Harry nodded, his face turning pale. At that moment, he dared not speak, fearing he might accidentally reveal something. Back in the resplendent hall of Gringotts, Harry's complexion improved slightly. "By the way, don't you need to withdraw some?" the old goblin suddenly stopped and asked. Harry's face turned green again. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand. "Not for now. Can I sign directly?" The old goblin returned to the high platform, flipped through the records above, and nodded at Harry, giving him a blank seal. He could create a mark for himself, and as long as he left that mark on the bill, he could directly transfer from Gringotts. Hearing this, Harry let out a huge sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he left his magical aura on the seal and created a wiggly character resembling a little snake, which meant "P" in parcel tongue. Stepping out of Gringotts, Harry's previously hungry stomach was now completely satisfied, and he had no desire to eat anything. Looking around, Harry headed towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The last time he came, he knew nothing and had only ordered school robes, without considering that he wouldn't only wear them throughout the year. The clothes given to him by the Dursleys were all hand-me-downs from Dudley and did not fit well. Harry did not want to wear those. After reordering shirts, trousers, pajamas, and other clothing, Harry signed the bill and left the store, then thought to himself that he would head directly to Flourish and Blotts. He had initially thought he would stay at the Dursleys for a day, planning to have the bookstore send his order to school. Now that he was out and staying at the Leaky Cauldron, he needed to pass the time before taking the train tomorrow. He just happened to come to pick up the books he ordered, hoping the bookstore's staff wouldn't be too quick. Upon arriving at the bookstore, he asked, and the clerk handed him a large, heavy package. "The start of term is tomorrow, so we plan to send it tomorrow, but it's perfect timing that you came to pick it up. 147 galleons and 10 sickles. Given the large order you made, well, waive the 10 sickles. Harry twitched his mouth. The price of knowledge was indeed quite expensive. To think that the clothing he had just ordered for the year, including shoes, did not exceed 60 galleons. Harry took a deep breath, saying, "Give it to me, can I sign? I really don't want to ride the Gringotts cart again." "Of course, no problem." The clerk's eyes sparkled as they thoughtfully shrank the large package and handed Harry a palm-sized bookshelf ornament, saying, "This is a gift for our big clients. It can hold up to 5 books. Oh, any more won't fit unless you spend another 100 galleons, and then you can receive our top-tier gift from the store. A bookshelf ornament that can hold 50 books. The clerk continued to enthusiastically introduce it to Harry, since in a bookstore apart from the annual school season rarely does anyone buy books so lavishly. Not to mention that many people prefer second-hand books, making their business quite challenging. Can the spending accumulate? Harry was somewhat tempted. Although he had a satchel, it was too full, and he had to rummage through it each time, along with the levitation charm to manage. This bookshelf looked quite convenient. Who would complain about such a handy and compact ornament? The clerk pulled a piece of parchment upward, unfolding it before Harry, which listed various book titles. Some glowed while most did not. "This is the store's complete list of books. The glowing ones are those you've purchased this time. Have a look and see if there's anything else you need. Accumulation is possible, but I advise you to act quickly as there's only one of those top-tier bookshelves left. It's a rare find from France. The clerk noticed Harry's intent and kept introducing, given the books you've bought, are you interested in history? Look at these books. Although they are unofficial histories, they still hold certain reference value. For example, this one. It details the heroics of a century-old battle against the Fairy Rebellion. Though unrecognized by historians, many insiders have been elusive about it. I believe it must be true. Harry stared at the author section of that book, his back teeth clenched. Gareth Omnisaru was boldly printed there. Was it to ensure he knew who was behind this? With a slap, Harry slammed the seal down on the table, demanding, "Wrap this one up for me. And add this, this, and this." He pointed to a few series of books to meet the spending threshold. Amid the clerk's delighted send-off, he walked out of the leaky cauldron, tightly gripping the unofficial histories the clerk had introduced. Don't let him run into their descendants. Professor Howing said it well. Debts are paid by the heirs. Even grand. Checking the time, Harry realized he had over an hour until dinner at the leaky cauldron. He turned towards the potion shop at the end of the street, knowing his body was currently malnourished. If he didn't take care of it properly, it would not only affect his physical development, but also impede his magical growth, which could not be overlooked. He had heard Professor Sharp mention this when he was younger. However, it was only in his third year that Professor Sharp retired from the Auror office to teach potions at Hogwarts. Regrettably, he told Harry he had missed the best time for physical conditioning. Despite making efforts afterward, although there were no hidden dangers in his magical abilities, he still couldn't catch up in height with his peers. Professor Sharp said that the best age for young wizards to condition their bodies is during their first year of school. As they begin to learn to control their magic, coupled with potions and a degree of exercise, 6 months would be enough to make up for any deficiencies, allowing them to be like normal youths afterward. Upon arriving at the potion shop, Harry felt quite helpless. The potions he needed were unavailable. Such potions don't have a long shelf life, and the more effective ones must be made fresh. After a century, some recipes have changed. Even if Harry could brew potions, the recipes he knew were from a century ago, with some ingredients now extinct or rare. The shopkeeper finally advised Harry to get a health check at St. Mungo's, where he could obtain some slightly inferior potions. Otherwise, he would have to find a potion master to customize potions based on his physical condition. But after a little inquiry, Harry realized that this option wasn't suitable for him. St. Mungo's would require hospitalization, which would delay his schooling. He had a big problem that needed solving once he got to Hogwarts. Moreover, the cost of hiring a potion master was beyond Harry's current means. He had already spent a considerable sum at the leaky cauldron, and if he continued to spend casually, the money in his vault might not last until graduation. He bought some finished potions and exited the shop feeling a bit frustrated as he raked his hair back. He opened the bookshelf ornament attached to his satchel, remembering he had placed a book titled Recent Developments in Potionology inside, which would definitely contain some information about potion masters. Although he couldn't afford it now, once at Hogwarts, he could apply to explore and adventure in the Forbidden Forest as before. There would also be commissions from nearby villages which would allow him to earn some money. Squinting, he searched around until he finally spotted the book he wanted wedged in a corner, a thin volume. Harry extended a finger, gently prying it outward. The book shrunk to about 1 centimeter, fell into his open palm, and expanded back to its original size in the wind. Harry opened the book, ignoring the messy preface and introduction, and followed the table of contents to find the achievements and introductions of recent potion masters, skipping over those renowned for years as their fees would surely be high, and he had seen too many good things to be easily swayed. He focused only on the names of potion masters who had risen in the past decade, particularly those who gained fame quickly and lacked family backgrounds. Such individuals might be impressed by ancient recipes or rare materials found in the Forbidden Forest. As he walked carefully reading the book, Harry furrowed his brows tightly. He finished reading the last line before closing the book and stuffing it back into the ornament, causing it to naturally shrink back to its original position. One good news, one bad news. Harry felt uneasy. The good news was that he would meet the only potion master of the past 30 years upon enrollment, none other than the current potions professor at Hogwarts, Severus Snape. The bad news was that he couldn't use rare materials from the Forbidden Forest to tempt his professor. Hopefully, the ancient potion recipes he had collected would impress Professor Snape. Thinking of this, Harry stroked his chin and looked towards a small alley not far from him, dark and ominous, with a crooked sign hanging on the wall that read Nocturne Alley. Harry was somewhat familiar with such places that felt like a gathering spot for dark wizards. He and Sebastian had often hung out there, gathering information on dark magic and resolving villagers' commissions. However, looking at his current small stature, Harry decided it was best to refrain. Without complete assurance, he didn't want to put himself in danger. His bright future was just beginning. He couldn't trip at this point. With that thought, Harry no longer hesitated, turned around, and quickly walked away from the alley towards the leaky cauldron. Finding a corner table in the first-floor hall, Harry told Tom he didn't need dinner delivered to his room, as he had quite a bit to do later, and he didn't want to waste time on cleaning up the dining table. He thanked Tom softly as the meals were served and began to fill his grumbling stomach. Dinner was quite good, featuring a tender and juicy steak, a bowl of fresh vegetable salad, a small basket of round warm rolls with butter, and even a slice of apple pie for dessert. The beverage was chilled pumpkin juice, which Harry found acceptable, unlike his two Slytherin roommates who would rather drink plain water. Quickly and politely finishing his dinner, Harry downed the remaining pumpkin juice in his cup, feeling the chill run through. After greeting Tom, he climbed the stairs to the second floor by the fireplace. Returning to his room, Harry smiled as Hedwig stood on the windowsill, softly calling to him. "You know I'm here." "That's great, good girl, rest now. We'll be heading to Hogwarts tomorrow." Harry walked over, stroked Hedwig's feathers, and took out some owl food, feeding it to her from his hand. Only after Hedwig was full did Harry wash his hands and sit down at the desk. On the desk were a feather quill and an ink bottle, along with a few sheets of parchment bearing the leaky cauldron's mark. Harry leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the wallpapered ceiling, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. He had no leads on how to build a good relationship with the potions professor. Harry sighed. Time was tight, and he had to condition his body within the first year to ensure it wouldn't become his weakness. Since he had no leads for now, he decided to tackle something more straightforward. Harry opened the dragonhide satchel he had placed beside the desk and began to take out items one by one. He piled everything up on the desk until the surrounding floor was filled with mounds of items, completely emptying the satchel. Harry crouched down and began to organize. Some items that were originally in the bag Harry opened to see if they were still usable. If they were, he would return them, like parchments with recorded information and non-perishable minerals. Those that were unusable, he would make vanish, such as potions that had lost their essence and dried food or glass bottles that had dried up. After sorting out the original items, Harry turned to the well-packaged items, which were taken from Vault 12 and bore his friend's handwriting. He selected one and opened the package from Dobby the house elf. Inside were piles of materials from magical creatures, including the feathers of a Snargaluff, the fur of a puffskein, and the hides of a mooncalf. However, time had passed too long, and some materials had decayed. Those that retained their shape no longer exhibited any magical properties. Besides these, there were some clothes that Harry had originally placed in the room of requirement, garments and accessories, enhanced with various magical runes by a magical loom. These were still in decent condition, but Harry couldn't wear them now, so he packed them back into the satchel, placing them at the bottom, intending to retrieve them when he fit them again. Lastly, there was a tattered piece of parchment containing messages left by Dobby before his passing. After he disappeared for many years, Dobby had asked Professor Weasley and learned that the magical creatures had been returned to their respective species in the Forbidden Forest, so he needn't worry. Professor Weasley assured him that he would definitely return to Hogwarts. However, Dobby never got to see Harry come back. He left behind offspring and worked at Hogwarts. If Harry needed anything upon his return, he should call his offspring by the name Diddy. Harry felt a heavy heart. He had long known that the familiar people and things had gone through a century, and he thought he was mentally prepared for never seeing them again. However, he didn't expect these realities to confront him so soon, feeling that perhaps his preparation wasn't sufficient. Otherwise, why did his chest feel so tight, his eyes a bit sore, and his throat felt like it was blocked by a stone, making him uncomfortable all over? After calming down for a while, Harry managed to hold back the tears that were about to spill and continued to unwrap the... Most of the items left by his three troublemakers were letters. Harry arranged them in chronological order with some notes and letters they helped deliver for the professors, mixed in intending to read those later. The remaining packages contained personal belongings Harry had left in his dormitory, all bundled up and placed inside, and Harry also saw his money pouch. It even contained several hundred galleons. That was the payment received during his last adventure with Sebastian. To avoid trouble, he had directly let Sebastian keep it, planning to allocate it when he returned to school. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Harry sincerely thanked the goblins for their conservatism. The craftsmanship of galleons had not changed in the past century. Otherwise, who knows how much transaction fee they would have deducted if these coins had gone through the goblins again. For the rest of the time, Harry had no inclination to sleep and began to open the letters one by one in the order he had arranged. Setting aside Gareth's rambling, Harry extracted the news from after his disappearance. First, Sebastian had been quite shocked. The person who said goodbye before bed vanished the next day without a trace. Even his wand was left behind in the room, but he was nowhere to be found. Sebastian immediately borrowed the inn's fireplace to rush back to Hogwarts, seeking help from the only reliable Professor Weasley. Fortunately, Professor Weasley had not left the school immediately after the holiday began, which allowed Sebastian to... Upon arriving at the inn, Professor Weasley ordered the house elves at Hogwarts to seal off the entire inn and meticulously searched for any traces of Harry, but found no sign of him. Just as Professor Weasley prepared to alert the Aurors, an owl delivered a letter from Professor O'Neill stating that she knew Harry's whereabouts and instructing Professor Weasley to return to school first. She would explain everything. Without delay, Professor Weasley brought Sebastian back to the school and ascended directly to the top floor of the main building, climbing a rope ladder into the divination classroom. Professor O'Neill recounted everything she had witnessed. After deep contemplation, Professor Weasley initiated a series of decisive actions, sealing all information regarding Harry, erasing traces of his presence across the school, and issuing strict orders of silence to Harry's 3 closest friends, demanding absolute confidentiality about his affairs. He contacted all professors except the headmaster and coordinated with them to compile resources they deemed essential. On Professor Fig's recommendation, these materials were placed inside Vault 12 at Gringotts, then secured with every known enchantment, ensuring only Harry could ever open it. It was not until sunrise that Harry finished reading all the letters. He carefully placed them into an emptied chest and tucked the chest into his dragonhide satchel. Only then did he exhale in quiet relief. Rubbing his temples, Harry washed his face once more, striving to cool his feverish mind. The sheer volume of revelations this single night had delivered surpassed even the deluge he'd experienced upon returning to this era. Returning to his desk, Harry gazed at the final scroll before him. His own O.W.L. examination results from a century ago. His scores were respectable. He had sat 8 examinations, earning outstanding marks in all but History of Magic, where he received an acceptable. Such a record was more than sufficient. Now Harry's sole concern was whether this parchment could be presented directly to the current headmaster to secure accelerated placement or exemption from certain courses. He wondered uneasily whether the present headmaster Albus Dumbledore might prove as unreliable as Headmaster Black had been. With a sigh, he carefully rolled the parchment and slipped it into his satchel. Better to keep it, one never knew when it might prove useful. Harry packed all his belongings, neatly arranging his entire trunk's contents into his satchel, including the trunk itself, leaving only a few daily essentials inside. Though large in appearance, the trunk now felt astonishingly light, effortless to drag. Just as he prepared to rest, a knock sounded at the door. Harry opened it to find Tom standing there holding a tray, his uneven teeth gleaming in a grin. "You're already up. I'd expected to wait a while longer. Here's your breakfast, and some Muggle currency, so you can take a Muggle taxi to King's Cross Station. After all, that's Muggle territory. The Flu Network won't reach it." "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" Harry asked, genuinely grateful for Tom's thoughtfulness. Otherwise, with only wizarding money on hand, reaching the station would have posed a real dilemma. No, not at all. This is complimentary service. To goblins, Muggle coins hold no value whatsoever. Were it not for ministry regulations, they wouldn't even exchange currency for Muggle-born students each year. These coins are merely tips left by young witches and wizards' parents. Useless in the wizarding world, so I collect them as curiosities. Tom explained as he handed the tray to Harry. "Just leave the dishes on the table after breakfast. No need to clear them. It takes an hour to reach King's Cross Station, and it's already 8 o'clock. You'd best watch the time." Before Harry could respond, Tom turned and strode down the corridor to knock on another door. Several other families also rushing to catch the train were staying there. Realizing refusal was futile, Harry accepted the innkeeper's kindness, closed the door, and returned to the table. He needed to eat quickly. He still had to collect the robes custom-tailored for him by Madame Malkin. Breakfast was simple, yet classic: crisp bacon, savory sausages, golden fried eggs, toasted bread, and buttered baked beans, accompanied by a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. It tasted excellent. Harry ate swiftly, then seized his trunk and stepped out of the room. As he descended the stairs, he heard a clamorous commotion from another direction. The unmistakable sounds of children resisting morning wake-ups met with parental reprimands. The Hogwarts Express departed at 11 o'clock. With a 1-hour journey plus time required to hail a taxi and walk to the platform, Harry had to leave the Leaky Cauldron no later than 9:30. It was urgent. Harry deposited his trunk at the bar and sprinted toward the courtyard. Madame Malkin had opened her shop early especially for him, packing his newly tailored robes. Seeing him arrive, she handed them over immediately. As Harry thanked her, he hurried back along the same path, while simultaneously squeezing the bulky parcel into his satchel. Breathless upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, he found the previously empty hall now filled with patrons hastily devouring breakfast. Glancing at the wall clock, he saw it was already 9:10 a.m. Seeing the time, he relaxed. Excellent, he still had ample leeway. Retrieving his trunk from the bar, he strode toward the entrance, tinkling softly. The bell above the pub door chimed gently as Harry stepped out. Behind him, the door swung shut automatically. Passing Muggles bustling nearby remained utterly unaware of the boy with his trunk who had just materialized among them. Harry touched the headband across his forehead, confirming the transfiguration charm remained firmly in place, then dragged his trunk toward the roadside, searching for a taxi willing to carry a child passenger. After taking only a few steps, Harry froze abruptly, staring uncertainly at the curb, where a small automobile sat unervingly familiar. Each year he had watched it glide slowly down Privet Drive from Mrs. Fig's window. This summer he had even surely it couldn't be. Harry hesitated, unsure whether to approach and verify. After all, Uncle Vernon's car wasn't a limited edition. Countless identical models must exist. There he is, Mum. Look. The car window rolled down, revealing Dudley's face as he pointed at Harry and shouted into the vehicle. Well then, Harry confirmed it beyond doubt. This was Uncle Vernon's car. No other household could possibly boast a twin to Dudley's uniquely recognizable round-faced visage. After a moment's hesitation, Harry approached, dragging his trunk. Because the occupants had already alighted, Aunt Petunia, her expression layered with complexity, Uncle Vernon, his face purpling with suppressed fury, and Dudley bravely, but tenuously, holding his ground. Uncle Vernon glanced warily at the passing crowd, his scowl deepening. He strode forward, circumvented his own car, and reached Harry's side, then seized the trunk with brusque force, nearly stumbling under its unexpectedly substantial weight. Harry offered an awkward smile, eyes lingering on Uncle Vernon's clenched fist, pretending not to notice. Once the trunk was stowed in the boot, Uncle Vernon barked, "What are you standing there for? Don't tell me you've changed your mind about attending that school of yours." Harry shook his head vigorously and dashed forward, slipping into the car behind Dudley. The engine rumbled to life, and the car glided steadily toward King's Cross Station. "How did you find me here?" The atmosphere inside grew heavy, a weight pressing upon Harry's stomach, so he broke the silence himself. "My sister, your mother, attended that school. I accompanied our parents when they brought her here to purchase supplies. Though I never entered the premises myself, I know the address well." After a pause, Aunt Petunia finally spoke, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the passing street outside the window, refusing to meet Harry's eyes. "I'd always thought." Harry hesitated, prompting again. "Shut your mouth, boy. We're a respectable family. We won't stoop to gossip-worthy behavior." Uncle Vernon tightened his grip on the steering wheel and snapped, "The neighbors would talk. We cannot let them believe we abandon, though I'd dearly love to. You do well to remember your gratitude, boy." Hearing that familiar tone, Harry couldn't suppress a wry grimace. Was he truly mad? "We took Dudley for a checkup. The doctor said yesterday's overindulgence would have caused serious digestive complications if he hadn't vomited promptly." Aunt Petunia murmured softly, her lips moving as though preparing to say more, yet nothing followed. Harry, unaware, simply nodded. "That's good." He didn't ask how the Dursleys had located him, nor did he need to. After all, the people in this car were the last blood kin he possessed in this world. If possible, he preferred to avoid outright estrangement. Courteous coexistence as distant relatives would suffice. Those old wounds lingered stubbornly. They would not vanish with a casual wave of the hand. Silence settled over the car once more. Harry turned his gaze to the window, watching pedestrians hurry past, each absorbed in their own urgent affairs. In the window's reflection, he caught Dudley, seated beside him, stealing repeated furtive glances. Harry raised an eyebrow and turned to look directly at him. Dudley jerked upright as if pricked, then subtly edged sideways toward the opposite door. A faint twitch tugged at Harry's lips, before he looked away, resuming his quiet observation of the passing world. Soon they arrived at King's Cross Station's parking lot. The Dursleys disembarked first. Uncle Vernon retrieved Harry's trunk from the boot, while Aunt Petunia stood motionless beside the car. "Thank you." Harry paused mid-step as he exited the car, and heard a whisper so soft he almost missed it. Turning, he saw Dudley instantly swivel his head away, feigning innocence. Unable to resist a quiet smile, Harry replied just as softly, "You're welcome." Stepping out, he took the trunk and faced the Dursley family standing by the car. "Well then, goodbye." Aunt Petunia gave a swift, barely perceptible nod, so slight Harry nearly failed to register it. Waiting several seconds to confirm they had nothing further to say, Harry turned and began walking toward the station, trunk in tow. Though the station had transformed considerably over the century, Harry effortlessly located the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Stepping through the barrier led him straight onto the platform where the Hogwarts Express stood waiting. The platform was not yet crowded. The deep red locomotive rested quietly upon its rails. Harry gazed upon the train with quiet nostalgia. Truly over 100 years had passed, yet aside from subtle signs of age, the train remained utterly unchanged. Boarding lightly, he walked briskly down the corridor and opened the door to a compartment, empty and awaiting. He entered, levitated his trunk onto the overhead rack with a whispered incantation, closed the door, and settled into a seat. Watching through the window as the platform bustled, students bidding tearful farewells to parents, older students from every house laughing and teasing one another. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and slid his hand beneath the seat, searching until his fingers traced a familiar etching. A quiet chuckle escaped him. "Looks like I won," he murmured, gently stroking the engraved lines. They had carved it together using magic. Back in their 4th year, during a wager made within this very compartment, would the train evolve alongside Muggle technological progress? Harry had bet against it. The others insisted it would. Gareth had even declared he'd apply for the position of train conductor. If the train refused to modernize, he'd personally drive the change. Evidently, Gareth had never secured that post. Harry flicked his wand to summon the hour. Emerald numerals shimmered before him, 1030 M. Half an hour remained until departure. Outside, the din intensified. Shouts of parents and children mingled with the hoots of owls and the occasional shrill yowl of a cat. Harry quietly closed the window. Fortunately, he'd sent Hedwig ahead to Hogwarts that morning. Otherwise, she too would now be growing restless. Whoosh. The compartment door slid open. A girl with bushy brown hair stood there, startled. "I'm sorry, I knocked but no one answered. I assumed the compartment was empty." Seeing Harry's surprise, she hastened to explain. He smiled and shook his head. No harm done, I apologize too. It must have been too noisy outside, I simply didn't hear you knock. Then, is there room? May I sit here? She exhaled softly in relief. Harry nodded. Yes, this compartment is entirely empty. Thank you. I'm Hermione Granger, first-year student. Are you too? As she spoke, Hermione struggled to haul her trunk into the compartment. Harry rose, drawing his wand. Yes, I'm a first-year as well. If you don't mind, I'd be happy to help you stow your trunk. Hermione's eyes lit up, instantly sparkling with delight as she stared at his wand. You can already cast spells. I've practiced a few simple ones at home. All succeeded perfectly. But later I read that casting unfamiliar spells recklessly is dangerous, so I stopped experimenting. I believe I know this one well enough. Harry gestured for Hermione to step back, then raised his wand. Wingardium, the trunk rose smoothly into the air. Harry guided it upward until it hovered level with the luggage rack, then nudged it gently inward with a flick of his wrist, before lowering it with quiet precision onto its perch. Thank you so much. I still don't know your name. Hermione asked. No need to thank me, it's nothing major. My name is Harry Potter, you can just call me Harry. Harry retracted his wand and walked to the cabin door, closing it once more. The corridor outside was bustling with students calling out to one another, indeed, rather noisy. Harry, who already had a headache from staying up late, felt even more uncomfortable. Just as the cabin door closed, Harry turned around to see Hermione looking utterly shocked, scrutinizing him from head. Harry glanced at his clothes in confusion. Today, he wore a brown shirt and dark pants with black shoes, all buttons fastened properly, and the common moonlight grass pattern seemed ordinary. There was nothing odd about it. So you are that Harry Potter? Hermione exclaimed softly, her words tumbling out rapidly like a machine gun. I know all about you, of course. I bought a few extra reference books: Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. All these books mention you. Harry didn't know what expression to wear. This was a first for him. Miss Granger. Just call me Hermione. Hermione gazed intently at Harry, her eyes lingering on his forehead for a while, before continuing. No wonder your spells are so good. I tried this spell at home, but had no success at all, yet you effortlessly levitated such a heavy suitcase onto the So you are Harry Potter. That explains everything. You are the savior, surely different from us ordinary folks. Harry slapped his own face. This was a different experience from Garrett's teasing. This girl truly believed it. Did I say something wrong? Hermione asked, looking at Harry with confusion. Yes and no. My levitation spell is indeed decent, but that has nothing to do with being a savior. I'm not a savior at all. Harry said. Hermione gasped. That's impossible. The book says. Miss Granger, all right, Hermione, not everything in the book is true. Have you ever seen a one-year-old baby who is the smartest? Harry changed his address under Hermione's gaze and countered. Hermione pondered for a moment. Well, they can say so to say something shameless, I was incredibly bright at 1 year old, but could say at most one sentence. Do you think a ruthless dark wizard would be deterred by a baby's one sentence? As Harry spoke, he walked over to a chair and sat down. Besides, why don't we sit and talk? Aren't you tired? Hermione sat dazedly opposite Harry. He wasn't wrong, but what the book said didn't quite match her reality. This realization had a huge impact on her. For the past 11 years, everything the books said was correct, and that understanding had never changed. Are you all right? Harry looked at the dazed Hermione, feeling a bit worried. Was what he said inappropriate? This girl is only 11 years old. He, after 5 years of Hogwarts 100 years ago, was almost an adult. Had he said too much? No, you were right. I think I need to think about this thoroughly. Hermione snapped back to reality and hesitated before asking, Sorry, I still want to ask, do you know what really happened back then? Harry fell silent. A flash of sickly green light passed before his eyes, accompanied by a blurry silhouette of a woman. He turned to look out the window where a large family of red-haired people was bidding farewell. I want to know too. It's one of the things I need to do after starting school, to seek the truth of that year. He said softly. Hermione was about to ask something when there was another knock at the cabin door. Come in. Harry hurriedly responded discreetly, letting out a sigh of relief. He wasn't keen to discuss this topic and was glad someone could interrupt it. Hello, is there room here? A round-faced boy timidly stood at the door holding a golden toad. Of course there's space here, you can come in and sit. Harry glanced at Hermione. Seeing she did not object, he gently said, Do you need help with your luggage? Thank you, I can manage. The boy smiled a bit shyly, releasing his grip as he scratched his head and dragged his suitcase into the cabin, easily pushing it onto the luggage rack. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This kid had quite a bit of strength. My name is Neville Longbottom. You can just call me Neville. Thank you for letting me sit here. I've asked several cabins already. Neville plopped down beside Harry, grinning widely. Harry quickly closed the cabin door, and the golden toad was thwarted in its escape, bumping into the cabin door. Leafa! Neville exclaimed, jumping up from his seat and rushing over to carefully pick up the dazed toad from the floor. Sorry, I forgot about you again. Oh, I'm really sorry. Neville was almost in tears. This wasn't the first time he nearly lost Leafa. Harry sighed and pulled an empty box from his satchel, tapping it with his wand to transform it into a pet cage, pouring in some water and revealing one side of the bottom. You can put your leafer in here, I think he might be a bit thirsty. Harry reminded him. 100 years ago at Hogwarts, toads were a popular pet choice as they were the best subjects for practicing spells and testing potions, so Harry had some knowledge. He likes humid environments. The temperature in your hands might be a bit too warm for him. He will be more comfortable here. As Harry spoke, he placed the cage on the table, letting Neville decide for himself. After hearing Harry's advice, Neville was quite convinced that someone who could talk so much must be well informed, and besides, he had nothing to lose. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't know how to take care of Leafa. He was given to me by my uncle, even though I don't really. Neville mumbled the last part, almost swallowed. Harry barely heard it. By the way, I still don't know your names. I'm a new student this year. Are you too? Just call me Harry. This is Hermione Granger. We're both new students like you. Harry, realizing the power of his name, decisively introduced himself only as Harry. Neville didn't notice anything odd, just shyly smiled at the two tightly hugging the box containing Leafa, sitting quietly in his seat. With a loud whistle, the Hogwarts Express slowly began to move the station outside, gradually receding faster and faster, soon left behind, and the scenery outside transformed into endless fields with herds of cattle and sheep visible in the distance. Harry rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat fatigued. He hadn't slept all night and was struggling to keep awake, but this cabin wasn't just for him, and everyone wasn't very familiar. He couldn't just fall asleep, which made him quite uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, he reached into his satchel, searched for a while, and took out a bottle of emerald green potion, opening the cap and preparing to down it. What is that? Hermione couldn't help but ask. Harry paused his actions, shaking the potion bottle at Hermione. This is a vitality tonic. Bought it from the apothecary in Diagon Alley. It can energize a person. After saying that, Harry tilted his head and gulped down the potion, his face twisting as he finally managed to swallow it. He really shouldn't have hoped for changes in the magical world. That damned potion hadn't changed its taste for 100 years. It was even harder to swallow. Hermione and Neville looked at Harry's expression with concern, feeling that he was drinking something more like poison than a potion. After swallowing the potion, Harry shivered. His somewhat dazed mind suddenly became alert, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Phew, I'm back. Harry exhaled, feeling invigorated again. Neville fished out a handmade toffee wrapped in colorful paper from his pocket and offered it to Harry. Want some? This was made by my grandma, or it might not taste great, but it should help cover the taste of the potion. Thank you. Harry expressed his gratitude, quickly taking the candy, unwrapping it in a few moments, and popping it into his mouth. The sweetness, accompanied by a rich, milky flavor, instantly filled his mouth, reviving his taste buds that had gone numb due to the potion. Harry sincerely thanked Neville again, chewing the toffee with gusto. The cabin fell quiet again, and it was evident that Hermione wanted to find a topic, but had opened her mouth several times without finding a suitable one. The quiet cabin made the outside noise very pronounced, and Harry had grown weary of the scenery outside. He coughed a few times, breaking the silence. Since everyone seems to have nothing to do, should we take a look at some books? I brought a few with me. What books? Can I see them? Hermione, who loved books the most, suddenly perked up. If there are any books I haven't read, could I borrow one? Harry took the bookshelf ornament from his backpack and placed it on the table, tapping on the special pattern explained by the shopkeeper with his wand. The palm-sized bookshelf ornament slowly expanded until it reached the size of a book, at which point Harry hurriedly tapped the pattern again to stop the growth. That would suffice, allowing everyone to see the titles of the books inside. Any larger, and he felt the cabin might not accommodate it. Hermione and Neville were amazed, and having secured Harry's consent, leaned close to the bookshelf to start selecting. Neville quickly picked a book titled The 1,000 Uses of Magical Plants. Harry nodded, understanding, glancing at it briefly, preparing to read a brief history of Hogwarts, a book he had also read 100 years ago. It was said that this book was updated every few years, and 100 years had passed. He needed to see what major events had happened at Hogwarts during that time. Both had chosen their books, but Hermione was still hesitating. All the books inside were ones Harry had helped the shopkeeper select. Although they were a bit pricey, they covered various topics. Hermione could not obtain many galleons each year. She had spent a long time at Flourish and Blott's to select a few books, and although Harry's bookshelf didn't have as many books as Flourish and Blott's, Hermione saw several titles she couldn't buy back then. Hermione, you can choose one first. After you finish, you can always come find me to swap. Plus, the Hogwarts library has thousands more books than I have here, not to mention Ravenclaw's common room has its own library. Seeing her unable to choose for a long time, Harry couldn't help but advise. Hermione reluctantly glanced at several books and selected Walking with Trolls. Harry pulled the books they selected from the bookshelf, tapped another pattern, and the bookshelf returned to its palm-sized form. By the way, Harry, you mentioned Ravenclaw has its own library. Hermione, holding the book, but not yet opening it. Harry nodded. He had previously visited Ravenclaw's common room at the invitation of Amit Catter and was amazed at the scale of its library. Although it wasn't as large as Hogwarts' main library, it was rich in collections filled with notes left by former Ravenclaw students, which were unpublished outside. Thinking of this, Harry gave Hermione a brief introduction to what he knew. What about Gryffindor? Neville couldn't help but ask, "My grandma insisted I must join Gryffindor, otherwise it would bring shame to my Harry thought for a moment. He had often visited the Gryffindor common room, but didn't know if there had been any major changes over the past 100 years. He could only briefly describe the environment. "Which house will you go to?" Hermione tightened her grip on the book, not having time to read it yet. "I said my grandma wants me to go to Gryffindor." Neville mumbled, his fingers involuntarily tracing the embossed gold pattern on the cover. "I don't know if I can make it. I don't think I'm qualified." "What about you? Where do you want to go, Neville?" Harry asked, softening his voice. Neville was taken aback, as if no one had ever asked him this before. His grandma had always arranged everything for him. He had never made any choice himself. He stared blankly at the book in his hands, thinking for a long time before answering. I don't know, but if possible I'd still like to go to Gryffindor, not just because it's my grandma's wish, but because my parents graduated from there, and I want to see the house they once belonged to." After saying this, he looked at the other two and asked, "What about you?" Hermione was quite conflicted. "I've been considering Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. I've heard that the greatest wizard in 100 years, Dumbledore, graduated from Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw is also quite good." Harry mentioned they have their own library. Hermione was quite annoyed, and even her favorite pastime of reading could not soothe her. Harry couldn't help but smile a little, and finally spoke up, "I don't think you need to worry about it. After all, the courses are mostly the same. The distinctions between the houses are just to give you a sense of belonging. To me, it's merely a matter of different styles of decoration. Besides, if you're sorted into Gryffindor, you can still go to the Ravenclaw common room. As long as you can answer the question posed by the eagle statue, you won't be turned away." Hermione looked at him incredulously. "Is that really true? How do you know that?" Harry hesitated, and replied vaguely, "Someone told me." "So which house do you want to go to, Harry?" Hermione asked, changing the subject as she noticed he didn't want to say more. Harry pressed his lips together, unable to resist touching the headband on his forehead, where his scar was located. "I want to go to Gryffindor," Harry said firmly. He shared the same reasoning as Neville. His parents were also graduates of Gryffindor, and he wanted to see the house where they once studied. Last time he enrolled, he had the same thought, but who would have thought that the Sorting Hat would only brush against his hair and loudly declare Slytherin, giving him no chance at all. Thinking of this, Harry once again touched the scar on his forehead that was covered, starting to ponder how he could temporarily block its influence on him. As far as he knew, brain sealing techniques could effectively shield one's mind from influence, but he didn't know how to perform it. A wizard skilled in mind sealing was hard to come by, let alone a teacher. Despite having sneaked into the restricted section multiple times to search for information, Harry had only learned a superficial understanding, just enough to sense if someone was probing into his mind. If this method wouldn't work, he would have to wait until they arrived at Hogwarts to see if he could channel more ancient magical energy. He didn't need much, just enough to cover the scar, so the Sorting Hat wouldn't sense its influence. The three discussed the house issue for a while before each settled down with their books, the sound of the train clattering accompanying their journey. Soon it was noon, and the three were so engrossed in their reading that they didn't notice the passage of time until a knock came at the compartment door. Neville nearly dropped the book in his hands, quickly grabbing the corner to prevent it from falling, and looked at Harry and the others, asking whether to open the door. Harry closed his book and stood up, opening the compartment door. A smiling woman with dimples pushed a cart overflowing with snacks, standing at the door. "Dear, would you like to buy something to eat?" Harry's stomach coincidentally growled at that moment. It had been 4 hours since breakfast, and he was already hungry. Of course. With that, Harry took a look at the items on the cart and started to select. He picked up 4 or 5 chocolate frogs, a few cauldron-shaped cakes, and rummaged under the cart for several bottles of chilled juice, only stopping after he had gathered a decent amount. After paying 6 sickles, Harry stepped aside, signaling the other two to come forward and choose. Neville hesitated for a long time before taking a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and several pumpkin pasties, while Hermione took nothing. Once the cart had left, Harry placed the snacks on the table. "Come on, everyone, let's share. I can't finish all this by myself, and I rarely get to share food with friends, so let me satisfy this small wish of mine." Neville immediately smiled, placing his snacks on the table and pulling out a handful of toffee from his pocket, adding it to the pile. "Me too." Hermione looked at the food on the table with some hesitation, all sweet treats. Both of her parents were dentists, and she had seen plenty of patients suffering from toothaches and cavities, so she wasn't very interested in sweets. However, she wasn't unprepared. From her small bag, she took out a lunchbox filled with sugar-free soda crackers and a whole box of whole wheat beef sandwiches. Although they didn't look very appealing after sitting in her bag all morning, Harry couldn't help but swallow, feeling that there were too many sweets, but he hadn't found any savory snacks on the cart earlier. The three exchanged their foods, with Neville kindly explaining the magical snacks to Hermione, urging her to give them a try. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously selected the colors of the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, hoping not to hit a bad flavor. With their stomachs filled and juices quenched, the three felt a bit drowsy. "Shouldn't we change into our uniforms?" Hermione seemed to suddenly remember and quickly asked. Harry glanced outside at the light and waved to check the time. It was almost 2 in the afternoon. "I think it's about time. We should arrive around 5, so it's better to change early and avoid any last-minute chaos." Harry agreed with Hermione's suggestion. After a brief discussion as a Lady Hermione would change first, and Harry and Neville stepped out of the compartment leaning against the window in the corridor, chatting casually. Have you seen Harry Potter? My dad said he's a new student this year. I searched the front half of the train, but didn't. Just then a haughty voice came from behind as Harry and Neville were talking quietly. Harry turned to look, and a boy with platinum blonde hair stood behind them, his chin held high with a hint of nervousness and impatience in his gray-blue eyes, flanked by two tall cronies. Seeing this, Harry suddenly thought of a cat he once had, and his lips curled slightly. Who are you? What do you want? Harry asked. Neville peeked out from behind, and immediately shrank back, tugging at Harry's clothes, wanting to Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. As for what I want with Harry Potter, why should I tell you? He raised an eyebrow, appearing. Harry thought for a moment. There was indeed a younger student with the surname Malfoy, but they were too far apart in age to have any interaction. He had only heard that it was a wealthy, pure-blood family's heir, a member of Slytherin for generations. Although he was determined to go to Gryffindor, that didn't stop him from making friends with students from other houses, right? Not to mention being able to befriend a genuine Slytherin was quite reassuring. Thinking of this, Harry revealed a polite smile and extended his right hand. Hello, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Harry Potter. Draco Malfoy was taken aback for a moment, carefully sizing up Harry, his gaze lingering on the headband on Harry's forehead for quite a while before moving away. He somewhat shyly extended his hand and shook Harry's right hand. Hello, nice to meet you. I just wanted to befriend you, and you can call me Draco. Really? That's great. I also happen to feel that I'm lacking in friends, so you can just call me Harry. Harry smiled, his eyes narrowing. The two shook hands a few times before retracting them. Why are you in the corridor? Don't you have a compartment? Would you like to join us in our compartment? Oh right, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. They've been with me since we were little. Draco also smiled, appearing in a good mood as he asked while introducing his companions to Harry. Harry nodded at the two. We have a compartment, but the lady needs to change her uniform, and as gentlemen, we certainly need to step aside. Wouldn't you agree? Draco was a bit confused. Having grown up in Malfoy Manor, he rarely saw outsiders, and even the few peers from other pure-blood families he met were few and far between. Most of their interactions happened at various parties where they had to put on airs and learn social niceties from adults, so he wasn't clear on what normal interactions between people should look like. But Harry's words should be correct, right? He was the savior. Thinking of this, Draco nodded in agreement. You're right, but waiting here isn't a solution. Before he could finish his sentence, the compartment door swung open. Harry, Neville, I'm ready, it's your turn. Hermione was adjusting her clothes with her head down and didn't notice the extra people outside. Let me introduce you. Harry suddenly thought of this and pulled out Neville, who was about to tear his clothes from pulling. This is my friend I met on the train, Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger. Draco frowned at Neville. He had heard about the Longbottom family, and adults always looked down on the generations of Gryffindor families. He had also heard that this generation's Longbottom was almost mute, but Harry said this was his friend. Draco pressed his lips together, nodded perfunctorily at Neville, and asked a casual hello. Neville stammered a response and immediately closed his mouth tightly, fearing that he would draw Draco's attention again. Hermione, on the other hand, confidently extended her hand. Hello, nice to meet you. Draco, recalling the Granger wizarding family from his memory, reached out his hand and gently shook it. Draco, are you related to Hector Granger from the Potions Association? His granddaughter. Draco finally pulled out a name. Hermione shook her head. I don't know the person you're talking about. My parents are both dentists, they're muggles. So they are both. Draco was about to engage in some pleasantries, as his mother had told him to pretend to know things, even if he hadn't heard of them, so he wouldn't appear ignorant. He was doing quite well with it, but halfway through the conversation, he suddenly realized what Hermione meant. You mean your parents are muggles? That's true, but I don't like that word. Hermione frowned, lifting her chin and looking at Draco with displeasure. You. Draco trembled, looking at Hermione with a mix of fear and anger, his face turning red. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Harry quickly put his arm around Draco's shoulder and covered his mouth to interrupt the harsh words Draco was about to unleash. He smiled at Hermione. Hermione, it's our turn to change clothes. Could you please wait in the corridor for a bit, or maybe wander to another compartment? He knew all too well what these self-proclaimed pure-blood kids would say, and he didn't want to make enemies on the train before they even... In this world, many things become manageable as long as you have more friends and fewer enemies. Hermione glanced at the struggling Draco, wisely refraining from asking what he had originally intended to say. She simply nodded, briefly tugged at her clothes, and walked straight towards the back of the train. Harry half-led Draco into the compartment, pulling the bewildered Neville in as well. He grabbed a handful of candy from the table and handed it to Crabbe and Goyle at the door, sending them back to their own compartment. The two looked down at the candy in their hands, unwrapped one, and immediately walked away with big smiles. Draco was furious in the compartment, slamming the table. How can they be like this? They forgot all about me for a bit of food. Harry closed the compartment door, crossed over Draco, grabbed his bag from the chair, rummaged for a while, and finally pulled out his uniform, looking at him. Draco, have you been to the Muggle world? Harry, why did you stop me? Aren't Muggles all dirty and stupid? Also very greedy. Draco seemed to remember something, his face filled with disgust and disdain. Have you seen any? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow while changing clothes. Draco replied without thinking, of course. I. He suddenly stopped, closing his mouth tightly. What did you see? Is it something you can't talk about? Harry conjured an illusory mirror to fix the slightly crooked headband on his forehead as he asked. Draco was awkward. He didn't want to talk about that topic. Seeing Harry's action, his eyes brightened, and he asked Harry, they say you've been living a prince's life, is that true? And what was that spell you just did? Can you teach me? Harry's hand paused for a moment. Who said I lived like a prince? That was just a small spell that Principal Black forced everyone to learn. He believed that wizards should always maintain their attire according to etiquette standards. But who knew where those standards came from? To avoid losing points, even first-year students who had just entered school could conjure a mirror and tidy up their clothes within a minute. Thank you then. I think carrying a mirror around isn't very convenient. Although my dad got me a knows how expanding wallet, it's too small. I need to write to him to get me a bigger one when I get to school. Do you want one? I can ask my dad to get two. Draco said happily, finally answering Harry's question. That's what the books say, and those newspapers. I often saw your news in the papers when I was little. The kids in the magical world grew up watching your stories. Harry waved the mirror away, turning to look at Neville. Neville hesitated, tugging at his uniform, unsure whether to change here or not. Hearing Harry's question, he nodded. My grandmother has been telling me your stories since I was little. She wasn't wrong. Harry frowned. He was no longer an ignorant child. Having been on adventures for quite some time, he realized that what they said was completely different from what he knew, which indicated that someone was hiding the truth. Based on what he had learned in the past couple of days, it was apparent that something was amiss. Either it was to suppress him or to protect him. As for why they would protect him, Harry instinctively touched the headband on his forehead, wondering if it was because of the person who left that scar. It seemed that the magical world was not peaceful at all. Harry couldn't help but sigh. Back in Hogwarts, aside from worrying about the occasional fits of Principal Black, he only had to consider safety while on adventures. Now it seemed that he had to be cautious about his safety, even while attending school. I grew up in the Muggle world. Aside from not having to worry about food and clothing, everything else has nothing to do with a prince. Harry shrugged and said to the two in the compartment. How is that possible? This can't be true. Neville and Draco exclaimed in unison, one in doubt, the other in affirmation. Why is it impossible? Harry asked. My grandmother said you were well taught and you already knew a lot of magic before you enrolled. Plus you don't look like it. Neville's voice grew softer as he awkwardly closed his mouth. He didn't know what to say. What about you? Harry turned to Draco. Draco was exasperated. I've been to the Muggle world. I've seen those Muggles. How dare they let you stay with those filthy bugs? You've been there? Harry was genuinely surprised. To his knowledge, pureblood families would not easily step into the Muggle world, especially after the enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in 1689, when those pureblood families severed ties completely. This wasn't just Harry's imagination, it was written in the history of magic, and he had at least received an A in it. Draco hesitated for a moment, carefully examining the shrinking Neville before he reluctantly said, I learned potions from my godfather when I was young. He lived in the Muggle world. My dad had told him many times to move, but he refused. So I could only use the fireplace to visit him every week. One time he had to step out for something, and out of curiosity about the Muggle world, I ran out the front door and saw those Muggles. They. Draco couldn't continue and shivered. Do you know where you went? Harry couldn't help but ask. The address of my godfather is 19 Spidertail Alley. As for where that is in the Muggle world, I wouldn't know. Draco sighed in relief, glad that Harry didn't press on with what he saw. Harry pondered. It seemed he had heard of this street before. After thinking for a while, he finally recalled from distant memory that it was mentioned by Aunt Petunia when she went to Kirkworth to deal with Grandma and Grandpa's house. It was the most chaotic place among a few surrounding towns, a street populated by the poor, homeless, and criminals. Harry thought about this and cast a sympathetic glance at Draco. Poor kid, the only place he had been to in the Muggle world was such a place. What could he possibly have seen? No wonder he had such a poor impression of the Muggle world. What kind of look was that? Did I say something wrong? Draco angrily questioned. Do you want to see the real Muggle world? Harry had a mischievous thought. He wanted to know what the children of those ancient pureblood families would think of the current magical world. Not to mention the tall buildings outside, the cars racing down the street, and the amusement park Harry had passed before. They surely had never seen anything like that. Draco grimaced. What's there to see? It's dirty and smelly. Harry ignored him and rummaged through his bag. After a while, he finally found what he wanted. I found it. Don't just stare, help me. This thing is too heavy. Saying this, Harry let go of the bag, letting it fall onto the seat, and grabbed the edge of a stone basin that was peeking out, straining to pull it out. Draco and Neville hurried over to help, and the three of them pulled the stone basin out of the bag, setting it on the table. The table was sturdy enough, it only trembled slightly before standing firm. Draco looked at the intricately carved stone basin, and then at Harry's bag. How much space does this bag have? This isn't cheap. The Ministry of Magic no longer allows the making of such things. If it exceeds twice the size of the carrier, it has to be reported. I found this in the vault. Harry vaguely mentioned the origin of the bag standing before the table with the two. They'll show you the real Muggle world. A pensieve. Draco finally realized what Harry had pulled out. He was astonished. This thing was now quite rare. Even the Malfoy family didn't possess this item. It was said that Professor Dumbledore had one, but that was the school's private property exclusively for the headmaster's use, and couldn't be taken away. Harry smiled. You have good taste. No wonder you come from a pure-blood family. Of course, I'm a Malfoy, Draco said proudly. The origin of this pensieve wasn't exactly legitimate. Harry had seen pensieves multiple times while following Professor Fig in search of ancient magical traces in his 5th year. He found this item very useful and had secretly taken one as no one had ever asked him for it. Do you want to see it? Maybe Hermione will be back soon, and we don't have that much time. Harry urged. Draco still seemed a bit reluctant. Who wants to see those bugs? But Neville was quite curious. I want to see it. I've never been to the Muggle world or seen it before. Harry smiled. It will definitely open your eyes. Saying this, he used his wand to pull a strand of silver blue thread from his temple, wrapped it a few times, and slowly placed it into the pensieve, giving it a gentle turn. The silver blue thread transformed into a watery mist, filling the bottom of the basin. This is your last chance. Do you want to see it? Harry asked Draco with a smile. Draco hesitated, and just as he was about to pull Neville along, he finally made a decision. It'll look. Harry smiled and pulled Draco over. The three of them squeezed by the table, and following Harry's words, they slowly leaned their faces into the pensieve. With a dizzying swirl, the three landed on a bustling street. Harry pulled the dazed two to the roadside, dodging the speeding cars on the road. Although this was merely a memory and wouldn't cause them harm, he still instinctively moved. Is this the Muggle world? Draco looked around at the clean streets, the bustling crowd, the horse-drawn carriages in the road, and the towering buildings, taking a long time to find his voice. Of course, this is outside the leaky cauldron, Harry pointed out behind them. The two turned around and indeed saw a dilapidated entrance that clashed with the surrounding environment. Next, Harry quickly showed them glimpses of the street, the shopping mall, the school, and the amusement park. Of course, these memories were carefully selected. There were no appearances of Dudley and his gang. In just about 10 minutes, Harry had grabbed the arms of the two and led them away from the memory. Now, do you still think those are all bugs? Harry smiled at Draco. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. What I saw was real. There's also Nocturne Alley. You must have heard of it, right? No matter where you are, there will be such places. Don't judge people based on your prejudices. Harry replied with a smile. Draco still looked unconvinced. Seeing him like this, Harry didn't say anything further. Changing a person's mindset is quite challenging, and this was likely Draco's childhood psychological shadow. It wouldn't be changed by just a few minutes of memory. It would take time to alter his thoughts. Glancing at the time, Harry tactfully reminded Draco to return to his compartment as they were nearing their destination, and Hermione would likely be back soon. If Draco didn't want to sit with Hermione, it would be best for him to hurry back. Oh, anyway, he and Neville wouldn't kick Hermione out because of Draco. Draco left the compartment in a huff, wanting to say something harsh to Harry, but since Harry promised to teach him the spell to summon mirrors when they got to school, he refrained from saying more and returned to his compartment. Before leaving, he also didn't forget to help stuff the pensieve back into Harry's bag, and specifically reminded him not to take it out casually. The method of making pensieves had been lost, and each one was worth a fortune. Draco had barely been gone for 3 minutes when Hermione returned with a pale-faced, red-haired boy. This is Ron Weasley. I just found him being bullied by his older brothers and some older students while I was shopping, so Hermione explained to the two. Anyway, we still have an empty spot here, and we should be arriving at Hogwarts soon. Harry nodded, inviting Ron to come in and sit down. He stared at Ron's red hair, lost in thought. Red hair, surname Weasley. Was he a descendant of Gareth? Thinking this, Harry asked, have you heard of Gareth Weasley? Ron looked pale, still shaken, but upon hearing the name Weasley, he regained some composure. What did you say? Gareth Weasley, he should have lived about 100 years ago, Harry said. Ron's face scrunched up. 100 years. That was a long time. I don't know if our family has this ancestor. I haven't paid attention to what our ancestors were called. If you want to know, I could write to my dad when I get to school. He would definitely know, Ron said shyly. Harry wasn't too disappointed. Oh, at that moment, asking him about the ancestors of the Potter family from 100 years ago, he wouldn't know either. All right then, thanks. By the way, were you bullied by your brothers? I saw your family looked quite harmonious at the platform, Harry asked in confusion. Ron's face turned pale again, and he shivered, as if recalling something terrifying. Hermione glanced at him sympathetically before explaining to Harry. It turned out that Hermione just wanted to wander the corridor, intending to come back when it was almost time. Who knew that while passing by a compartment, she heard Ron's terrified scream, tinged with a sob. Without thinking, she pulled open the compartment door and saw a pair of red-haired twins and a dark-skinned boy, all three of them approaching the cowering Ron with a box full of spiders. Driven by a sense of justice, Hermione stopped them, rescuing Ron and sternly scolding the three. Knowing that the twins were Ron's brothers only made her even angrier, and she yelled at all three before pulling Ron out of the compartment. They comforted him for a while in a place far from the compartment before bringing him over. Ron was very grateful for Hermione's timely rescue and followed her over immediately. Harry, seeing Ron's pitiful state, handed him a chocolate frog to help calm his nerves. The few of them introduced themselves again, and Ron was instantly stunned by Harry's identity. He stammered, looking at Harry's forehead, wanting to see that famous scar. But he was sternly stopped by Hermione and Neville, who had already asked Harry why he covered it. Harry explained that the scar represented the loss of his parents, so he didn't want others to see it. The two believed him wholeheartedly, and Hermione quietly explained to Ron, who turned beet red and apologized to Harry. Harry waved his hand, indicating that ignorance is no crime, and they chatted a bit more about Hogwarts, easing the atmosphere. Even Neville relaxed and joined in the conversation. As the sky gradually darkened, the lights in the compartment flickered twice before illuminating. Looking out the train window, all they could see were shadowy tree silhouettes in the pitch blackness. Until a cold female voice sounded in the train, announcing that there were 5 minutes left until the station. They stood up, tidying up the leftover snacks and trash on the table, and discussed with Harry about the time to return the books, preparing to disembark. Soon the train's speed decreased, gradually coming to a stop at a station with a rich sense of history. Harry disembarked with the crowd, gazing at the surroundings and marveling that it looked almost the same as it did 100 years ago. Except for the trees having some growth changes, even the benches by the platform hadn't changed. Harry habitually adjusted his school uniform jacket and lifted his feet, preparing to walk towards the night bus. First-year students, come over here. Hurry up, let me see you. A rough voice came from the other side of the platform, and Harry turned to look. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, stood there holding a lantern the size of a horse's head. His face was obscured by a thick beard, and his bug-eyed gaze searched among the gathering first-year students. Harry's heart raced. It was him. It was Hagrid. The Hagrid he had searched for 5 years. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, jogging towards Hagrid. Hagrid! Harry shouted. It's Harry. How have you been this past month? Come, let me take a look at you. Hagrid laughed heartily, stepping forward to meet the rushing Harry. Harry was choked up. How had he been this past month? It had been 5 years, you know. I'm good, Harry said hoarsely, reaching out to pat Hagrid's waist, which was as high as he could reach. That's good. We'll talk later. I have work to do right now. Hagrid winked at Harry, raising the lantern high and shouting, First-year students, gather here. Harry stared fixedly at Hagrid's back. This was real. It was not a dream. He had truly seen Hagrid again, and even touched him. This was not a dream. He knew it. He was not dreaming. Although he had been back for a few days, he still felt a sense of unreality. The complex attitudes of the Dursleys, the unchanging Hogwarts Express, and the vaults of Gringotts gave him a feeling of ambiguity. It was only upon seeing Hagrid and touching him that Harry felt he had truly returned to 1991, back 100 years later. Harry's eyes were fixed on Hagrid, completely ignoring Hermione, Neville, and Ron, who were separated by the crowd. He closely followed Hagrid down a small path beside the station, being the first in line behind Hagrid. Upon reaching the lakeside, Hagrid brought over a specially made boat and shouted to the group of small heads behind him, 4 people per boat. Get on the boat. Be careful not to fall into the lake. Water is still quite cold. Harry withdrew his gaze, only then remembering his forgotten friends. He casually found a boat, placed 1 foot on it to steady himself, and turned back to look for the 3 of them. Soon, under the light from Hagrid's lantern hanging at the bow, Harry spotted the distinctive red hair and shouted, Ron, Hermione, Neville, over here. Hearing the shout, the 3 turned to look, realizing it was Harry. They hurried over one after another, helped by Harry, onto the boat. Harry was the last, and as the 3 on the boat pulled him in, he withdrew his foot from the shore. Just as he settled down, Harry heard a cold snort. On a nearby boat sat 3 people, Draco and his 2 minions. The snort came from Draco, who was clearly displeased that Harry hadn't called out to him earlier, glaring at Harry with indignation. Harry smiled at Draco and pointed at Crabbe and Goyle, saying, There's no room for you on the boat. Either we'll see you at... Draco was momentarily speechless, disdainfully sizing up the 2's physiques and the waterline that had passed over the boat before giving up. Once everyone was seated, Hagrid counted them and stepped onto his boat. The boats shook as they began to move in a line behind Hagrid. The moonlight coldly illuminated the lake's surface, creating rippling reflections as dozens of small boats quietly floated across the dark, unfathomable water, with only the waves generated by the boats marking their passage. Duck! Hagrid shouted as he looked ahead at the cliff hanging over the lake, then deeply lowered his own head just in time to graze the rough stone wall. Harry raised his head in a daze, looking at the wall that was still a distance from his head. He thought it was better not to lower his head. After passing the cliff, they had traveled for less than 5 minutes when Hagrid shouted again, Get ready. The opportunity to see the full view of Hogwarts is coming. All the first-year students in the boats were captivated, nervously shifting their bodies and stretching their necks, afraid of blocking their view and missing this chance. Harry also stretched his neck. He couldn't wait to see Hogwarts again. Would it look the same as it did 100 years ago? Had it changed? He had already attended school once, so would Hogwarts still recognize him? Wow! A chorus of amazed voices erupted, and the collective sound was tremendous. Harry noticed that the fish in the lake were startled and swam away. In the distance, a majestic ancient castle stood atop the mountain, reflecting various lights in the moonlight. Almost every window glowed with orange flames, ancient, cool, noble, mysterious, and warm. Almost every beautiful word could be used to describe this castle, but each word seemed so monotonous, unable to depict the castle's beauty. Harry gazed at the castle with fascination, and no matter how many times he saw it, he would still be enchanted by Hogwarts. Before long, the boats docked at the shore, and the new students lined up to disembark, following Hagrid along the wooden path towards the castle's grand entrance. After walking for a short while, they stood on the steps in front of the grand door. Hagrid counted again before adjusting his clothes and knocked on the door with his large hand. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a witch in a green robe standing there, her face serious, wearing silver-framed glasses, with her black hair neatly styled into a bun at the back. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. I've counted and not a single one is missing, Hagrid said with a smile. Professor McGonagall's expression remained unchanged as she nodded at Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid, I'll take it from here. Hagrid only had time to wink at Harry before hurriedly walking in another direction. Without seeing any action from Professor McGonagall, the half-opened door swung fully open, revealing a vast entrance hall behind it. Follow me. After saying this, Professor McGonagall turned and walked into the entrance hall. The new students quietly hurried to follow, jostling against each other, too nervous to speak. Torches were mounted on the stone walls of the entrance hall, with the ceiling nearly invisible. Directly ahead was a wide staircase made of marble flanked by smooth wooden handrails. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall led everyone up the stairs and stopped at the top, turning to the new students. The feast is about to begin, but before we start, we have an important ceremony to conduct the sorting. Hogwarts has 4 houses: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Each house has its own proud history and has produced outstanding witches and wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your excellent performance will earn points for your house, while any misbehavior will deduct points from your house. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will win the House Cup, a great honor. I hope that no matter which house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to your house. Please wait here for a moment to organize yourselves and gather your spirits. After all, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of the entire school. Professor McGonagall calmly introduced some matters about Hogwarts, her gaze lingering on the somewhat disheveled clothing of the new students before continuing. In a few minutes, I will come to fetch you when the ceremony is ready. After finishing, she turned and walked toward an inconspicuous wooden door on the right side of the staircase. Once Professor McGonagall's figure disappeared behind the door, the students began to chatter about the sorting ceremony. Ron looked pale as he shared his brother's experiences with his friends. After all, he had 5 brothers. Harry ignored the buzzing conversations around him. He had closed his eyes, striving to channel the magical power within him to resonate with the magic in the surrounding environment, and then through the rich magical elements he invoked ancient magic. A series of silver foam-like glimmers invisible to others surrounded Harry, appearing and disappearing continuously until a strand the thickness of a finger remained quietly swirling around him. It guided that strand of peculiar magic to cover his forehead, quietly penetrating his headband and enveloped. Harry let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat, his face slightly pale. It was still a struggle to use ancient magic at the age of 11, but the surrounding little wizards were startled by the ghosts passing by, all looking pale. Harry stood out among them. Suddenly, a flash before his eyes and a chill on his forehead made Harry instinctively reach out to grab it. It was the transformed handkerchief. The effect of the transformation spell was almost over. After being penetrated by ancient magic, it could no longer maintain its form and fell from his forehead. Harry held the handkerchief in one hand and quickly slicked back his hair in front of his forehead, looking troubled at the handkerchief in his hand. Since it had been penetrated by ancient magic, it could no longer be transformed by the changing spell. With nothing suitable on him to transform into, it seemed that the scar would have to show. Here you go. A hand reached out in front of Harry, holding a neatly folded white handkerchief embroidered with a golden fire-breathing dragon. Harry looked up to see Draco standing on the step in front of him, turning his head to look around, fiercely glaring back at every curious gaze. Harry smiled and thanked him, taking the handkerchief and giving it a flick with his wand. The handkerchief transformed into a white headband embroidered with a golden dragon design, which he quickly tied back on his forehead. Just as he was about to say something, Professor McGonagall returned. She stood behind Draco, holding a roll of parchment, casting a deep glance at Harry's wand and the headband on his forehead. Now form 2 lines and follow me. After saying this, she led everyone towards the door directly in front of the marble staircase, from which a buzzing sound of conversation emerged, as if hundreds of people were speaking inside. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door and led the new students through the massive hall, passing by tables filled with students straight to the end of the long table where there was a raised platform. Behind the platform sat a dozen professors, and in the center was the headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, wearing a robe adorned with stars and moons. The students also fell silent, peering curiously at this year's new students. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool on the platform and took out a tattered hat, placing it on top. The hat moved and opened its brim, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. Harry, quick to react, flicked his wand, saying, "Soundproof." The singing only reached his ears as a faint buzzing sound. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Draco's twisted expression beside him. He could only apologize. After all, the Sorting Hat song was something all first years had to experience, and he was already a veteran, not needing to endure it again. It was not until the Sorting Hat stopped that Harry quietly lifted the spell, looking around to see that no one had noticed his movement, allowing him to relax. Now when I call your name, step forward for the sorting. Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment in her hand and began to call names. Hannah Abbott. A round-faced blonde girl nervously stepped forward. Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat shouted the house name, and the people at the right table erupted into enthusiastic applause, welcoming the girl. Next, Professor McGonagall called names according to the alphabetical order of surnames. Some took longer, some shorter, and Harry watched with great interest. Even though he had seen the sorting many times before, he still found it fascinating. Among them, Hermione was the first to go up. She jogged while muttering something to herself. Gryffindor. Hermione took off the hat and ran to the long table on the far right, where people cheered her on as she sat down. Next was Neville, who took a long time. It was nearly 3 minutes before the Sorting Hat finally called out Gryffindor. Neville hurriedly ran towards Hermione, taking the hat with him. Laughter erupted in the hall, and he had to return the hat with a flushed face. After a few more names, it was Draco's turn. He sat on the stool, and as soon as the hat touched his hair, it shouted out Slytherin. He laughed, proudly waving at Harry with a hand gesture, mouthing for him to come too. Harry could only pretend not to see. He had lived in Slytherin for 5 years. That dark, damp environment, along with the ugly mermaids outside the window, he had truly had enough. At last he heard his own name, Harry Potter. The entire hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos, everyone discussing, some even standing to look at Harry. Harry felt like a monkey in a zoo at that moment. He sat on the stool, and the Sorting Hat was placed on his head by Professor McGonagall, slowly lowering to cover his vision. How strange. Why do I feel like I've sorted you before? A thin voice spoke in his ear, making Harry tense up, gripping his concealed fists in his sleeves, hoping he wouldn't be discovered. Well, how strange indeed. You seem familiar, yet you are definitely a new student. What could be the issue? Harry listened to the Sorting Hat's endless questions, feeling somewhat exhausted. How about sorting me first? He was afraid that if he waited any longer, the Sorting Hat would remember something. After all, although Professor Weasley had stated in his letter that the Sorting Hat had been confused, it had been 100 years. No spell could retain its efficacy for that long, without failing. Well, all right. I have plenty of time, or I can think slowly. Let me see. The voices outside grew louder, and Harry had already been sitting on the stool for over 3 minutes with no sign of the Sorting Hat's movement. Everyone was nervously watching him on the platform. Then Gryffindor. Finally, the Sorting Hat shouted out the name of the house, and the long table adorned with gold and red erupted with the strongest cheers of the night. Some excitedly clapped the table, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw looked somewhat disappointed, but still offered polite applause. Only the Slytherin table fell silent, and Draco's face turned red with anger as he glared fiercely at Harry. Harry removed the Sorting Hat and placed it on the stool, bowing slightly to Professor McGonagall, before jogging over to the nearly standing Gryffindor table, where Hermione and Neville waved excitedly at him, making space beside them. Harry nodded and smiled at his classmates who greeted him. By the time he sat down next to Neville, he felt like his face was about to freeze in a smile. 3 more people followed Harry. Lisa Dupin was sorted into Ravenclaw, and right after her was Ron, who was sorted into Gryffindor. His stiff body relaxed immediately as he happily ran over to join Harry and the others. The last one was Blaise Zabini, who was sorted into Slytherin. Harry sat against the wall, able to see the farthest Slytherin table through the gaps in the crowd. Draco was still glaring at him. Harry made a gesture with his mouth towards Draco, signaling him to turn around and talk later, which finally made Draco look away. Hello, I am Ron's brother Percy Weasley, a 5th-year student and the Gryffindor prefect. Welcome to Gryffindor. A tall, red-haired upperclassman leaned forward to speak to Harry, extending his hand with a tone that sounded somewhat official and formal. Harry shook his hand in return. Thank you, I am also very happy to be in Gryffindor. Huh, we have Potter now. 2 voices chimed in unison, one on each side, as they both hugged Harry's shoulders and shook him a couple of times. Harry immediately felt as if he were adjusting the sound channels while sneaking a peek at the television. He turned to look, seeing a pair of identical twins, red-haired and looking exactly the same, making it impossible to tell them apart. Could they be the twins who bullied Ron on the train? I'm George. I'm Fred. On behalf of the entire 3rd year, welcome our savior. They both said this in unison. They even exaggeratedly stepped back, lifting their hands high towards Harry and bowing deeply. This gesture made everyone at the Gryffindor table burst into laughter, and even some people at the Ravenclaw table a bit further away chuckled. Harry frowned, scrutinizing the playful twins. He couldn't see how they could be the ones to bully their own brother. They might pull some pranks, but what happened on the train seemed beyond mere mischief. What did they really mean? The twins keenly noticed Harry's displeasure. Looking over at Hermione and Neville, who were also glaring at them, they seemed to understand something. It seems you have some misunderstandings about us. If there's a chance we can talk about it, Fred said with a smile. Of course, if you don't want to talk, we won't disturb you. George chuckled as he leaned his arm on Fred's shoulder. Quiet. Get back to your seats. Professor Dumbledore is about to speak. Percy shouted sternly at the twins. They made a face at their brother and then ran back to their seats. Headmaster Dumbledore stood up, arms wide open. Welcome to all the new students at Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I must say a few words, fools. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. Thank you, everyone. He sat down again, and everyone applauded and cheered. In the blink of an eye, the long table in front of them was filled with food. Roast beef, pudding, fried chicken legs, and more, along with roasted potatoes and vegetable salad, though the quantity was modest. The young wizard seemed not very interested in these. Harry didn't wait for others, and quickly took some food from the plate onto his own, eating heartily. He picked up a cup, glanced inside, and found pumpkin juice. After taking a sip, Harry sighed, contentedly realizing that Hogwarts pumpkin juice still tasted the same. After filling his stomach about 70%, Harry finally had time to notice the conversations around him. The boy next to Ron was talking about stories regarding his witch mother and muggle father, making everyone around burst into laughter. Seeing that Harry was almost done eating, Hermione quietly introduced him to the new students of their year. She noticed that Harry had been focused on eating and had missed the earlier introductions. Harry listened attentively, matching each name to a face. The one who spoke before was Seamus, the dark-skinned boy. Sitting next to Neville was Dean, and the two girls a bit further up were Parvati and Lavender. Once everyone recognized their classmates and their stomachs were nearly full, the various foods on the table disappeared, followed by an array of desserts: fruit pies, cream cakes, jellies, and ice cream. Harry took a piece of fruit pie and slowly nibbled it, while looking up at the guest seat, examining the professor's one. Suddenly, Harry felt an intense sense of hostility. Having recently encountered ancient magic, he was very sensitive to hostility, and immediately looked over to see a professor wrapped in a thick turban, who was currently turned away from him, speaking to a nearby dark-skinned professor. Harry frowned as he recognized Professor Quirrell, whom he had met when Hagrid took him shopping, but he couldn't understand why this professor harbored such great hostility towards him. Before he could think it through, Harry noticed the dark-skinned professor who was staring at him intently. There was inquiry, disgust, and a barely perceptible guilt in that gaze. Guilt? Who is he? Why would he feel guilty towards me? Harry immediately seized on the key point. Their eyes met, and the professor immediately looked away, his lips moving as he said something to Professor Quirrell, who dropped the fork from his hand onto the floor. Harry turned to Percy and asked, "Who is that professor next to Quirrell?" "Oh, it seems you already know Professor Quirrell. That is Professor Snape, Severus Snape, who teaches potions and is also the head of Slytherin House. He is very biased towards his own house, so you best not provoke him. He hates Gryffindor the most." Percy glanced over and immediately leaned closer to Harry, whispering. Just as Harry showed a hint of joy, it quickly faded again. That was the potions master he wanted to seek help from. But now he was a Gryffindor. The master hated Gryffindor. This was really bad news. However, Harry began to ponder. Guilt. It could be confirmed that this was the first time he had seen Professor Snape. So where did this guilt come from? According to the records, he was 31 years old this year. A simple calculation suggested that it was related to his parents. Did he have a connection with either his father or mother? But the disgust in that gaze was not fake. They all said he looked like his father, so was he on bad terms with his father? Harry suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. He had a grudge against his father and seemed to have a good relationship with his mother. Could he possibly be a rival? This was quite troublesome. Harry couldn't help but slap his forehead. After eating and drinking, he felt like his brain was about to rust. For the time being, he couldn't think of how to approach this potions master professor, and would have to wait until class to observe. Soon all the food on the table disappeared, and the plates returned to their shiny new state. Headmaster Dumbledore stood up again at the guest seat, and the hall fell silent as he began to speak. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk enough, I have a few more words to say. At the start of the term, I need to remind everyone of a few points of caution. First-year students, please note that the forest area on school grounds is off-limits to any students. Some of our older classmates should remember this well. Harry felt he glanced at the twins who were snickering. Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wants me to remind everyone not to use magic in the hallways during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will be held in the second week of this term. Anyone interested in joining the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must inform everyone that those who do not wish to encounter accidents and suffer a painful death should not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. A few people laughed, but Harry did not. He frowned deeply, not understanding why such a warning was necessary. The last time he was in school, the worst danger was the curses in the forbidden books. When did the 4th floor corridor become a danger zone? Why was there no mention of this in any part of Hogwarts history? Was this forbidden area here before? Harry quietly asked Percy. Percy also frowned. No, it wasn't. This is something new this year. Normally such dangerous places would have explanations, but this time there isn't. At least he should have made it clear to us prefects. Now before bedtime, let's all sing the school song together. Dumbledore said, waving his wand lightly, causing a ribbon to appear in the air, twisting into a string of words. Everyone can choose their favorite tune. Dumbledore extended his hand, gesturing as a conductor, ready. Harry looked seriously at the lyrics, singing the school song in a hymn-like tune, but soon his melody got derailed, and all the tunes became bizarre. He even heard a funeral march. During Principal Black's tenure, the school song was always sung in the same tune for the choir. Harry dared say he had never seen such a chaotic rendition of the school song. After enduring the school song segment with difficulty, Dumbledore also used his wand to beat time, conducting the last section of the Weasley twins' funeral march. Harry fidgeted, feeling like there were needles pricking him on the stool. He desperately wanted to return to the dormitory. Finally, he heard Dumbledore announce that everyone could head back to their dormitories, and Harry immediately stood up, striding toward the hall exit. He stumbled slightly as someone grabbed him. "Don't run off. First-year students need to follow the prefect," Percy shouted, pulling Harry's arm. "Gryffindor first-years follow me." Fortunately, everyone was seated nearby, and soon they gathered together, all following Percy. Harry had no choice but to follow Percy. He couldn't say that he was very familiar with the route to the Gryffindor common room. He didn't need a guide at all. As they walked, Percy introduced the route to the new students, warning everyone about the steps that might have traps. Along the way, they also encountered Peeves, and Percy was scolding Peeves to go away. But Peeves didn't play a prank on them. He just looked terrified at the familiar figure among the new students. When Percy threatened to get the Bloody Baron, Peeves let out a wail and disappeared through the wall. "Did you see that? Be careful when you run into Peeves in the future. He will play pranks on everyone, and only the Slytherin ghost, the Baron, can stop him." Percy thought his words had been effective, earnestly educating the new students. Only Harry awkwardly scratched his nose. The time Peeves appeared was already untraceable, but he remembered that Peeves had been at Hogwarts during his schooling 100 years ago. Back then he was just like this, enjoying mischief, causing trouble for Harry many times, until Harry learned ancient magic and gave Peeves a good lesson. After that, whenever Peeves saw him, he would scream and run away. But logically this shouldn't be possible. Harry was a bit puzzled. During the banquet he had seen the ghosts from each house, and none of them seemed to recognize him. Did Professor Weasley and the other professors cast a powerful spell on the ghosts? Peeves was no exception, but now Peeves clearly recognized him. Unfortunately, Peeves ran away too quickly, otherwise Harry would definitely have asked for clarification. Eventually they stopped in front of a portrait. The painting depicted a plump lady dressed in a pink court gown who smiled and said, "Password. Dragon droppings." Percy said, "Correct." Then, the fat lady said, as the portrait slowly opened like a door, revealing a round passageway behind it which was not very large, but barely allowed two people to pass through side by side. "Let's go," Percy said, leading the way in. The others hurriedly followed him into the passage. After going in for a few meters, their eyes brightened as they entered a spacious hall decorated in gold and red, with a fireplace along the wall roaring warmly. Next to the fireplace along the wall were soft armchairs with various round and square tables scattered about. The windows were large, clearly showing a corner of the Black Lake and a vast expanse of grass. Harry yawned. The effect of the vitality tonic was wearing off. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights, and was feeling extremely tired. When Percy said the password, he almost didn't respond. Ever since he had learned Parseltongue proficiently on Slytherin, he hadn't needed to use the password again. Fortunately, Percy had held him back in the hall, otherwise, even if he knew the way, he couldn't have entered the common room. After entering, Percy first guided the girls through one door, where the girl prefect was waiting for them, then led the boys through another door. Inside was a spiral staircase. As they climbed the stairs, Percy stopped. "All right, this is it. 5 people per dormitory, the names are on the door, and your luggage is placed by your beds. Get some rest soon, everyone." After saying that, he turned and left. Harry glanced at the names on the door, found his dormitory, and groggily pushed the door open. The polygonal room contained 5 4-poster beds draped with deep red velvet curtains. Spotting his suitcase, Harry mumbled and dashed over, collapsing onto the bed, and the next second a soft snoring sound could be heard. The remaining 4 looked at each other, and it was Neville who remembered. He didn't sleep last night, and took a potion on the train. The effects should have worn off by now. "I see. I thought he didn't want to talk to us." Seamus scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. "No, Harry is a good person. Once he wakes up, you'll see," Neville said firmly, and Ron nodded in agreement, carefully placing his pet beside the pillow. "By the way, will he feel uncomfortable sleeping like this, eh?" Ron frowned as he stood by Harry's bed, which was right next to Harry's. "Should we help him?" The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just as they hesitated, Harry's neatly arranged clothes began to shift, transforming back into the worn-out jacket he had worn at the Dursleys, and the clothes underneath changed into a tattered nightgown. "What is this? What's happening?" Dean exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in surprise. Neville put on a serious face and stepped forward to close the curtain, reaching out to take Harry's glasses and place them on the bedside table. "If Harry wishes to, he will tell us. It's not right to pry into others' privacy." Seamus stepped in to smooth things over. All right, Dean was just a bit surprised and didn't say anything. "By the way, aren't you all tired?" "I am exhausted." After Seamus' reminder, they all seemed to realize just how tired they were. They hastily lined up to wash up and crawled back into their beds, and in what felt like just a second, everyone fell into a deep, sweet slumber. The night at Hogwarts dimmed most of the lights, hiding in the darkness like a slumbering giant. Peeves flitted through the castle corridors, finally arriving at a place he usually avoided. The headmaster's office. This place had various magical protections that ghosts typically couldn't enter, but that did not stop Peeves. He struggled slightly to pass through the trickling water beast floating up the stairs, and poked his head through the office door to take a look. The dimly lit headmaster's office was empty. The portraits on the walls all closed their eyes and fell into slumber, and a few even snored loudly. Dumbledore. Peeves called out softly. There was no other sound in the room, not even the snores stopped. Peeves fully entered the room, raising his voice a little. Dumbledore. Still no one responded. Peeves then relaxed, quickly rushing to the portrait and softly calling Black. Black. The portrait depicted a man with black hair and a distinguished goatee, and even with his eyes closed it was clear he was not a kindly figure. Peeves. What are you doing here? Phineas Black lazily opened his eyes and looked at the colorful ghost. What am I doing here? Peeves was immediately furious, about to shout indiscriminately, when he suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. You asked me to deliver a message. He has returned. He really has come back to Hogwarts. Who? Of course, Harry. Peeves felt something was off. The voice came from behind him. Dumbledore, in his pajamas, was holding a candlestick, looking at Peeves with great interest. So it's Headmaster Dumbledore. Peeves chuckled awkwardly and slowly floated towards the window. No, I prefer you to call me the old madman. Dumbledore said with a smile, taking a couple of steps forward to place the candlestick on the table. Peeves let out a shriek as if whipped, and with the fastest speed he had ever achieved, he vanished through the window. Dumbledore pursed his lips, properly placed the candlestick, and then stood in front of the portrait wall. Phineas, I think you know who Peeves was talking about, right? In response, Phineas let out a loud snore. All the portraits on the wall opened their eyes, no longer pretending to sleep, and began shouting at the portrait of Phineas. Finally, Phineas could no longer pretend to be asleep. He had to open his eyes and looked at Dumbledore innocently. Were you calling me? Sorry, I fell asleep. After all, you can't expect too much from a portrait, can you? Phineas, we have a duty to assist the current headmaster of Hogwarts. This is a strict rule. Do you want to be expelled from Hogwarts? Headmistress Dolores Umbridge scolded sternly. Phineas looked up with a wary gaze, clearly annoyed, and rolled his eyes. I haven't said anything yet. Don't put such a big label on me. Who are you talking about when you say returned? You all should know that this child has already enrolled this year. I must confirm the situation inside the school. Dumbledore said amiably. Phineas displayed a pained expression, straining to look up and see if the person in the portrait was there, but unfortunately there seemed to be something blocking the view, and he couldn't see at all. After rolling his eyes, Phineas suddenly shouted loudly, Headmaster Fitzgerald. Neofer Fitzgerald. Are you there? Can I say something? Upon hearing Phineas shout, Dumbledore looked up along the timeline. It was a blank portrait, no one was inside. The name and tenure dates underneath marked it as the previous headmaster before Phineas. Stop shouting. She has never been here. Headmistress Umbridge said irritably. Phineas' eyes kept darting around while Dumbledore patiently waited. Seeing this, Phineas realized that if he didn't say something today, this matter wouldn't pass. After all, he had consulted with Headmaster Neofer, and she hadn't given an answer, so he couldn't be blamed. What we are talking about is a student from my tenure. His name is Harry Potter, the one who stopped the Goblin Rebellion. Phineas blurted it out in one breath, and then clamped his mouth shut, not uttering a sound. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's expression changed drastically. Why is such an important matter not mentioned in history? It should be, and returned. What does that mean? What is his purpose? Phineas remained silent, even closing his eyes. If it weren't for the Black family's background, he wouldn't remember anything at all. Those professors. So audacious. They dared to act against the headmaster. He didn't want to reveal such a disgraceful matter. During his tenure, he was set up by all the students and professors of the school. Dumbledore gazed thoughtfully at the blank portrait. It seemed necessary to investigate this Headmaster Neofer Fitz. However, Harry Potter. What does it mean to have the same name as Harry? Dumbledore furrowed his brows and turned to pull out a thick ancient book from the bookshelf, filled with books. Thank you all for your help, and good night. Dumbledore waved at the candlestick he was holding, which floated steadily behind him as he walked toward his bedroom. At this time, Harry was still comfortably nestled in his blankets, completely unaware that even though Professor Weasley and the others had done so much, his first day of school was about to reveal his true identity. No matter how tired he was the day before at 7 a.m. The next morning, Harry opened his eyes on time. He rubbed his blurry eyes and rummaged for a while before finding his glasses on the bedside table, and his vision cleared once again. His roommates were still fast asleep. Harry glanced at the time, realized it was still early, and decided not to disturb them. He opened his suitcase, took out his toiletries, and headed to the washroom. He finished his ablutions in just 10 minutes. Wrapped in a towel, Harry returned to his bed, noticing that his original clothes were already quite tattered, and he didn't want to continue wearing them. So he simply tossed them into the trash bin, knowing the house elves would come to clean up. He took out the package that Madame Malkin had prepared for him, found the clothes he needed, and began tidying up his belongings. He hung up his clothes, placed small decorations and leftover snacks on the shelf by the bed, and even put a few extracurricular reading materials there. He took out the first-year textbooks and placed them neatly in one side of his bag along with a brand new quill and ink. However, after checking the quantity, Harry felt he needed to buy some more, as this was not enough for a year's supply. Finally, after packing everything, it was almost 8 a.m. Harry hurriedly called out to each bed. They had to gather in the Great Hall today. Percy had said last night that Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, would distribute their timetables at breakfast, and if they were late, they would definitely face consequences. When everyone was awakened, the quiet dormitory immediately turned chaotic, with everyone rushing about, yet lacking any order, occasionally crowding together. Feeling helpless, Harry had no choice but to take out his wand and start helping. With his roommate's consent, he expertly used household magic to tidy their clothes, hanging them separately in the wardrobe, and also packed their textbooks into their bags along with a suitable amount of parchment and ink. Once everyone finished washing up, a well-organized dormitory appeared before them. Seamus was so moved, he was almost in tears. "Harry, you truly are my savior. Thank you so much." Seamus seemed ready to give Harry a hug, but Harry hurriedly refused. "Hurry up and change clothes, we don't have much time." The Gryffindor common room is still a distance from the Great Hall. Neville, who was putting on his shoes, suddenly turned pale. Two forgot how to get to the Great Hall. Ron and Dean exchanged glances. They had been so tired last night that they hadn't remembered the route. Harry thought for a moment, using his bed as a cover, pulled out the Wizarding Combat Guide, flipped to the map page, and with a strong tug the page smoothly came out. He took out a few blank pieces of parchment, duplicate in pairs. A map appeared on each piece of parchment. Here, this is a simple map of Hogwarts. Although it's not very comprehensive, it shouldn't be a problem to find each classroom and the Great Hall. Harry distributed the maps and received thanks from his roommates once again. The group rushed out of the dormitory, following the stairs to reach the Gryffindor common room. At that moment, there weren't many people in the common room, and they didn't have time to look around. They closely followed in Harry's footsteps as they headed out. When they arrived breathless at the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall happened to be holding a stack of timetables as she walked towards the Gryffindor table. The long table was laid out with various breakfasts, including scrambled eggs, beans, bacon, sausages, and more. They hurriedly took a seat, grabbed a few items of food, and Professor McGonagall came to their side, satisfied to see the first years were relatively on time handing out the timetables. Harry took the timetable, said thank you, and then lowered his head to study the timetable. The first-year courses weren't too many. They had almost half a day's free time every day, but they needed to pay attention that today was Monday, and they had Transfiguration class in the morning. The timetable indicated that the professor for Transfiguration class was their head of house, Professor McGonagall. Seeing the professor's serious demeanor, Harry believed that if they were late, the consequences would surely be something he would not want to see. Once he shared this news with his roommates, they silently quickened their eating pace, hastily tossing a few bites into their mouths before following closely behind Harry, jogging toward the Transfiguration classroom. Finally, at 8:55 a.m., they safely arrived at the Transfiguration classroom. Many people were already seated in the classroom. When Harry and the others rushed in, there weren't many empty seats left. Without saying much, they scrambled to find seats and pulled out their Transfiguration textbooks to place on the desk in front of them. As soon as they sat down, Harry felt a strong gaze. He looked over to see Draco sitting alone on the other side of the aisle, staring intently at him. Harry gave an awkward smile. They were already seated, and it would feel odd to change places. Moreover, he noticed that there was a tabby cat on the podium watching them closely. Draco had originally wanted to say something, but upon seeing Harry constantly gesturing at him, he remained quiet. As class time approached, the tabby cat on the desk leaped lightly to the ground and transformed into Professor McGonagall, causing an uproar in the classroom. Draco patted his chest, relieved he hadn't acted rashly, or he would have been caught. Very good, no one is late. Professor McGonagall looked around the classroom at the new students, satisfied that not a single one was missing. She continued to speak a few words, then used her signature demonstration to turn the desk into a pig and back again, capturing all the students' attention and igniting their interest in Transfiguration before beginning the lesson. She had everyone practice the gestures and wand movements before distributing a matchstick to each student, instructing them to start by transforming the matchstick into a needle. Harry looked left and right. Everyone had received their matchsticks, but it seemed Professor McGonagall had forgotten about him and hadn't given him one. Professor McGonagall. Harry could only raise his hand to indicate, "I didn't get a matchstick." McGonagall nodded. "I didn't give you one, I'll come here for a moment." With that, she turned and walked towards the podium. Harry followed Professor McGonagall, arriving at the podium, which was a small distance from the first row of desks. Speaking softly wouldn't attract the attention of their classmates. The others should hurry up and practice. The first one to succeed will earn points for their house. McGonagall said to the students, glancing this way. The students, who had been worried like Hermione, immediately lowered their heads, determinedly competing with the matchstick in front of them. Seeing this, McGonagall nodded with satisfaction before turning her attention to Harry. "What did you use to transform that headband yesterday?" Professor McGonagall asked in a low voice. Harry was surprised for just a second, but quickly realized that Professor McGonagall must have seen it last night. He immediately replied, "It was a handkerchief borrowed from Draco." As he spoke, he took out the clean, neatly folded handkerchief from his pocket and placed it on the table. This was what he intended to return to Draco, just he hadn't found the opportunity yet. Professor McGonagall picked it up to take a look, then put it back down, signaling Harry to keep it safe. "Where did you learn Transfiguration? What level are you at now?" Professor McGonagall was well aware of the Dursleys' conduct. They would never do anything to initiate Harry, and Harry scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. Should he tell Professor McGonagall that he learned from Professor Weasley, the Transfiguration teacher from 100 years ago? Just as Harry was in a dilemma, a faint flicker of firelight flashed by Professor McGonagall, and a piece of parchment with singed edges appeared beside her. Professor McGonagall immediately picked it up to examine it, then furrowed her brows, glancing at the note, and then at Harry, who looked troubled. She pursed her lips and tucked the note away. "You can go back and sit down now. In today's Transfiguration class you may read freely, and you don't have to do the homework. But you must submit a paper on Transfiguration within a week, as I need to understand your current level of study to arrange your future lessons." Harry breathed a sigh of relief, nodding eagerly in agreement. Just as he was about to turn to leave, Professor McGonagall called him back. "I remember you don't have classes this afternoon, right?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall," Harry replied. "Then after lunch wait for me in the hall. Principal Dumbledore needs to..." Professor McGonagall said sternly. Harry was taken aback, and before he could ask, Professor McGonagall sent him back. Helpless Harry could only sit back down with a grimace, pulling out the unfinished A History of Hogwarts. Before he could read 2 lines, there was new commotion in the classroom. "Professor, why does Potter get to skip practice?" A rough voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. Millicent Bulstrode was a girl with thick brown hair and a sturdy build, and she was looking at Harry with malice. Draco's face turned pale. "Bulstrode, what are you doing?" Millicent couldn't help but shrink back slightly, but still defiantly pointed at Harry's book, saying, "He's not even reading the Transfiguration textbook. Or are you, Professor, going to protect a Gryffindor student?" "Enough." Professor McGonagall walked over, her gaze sharp as she looked at her. "Mr. Potter's learning pace far exceeds yours. To accommodate you first years, he has to sit in the same classroom as you. It's permitted for him to read other books, and if you can do what he does, I can also allow you to read other books, and even do assignments for other classes." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall gestured to Harry to demonstrate. Harry thought for a moment, tapped the empty desk behind him with his wand, and the next moment the desk transformed into a majestic lion. It crouched on the ground, lazily lifted a paw to lick it, then stood up, and let out a roar at Millicent, spraying. "Enough," Professor McGonagall stated. Harry immediately waved his wand, and the lion transformed back into the desk. He waved his wand again, and the desk floated back to its original position. Beautiful transfiguration spell. Beautiful levitation spell. If Professor Flitwick were here, you would definitely earn extra points from him. But since this is Transfiguration class, I can only grant you points for the Transfiguration spell. Gryffindor gets points. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with Harry's demonstration. She turned to Millicent and asked, "Miss Bulstrode, can you do something like that? If you can, I will give you points and exempt you from your homework." Millicent was so startled by the lion that she stood there with a face full of drool, shaking her head after a while to indicate she couldn't do it. "Then sit down. If you disturb the class discipline again, I will deduct points from Slytherin," Professor McGonagall reprimanded sternly. Millicent nervously sat back down, and her classmates immediately shifted away from her, fearing they might get splashed with that sticky drool. The first-year Slytherins were still very united, as most had good relations with the Malfoy family, and since Draco had already said in the house that he would stand by Harry Potter, it had annoyed some upperclassmen. Those upperclassmen had little leverage over this year's first years, as their families were not to be trifled with, but this foolish Millicent, who had never been in contact with them, had been led astray by someone and had embarrassed the Malfoy family on her first day. The first-year Slytherins exchanged glances and silently made a decision to keep a distance from this classmate, and the class returned to calm, and by the end of the lesson, only Draco and Hermione's points had changed. Professor McGonagall awarded them each 5 points. After class, the hallway began to fill with students rushing toward the hall. Harry gestured for his roommates to go ahead as he stood at the classroom door waiting for Draco. Once most of the students had left the hallway, Draco finally emerged from the Transfiguration classroom with the first-year Slytherins. "What are you doing here?" Draco asked with a rather unfriendly tone. Harry smiled nonchalantly and handed over the handkerchief. "Hey, race your handkerchief back, thanks. I wanted to schedule a time with you to teach you that little spell we talked about." Draco's expression softened a bit as he took the handkerchief and stuffed it into his pocket. "Do you have class this afternoon?" "Not this afternoon. The principal wants to talk to me." "What? It's only the first day of school. What does he want to talk to you about?" Draco was suddenly alarmed. At home, he had heard many bad things about Dumbledore. From his godfather to his father, no one had anything nice to say about him. Apart from admitting that Dumbledore was a great wizard, he had no good impression of him. Harry couldn't help but laugh. "It's nothing serious. It's probably about my learning progress, as you saw." He didn't say the rest, but everyone present understood that Harry's learning progress was different from that of ordinary first-year students. Even though they all came from pure-blood families and had learned some ancestral magic before school, it was nothing compared to Harry's. Alright then, let's set it for another day. How about Wednesday afternoon? We only have one history of magic class. Draco took out his schedule to check. Harry also took out his schedule. That works. Our schedules are the same, and we also have just one history of magic class, and we can meet after class. Then it's settled. Are you going to the hall for dinner? Want to join us? Draco asked as he put away his schedule. Harry glanced behind Draco and shook his head. You all go ahead, but seems someone is looking for me over there. Draco turned to look back and only caught a glimpse of red hair disappearing around the corner. Is there trouble, eh? No, it should be a misunderstanding. I'm just going to talk to them. Harry replied. Draco didn't press further, saying, if there is trouble, you can come find me. After all, my father is still a board member at Hogwarts and can still have a say. Harry smiled and nodded, saying goodbye to everyone. After the Slytherin group left, Harry leaned against the wall and called out, aren't you coming over? Do I need to go and summon you? Two red-haired heads popped out from the corner. It was the Weasley twins from the third year. Hey, Harry. One of the twins greeted him cheerfully, as if they were just passing by rather than having specifically come to find him. We wanted to talk to you. The twins walked over and said. Harry nodded. Let's talk here then. You just say whatever you want to say. The twins exchanged glances and looked at Harry seriously. We want to know why you seem to have a big opinion of us. Harry carefully scrutinized the twins, who were a head taller than him, confirming that they were serious before recounting the incident on the train. After hearing Harry's explanation, the expressions of the Weasley twins were quite strange, a mix of anger, helplessness, and guilt. So what exactly happened? Harry asked. The twins looked at each other and began to explain, each taking turns. When we were little, we stole Dad's wand to try out some spells we found in a book. But we needed a target, so we picked Ron's toy bear. But he wouldn't agree to lend us the bear no matter what he said, so we decided to prank him a bit. Who would have thought that the spell would go wrong, and the bear turned into a spider of the same size in his arms. Since then he's been terrified of spiders, even the tiniest ones. We thought this was a problem, because there are many spiders at Hogwarts. Our friendly Jordan, when he found out, said he saw in a Muggle magazine that this is a kind of mental illness and potions and magic can't solve it temporarily. We borrowed that magazine, which said to use desensitization therapy. So we asked Lee, and he brought over a realistic toy spider. We wanted to cure him of this illness before he started school. After all, it was because of us. Harry slapped his forehead in disbelief, wondering what to say about these two. Should I be glad Ron is lucky? That's not how you treat an illness. Are you not afraid you'll scare Ron to death on the train? Harry said helplessly. The twins' shoulders slumped. We just wanted to make it up to him. After all, it was our fault. We thought it was just a small problem, but that Muggle magazine said it could have serious consequences if it developed further. Did you never think of going to St. Mungo's or the Hogwarts infirmary? At the very least, ask your parents or the professors for help. Harry couldn't help but ask. The twins exchanged glances, scratching their heads awkwardly. We didn't think of that. Harry was utterly speechless, once again lamenting Ron's misfortune. Having encountered these two lively brothers, it was a miracle he was still alive. After clearing up the misunderstanding and saying a few words advising the twins not to do such things again, Harry hurried toward the hall. He needed to resolve lunch quickly. His appointment with Dumbledore was approaching. The Weasley twins exaggeratedly bowed to Harry's back, shouting as they sent off the savior. Upon hearing this, Harry quickened his pace, almost breaking into a run. After Harry's figure disappeared down the corridor, Fred frowned and asked, George, did you notice? In front of Harry, we feel like we're facing Bill. Yeah, I felt that too. It's like being lectured by upperclassmen, and he's only 11. George was also puzzled. They had actually been persuaded by Harry and had no intentions of resisting. Forget it doesn't matter as long as Harry is Harry, Fred said. George leaned on Fred's shoulder. True, let's hurry to the hall before there's no food left. They agreed to ask Madame Pomfrey about Ron's little problem and hurriedly ran toward the hall. After a while, the door to the Transfiguration classroom opened and Professor McGonagall stood behind the door, holding her head in some pain. She truly had to thank Harry for persuading the Weasley twins, or else this year's first years might not have made it past them. Harry sat at the long table, casually grabbing some chips and fried fish, eating quickly while feeling frustrated. Originally, he had planned to go to the library in the afternoon, as he had heard that there were copies of the Daily Prophet from the very first issue to the present, as well as a shelf of essays by outstanding students over the years filled with gossip. He wanted to check on his parents' news and some details about the Potter family. After all, the Potter family was also an old pure-blood family, and their vault couldn't possibly have only a few galleons left. Not to mention, he needed to look into his parents' relationship with Professor Snape, or it would be better to clarify it, so he could address it properly. After all, time was short. He only had this year, and considering the potion brewing time, he might have less than a year. But all those plans were ruined, and he could only go another day. He hoped that Dumbledore's meeting wouldn't be anything serious, allowing him more time. Soon his stomach was filled, and Harry wiped his mouth, placing his knife and fork on the edge of the plate. The entire set of utensils immediately vanished. He stood up and looked around. Dumbledore was not at the professor's table, so Harry greeted Ron and Neville before heading straight out through a small door beside the hall. He climbed the stairs all the way up. Even though he knew a shortcut, it took Harry over 10 minutes to reach the statue of the giant troll. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore sent me." Harry didn't know the password, so he could only try to speak to the statue. After waiting for a while with no response, Harry hesitated, wondering if he should go back to the hall to ask Professor McGonagall, or should he wait here. Just as he was conflicted, the statue turned, revealing a staircase that led upward. Harry looked around and could only resign himself to step up. Following the spiral staircase upward, he stopped in front of a black wooden door and lightly knocked. The large door immediately swung open, but there was no one behind it. Harry stepped into the headmaster's office, which looked quite different from before. Although the layout remained largely unchanged, the details in the decor and certain items indicated that the current occupant was not Headmaster Black. "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry called softly. Unfortunately, there was no response, only a gentle chirp. Following the sound, Harry saw a bird perch on a stand by the window. It was a magnificent bird with golden-red plumage. "A phoenix!" Harry exclaimed in delight and hurried over. He had always wanted a phoenix and had once saved one, but that phoenix had flown away after its injuries healed. There were rumors that phoenixes belonged to the Dumbledore family, and every Dumbledore had their own companion phoenix. This must be Headmaster Albus Dumbledore's companion phoenix. Harry raised his hand, looking at the phoenix with a questioning gaze. "Is it all right?" The phoenix let out a soft call and shifted slightly, bringing itself closer to Harry's hand. Only then did Harry place his hand on the phoenix's feathers, gently stroking it with a face full of joy. Even if it wasn't his own, being able to touch a phoenix was already quite remarkable. "Oh, it seems you already know, Fox." Dumbledore's voice came from behind Harry. He didn't turn back, still softly caressing the phoenix. "So her name is Fox. What a lovely name." Dumbledore continued. "All right, Harry, I hope you don't mind me calling you that. I brought you here for something important." Dumbledore sighed, having thought about this meeting for the entire morning, but he hadn't expected it would turn out like this. Reluctantly, Harry withdrew his hand and turned to face Dumbledore. He was still in his starry moonlit robe with snow-white hair and beard that looked a bit unkempt, wearing half-moon glasses. There were dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he had stayed up late. "Come have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Pumpkin juice or tea?" Dumbledore walked over to his desk, sat down, and began rummaging through a drawer. Harry walked over and sat in the armchair opposite the desk. "Tea will do, thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore." As soon as he finished speaking, a tray appeared before Harry containing a teapot and teacups along with sugar cubes. The teapot floated up and poured tea into the cups while the spoon stirred itself. Harry picked up a sugar cube and dropped it, and then added half a portion of milk, letting the spoon stir on its own. Dumbledore watched thoughtfully, finally pulling his hand out of the drawer, holding a potion bottle that Harry recognized, an invigorating elixir. He opened the bottle cap, hesitated for a moment, then gulped it down. With a distressed expression, he quickly pulled out a handful of cockroach clusters and shoved them into his mouth. Harry twitched at the corner of his mouth, watching the legs of the cockroach candy struggle at the edge of Dumbledore's lips. So this was the kind of Dumbledore he was. "Sorry, old age is catching up, and after staying up all night, I can't handle it." Dumbledore swallowed the candy and offered a few to Harry. "Would you like some?" "No, thank you." Harry quickly declined. He didn't like that. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what did you want to discuss with me today?" Harry asked directly. Seeing Harry refuse, Dumbledore looked a bit disappointed, but shoved the remaining candies into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. He then slowly adjusted his chair, turning to look at the wall of portraits of former headmasters behind him. "I want to introduce you to a headmaster." Harry's heart skipped a beat as he followed Dumbledore's gaze to see Phineas Black. Phineas stared wide-eyed, scrutinizing the small wizard whose half-body was obscured by the desk. He wasn't familiar with what Harry looked like upon entering the school. After all, he was a headmaster and couldn't possibly know every new student, even if that student was a Slytherin. He only became aware of Harry in the third year, when Harry began applying to explore outside the school and passed the tests of various professors. That was when he formally recognized Harry. Boys change the most during their teenage years. The difference between Harry in his third year and in his first year was already significant, not to mention Phineas' most vivid memory was of Harry in his fifth year. Finally, he recognized him by those large almond-shaped eyes and emerald green irises. "That was Harry Potter. It's you. It's really you." Phineas exclaimed excitedly, leaning over the edge of the frame as if he wanted to jump out. Harry still wore a puzzled expression, but inside, he was in turmoil. What was going on? Although he knew he might not be able to keep it hidden for long, this was only the first day of school. Wasn't it too? "You don't need to pretend. Ooh, I've already told the current headmaster everything about you. After all, I am just a portrait now, and I must cooperate with the current headmaster." Phineas observed Harry's reaction and relaxed, returning to his seat, revealing a mischievous grin. "All right, Phineas, thank you for your cooperation, but now I need to talk to Harry for a moment. Is that all right?" Dumbledore. Harry's heart sank like a stone, dropping from his chest to his stomach, heavy and foreboding. Dumbledore then nodded apologetically to the former headmasters and drew his wand, waving it lightly. Harry felt as if a bowl had enclosed them both. The whispers completely faded away, the clinking of silverware ceased, and even Fawkes' song vanished. Only the soft sound of the spoons stirring in the teacup remained, indicating that this silence was limited to the area around the desk. In the next moment, Harry's attention was drawn to the wand in Dumbledore's hand, 15 inches long, with a gnarled surface. This wand was very familiar to Harry. Not just familiar, he had used it. Though only in a vision, the feeling was, this was the real deal. Dumbledore noticed Harry's gaze. Do you recognize it? Harry involuntarily followed Dumbledore's hand with his eyes instinctively nodding, then immediately shaking his head. Dumbledore chuckled. Harry, let's speak frankly, shall we? Last night Peeves visited Phineas at midnight, and he told me about another Harry Potter who was quite a famous student a century ago, but he disappeared after his 5th year. His deeds were enough to leave a mark in magical history, but strangely, after a night of searching, I couldn't find any trace of him except for some information in an unofficial history of the Weasley family's ancestors. Based on the descriptions, I found that the Harry Potter of a century ago bears a striking resemblance to you today. No, actually, they are identical. The lightning scar, the petite figure. Dumbledore continued slowly. Then, based on the clues Phineas provided, I looked into the matter of Headmaster Neophyte. She is not present in the portraits. I initially thought she just didn't frequent the headmaster's office, but I inquired with the former headmasters, and they all said that since Phineas took office they have not seen her portrait appear again. As it happens, being the headmaster grants me some lesser-known privileges. Through these privileges, I found a hidden chamber that has never been marked on any map. Unfortunately, I used many methods, but still couldn't open that door. Harry listened quietly, having resigned himself to the situation. It had only been one night, yet the preparations made by the Weasley professors had been unraveled by the elderly man before him. What could he do? He could only accept his fate. Moreover, Harry suddenly had a thought. Could he seek the headmaster's help in this situation? So, Headmaster, what do you wish to know? Harry sat up straight, looking earnestly at Dumbledore. Since it had come to this, he might as well try to gain some benefits for himself. Are you still Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked, frowning and scrutinizing the young boy before him. After a moment, he finally spoke. Harry looked at him in confusion. Who else would I be? Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Harry's forehead, where a finely crafted brown headband embroidered with golden thread perfectly concealed the ugly scar. Harry felt Dumbledore's gaze prick at him and couldn't help but rub his forehead, suddenly realizing, are you referring to the residual soul within this scar? You don't need to worry about that, or I can resolve it when I find the time. In fact, I have already dealt with it once, that just returned after that, and the scar remains. Dumbledore's expression immediately sharpened, gripping his wand tightly so much so that the knuckles turned white from the force. Residual soul. Harry didn't understand why the old man opposite him suddenly exuded such an aura, which made Harry tense up, feeling a sensation reminiscent of facing a dragon. What kind of residual soul? Dumbledore relaxed slightly and asked. Harry made a disgusted expression. It's a single one that looks like a house elf that has been skinned. It has no thoughts or consciousness, it just clings to my soul. I found out through extensive research that this should be a fragment of a soul. I eliminated it with Professor Fig's help, and afterward my scar disappeared. That was in my 4th year. After a pause, Harry continued. Later I carefully researched, and found that this situation should only occur during the creation of a Horcrux. At that time I didn't understand why I would become one of them. Later in Harry faltered. I delved into my deepest memories, and saw my mother standing in front of me along with the light of the killing curse. Then I began exploring the areas around Hogwarts, searching for places similar to those in my memories, and looking for the one who killed my mother and left the residual soul. It wasn't until I returned that I realized he might not have even been born a century ago, so naturally, I couldn't find him. So can you still eliminate it now? Without Professor Fig's help? Dumbledore asked, pondering deeply for a moment before selecting the question he was most concerned about. Harry nodded. Of course, although I had Professor Fig's assistance, the primary work was still done by me. I would have no problem doing it again, I just need to utilize the environment of Hogwarts at least a day's time. I originally planned to resolve it over the weekend. Dumbledore's fingers tapped on the table, his eyes still conveying thoughtfulness and inquiry. After a while he carefully inquired about Harry's story from a century ago. Harry could only start from his own enrollment, selecting a few typical events to explain. For an entire afternoon Harry recounted his past stories until night fell, when his stomach let out a loud "Oh dear, I didn't even notice the time, it's already so late." Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise, looking at the automatically lit candles. I hope you don't mind having a bite to eat here. They would surely miss the dinner in the Great Hall. How could Harry respond? He could only nod. Dumbledore tapped the table, and instantly 2 sets of cutlery appeared along with a table full of food. Sorry for taking up your time. I invite you to try some of Hogwarts' hidden dishes as compensation. How does that sound? Dumbledore said with a smile. The barrier around the desk remained, but Harry didn't mind. He was pleasantly surprised to see a dish on the table, sweet and sour ribs. You know, Dumbledore looked taken aback. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't object, Harry skillfully transformed the knife and fork into a pair of chopsticks, awkwardly using them to pick up the shiny red ribs. The previous care of magical creatures professor was from China, Professor Hao Ying. She loves magical creatures, and I rescued quite a few during my adventures. She invited me to try some local specialties. I didn't know such a thing existed. Dumbledore mimicked Harry's actions, conjuring a pair of chopsticks, although his movements were much more skilled than Harry's. I only know that Hogwarts has some special hidden dishes, but you need to notify the house elves in advance to access them. I'm not too clear on their origins. The two quickly devoured the food on the table. Before long, the plates were left with only scraps. Dumbledore tapped the table again, and the cutlery was removed, replaced by 2 cups of drink. Harry raised his cup and gulped it down with a satisfied sigh. So do you know how to open the door to the hidden chamber? What's inside? Dumbledore asked again. Harry leaned back in his chair. That chamber requires ancient magic to open, the kind I explored with Professor Fig. Inside are 4 portraits, and Headmaster Neophyte is there. So would you like to accompany this old man for some after-dinner exercise? Dumbledore said immediately after. Harry looked at the eager Dumbledore, then at the outside to see how dark it was. He nodded in resignation. After all, he couldn't go to the library today. If he could have an open discussion like this, all he needed to do was bring Dumbledore to find evidence to support what he was saying. It would likely help him in his future endeavors. Moreover, Dumbledore had been in the school for decades, so he surely knew more about his parents and Professor Snape than what was written on paper. By the way, Harry, may I ask about your current level of magic? Dumbledore inquired, eager to know everything about the chamber, but also considering Harry's safety. Harry scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. After a moment, he pulled out his O.W.L.S. certificate from a century ago from his bag and laid it on the table, saying, perhaps this can explain it. However, my age has reverted back to 11. So my magical power might be a bit lacking, but everything else is fine. Dumbledore picked up the certificate and tapped it with his wand to confirm its authenticity. The documents were indeed genuine and passed the time test, being made 100 years ago, before returning it to Harry. Since you have a certain level of self-defense ability, there shouldn't be any problems. Do you need to prepare anything else? Dumbledore asked. Harry opened his bag and looked inside, saying, no, I'm ready to go at any time. I have everything I need. The corridors of Hogwarts were eerily quiet after curfew, with many torches extinguished, creating a chilling atmosphere. However, the two hurriedly walking through the corridor paid no mind to their surroundings. The 2 figures, one tall and one short, swiftly traversed the hallways, descending the stairs and passing through numerous doors until they stopped in front of a wall. This wall appeared identical to the surrounding walls, but upon closer inspection, Dumbledore noticed a subtle difference. Yet despite exhausting all methods, he could not open the hidden door concealed within this wall. Harry raised his hand and pressed against the wall, channeling ancient magic. Silver, ancient magical energy transformed into a series of bubbles that adhered to the wall, slowly penetrating it. The wall became transparent and clear, resembling a water mirror. Through this strange mirror, they could distinctly see a corridor that was completely out of place with Hogwarts. Standing in front of the door, Harry began to stretch his body. Headmaster Dumbledore, let's warm up. The journey ahead may not be easy. Dumbledore glanced at his old limbs and began to move along with Harry. If anyone were to pass by, they would surely be startled by the sight of 2 figures stretching their limbs before a rippling water mirror. It looked utterly bizarre. All right, are you ready? Harry asked, uncertain if the mechanisms and guards behind the door had reset, but being prepared could never go wrong. Dumbledore stretched his arms, simultaneously transforming his robe into a fitted short-sleeved shirt and trousers suitable for movement. Harry extended his hand and slowly probed into the water mirror. Ripples spread across the surface as his hand successfully passed through. Without hesitation, Harry stepped forward and walked straight in. Dumbledore followed closely behind. Once they entered the corridor beyond the water mirror, the ripples behind them gradually settled, reverting to an unremarkable wall. The subsequent journey remained relatively smooth. They needed to employ some magic for puzzles and activating mechanisms. Having traversed this path before, Harry was quite adept, and Dumbledore, with his own magic and wisdom, was not far behind despite it being his first visit. After passing through several mechanisms, they arrived at a combat segment. Perhaps due to Dumbledore's presence, the stone guardians they faced had doubled compared to Harry's initial visit. These stone guardians were extremely difficult to deal with. Ordinary spells inflicted at least half the damage, and only ancient magic could cause significant harm to them. Harry moved nimbly, casting spell after spell mercilessly at the stone guardians, utilizing his positioning to prevent multiple guardians from attacking him simultaneously. During the attacks, he continuously gathered the dissipating magical energy to accumulate ancient magical energy. Once collected to a sufficient level, a single strike could eliminate a guardian, though the accumulation was slow and could not be used consecutively. Harry's physical condition had also reverted to that of an 11-year-old, and he gradually began to tire. Fortunately, Dumbledore quickly dealt with his guardian and came to assist Harry. Thank you, Headmaster. I'm glad you're here. With all the guardians reduced to rubble, Harry finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. He pulled out several potions from his bag, pouring them into his mouth without hesitation. There was still a distance to cover, and he had no time to recover slowly. No need to thank me, Ubitai, who should apologize. Your familiarity with magic made me forget that you are still 11. Dumbledore said apologetically, having only slightly caught his breath after the battle, not even breaking a sweat. Truly, he was the greatest wizard in a century. Harry envied him, not asking for much, only hoping to have such physical prowess when he came of age. I'm already old, you're still very young, and you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future. Dumbledore chuckled, observing Harry's expression. After resting for a short while, they continued forward and passed through several more stone guardian checkpoints before arriving at the final stone door. Harry looked at the prominent ancient magic symbol on the door and was about to approach when Dumbledore stopped him. This door seems peculiar. Could there be any dangers? Why don't I try first? Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he gazed at the stone door, which felt similar to the outer wall, yet with a difference. All that Harry knew was from 100 years ago. Who knew what dangers could have emerged in that time? Harry let Dumbledore go ahead to test it. A few detection spells were cast, but the stone door showed no response. He had no choice but to step aside and let Harry approach. Placing his hand on the symbol, ancient magical energy emanated from Harry's body, fully charging the symbol, and with a creaking sound the door opened. Even after being closed for 100 years, the opening of the stone door made minimal noise, gliding smoothly, with only the faint sound of the door hinge turning. Behind the door was pitch black, nothing was visible. Dumbledore pulled Harry back and stepped in first. As soon as they entered, the stone door closed once more. Lumos. Dumbledore illuminated his wand, but the effect was not very good, only lighting up the high platform where they stood. He tried to amplify his magic, yet the surrounding darkness swallowed the light like a bottomless beast, rendering it futile. Taking 2 steps forward revealed a surface that reached Dumbledore's waist, which was empty, as if lacking something. As soon as Harry saw it, he remembered and halted Dumbledore's steps. After rummaging through his bag for a while, he finally found a somewhat tattered book. Feeling Dumbledore's gaze, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. This book was originally supposed to be from the restricted section, but he had not returned it after taking it. He had no idea if the school had a record of this book. If they were to investigate him for stealing, he wouldn't be wronged at all. Forcing himself to ignore Dumbledore's gaze, Harry hurriedly stepped forward and placed the book on the surface. A strange light spread from the surface, igniting the braziers on the surrounding walls and illuminating them with blue flames. Once all the braziers were lit, the light did not cease gathering on the ground. The edges of the ground began to glow blue as if there was no floor at all. The dim light combined to form a massive map. A vast shimmering mountain range map became clearly visible. Dumbledore stood at the railing, carefully observing the ground, and after a while he was astonished to discover that it was Hogwarts. Harry also came over to look, and comparing it to his memory, he noticed that the shining spots on the mountain range had significantly decreased, leaving only 2 locations with abundant blue light. Cross-referencing the map, Harry found that those 2 places were Hogwarts and Hogsmeade Village. The shining wizarding villages that used to surround Hogwarts had all vanished. You have finally returned. A resonant voice startled the 2 who were pondering over the map. Harry looked up to see 4 large portraits hanging on the right wall, with the lady in the middle portrait gazing at them. Headmaster Neover. Harry called out quickly, descending the stairs to stand before the large portrait. Is this the current headmaster? Neover glanced at the tall figure behind Harry. Harry hurriedly introduced, this is Headmaster Dumbledore. Hello, madam. Dumbledore bowed respectfully to the portrait. Neover lifted her skirt and returned the courtesy, saying, well then, Mr. Potter, thank you for bringing the current headmaster here. You need not involve yourself further. Good students should be in bed. Harry was stunned. What was this? Cutting the bridge after crossing it. Ignoring Harry's protests, Dumbledore followed Neover's suggestion and summoned Fawkes to forcibly send Harry in front of the fat lady. Fawkes disappeared immediately after delivering him, and Harry couldn't even grab a single feather. Looking at the time, it was already past midnight. There was no way he would make it now, and he was indeed exhausted. With this in mind, Harry decided not to dwell on it, gave the password, and headed straight back to the dormitory. What was said between the portrait and the person in the map room remains unknown to anyone. Dumbledore did not return to his office until close to dawn, and Neover's portrait remained blank. The next morning, Harry woke everyone in the dormitory as usual. When heading to the Great Hall for breakfast, he did not see Dumbledore. The first class after breakfast was Charms, which was not close to the Great Hall, so he hurriedly rushed to the classroom. The Charms professor was the head of Ravenclaw House, Professor Flitwick. He was a small-statured man with a pair of unusually large ears rumored to have goblin blood, and was a champion in the dueling tournament. Before the class started, he took a roll call with a list. When he called Harry's name, he excitedly fell from the stool he was standing on, causing a stir among the crowd. In the following class, Professor Flitwick did not have the students use their wands, so instead, he explained some wand-waving techniques, the composition and pronunciation of spells. It was not until close to the end of class that Professor Flitwick looked at Harry with bright eyes. I heard from Professor McGonagall that you earned the privilege of no homework in her class. You know if you can. At this point, Professor Flitwick did not finish merely gazing at the textbook in Harry's hands. Harry paused for a moment before he understood. He immediately drew his wand and performed a few spells from the book, combining them to create a small performance. Professor Flitwick was very pleased, saying, "Excellent. Truly marvelous. Your spellcasting is exceptional, Harry. As a reward, I will grant you the privilege of no homework." The classroom erupted in a clamor, everyone looking at Harry with envy, but this time no one raised an objection. The last person who did was still being ostracized by classmates. Exiting the Charms classroom, everyone rushed toward the Great Hall in a frenzy. Teenagers in their early teens were in their prime eating phase, and every mealtime felt like a pack of beasts being released. The afternoon was fully booked, starting with herbology class in the greenhouse outside the castle, followed by a 30-minute break to rush to the third floor for the history of magic class, so time was quite tight. Having quickly resolved lunch, Harry and the others hurried toward the hall, intending to exit the castle and head to the greenhouse on the north side for herbology class. The herbology professor was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. She was a plump witch dressed in a tattered earth-colored robe, often getting dirt and plant colors on her. When the students arrived at the greenhouse, she was already waiting, but before class started, she had been hidden among the lush magical plants, tending to the plants needed for the lesson. When the class bell rang, Professor Sprout emerged from the plants, greeting the students warmly and taking roll call. From the moment Harry saw Professor Sprout, he was in a daze. The herbology professor before him was completely different from the one who had taught him for 5 years. Professor Mirabelle Garlick was like the sun, not just in her speech and demeanor, but also in her appearance. Even Harry, who had been adventuring outside for years, could confidently say that Professor Garlick was the most beautiful which he had ever seen. From first year to 7th, there were always admirers of Professor Garlick at Hogwarts. But Professor Sprout before him wasn't that she was bad, it was just that the two were entirely different styles, yet both gave off a warm and relaxing feeling. This made Harry quite uncomfortable, the same aura but different appearances. Who wouldn't feel out of place? This led to Professor Sprout calling Harry's name several times during roll call, before he finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly responded. Until the end of class, Harry appeared dazed. Fortunately, his herbology grades were decent, and he had reviewed the first-year material in advance, so he didn't encounter any issues. Although everyone was somewhat worried about his state, no one said anything, merely dragging him toward the history of magic. When Harry finally noticed Professor Binns, he couldn't help but marvel at the professor's dedication. He had been the history of magic professor 100 years ago, and still was 100 years later. Unfortunately, even after a century, Professor Binns' class remained the same. Harry struggled to keep his eyes wide open, determined to hold on. He had just received an A in W.L.'s history of magic, and this time he wanted to challenge himself. However, he overestimated his endurance. Although he managed to last 5 minutes longer than his classmates, he collapsed onto the desk 10 minutes into the class. The only consolation for Harry was that just before he fell, he saw Hermione diligently taking notes. He could borrow her notes for history of magic later. "Wake up. Class is over." Hermione was packing her bag, looking rather speechless at the classmates sprawled around. Regardless of gender or house, everyone was sleeping soundly, not even noticing when Professor Binns left. Harry suddenly lifted his head from the desk, staring blankly at his surroundings, his cheeks marked with red imprints from calling out to each other. They finally managed to rouse the entire classroom, dragging their weary bodies towards the Great Hall, where dinner awaited. After dinner, the first-year students who had endured the torment of history of magic finally felt alive again. "Harry, are you going to the library after dinner?" Hermione asked after swallowing her food. Harry glanced up at the professor's table. Dumbledore was still absent, and he nodded decisively yes. The plan they had made yesterday was interrupted, and it couldn't be disrupted again today. Moreover, he had realized that his classmate was no ordinary academic overachiever. Having her help in finding some materials would undoubtedly be far more efficient than going it alone. However, he needed to think carefully about what reward could persuade Hermione to assist him. Harry also asked Ron and Neville. Only Neville was determined to follow Harry and Hermione. Ron wavered for a long time between playing in the common room and going to the library to do homework, before finally deciding to go to the library on Harry's account. As for Seamus and Dean, they shook their heads vigorously, insisting they would return to the common room, which Harry didn't. The four who decided to go to the library quietly quickened their eating pace, filled their stomachs, said goodbye to the familiar faces at the long table, and headed to the library. When they arrived at the library, the sky had darkened. The library was brightly lit with candles, with braziers burning on the walls, and many candles floating in midair, illuminating the entire library, as bright as day. Hermione quickly found an empty long table, and quietly beckoned the others over. "We must keep our voices down here, but it's best not to talk. Over there is Madame Pants, the librarian. If you can't find any books, you can ask her for help, but be warned, she despises those who do not take care of books. If she sees anyone mistreating a book, they will definitely be kicked out." Hermione leaned in, and the four gathered to listen to her introduction. Harry was quite surprised. Apart from the day's classes, they had very little personal time, yet Hermione had managed to figure out the general rules of the library. Indeed, he had not misjudged her. Hermione quickly spread out her homework, skillfully pulled several reference books from the nearby shelves, and immediately began writing the essay assigned by the professors. Ron and Neville stared in astonishment at Hermione's actions. They hadn't even figured out the direction of their essays yet, and she was already writing. Moreover, judging by Hermione's speed, her quill was flying across the page with tiny dense handwriting. If she didn't need to stop occasionally to check her materials, they suspected she could finish the length assigned by the professors all in one go. Although Harry was exempt from the homework, Professor McGonagall had left an essay requirement, but that was not urgent. He could take the weekend to write it. He went to the bookshelf and handed a few books to the dazed pair, encouraging them to give the essay a try, and if that didn't work, to start by reading. As for himself, he went to find Madame Pants. The newspapers he was looking for were added to the library's collection daily, and if he searched for them one by one, he would get nothing else done tonight. "Hello," Harry whispered. Madame Pants looked sternly down at Harry from behind the borrowing desk. "What do you need?" "I'm looking for newspapers from 1971 to 1981. How could you help me?" Harry asked. Madame Pants nodded, stepping out from behind the borrowing desk, leading Harry to the newspaper section. With a wave of her wand, thick stacks of newspapers flew from the shelves, piling onto a nearby empty table. Madame Pants's actions did not stop. The stacks of newspapers continued to fly out, neatly stacked together. Harry stared in astonishment at the newspapers, 10 years' worth of papers piled up into 2 towering mountains, each nearly as tall as Hagrid. It was then that he realized his oversight. He had never anticipated there would be so many newspapers. "All the newspapers you need are here, but I must remind you these cannot leave the library, and no one can stay in the library after curfew," Madame Pants said sternly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Harry scratched his head, thanked Madame Pants, then took out his wand, directing the newspapers to be sorted into 10 smaller stacks by year. He didn't return to Hermione, but started browsing through the empty table right there. Fortunately, Harry's levitation charm was decent, and Madame Pants did not reprimand him for using magic in the library. She merely reminded him to ensure the newspapers remained unharmed before turning to leave. Harry began searching through the newspapers from 1971. His parents had just started school that year, but they were not considered celebrities. The papers only reported some of the evil deeds committed by a mysterious person and some news about victims. For an entire year's newspapers, it was mostly such news, and Harry felt a heavy heart while reading. The long list of victims and the desperate cries of people in animated magical photos made him involuntarily speed up his browsing. Harry's pace quickened as he utilized a small spell invented by Onimus, searching through the pile for the surname Potter. Aside from some ads for magical shampoo, there was nothing else relevant. It wasn't until he reached the newspapers from 1979 that the surname Potter appeared more frequently. Harry immediately set aside the old newspapers in his hands and pulled out that year's papers, searching through them carefully. On February 14, 1979, James Potter, the only heir of the Potter family, married a Muggle-born witch from Gryffindor. There was even a photo. Harry's finger stopped on that photo, which featured a large group of people with a pair of young people in the center beaming happily. The man had a shock of tousled black hair and round glasses, while the woman wore a formal gown, smiling blissfully with a bouquet in her hands. Next to the man was a strikingly handsome friend, firing off fireworks at the couple with his wand, while a somewhat frail-looking man stood at the edge of the crowd, smiling as he watched the revelry before him. There was also a short man who flickered past with only his back visible, obscuring his face. Harry stared at the photograph for a long while, reluctantly continuing to flip through the papers. He had a strong urge to cut the photo out, but seeing Madame Pants watching him nearby, he dismissed the thought. At worst, he could sneak the newspaper out at midnight to make a copy. On April 20th, 1979, James and Lily Potter, under the guidance of Frank Longbottom, became Aurors. They successfully captured several dark wizards and prevented the mysterious person from harming Muggles. On June 15, 1979, the famous Auror couple, the Potters, were pursued by the mysterious person, but successfully repelled the Death Eater attacks and escaped unharmed. On August 3, 1979, the renowned Aurors, the Potters, along with the Longbottoms, repelled the mysterious person once again. They successfully rescued a Muggle-born wizard family. After this, until he finished the newspapers from December, Harry found no further news. After some thought, Harry began to search through the newspapers from 1980. That year's papers featured even fewer stories about the Potters, only publishing an account in January of their third escape from the mysterious person. Only 1 year remained. Harry glanced at the time. He had been there sifting through newspapers for over 2 hours in curfew. He had to speed up, flipping open the last stack, the newspapers from 1981. The first half of the year's newspapers still contained a string of victim reports. Harry did not examine them closely, only noticing in the August edition a familiar name. The Longbottoms had been rescued suffering from madness, but fortunately their child had survived and was placed in the care of old Mrs. Longbottom. After a pause, Harry continued flipping through until he reached the newspapers from November 1st, where he finally stopped. The front page featured a jubilant announcement of the mysterious person's disappearance, with large photos of celebrating wizards. The second page featured the chosen one, Harry Potter, There was even a photograph of a sleeping baby with a lightning scar clearly visible on its forehead. It wasn't until the third page that there was news about the Potters stating simply that they had been brutally murdered by the mysterious person. Harry stared blankly at this page, unable to move for a long time. It wasn't until Madame Pants approached to inform him that curfew was approaching and the library would be closing that he finally stood up preparing to tidy the pile of newspapers. Madame Pants looked at the page where Harry had lingered, waved her wand, and made the newspapers fly back to their shelves, urging Harry to leave quickly. Harry politely thanked her and headed out. Hermione and the others had been waiting for him at the door. Seeing Harry's troubled expression, Hermione and the others looked very worried. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked first. Harry rubbed his face and replied, "It's nothing, just found out some things about my parents." Saying this, he glanced at Neville, who looked just as worried, completely unaware of the connection. "Let's go, we should hurry back." Curfew was approaching, and they needed to avoid getting caught. After all, after 2 days of classes, everyone knew how hard it was to earn points, and how easy it was to lose them. Arriving at the common room, they did not discuss their feelings about the day. They each said good night and returned to their... Harry lay on his bed, the curtains drawn tightly around him, turning his bed into a small tent. In the dormitory, Seamus and Dean were still arguing about the rules of wizard's chess. While Ron eagerly offered suggestions, Neville did not join them, only muttering to himself on his bed, sounding as if he was reciting. The noise outside grew louder, contrasting with the quiet inside the curtains as Harry stared at the patterns on the bed canopy, his mind filled with the wedding photo and the image of a ruined house. He didn't know how long it had been before the noise outside finally quieted down, leaving only a few soft snores. Harry rubbed his eyes, mumbled something, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. No need to rush, everything must come slowly. The newspaper said that person merely disappeared, not that he was. His conversation with Dumbledore yesterday had also confirmed that the current magical world was not as peaceful as it. He had borrowed some newspapers these past few days which had published trivial matters. If they had reached the point of making Dumbledore wary, it definitely wouldn't be something trivial. From the limited information available, the most likely culprit was the dark wizard who had ravaged the magical world for over a decade, Voldemort. Take it slow, Harry comforted himself in his mind, closing his eyes tightly, fearing that opening them would reveal his murderous intent. As he contemplated, fatigue gradually overtook him, and he unknowingly fell asleep. Wednesday morning's class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the moment Harry entered the classroom, he wished he could block his sense of smell. The entire classroom was filled with the smell of garlic mixed with a stench that resembled rot. It was hardly better than the smell of a troll. After enduring it for a few minutes, Harry could no longer bear it. He rummaged through his bag for a half-face mask, and sprinkled it with peppermint oil, putting it on his face to barely filter out some of the smell. Harry demonstrated, and the students quickly followed suit. Those without masks used handkerchiefs, and those with nothing sprinkled oil on their sleeves to cover their faces. Some were even bolder, using scissors to cut a large piece of fabric from their shirts to cover their faces. Professor Quirrell watched helplessly as the students noisily exchanged oils and fabric, stammering that this was to prevent the smell of vampires, but no one paid him any mind. If it weren't for the fear of losing points, the students would have probably fled. With the smell problem resolved, Harry was still very dissatisfied because Quirrell only read from the book. He couldn't say a word about anything not in the book, let alone teach any defensive spells or experiences. Even when reading aloud, Quirrell stammered haltingly, his pace slower than the students' own independent reading. Frowning in frustration after half a lesson, Harry could bear it no longer. He promptly closed his textbook and pulled out the assignment Professor McGonagall had given him, determined to make the most of his precious time. It was best not to squander it carelessly. Upon noticing Harry's movement, Quirrell's gaze flickered, so swiftly that no one detected the shift, as he continued stumbling through the text. As Quirrell turned to write on the blackboard, Harry suddenly lifted his head, and once again felt hostility pierce the air. This time, with no distractions around him, he sensed it unmistakably. The animosity radiated from Quirrell himself. Yet it was not only hostility. He also felt an uncanny, inexplicable familiarity. The moment Quirrell turned back, Harry instantly lowered his head, focusing intently on his assignment. If opportunity arose, he would ask Headmaster Dumbledore about Quirrell's true origins. Until then, discretion remained the wisest course. At the bell's chime, students surged toward the door, their clamor drowning out even Quirrell's instructions for home. Harry feigned deafness and bolted from the classroom, pulling down his mask to draw a deep, grateful breath of fresh air. Tugging at his robes, he grimaced in disgust. By the end of that class, he felt thoroughly marinated in discomfort. After a quick huddle with his friends, none wished to face lunch reeking of that odor. They unanimously decided to return to the dormitory to change. If they ran fast enough, they might still catch lunch. If not, they'd rather skip it entirely. Hunger ultimately prevailed. Sprinting to the Great Hall, they seized a few chicken legs just as lunch vanished, saving them from starvation. Gulping down the legs in haste, they dashed toward the History of Magic classroom, grumbling all the while. The day's schedule was truly extraordinary. Just look at it. Quirrell in the morning, Professor Binns in the afternoon. After a deeply restorative midday nap, Harry glanced across the classroom and remembered He had promised Draco Malfoy he would teach him the mirror charm that very day. He asked his friends whether they wished to join. Hermione, ever eager for any new spell, agreed without hesitation. Ron and Seamus, however, showed no interest whatsoever. Ron merely scowled at Draco across the room, lips parted as if to speak, though Harry paid him no mind. Having witnessed countless inter-house rivalries, such as Garrett and Sebastian's decade-long feud, he knew how to navigate them with equanimity. Neville, would you like to come along? Harry asked. Neville hesitated, then shook his head. No, I need to visit the library. I've struggled with several classes lately and must study harder. Hermione, hearing this, faltered. She too had intended to go to the library. Yet she could not resist witnessing Harry's instruction. If even the pureblood Malfoys found this charm intriguing, her curiosity burned all the more fiercely. In the end, Harry's invitation carried greater weight. The library would remain, but his guidance was a singular, fleeting opportunity. She reasoned that friendship did not entitle one to impose, even among closest companions. Having observed Harry's mastery over recent lessons, she recognized his skill far surpassed that of any 11-year-old. His challenges clearly extended well beyond academics. As a friend, she dared not burden him with trivialities when she could offer no real support. Stepping out of the classroom, Draco hurried to join Harry, greeting him warmly. Spotting Hermione, he offered only a perfunctory nod, nothing more. Draco had deliberately left Crabbe and Goyle behind, judging their presence a waste of Harry's time, and after brief consideration, Harry led them straight out of the castle. Along the shore of the Black Lake stood several ancient trees. Behind them lay a secluded, shaded patch of grass, a place where Harry had often read or practiced spells in quieter days. The incantation is Aquae Speculum Revelare, and the wand motion follows this arc, accompanied by this precise gesture. Without delay, Harry launched into instruction the moment they arrived. This charm condenses ambient moisture into a reflective water mirror. Beginners fare best near abundant water. With practice, one may summon it anywhere. Hermione whispered the incantation twice, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Harry's demonstration, committing every detail to memory before attempting it herself upon the lake's surface. True to his lineage as the sole heir of House Malfoy, spared no rigor in magical education despite indulgent parents, Draco grasped the concept instantly. With only 2 attempts, he summoned a flawless functional water mirror from the lake's surface. Excellent. That's precisely it. As I said, it's a simple charm. A mastery comes only with repetition. Harry clapped twice, visibly impressed by Draco's speed. I recall you mentioning earlier that you study potions under your godfather. What rank does he hold as a potions master? My godfather, Draco replied, glancing smugly at Hermione, still laboring by the lakeshore. He is our head of house, Severus Snape, a true master of potions. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. Could fortune truly be this effortless? Might you introduce me to your godfather? Professor Snape, I mean. He pressed eagerly. I possess rare ingredients requiring expert brewing. Renowned masters are nearly impossible to contact, but compensation will be generous, of course. I told you. You should have been sorted into Slytherin. As far as I know, my godfather holds deep disdain for Gryffindors. Were you in Slytherin, there'd be no issue, but now. He gestured pointedly toward the scarlet and gold Gryffindor emblem embroidered on Harry's chest. Harry sighed inwardly. He hadn't foreseen this, yet what choice remained? Fine. Since you taught me the charm, I'll arrange the introduction. Draco declared, having savored enough amusement. Harry beamed. Thank you. Draco Malfoy truly is a good man. At this, Draco's pale cheeks flushed crimson. Potter. Harry laughed heartily and dashed off to guide Hermione by the lake. Hermione possessed sharp intellect, and the charm itself posed little difficulty, as Draco's swift success confirmed. Yet having grown up in the Muggle world, she lacked foundational magical intuition. Once Harry clarified the core principle, however, she grasped it instantly, and her next incantation succeeded flawlessly. For Muggle-born witches and wizards, such conceptual breakthroughs accelerate learning far beyond their pureblood peers. Before Hogwarts, Muggle-born children attend primary school, where systematic learning methods are instilled. Even reluctant students absorb habits of discipline through quiet, sustained exposure. Wizards born to magical families receive no such formal education. The wizarding world lacks elementary schools. Instruction falls solely to parents, who, though loving, are rarely trained educators. Occupied with work, they teach sporadically and informally, fostering an environment of ease rather than expectation. Thus, disparities emerge early, only narrowing once young wizards develop sufficient self-discipline. After further observation, both students could reliably conjure water mirrors wherever moisture abounded, marking the conclusion of their extracurricular lesson. Draco departed first to broach the potion brewing matter with Harry's behalf. Hermione, sensing the session complete, agreed to resume their library visit. Harry intended to explore student shelves today, having only scanned the Daily Prophet yesterday. Yet before either stepped inside the castle, they were intercepted. Ah, Harry, what a coincidence. Off to the castle, are you? Headmaster Dumbledore stood smiling in the entrance hall, as though preparing to depart. Good afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore. Hermione hastened to greet him. And to you, Miss Granger. Dumbledore replied warmly. Harry frowned. Dumbledore had already disrupted one of his plans. What now? I should like a word with Harry, may I? Miss Granger. Dumbledore asked gently. Hermione nearly choked. She could scarcely believe it. Dumbledore remembered her name. A muggle-born girl who had arrived less than a week ago. Though elated, she never forgot her role first and foremost Harry's friend. She glanced at Harry, silently seeking permission. He nodded reassuringly. Go ahead, it's fine. Neville's waiting for you in the library. Very well, Headmaster. I shall take my leave. She had guessed correctly. From year one onward, Harry faced extraordinary trials. That explained his exceptional strength. She could not afford to fall behind. Not when the day might come that Harry needed her aid, and she stood powerless as she hurried away, her teeth pressed so hard against her lower lip that it whitened. No, she could not do this alone. She needed allies. From the train ride to today, every acquaintance flashed through her mind, until only a few figures remained distinct. Her expression hardened. Pausing mid-stride, she oriented herself, consulted the Marauder's map Harry had gifted her, and broke into a swift run toward a different destination. Would you mind accompanying me for a stroll? Dumbledore asked. Harry bristled. Does it matter if I do? What more is there to say this time? Everything I know, and can share, I have already shared. Though spoken with resignation, Harry fell into step beside the headmaster as they walked out of the castle. They did not venture into remote terrain, but followed the gentle path skirting the Black Lake. My apologies for interrupting your plans, but I should like to understand them. What precisely are you planning? And how do you perceive the present situation? Dumbledore added. Harry paused, studying the tall, silver-bearded figure beside him. After a long silence, he resolved to speak plainly. Whatever his reservations, Dumbledore appeared far more trustworthy than Headmaster Black, and his authority within the magical world was unparalleled. Securing his alliance would spare Harry countless detours. As for manipulation, Harry mused wryly. Without strategists like Onimus and Sebastian, even surrendering his intellect to become a mere obedient soldier seemed a fair trade. First, I must uncover the truth of Professor Snape's relationship with my parents, and secure his expertise to restore my physical condition. Next, slowly, deliberately, Harry laid bare his entire plan, including his investigation into Voldemort and his resolve to confront the Dark Lord. Dumbledore listened, stunned, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How best to describe it? Truly, only one who had quelled the Goblin Rebellion could devise such a course. Had Dumbledore not intervened, Harry might well have executed every step in perfect sequence. Setbacks would arise certainly, but wielding the mantle of the boy who lived, Harry needed only raise his voice to rally the wizarding world. Few indeed could stand against him. Regarding Professor Snape, I believe I can assist you. Tell me which potions you require, and I shall request he— Harry narrowed his eyes, observing Dumbledore's calm certainty, and sudden understanding dawned. Does Professor Snape hold some leverage over you? Dumbledore stumbled, nearly toppling. Why would you think that? Because I cannot fathom why a brilliant, ambitious potions master would choose to instruct ignorant children in a school, unless compelled. Harry spoke flatly, unmoved by his own bluntness. Even my former potions professor Sharp only joined Hogwarts after retiring from the Auror office. Nothing else explains such a sacrifice. Dumbledore halted, embarrassed, cutting short the explanation he'd begun. Viewed from Harry's uninformed vantage point, the suspicion seemed disturbingly plausible. There is much more to this story. You're still quite young. Dumbledore trailed off under Harry's reproach. Before him stood not merely an 11-year-old boy, but an inner self rapidly maturing into a formidable wizard impervious to platitudes or evasion. Headmaster Dumbledore, we agreed upon candor. I have laid bare my intentions and ambitions. I do not demand absolute transparency, but please spare me the pretense of foolishness. Harry's tone was grave. Very well, I understand. Dumbledore paused, removed his spectacles, polished them carefully on his robe's hem, and replaced them, his gaze sharpening with newfound intensity. I hear you possess a pensieve. Harry fell silent. Only Neville and Draco knew of his pensieve, and neither would betray his trust. Clearly the headmaster had other means of learning what transpired aboard the Hogwarts Express. Upon further contemplation, it is highly likely that Dumbledore knows everything. He has spies around him. Looking at Harry's vigilant expression, Dumbledore can only sigh if the child has grown up and is no longer easily deceived. He indeed has some leverage over me, Dumbledore could only admit. Harry displayed a look of realization, although he was curious about what that leverage was. Seeing Professor Snape so obedient to Dumbledore's words indicated it was likely significant. Harry did not wish to get involved in the feud between the two. Dumbledore felt a bit stifled, but had no way out. He could only ask again, what do you want to know? The relationship between Professor Snape and my parents. Harry immediately replied, why do you want to know this? I sensed something off in Professor Snape's gaze towards me. I am certain this is the first time I have met him. Given the professor's age, he must have connections with my parents, perhaps enmity or misunderstandings. As long as I know their relationship, I can find a way to seek his help. Harry said. Dumbledore revealed a complex expression. In that case, you are not wrong. He indeed has a connection with your parents. Your father once saved his life, and your mother was a friend he knew before attending Hogwarts. Harry, shocked, exclaimed, "You can't be serious." Dumbledore replied earnestly, "I am absolutely certain." "Impossible." Harry said firmly, "I've never seen anyone show hatred towards the child of the person who saved their life. I have memories from that time." Dumbledore produced his trump card. Oh, what could be more persuasive than the reenactment of events? Harry immediately began searching for a suitable location. Looking around, Harry used his wand to transform a small stone on the ground into a suitable platform, and with great effort took the pensieve out of his bag, gazing intently at Dumbledore. Dumbledore was invigorated. His memories were undoubtedly accurate. He was indeed speaking the truth. He was not wrong. Quickly extracting a strand of memory and placing it into the pensieve, he also made the grass and trees grow wildly, forming a makeshift tent, and the two finally submerged their heads into the pensieve. When they landed firmly, they found themselves inside the headmaster's office. Another Dumbledore sat behind the desk examining several documents. Suddenly, a portrait on the wall revealed a figure shouting at him, "Headmaster Dumbledore, a student is chasing Mrs. Pomfrey towards the Whomping Willow. Today is the full moon." Dumbledore immediately stood up and swiftly walked towards the window, and the Phoenix Fox flew up to perch on his shoulder. With a flash of fire, the scene transformed. Upon touching the ground again, the surroundings had changed to the edge of the forbidden forest in darkness. Harry believed he saw himself, his grown-up self. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not himself, but a much younger James Potter, his father. James, with a grim expression, rushed towards the Whomping Willow, skillfully dodging the branches that flailed, using a levitation spell to direct a branch that struck a knot on the tree, causing the Whomping Willow to stop. The Dumbledore from memory hid to the side, watching this scene. A distant howl of a wolf echoed, and James moved even faster. He dashed under the Whomping Willow and ducked into a tree hole that had appeared out of nowhere. Harry anxiously wanted to follow, but was stopped by Dumbledore beside him. "Don't worry, they will come out soon." "You didn't even follow to watch, did you?" Harry asked in shock, suddenly feeling that Headmaster Black was slightly stronger than Dumbledore. At least Headmaster Black would step in when students were in danger, while Dumbledore just stood by and watched. To be clear, even Harry recognized that howl as that of a werewolf. How could Dumbledore not? He knew there was a werewolf over there, that one student had gone in, and another had followed. Yet, he just stood here. Dumbledore awkwardly cleared his throat, suddenly regretting bringing Harry to see this. However, Dumbledore was right about one thing. They indeed came out quickly, accompanied by loud noises and chaotic clamor. James pulled a frail, dark-haired boy out of the tree hole, quickly distancing him from the Whomping Willow, then a young werewolf just poked its head out before being struck back by the Whomping Willow, emitting a series of painful howls. "A werewolf? You actually hit a werewolf in the school. I'm going to tell the headmaster." The dark-haired boy shouted, his face pale. "Severus. Snape. Calm down. Calm down. You mean?" Snape's words halted as he suddenly thought of something you all knew. The headmaster knew too. That's Lupin. Lupin is a werewolf." His face turned even paler, devoid of any color. You even let a werewolf be with Lily. "Lupin is safe. He is controlled." James' expression was grim as he could no longer contain his anger and began to shout. "How could you?" Snape glared at James, then shifted his gaze to the werewolf that was still trying to break free from the Whomping Willow, his eyes filled with malice. He pointed his wand at the werewolf, the tip beginning to glow. James immediately tackled Snape. "You can't do this. Let go of me. Potter, I can't let Lily stay in the same house as a werewolf," Snape yelled. The two tangled together until they both drew their wands. Only then did the Dumbledore from memory step forward. Enough. The two, caught in a struggle, were separated and pinned to the ground by an unseen force. "Mr. Potter, you did well to prevent a classmate's death." Dumbledore's figure appeared, addressing James gently. "Gryffindor earns 50 points. Now you may go back." "But Professor..." All right, I will handle the rest." Dumbledore interrupted James, looking steadily at him until James could no longer withstand it, and left the grass, glancing back several times. "You knew. You always knew." Snape somewhat panicked, then his expression turned ferocious. "With so many students in the school, what do you take them for?" Dumbledore remained silent, simply watching him until Snape vented all his emotions, sitting on the ground. "I know, so I did everything I could to protect the students at school," Dumbledore said blandly. Snape's expression twisted. "He is a werewolf. He has always been here. What if he bites someone? He almost. If you are willing to abide by school rules, then you will be fine. I know you are very concerned about your classmates, but the one inside is also your classmate. Mr. Potter just saved your life." Dumbledore's expression was very serious. "I don't have such a classmate. I don't need him to save me. No matter how you deny it, he saved you, that's a fact. Go back, this matter ends here. I will not publicize that Mr. Potter saved your life, nor will I deduct your points," Dumbledore said flatly. Snape looked utterly desperate. He wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. In the end, he merely shot a resentful glance toward the direction of the tree hole and ran towards the castle. The memory concluded, and Harry and Dumbledore exited that memory. Harry silently returned his pensieve to his bag, waiting for Dumbledore to restore the surrounding plants. So that's how it is, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him with a strange expression. I am really curious now, just how much leverage does Professor Snape have over you that allows him not to poison you after experiencing this? What did I do wrong? Dumbledore asked hesitantly. What did you do right? Harry exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that Dumbledore still thought he was in the right. Putting aside the fact that you let a werewolf into the school, putting all the students in danger, Professor Snape was clearly led there, and it appears to be closely related to my irresponsible father. You actually did not punish that student, and even rewarded one of the main culprits. Not to mention that you actually threatened a student with your words and attitude. Harry, that was your father. I know that was my father, but that does not mean everything he did was right. Harry's eyes sparkled. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young. He did wrong, and needs to be punished. That's normal education. But I did not see any of that. All I saw was your favoritism and cover-up. Has anyone ever told you that you are not a qualified professor? Dumbledore was somewhat astonished. No one had ever confronted him like this before. Everyone thought he was right. Ever since he imprisoned Grindelwald in the tower decades ago, he had been praised, and even with his caution, he was influenced by this environment floating in the air. I am sorry. Dumbledore snapped back to reality, looking seriously into Harry's eyes. You are right, I made a terrible mistake, but what's worse is that I did not realize it. I am not a qualified educator. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to Professor Snape. You owe him. Yes, I will do that, Dumbledore said very sincerely. Then he looked at Harry with a complex expression, hesitating for a long time. I have another memory related to Severus and your parents. Harry felt speechless. Oh, why didn't you do this sooner? He had already packed up. Looking at the sky, Harry resignedly took out the pensieve again, placing it on the stone table that had not yet returned to its original form. If you don't mind. Dumbledore extracted a strand of memory, once more causing the plants to grow as before. The two entered in. They landed in a dimly lit bar on the second floor. Harry froze for a moment, recognizing this as the Hogshead Inn, as he could clearly see the large wild boar's head behind the bar from this angle. Soon a hooded figure quickly passed through their bodies, quietly peeking through the crack of the door of the room on the second. Harry approached to take a closer look at the hooded person, immediately recognizing it as Professor Snape. He followed Snape's line of sight to the illuminated room inside where Dumbledore was with a witch. The witch wore glasses that resembled the bottom of a wine bottle adorned with inexplicable, glittering accessories. Her eyes were dazed and her voice was hoarse. A child born on the last day of July will defeat the Dark Lord. Only one. Her intermittent voice drifted out. Just as Harry was about to enter the room for a better listen, he saw Dumbledore's sharp gaze directed at the door. Who? Snape, as if struck, flew up, crashed against the wall, but quickly got up and disapparated away. Dumbledore just managed to catch a glimpse of a robe's corner. Very well, Miss Trelawney, you will receive a letter of appointment from Hogwarts. Congratulations on becoming the Professor of Divination. Dumbledore warily scanned the corridor, then turned back to the witch who had just regained her senses. Really, Ms. Trelawney exclaimed in delight, trying to feign a knowing demeanor. The scene before them began to blur. Then Harry found himself standing on a cliff, Dumbledore at the edge, his expression cold. Behind him stood Professor Snape, looking unkempt, pale, and hollow-eyed. I beg you, I know only you can help. Snape pleaded humbly. This is all your fault. I know, but please, save her. I had no idea it would be her. If only you could. No, only you can save her. Snape spoke urgently. Then what can you offer? Dumbledore turned around, coldly scrutinizing the disheveled. Everything. Snape kneeled on the ground, his forehead touching the floor, prostrating before Dumbledore. The scene shifted once more, this time to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore sat wearily behind his desk. Snape, with bloodshot eyes, glared at him. You promised. You guaranteed. I'm sorry, but I was too late. You said it. Snape shouted, drawing the disapproving gazes of the portraits. She had a choice, but she chose to protect her child, Dumbledore said blandly. Snape froze, his expression vacant, muttering, gone, everything is gone. No, she still has her child. Have you seen him? He has the same eyes. She protected her child with her life. You will help her, right? Dumbledore's hands crossed, resting on the desk, shielding his lower face, his gaze flickering. Her child. Snape turned his gaze to Dumbledore's face, but it seemed as if he were looking through him at something else. Yes, the child she protected with her life, Dumbledore whispered like the devil's whisper. Where is that child? A light stirred in CNEI Puss' eyes. He is in a safe place. Until he enters Hogwarts, he will live there unharmed. We all know Fu Dmo only vanished. He did not die. Sooner or later he will return, and when he does, that child will surely become his target. Dangbuli Duo kept his composure and asked, will you protect him? Will you guard the child Lily gave her life for? CNEI Pooh turned and left, and before he went, he left only one sentence: this is the last time. The memory ended and the two returned to the spot. The sky had begun to darken. The sunset smeared the heavens with a red so vivid it looked like blood. Holly stared blankly at the distant sunset, speechless for a long while, even forgetting to put the pensieve away. The matter, Dangbuli Duo said, was exactly as it had been shown. Dangbuli Duo withdrew his wand and spoke. Holly did not answer. His mind was a tangle, and he did not even know what he was thinking. Are you all right? Dangbuli Duo asked with concern. Had he been too impulsive? After all, Holly was still a child. Had Dangbuli Duo revealed too much by laying every cause and consequence at his feet? Dangbuli Duo felt awkward. He had been flustered by Holly's reproach, and wanting to see the face of the man responsible for the ruin of a family, had perhaps overstepped. Fine, Holly said sullenly, shooting Dangbuli Duo a sharp look. Did the old man not see it? He strode off quickly, then abruptly turned back to put the pensive away before continuing. Fine. I need a little solitude. May I have 2 days leave, headmaster? Holly's forced smile made Dangbuli Duo's hair stand on end. Of course. The current lessons will pose no problem for you. I will arrange your leave, Dangbuli Duo said at once. Holly nodded with satisfaction, ignored Dangbuli Duo, and strode across the lawn in a straight line toward the castle. Anything that lay in his path was moved aside to make way, including but not limited to several boulders and a few large trees. Dangbuli Duo rubbed his crooked nose and followed silently, tidying the mess. He could not very well have a new pathway discovered by morning. Once inside the castle, Holly hurried to the second floor, hurdling staircases until he reached a landing without portraits. There stood a tall mirador like a clock in shape. A lock sat in the mirror, its keyhole carved with a lifelike little snake. Holly drew his wand across the glass and whispered in parcel tongue to the lock open. The little snake hissed and flicked its tongue, circled the keyhole a few times, and with a soft click the mechanism yielded. Holly pulled the mirror door open and stepped through as it swung shut behind him. By the time Dangbuli Duo had finished tidying and traced the message through the portraits to this spot, Holly had vanished without a trace. He could only sigh. He set about excusing Holly from his classes. There was CNEI pus potions on Friday, and feeling a twinge of guilt, he scribbled notes and sent Fu Kasi with them to the professors before stepping out to attend to other matters. After the door closed behind him, Holly found himself plunged into darkness within the hidden corridor. No one had been here for a long time. Dust hung in the air, and Holly coughed. He cast a bubblehead charm, and a translucent globe formed around his head, easing his breathing. He had planned to use such a charm in Chi Luo's lesson originally, but for a first year it would have drawn too much attention. That was why he had settled on a simple mask instead. When his breathing steadied, Holly lit his wand and sought out the brazier set into a stone pillar. Flame blazed, a spark leapt, and the brazier flared. The blaze ran along iron chains and ignited the other 3 braziers. The small chamber brightened at once. Holly watched the dust on the floor and began casting a thorough cleaning charm. The flagstones slowly revealed their original color. He took a few steps forward and stopped, frowning toward the wall. There was a new set of furniture there, a tall armchair and a row of low stools, several square tea tables scattered about, each draped with velvet cloths. On the tables sat elegant tea services, all thickly covered in dust. Such refined furnishings were certainly not Holly's doing, nor were they the work of his companions. Saiba Cdn and Aomi and IC, those Slytherins, were one poor and one sightless. They had never been given to such finery. When they had met here before, they had not even managed a chair, always standing. And as for Jia Lacey, he belonged to Golan Finduo house. Even if Holly himself had arranged it, he would never have chosen furniture in the Si Lai Te Lin style. Holly gripped his wand and approached carefully. Though the chairs were cloaked in thick dust, caution was imperative. One never knew what curses might lie upon old surfaces. After probing with detection charms several times and finding nothing hazardous, he cleared the dust from the armchair and inspected it once more before settling into the single chair in the center. The generous armchair swallowed him, and he leaned back, gazing absent-mindedly at the dancing flames. After a while he sat up, drew from his satchel a thick bundle of bound letters, and began to read the one from Saiba CD and that discussed the hidden corridor. It explained that after Ha Li's disappearance, the two with Jia Lei Si had made modifications. First, they sealed the path that led to the abandoned manor outside the school. Then Aomi and IC had added a Parseltongue key to the entrance on the second-floor corridor so that none but a Parseltongue speaker could enter. They had also left some things in the chamber that were unsuitable for deposit in Gulingo. Items such as leather garments brought by the house elf Di Ku from the Room of Requirement, and even some weapons crafted by goblins. Aomi and IC specifically noted that at the time only the Gang Tae family still spoke Parseltongue, but he promised to keep this place secret from the rest of the family. Besides, he suspected the Gang Tae household would no longer send children to Huagowizi. That made things strange. Who then could have entered here? Had the Gang Tae family later resumed sending descendants to school? Holly folded the letter and frowned in puzzlement. Troubles came one after another. This entry into the school had proven far more exhausting than the previous. Holly rose and wandered along the wall. If they had left him things, and now they were all gone, and other items had appeared, then thieves had visited. The thief had not only taken his possessions, but had made the chamber their own, turning it into a gathering place. Perhaps there would be clues to be found here. Soon Holly stood before the wall facing the armchair. There was a 3-panel frame holding a landscape, once the exit to the abandoned manor, now sealed and appearing merely as an ordinary painting. He stroked the frame with a nostalgic hand. He remembered that he and Saiba CD and had pieced the painting together over time, and clever magic now concealed its previous damage. A sharp hiss made Holly withdraw his hand. A small nick had appeared on his finger where he had brushed something. At the spot he had touched, there was a small snake ornament. His finger had grazed one of its fangs. Holly examined the little snake carefully, and confirming it to be merely decorative, allowed himself a breath of. In the wizarding world, many curses required but a drop of blood to activate. Holly had seen enough daring to remain cautious at all times. The small cut on his finger was mended with a healing charm and posed no further trouble. When he lifted his head, however, he froze. The single landscape divided by the 3 panels had altered into 3 distinct domestic scenes. The left panel showed a simple arrangement of chairs. The right depicted a hearth blazing, and the center displayed a long table laden to overflowing with food. Holly stood bewildered. Since discovering the chamber, they had met here often and had examined this painting many times. It had never altered like this. A hooded figure slipped from the right-hand portrait, and Holly hurried forward. "Who are you?" he demanded. The figure paused mid-step, and then said, "Holly Bote." The voice belonged to an adult man, and sounded oddly familiar. "You know me?" Holly asked, wary, retreating a step with his wand raised, prepared to destroy the portraits if anything went awry. "Wait!" the figure cried, hurrying to the edge of the frame and disappearing into the painting in an instant. Moments later he returned within the image, flinging back his hood and smiling at Holly. "Long time no see," he said warmly. "Saiba Sidian." Holly gaped in astonishment, nearly dropping his wand. And me? A cheerful voice chimed behind the first. "Quiet, Weasley, can you not be more restrained?" Someone scolded. "Ja Lacey. Aomi and I see." Holly leaned closer to the portraits, eager to see the faces emerging from the paint. The 3 of them stood within the painting, smiling broadly at the Holly before them. "Huh. To see you like this again, Holly." The red-haired Ja Lacey laughed. In the portraits they all looked about 30. Youthful yet settled, the passage of years rendered kindly by the paint. "How come you are here?" Holly's lips curved despite the moisture in his eyes. "Let me explain. If Weasley and Saiba CD and try to tell it all, we'd be here the whole night." Aomi and I began. Aomi and I reclined with deliberation on the sole stool depicted in his portrait. He looked thin, his cheeks hollowed, and his black old robe hung ill at ease on his frame, lending him a more fragile appearance. "Since you left Aomi and I said Professor Wei Li instructed us to keep everything about you secret. After graduation, we each went our own way and did not remain in contact until Professor Wei Li sent letters to us before she passed. It was at her funeral that the 3 of them met again. Professor Wei Li had lifted their ban, perhaps because they had matured, and they discussed leaving something behind for you, though they debated long over whether you would ever see it. We argued for a long time over where to hang the portraits." Ja Lacey interjected, "and only when Aomi and I could no longer manage did we decide on Hogwarts." Saiba CD and explained that he had shown them the entrance from the abandoned manor, and they altered the landscape painting to conceal the doorway among the trees. Only your appearance could cause them to re-emerge. But you need not worry, for the most part we remain elsewhere. We ruined the manor entrance, and this place became a sealed chamber, ideal for hiding our portraits. Saiba CD and continued, saying the ornament on the frame had been made by Aomi and I, and that they had enlisted the help of Professor Fego. His wife studied ancient magic, and their household preserved objects suffused with ancient enchantment. From these they fashioned the little snake, which can detect traces of antediluvian magic. At times we would watch from the woods. Speaking of which, I must apologize, Holly, Aomi and I admitted with shame. We presumed no Parseltongue would resurface at the school, so we set the entrance key as Parseltongue and stored some of your belongings here. Who could have guessed the Gangte family would act so madly and send descendants to Hogwarts? Your things were taken. Ja Lacey looked sheepish. He had been the prime mover behind transferring items from the room of requirement, and now everything had fallen into someone else's hands. Holly couldn't help but laugh. "Those things do not matter. They are external goods. I can replace them. If I got them once, I can get them again." He sat down on the floor, and the 4 of them, the 3 painted friends, and Holly, talked into the night. Holly spoke of his troubles, and the portraits told tales of the days after his disappearance. Gradually he relaxed, and a smile never left his face. Hearing of Holly's vexations, Ja Lacey urgently offered schemes, but Holly thought it best that none of them be. Aomi and I, however, began to combine known facts and reason, carefully determined to help Holly find a foolproof path forward. Saiba CD and said little, instead rattling off spells he had learned later, urging Holly to try them for practice. Yet the incantations he uttered nearly drove Gareth and Omines to leap across their portraits and challenge. Since parting ways with Harry on adventures, Sebastian had steadily descended deeper into the path of dark magic. Yet he clung fiercely to his moral core, otherwise he would surely have secured a notorious place among history's greatest dark wizards. Harry twitched at the corner of his mouth and politely declined Sebastian's generous offer, saying only that the spells he'd already mastered were sufficient, for now, and that he would certainly seek further instruction should the need arise. By the time their nostalgic reunion drew to a close, it was already past midnight. Harry's stomach rumbled insistently, especially as Gareth's portrait displayed a lavish banquet table from which he occasionally plucked morsels to savor, intensifying Harry's hunger. If he couldn't resist, then he wouldn't. Harry paused, then murmured softly, "Diddy." With a soft pop, a young house elf appeared beside Harry. Dressed in a threadbare tea towel, his enormous eyes, occupying half his face, bat-like ears perked sharply atop his head, and a notably thick crown of hair compared to his kin. "Young wizard, sir, how may Diddy serve you?" the elf piped shrilly. Harry stared in astonishment. The elf's age was all wrong. "Deco told me I could summon his son Diddy, if needed." "Are you then Deco's child?" Harry blurted out. The three portraits instantly crowded toward the edges of their frames. Though they had met Deco before, this was their first encounter with his son. Diddy's expression flickered with confusion, then sudden clarity, followed swiftly by overwhelming excitement. "Are you Harry Potter, sir? The legendary Harry Potter? Unless there happens to be another Harry Potter, I suppose it must be me," Harry replied dryly. Diddy let out a piercing shriek and vanished instantly. Harry turned helplessly to his friends. "What on earth just happened? How should we know?" The three chorused in unison. Before they could utter another word, a sharp crack resounded, and Diddy reappeared, dragging an elderly house elf beside him. "Mr. Potter," Diddy cried joyfully. "This is my father. His name is also Diddy. He can tell." Old Diddy trembled visibly, his entire body wrinkled and sagging, as if even straightening his spine were beyond his strength. His voice, rasping and thin, began to speak, filled with quiet fervor. It turned out he was the Diddy Deco had spoken of, the very one who, having waited in vain for Harry through the long years of his youth and prime, finally, sensing his own time waning, bestowed his own name upon his son, so that the lineage of waiting might continue within Hogwarts walls. Harry was profoundly moved. A house elf not bound to him by magic or blood had carried this vow across generations. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet sentiment could not delay necessity. Harry instructed young Diddy to escort his father back, then fetch something for him to eat. Delighted to be entrusted with the task, Diddy hurried off with his father, and soon returned bearing a tray of beef sandwiches and a steaming pitcher of hot milk. After devouring his long-overdue supper, Harry felt drowsy at last. His 11-year-old body, worn down by days of disquiet since arriving at school, now relaxed completely. His earlier agitation dissolved by hours of warm companionship. His eyelids grew too heavy to lift. Glancing around, Harry decided against returning to his dormitory. Instead, he aligned the stools into a makeshift bed, pulled a blanket from his satchel, and collapsed onto it without delay. He slept soundly, deeply, without measure. The arcane gallery held no windows, though outside time remained unknown. All he knew was that this sleep was profoundly restorative, the most peaceful slumber he'd known since returning to the age of 11. So profound was its comfort that he had no desire to rise, nestled motionless beneath the blanket. Only when hunger became unbearable did he stir slowly, fumbling for his glasses beside the pillow, restoring the stools to their original arrangement and summoning Diddy for more food. In the arcane gallery, save for the faint crackle of the hearth fire, only the quiet sounds of Harry eating broke. Once Diddy had cleared away the dishes, Harry checked the hour and blinked in disbelief. It was already 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon. He had slept over 10 hours straight. No wonder his limbs ached with stiffness. "Harry, are you well?" Omines asked. Harry ambled slowly to the portrait frame. Only Omines remained within his painting. The other 2 portraits stood empty. "Where are they?" Harry asked instinctively. Omines chuckled lightly. "They're restless souls. Each has hung copies of their portraits throughout the castle. Right now they've wandered far beyond these walls." Harry nodded, then remembered Omines couldn't see him and quickly added aloud, "That's good. I'd been worried you were confined here. Last night, I was even pondering how to carry your portraits away with me. No need for such trouble. We maintain portraits elsewhere, and this one remains hidden most days. We rarely visit. If you don't see us, simply activate the small serpent carved along the frame. Using ancient magic, we'll feel it at once." Omines explained patiently. "That's a relief." Harry sighed softly, then sat silently before the portrait, gaze drifting lost in thought. Still troubled by that professor. Omines waited a long while before breaking the silence. Harry exhaled heavily. "Ugh, it's so complicated. My mind feels like tangled rope. What is all this?" No wonder Professor Snape's gaze had been so conflicted on opening day. Had their roles been reversed, Harry doubted he'd possess half the composure. Surely chaos would have erupted long before now. Omines began methodically. "First, the professor's relationship with your father. It was undoubtedly strained. From your description, your father likely held the upper hand. After all, he had loyal allies who stood firmly behind him. But that bears no weight upon you. Set this aside for now. Second, the professor's relationship with you. Because of him, your parents fell to Voldemort's hand. That debt is..." Omines paused briefly before continuing. "Lastly, his relationship with your mother. I suspect privately he harbored deep affection for her, later transmuted into profound guilt, and that guilt over time settled upon you instead. As O'Meany's laid out each point with crystalline logic, Harry's inner turmoil gradually subsided. Thank you. I know what to do now. His gaze sharpened with resolve. He was never one to linger in indecision. Having clarified his path, he prepared to act. But before he could depart, Gareth burst onto the scene, boisterous and breathless. Harry, guess what I've discovered? Gareth dashed from the edge of the frame, nearly colliding with the lawn. What have you found? Slow down. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said, exasperated. Gareth had always been impetuous, unfailingly so. Gareth beamed with unrestrained delight. You'll never believe it. I knew building friendships was the right move. So, what did you discover? Harry's curiosity stirred. Gareth grinned broadly. You know, I have many friends. Yes, and then, I sent some portraits to their homes, with an agreement to visit one another freely. And then, one friend inspired by me sent his portrait to his friends. Is that the crux? Harry rolled his eyes. It is. Gareth snickered. That friend is closely tied to the Potter family, and he's already contacted Henry Potter. Potter, my ancestor. Harry leaned forward, intrigued. Oh, far more than that. Gareth perched on the portrait's edge. He has a son, named Fleamont Potter, and Fleamont's son, James. Harry froze, comprehension dawning. You mean, you've met my great-grandfather? Yes, your great-grandfather, whose unruly hair, I might add, runs directly in your bloodline. Gareth laughed heartily. When I saw him, it was like gazing upon yourself decades hence. Harry shot upright and began pacing frantically in place. Where is he? Can I meet him? Wait, does Hogwarts hold his portrait? Or those of my grandfather? Or my father? When might I see them? What do they think of me? I've already reached out, Gareth hastened to add. Watch your mail closely. He'll send a letter via the Potter family house elf. As for anything else, I haven't uncovered it yet. Harry suppressed his elation and thanked Gareth sincerely. Gareth flushed slightly. Wish I'd. It's more than enough, because now I know I'm not alone. I have kin. Harry smiled wide and genuine. After exchanging a few more words, Harry resolved to leave. He'd lingered in the arcane gallery far longer than intended, and had told no one, not even Hermione, of his plans. With no word overnight, his classmates were surely anxious. Given Dumbledore's unreliable demeanor, Harry doubted the headmaster would bother explaining anything to the new. Before departing, Harry paused, then summoned Diddy and asked him to tidy the chamber and furnish it properly. With O'Meany's and the others present, it could become a cherished gathering place. He jotted down necessities on parchment and handed over several galleons, instructing Diddy to prioritize lighting, ensuring every corner glowed warmly, for dimness strained the eyes. Just before stepping out, Harry gritted his teeth and asked, by the way, do you know who the other parcel mouth is? The one who emptied my belongings. Gareth scratched his head. Sounded like Tom. His friends called him Lord, maybe a title. Must have been 40-odd years ago. Can't recall clearly. Harry nodded and pushed open the grand door of the arcane gallery. Beyond the threshold stretched a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Harry looked up. Stars filled the sky. Unnoticed, another afternoon had slipped away. Curfew had long since fallen. After a moment's reflection, Harry cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, oriented himself, and headed purposefully toward the dungeons. He'd already learned from Percy where Professor Snape's office lay. He'd once hoped to build rapport, but now he suspected their relationship was irreparably fractured. So he would seize advantage while he could. What could be used, would be used thoroughly. Harry thought coldly. After all, he had spent 5 years in Slytherin House. Every secret, every trick, every unspoken rule, he knew them all. Treading silently down the stone steps, he watched as torchlight along the walls dimmed one by one. He listened intently to corridor echoes, identifying doors by sound alone. At last, on the lowest level, he found the plaque marking the potions master's office. He glanced left and right. No patrolling professor in sight. He dropped the disillusionment charm, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard against the door. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous echoes reverberated down the corridor, of figures and distant portraits scattered in alarm. Harry waited, no response. He raised his fist again, ready to strike a second time. But just as his arm lifted, it was seized. He turned, and beheld a figure cloaked entirely in black standing behind him. A pale hand gripped his forearm with crushing force, nearly lifting him off his feet. Bad luck. Snape was patrolling tonight. Harry wrenched free, spun around, and looked up at a wizard whose height seemed almost deliberately intimidating. Snape glared down, his gaze icy and venomous, until it met Harry's clear, unwavering eyes. For a heartbeat, his breath hitched. Then he jerked his gaze aside, curling his lip in disdain. Well, look who's here. The boy who lived, gracing his poor professor's door with nocturnal vandalism. But curfew is in effect. So this is nighttime roaming, is it? Professor, I already know. Headmaster Dumbledore told me everything. Harry cut in, sharply determined to preempt points being deducted before he'd gained a single advantage. Snape's face darkened. He found Harry's claim implausible. To him, Harry was merely an 11-year-old boy, and Dumbledore, that wily old fox, had sworn to grant Harry a normal childhood. There was no chance he'd divulge everything in the first week. Impossible. Humph. So the chosen one seeks to wield the headmaster as a cudgel against his humble professor. How unexpected. Snape sneered, then resumed slowly, savoring each syllable as he hunted for fresh grounds to deduct points. Werewolf. Prophecy. Mother. Harry spoke calmly. 3 words only. Snape's face drained of color. His eyes hollowed, lips pressed into a bloodless line. He stared down at Harry, fierce enough to bore holes through flesh. Professor, shall we conduct this conversation here? Harry arched a brow. Blast that meddling old bee. Snape cursed under his breath, then yanked Harry aside, whipped out his wand, and slashed it violently. The office door flew backward with a deafening crash, slamming hard against the wall. The door swung wide open, revealing a dark, dimly lit office behind it. Snape strode in, turning back only when he reached the desk. What are you standing there for? Do I need to invite you in? Harry scoffed, stepping into the office. After walking a few steps, the heavy door slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang, the echo lingering for quite a while. What do you know? Snape asked coldly. Harry observed the surroundings of the office, not answering immediately, and walked straight to the chair by the fireplace to sit down. I have a general idea, though I am not clear on the details, but that's not particularly important. Harry sat with his back to Snape, quietly speaking to the unlit fireplace. Snape pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He was unsure of what to say or how to approach the child before. He had promised Dumbledore to protect Harry's life in memory of Lily, but that did not mean he could calmly interact face to face with this child. What do you want? Why did Dumbledore tell you these things? After a long pause, Snape finally asked in a hoarse voice. Harry did not look back at him, as if the ash-filled fireplace had flowers instead. Why he told me is something you can ask him. If he is willing, he will tell you. If not, it has nothing to do with me. I've thought this through for a long time. Since Omini's said that the grudges of our parents belong to them, I don't need to get involved. I came this time seeking some help. Of course, you can also consider it a transaction. Harry stated his purpose, rummaging through his satchel for the things he had prepared earlier. A few sheets of parchment and some well-preserved potion materials. He placed these items on the coffee table and said, "This is my payment. I would like to ask you to brew some potions for my health." The potion shop told me that only a master of potions can brew these elixirs. Once again, silence enveloped the office. Snape stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Harry remained unhurried, sitting in the chair, staring blankly at the fireplace. After a long while, Snape slowly approached, glancing at the items on the desk. He felt a jolt of surprise. The potion recipes seemed manageable, appearing to be a century old at most, and could still be found with effort. However, some of the well-preserved potion ingredients were different, with a few having been confirmed extinct 30 years ago. After reviewing the items, Snape suppressed his doubts, not looking at Harry, but focusing on the things on the table, asking, "Which potions do you need?" Harry named a few potions, then continued, "Some of them are lost to time. There may be some potions that can serve as substitutes, but I am not sure. I might need to go to the hospital wing for a checkup to know for certain. These, of course, are part of the payment. If you are willing to help brew them, I can cover the materials and the galleons needed." Snape remained silent, merely raising his wand. Harry paused for a moment, showing no reaction, allowing Snape's spell to hit him. Moments later, various colored halos began to swirl around Harry. Only 2 faint green ones indicated health, while the rest were yellow, with several halos nearing red. Snape's expression grew grim. He did not know how Lily's child had been living, but Dumbledore had always said he was but now it seemed that this was far from a good state. He was only slightly better than when he first entered school. Gritting his teeth, Snape swallowed his curse and summoned a sheet of parchment to start writing. The quill moved swiftly, the handwriting somewhat scrawled, but still legible. In no time the parchment was filled. Snape placed the parchment on the table, gathered the other items, and said, "I accept this transaction. The parchment contains what you need to prepare. Of course, if the so-called savior does not wish to believe it, he can seek verification from someone else." Harry ignored Snape's sarcasm, picked up the parchment, and began to read. It contained several notes, such as what not to eat, how much exercise to do daily, and specifics on what time to sleep and wake up. It also mentioned the timing for taking the potions, which was not as Harry had assumed, merely drinking them, but rather taking small doses daily accompanied by various soothing and nutritious foods. The potion formula would also need to be changed periodically, and this process would last for half a semester. He had to follow this parchment daily at least until Christmas. The good thing was that it was a one-time adjustment. As long as he followed this standard for a few months, he wouldn't have to worry about his health anymore. "Thank you, I accept. How much do I need to pay for the materials and labor?" Harry asked carefully as he tucked the... Snape was silent for a moment. "What you have provided is sufficient." Harry frowned. "Since this is a transaction, I hope you won't carry any other sentiments into it. Does the savior think his potion professor lacks insight?" Snape's voice seemed to squeeze out from between clenched teeth. "Do you think I don't know if it's enough? Who do you think you are worthy of me losing out to help you? The savior is indeed a savior. Arrogant, conceited, self-righteous." Harry's mouth twitched, and his expression turned cold. "If you say it's enough, then it's enough. I have fulfilled my part. When can we start?" "Next Monday," Snape replied succinctly. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Professor. I will take my leave now." Harry stood up and walked towards the office door. As he opened the door, Harry paused for a moment. Professor, from now on we are clear. I will not meddle in your affairs with my parents. However, if Dumbledore uses my mother to coerce you, you need not heed him further. I believe I can manage that. With that, Harry pulled the door open and was about to leave. Snape's voice coldly echoed behind him, 50 points deducted for a Gryffindor student wandering at night and insulting a professor. Harry turned around in shock. The door slammed shut in front of him with a bang, almost hitting his nose. Damn it! Harry couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath, expertly using the disillusionment charm, and ran towards. As he passed through the foyer, Harry couldn't help but glance at the gem hourglass. The already sparse red gems in the Gryffindor hourglass were now completely empty, and there were plenty of black gems instead. This meant not only were the points deducted insufficient, but they also owed the hourglass. Gritting his teeth, Harry angrily rushed up the stairs. This lifetime, and the last one. He couldn't even imagine the expressions of Gryffindor students when they saw the hourglass tomorrow. However, according to Slytherin's customs, any points deducted must be returned double or they would face internal punishment. Gryffindor likely had similar rules, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes and needed to earn back 100 points within half a semester. Truly a talent for finding trouble. Harry panted while climbing the stairs, realizing that his aura was incompatible with Snape's. When he returned to the dormitory, his roommates were already lost in dreams. Harry quietly washed up, and without even lowering the bed curtains, he fell into the covers and slept. Early the next morning, Harry was awakened by Ron, who was shouting and asking about Harry's whereabouts yesterday. They hadn't had class, and no one was in the dormitory or library. They even went to find a professor only to learn he had taken a leave of absence. Harry felt a warm glow inside. It's nothing, just some minor issues mostly resolved. It won't happen again. After changing clothes and leaving the dormitory, he saw Hermione sitting in the common room poring over a thick book, occasionally glancing towards the stairs. Upon seeing Harry, she visibly sighed with relief, closed the book, and hurried over. Are you all right? I'm fine, no need to worry, Harry smiled, and said, let's go, don't we have class in the morning? Today was Friday with only one potions class in the morning. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He had a confrontation with Snape late last night, and this morning he was going to be at the mercy of the man. It didn't seem like it would end well. Harry had memorized the parchment Snape had given him last night, picking out some food he could normally eat, slowing his pace, and chewing slowly. Although he wouldn't officially start his health regimen until next Monday, Harry thought starting a couple of days early wouldn't hurt. He could consider it an adjustment period. Though he didn't eat quickly, Harry finished his breakfast before everyone left. Following the others toward the dungeon, Harry heard intense arguing from the foyer, and he instinctively shrank his neck and quickened his pace. When he entered the potions classroom, there were still 10 minutes before class started. The room was quiet, with every Slytherin student seated at their desks, 2 students at each table. Harry casually chose a desk and placed his things down. Ron was about to sit down next to him, but was rejected by Ron. You should sit with Hermione. She has good grades, and if anything goes wrong, she can help you. Potions can be a bit Harry said earnestly. Ron's face turned bright red as he muttered and threw his backpack down next to Hermione. Hermione shot him a disdainful glare, walking proudly, feeling proud from Harry's compliment. Harry sighed with relief. He definitely did not want to repeat Garrett's bizarre ideas in potions class. He beckoned Neville, who was standing by, to sit down. Harry tidied up the books and notes on the desk. Based on experience, the first lesson was usually about the Scabbers potion, a simple potion perfect for beginners' first practice, and this content was almost always the same for first-year students. Harry was quite familiar with this potion. It was simple enough that he could brew a decent potion by paying attention to a few key points. Neville quickly followed Harry's lead, knowing that Harry's learning was exceptional and learning from him was definitely the right choice. Soon class time arrived. Snape strode into the classroom, his pitch-black robes billowing behind him like bat. After a brief introduction, Snape took out the attendance sheet and began calling names one by one. When he reached Harry, he paused momentarily, but said nothing further. Now set up your cauldrons. The materials are in the cupboard. The cupboard by the wall opened with a bang. The steps are on the blackboard. A series of instructions appeared on the board. Get moving. Harry had Neville light the fire, poured in the water, and ran to the cupboard to fetch the various materials needed. When he returned, the water in the cauldron was at the right temperature. Harry quickly and accurately processed the potion ingredients, softly explaining each step's key points and cautions to Neville. Snape moved around the classroom, occasionally praising the Slytherin students or reprimanding the Gryffindor students, hardly pausing at all. Strangely, he had yet to approach Harry, even ignoring Ron, who sat in front of Harry as he was berated by Snape's sharp tongue. Snape didn't glance at Harry or Neville at the back of the table. It was as if the table was unoccupied. Harry could only shrug, feeling no pressure. Neville was also among the ignored. He let out a sigh of relief. From the moment he saw Snape, he felt an inexplicable fear of the professor, so being overlooked was just right. In just half the time, Harry had brewed a pot of Scabbers potion. Carefully bottling it up, he cleaned the cauldron and refilled it with water, letting Neville try his hand at it, since they still had materials left from earlier. Without Snape watching him from behind, Neville surprisingly managed to brew a reasonably acceptable potion using his... Neville stammered his thanks to Harry as this was the first time he had successfully completed a potion in class outside. The two were quietly chatting when suddenly there was a scream. Harry instinctively cast the shield charm protecting the area around him. Green gas swirled in the classroom as Snape shouted loudly, "Fool! Can't you look at the blackboard properly? Clear it out." The green gas vanished, instantly revealing the front row students. Almost every student had large pustules on their exposed skin, including Draco. Crabbe was loudly sniffing his nose, sporting a large pustule that looked ready to burst. Snape's face turned dark as he instructed the students to help each other to the hospital wing. The Slytherins had nearly all been wiped out, leaving only a few seated far away. Snape told the remaining students to continue with their tasks, finishing their potions to hand in. Harry cleared his desk, waiting for Hermione and Ron to finish before the four of them walked up to the podium, placing their potions on the table. Harry's potion was a pure light blue, appearing quite successful, while Neville's potion had some impurities, but it wasn't a major issue. Hermione and Ron made their potion together, but something went wrong at some step, resulting in a strange pink color with a thick texture, and Harry even saw bubbles forming in the bottle. Neville received an A, Harry had no score, and Hermione and Ron got a P. Hermione looked furious, gritting her teeth as she glared at Ron, as if she wanted to snap his neck. However, she managed to suppress her anger, especially since they were still in front of the professor. "Professor, you haven't Hermione said. Snape seemed to ignore her, engrossed in his own tasks. Hermione was about to say something more when Harry pulled her back. Together with Ron and Neville, they dragged Hermione out of the potions classroom. "It's okay, Hermione, this is enough, don't worry, this is just my personal grudge with the professor, so it's fine," Harry explained. Hermione didn't seem convinced, saying, "This is different. He is a professor, no matter what personal grudges there are." She paused, realizing how could Harry have any personal grudge? He had barely returned to the magical world for a week. If there was truly a grudge, it could only be about that person. Thinking of this, Hermione gasped, scrutinizing the classroom door behind her. Why did Dumbledore let him become a professor? Harry was puzzled, wondering where that thought came from. "All right, let's hurry. If we wait any longer, lunch will be gone," Ron urged impatiently. Hermione was furious. "What do you mean? How did you make that potion earlier? I clearly told you to stir it 5 times. What did you do?" Ron's gaze was evasive. "I stirred it 5 times, it should be absolutely correct. You must have messed up at some earlier step." The two began to argue heatedly about the issue, neither willing to back down. Neville looked troubled. He had also brewed potions alone, and could confidently say it was Ron's fault, but the two were arguing so fiercely that he couldn't even get a word in. Harry walked ahead, amused by their argument. As they passed through the foyer, Hermione accidentally spotted the Gryffindor hourglass, where several large black jewels were prominently sitting. She suddenly let out a scream loud enough to shatter eardrums. Who did this?" "Harry and I worked hard to add points for Gryffindor." Harry, feeling guilty, hurried a few steps ahead. He had just received some points from Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, and he had skipped an entire day of classes. Those points shouldn't count for him. Not to mention those points were deducted because of him. Seeing Hermione's excited demeanor, Harry had no doubt that if it was discovered that he was the reason for the deduction, Hermione would definitely snap his neck. After finally prying Hermione away from the hourglass and pulling her into the Great Hall, all 3 boys couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. That was terrifying. They vowed never to provoke her again. While having lunch, Hedwig dropped a note in front of Harry, who was a bit puzzled. Generally, owls delivered letters in the morning. Who would send him a letter at this time? Unable to figure it out, he opened the note. The handwriting was very messy, as if written in haste, and it was a letter from Hagrid. Invited Harry to visit his hut in the afternoon, which was right by the Forbidden Forest. Harry thought for a moment and asked his friends, "Hagrid invited me over, are you guys coming?" "There's no class in the afternoon." Neville decisively refused, as he had arranged to help Professor Sprout in the greenhouse with some magical plants which he was very interested in. Ron and Hermione were very interested and expressed their desire to go along. Ron purely wanted to go out and have fun, while Hermione was curious about everything and wanted to take a look. Harry wrote on the back of the note that he would go with his friends and let Hedwig fly away with it. After a short break following lunch, Harry and his friends headed outside the castle. They walked across the sunny grass along the path to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There stood a small wooden hut, which was quite small by Hagrid's standards. Outside the door there were fences enclosing a few plots of land where crops like cabbage and pumpkins were growing. The hut's door was closed and Harry approached to knock. Excited barks came from behind the door along with Hagrid's voice. Get back! Get back! Fawn! Move aside!" Heavy footsteps stopped behind the door, and the door was pulled open to reveal Hagrid's figure. "Harry, you're here? Huh? Is this your friend? Come on in." Hagrid joyfully ushered the 3 into the hut. Everything inside was oversized, making Harry and his friends feel like they had stumbled into a giant's world. After struggling to sit on a rather high chair, Hagrid brought over a kettle and brewed tea for the 3, though the teacups were rather large, resembling bowls of soup. "I just baked some rock cakes, want to try one?" Hagrid asked enthusiastically. Having just eaten, Harry's stomach was still full, and only Ron chose to give it a try. By the way, Hagrid, let me introduce you. This is Ron, and this is Hermione. They are both students from Gryffindor and my good friends. There's also Neville, but he is helping Professor Sprout in the greenhouse, so he couldn't come. Harry introduced his companions to Hagrid. Hagrid laughed heartily at Ron, saying, "Another Weasley, huh? I spent half my life trying to get his twin brother out of the Forbidden Forest." Ron smiled, awkwardly reaching for a rock cake to stuff in his mouth. Harry swore he heard a crunch. Ron displayed a look of pain, silently putting the rock cake back. The group chatted about the Weasley brothers while Hagrid poured more tea for Harry when a clipping fell from his sleeve, fluttering down in front of Harry. The clipping reported on the July 31st incident where Gringotts was invaded by dark wizards, and Harry picked it up to read closely. It stated that Vault 713 of Gringotts had been breached by dark wizards, yet the goblins insisted that nothing was stolen and that the vault had been emptied before the invasion. Harry recalled a somewhat distant memory. He vaguely remembered that before withdrawing money, Hagrid had indeed taken something from another vault, but he couldn't quite remember which vault it was. Could it be this? Harry immediately asked Hagrid, but Hagrid avoided Harry's gaze and shoved a rock cake at him, intending to change the subject. "Hagrid, who asked you to invite me over?" Harry asked directly. "What? No one, I just wanted to invite you myself," Hagrid quickly replied, his eyes darting, not daring to look at Harry. Harry was almost laughing in anger. "Was it Dumbledore? When did he contact you?" Hagrid paused, awkwardly picking up the teapot to refill cups, only to forget that he had just refilled them, causing tea to overflow and spill onto the table. Everyone quickly jumped up as the tea was scalding hot, and dripping on them was no fun. Hagrid hurriedly apologized while wiping the table with a rag, and once everything was tidied up, he began to gruffly usher everyone out. Harry didn't mind holding onto the clipping as he prepared to leave. "Hagrid, if anything comes up, you can talk to me directly. He'll go find Dumbledore, you don't need to worry about it." Hagrid panicked and knocked over a chair. "How did you know? I'm saying." "Don't worry, I didn't mean to blame you." Harry smiled and bid farewell to Hagrid. The three walked back to the castle while Hermione and Ron didn't dare utter a word. They had keenly sensed something was off, but as Harry didn't speak up, they felt it inappropriate to say anything. The next day was the weekend, and nearly everyone stayed in bed. Only Harry strictly woke up on time, had breakfast in the Great Hall, and strolled around the castle before standing in front of the headmaster's office. The gargoyle stood unmoving. Harry tentatively asked, "Is Professor Dumbledore in?" There was no response, and after a few minutes of silence, he rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Finding Professor McGonagall's office, Harry knocked, and immediately heard, "Come in." Harry pushed the door open. Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk with a serious expression, piles of parchment stacked high on the table. Some were assignments, others were documents. "Mr. Potter, what brings you here?" Professor McGonagall paused her work and looked up. "Do you know where Professor Dumbledore has gone? He arranged to meet with me on Saturday, but didn't tell me the password." Harry lied without changing his expression. Professor McGonagall frowned. "Didn't you visit him last time? He didn't mention any appointment with you, and the headmaster left the school on Wednesday night. I believe you don't need to know where he went. Last time there was no password. The door opened as soon as I arrived." Harry bit his teeth in frustration. That old man moves quite fast. In that case, he'll wait for the headmaster to return before discussing it. "Sorry for the disturbance, Professor McGonagall." As Harry turned to leave, Professor McGonagall called out, "Wait, Mr. Potter. I want to ask, how did you manage to provoke Professor Snape into deducting 50 points from Gryffindor right at the start of the term?" Professor McGonagall asked sternly, "If this deduction exceeds what you did wrong, I believe I can still intervene." Harry cursed inwardly. Snape was being unreasonable. He initially thought the point deduction was only witnessed by the two of them, and Snape's character shouldn't be the type to boast about it. Who would have thought Professor McGonagall would inquire? "Sorry, Professor McGonagall. I will do my best to make up the deducted 50 points, and strive to earn another 50 points before Christmas," Harry said sincerely. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brows. "So everything Professor Snape said is true? You really insulted your potions, Professor." Harry's mouth twitched. That old bat. So unreasonable. "Professor McGonagall, I believe you are aware of my father's situation with Professor Snape, so it's nothing unusual to report. The rest could be left to others' imagination." Seeing Harry's troubled expression, Professor McGonagall became somewhat angry. Professor Snape should also know that matters of the previous generation should be resolved by them. Taking it out on a child is absurd. "Who told you about your father's affairs?" "No need to say, Professor. That was a debt my father owed. He is no longer here. It is normal for me as his son to be targeted. Those matters were all told to me by Professor Dumbledore." Harry displayed an attitude of restraint, indicating he did not wish to pursue the matter further. Professor McGonagall had nothing more to say and handed Harry a document from her desk. "Since you have said so, let's leave it at that. Could you help me deliver this to Professor Flitwick?" "Of course." Harry stepped forward to take the document, preparing to take his leave. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Potter. Gryffindor earns 20 points. Professor McGonagall said while dealing with her documents. "You may go now." Harry could barely hold back a laugh, hurriedly thanked her, and jogged out of the office. After delivering the seemingly unimportant document to Professor Flitwick, Harry left. Wandering around the castle for a while, he didn't know what to do at the moment. Standing by the railing of the corridor, Harry looked at the noisy students outside, feeling somewhat melancholic. After daydreaming for a while, Harry touched his forehead, realizing that he would start conditioning his body next Monday. Before that, he must eliminate any hidden dangers. Having made up his mind, Harry knew he had to start preparing. Checking the things he needed, glancing at the time, Harry decisively headed towards the Great Hall, though after all, he couldn't miss lunch. When he arrived at the Great Hall, lunch was already served on the long table, and hungry students filled the seats. Harry found Hermione and the others explaining that he needed to disappear for an afternoon and might not return to the dormitory until evening, telling them not to worry. Ron didn't say anything since Harry had already stayed out all night once. Now that he was fine here, it showed that there wouldn't be any major issues, and he casually agreed. Hermione pursed her lips, nodding seriously, deciding that after finishing lunch, she would go to the library, not coming out until closing time, and she would bring Ron and Neville along. They were too weak. They couldn't help Harry at all. Seeing Hermione dragging Ron by his collar towards the library, Harry could only shrug his shoulders at the bewildered Ron, indicating that he was powerless. The next step was to find a sufficiently safe place with abundant magical elements. The weather was clear with not a cloud in the sky. Even though it was already September, the sunlight felt somewhat scorching on. Harry walked around the grass in front of the castle, finding a secluded corner near the forbidden forest. There was a path that led into it, but dense trees and shrubs obstructed the view, casting a shadow over the area despite the bright sunlight outside. After carefully checking the surroundings and confirming there was no one around, Harry pulled out a flying broomstick from his bag. The broom looked somewhat worn, but it was well preserved. Harry placed the broom on the ground and commanded, "Rise." The broom obediently floated up, landing in the palm of Harry's outstretched hand. He swung his leg over the broom, gave a gentle push, and it slowly lifted off the ground. After circling a tree twice, Harry sighed in relief. The broom was of good quality and had not been damaged over the years. After orienting himself, Harry lowered his body and began to accelerate. He swiftly flew past tree after tree, heading northward. After flying at full speed through the jungle for half an hour, Harry finally began to rise above the treetops. He was now far from Hogwarts, and it was unlikely anyone would spot him. Flying in a straight line was much faster than through the jungle, and Harry increased his speed once more. After more than half an hour, he stopped by a small pond, squinting to observe the scene below. A small waterfall cascaded into the pond, which was a rich green and appeared bottomless. Strange rocks surrounded the pond, obscuring the view of what lay beneath the surface. Harry flew around the pond twice to confirm there was no danger before finding a relatively flat spot to land. This place hadn't been visited for years. Vines had climbed everywhere, completely obscuring any previous signs of human activity. Harry had to clear away the vines, spending over 10 minutes before he finally uncovered what he was looking for. A stone fire pit had been hidden among the rocks, completely undetectable unless one looked closely. Flames arise. A burst of fire accurately struck the fire pit, and flames began to burn spontaneously. The sound of gears creaking echoed as the stone wall behind him began to open, dirt falling away, and vines being torn apart, revealing a dark entrance. Harry waited a moment until a breeze started blowing from the opening before he ventured inside. He had been here once before to help Cedric Diggory find his body and give him peace. Walking carefully deeper inside, Harry was pleased to find that since he left, no one had come here again. After his last cleaning, no new magical creatures had taken over, and the entire tunnel was devoid of anything but dust. Continuing further in, he arrived at a somewhat spacious hall that contained a cliff through which he could see a sliver of sky. Harry cleared a small area and took out a sleeping bag, an iron pot, and some jars from his bag. He set the sleeping bag against one stone wall and erected some tarps for cover, casting reinforcement and protection spells over them. He placed a stone platform on the ground, inserted a goblin fire, and then sprinkled the surrounding area with those jars. These were potions with protective and alerting effects. Though this place hadn't been visited in a long time, it was wise to prepare just in case. Using clear water from the spring, he summoned a full pot of water, placing the pot on the platform and quietly waiting for the water to boil. When the clear water began to boil, Harry took out a bottle of dark brown potion that looked somewhat unnatural and poured it in. Bang! With a soft sound, gray-brown mist rose, and the water in the pot immediately cooled down, turning into a refreshing silver gray. After sniffing the aroma and nodding in satisfaction, Harry took out another potion, waiting for the liquid to boil again, and then poured in a bottle of dark green potion. Another burst of smoke erupted, and the liquid in the pot transformed into a sky blue. These steps repeated once more as Harry continuously added potions of various colors into the pot. The different colored mists gradually merged, enveloping the corner in a complete white haze. At this point, the liquid in the pot had returned to its original clarity, with small bubbles slowly emerging from the bottom. Harry took out an empty potion bottle and placed it to the side, then gently poured the liquid from the pot into the bottle. Despite looking like a full pot of liquid, it surprisingly didn't fill the palm-sized potion bottle. It only filled to 7/10, leaving not a single drop in the pot. Harry cleaned the pot, picked up the potion bottle, and shook it, causing little bubbles to scatter. He raised the bottle toward the air, saying cheers. Harry lifted the potion bottle to his lips, tilting his head back, and the unknown potion flowed into his mouth. Crack! The potion bottle fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Harry fell back onto the sleeping bag, struggling to control his body, leaning against the stone wall, before finally closing his eyes. Before him was a darkness, and every bone and sinew in his body felt as if it had been torn apart and reassembled. The scar on his forehead began to burn intensely, the penetrating pain feeling as though the scar was trying to pierce his skull and imprint itself onto his brain. After an indeterminate amount of time, silvery light began to swirl around Harry like bubbles, and the tightly furrowed brows relaxed as the light approached. More and more light surged from all directions, gradually surrounding Harry, and the invisible currents lifted him gently into the air. Harry seemed to be unconscious, his whole body relaxed, limbs hanging down, surrounded by silvery light. The darkness before him had completely vanished, replaced by brightness like daytime. Harry slowly opened his eyes, standing before a magnificent building that resembled Hogwarts' main castle. Reaching out, he pushed open the grand doors, revealing an interior resembling a church with rows of chairs and large stained glass windows lining the walls. At the front was a place for a statue of Jesus, where an odd statue stood resembling a stream of water flowing upward, emitting a silver-gray light that clashed with the surroundings. As Harry walked forward, his clothes transformed into a pure white robe, albeit looking somewhat dirty. Suddenly, he stopped, standing beside a row of chairs, looking down at the floor. Beneath the chair curled a red shadow resembling a skinned house elf, yet it was still alive. It had faint breaths and a heartbeat, even emitting soft moans. Harry looked at the curled-up creature with disgust. This was the thing hidden within his scar. He reached out toward the statue, and the silver light obediently flowed over to him, wrapping around his palm. With a forceful wave, the light in Harry's hand swiftly struck the creature on the ground, wrapping around it like ropes, tightening more and more as the creature let out a horrifying scream. Harry frowned uncomfortably, not loosening his grip, continuously summoning new light from the statue. With the increasing influx of light, the ropes embedded deeper into the creature's body. Its piercing screams echoed throughout the hall, while Harry coldly watched, revealing no expression. Finally, the creature was torn apart by the light-formed ropes, its screams ceasing instantly. The creature lost its breath but did not bleed. Instead, it transformed into a wisp of mist. Harry silently observed the images within the mist, seeing shadows of his parents he had once encountered alongside figures in black robes kneeling on the ground in the vision. Grasping some glowing fragments from the mist, Harry stood there watching until the mist dissipated. As Harry continued to summon light, the statue on the altar was now reduced to just a small portion. He no longer hesitated, using the glowing fragments to wipe the stains from his white robe. Each stain was covered by the fragments, becoming clean as new. When the last stain vanished, only a thin base of the statue remained. Harry smiled, turning without regret and walking towards the exit of the hall. Upon stepping outside, a bell tolled from an unknown source, deafeningly loud. Harry obediently closed his eyes as the white light faded, plunging him back into darkness. Bang! Harry suddenly awoke, falling directly onto his sleeping bag. Feeling the thick sleeping bag beneath him, Harry couldn't help but smile. Thankfully, he had prepared everything well, or he would have surely fallen to the ground. The mist that had surrounded him had completely dissipated, and the light in the cave had vanished as well. Only the goblin fire continued to burn quietly, illuminating a small area. Harry tried to get up, but failed. His hands and feet seemed to have minds of their own, wanting to brace against the ground, yet instead slapping against his left leg. Weakly falling back again, Harry could only be grateful that the traps and potions he had set up were effective. He felt like a useless person now. He couldn't even muster a bit of magic. Harry wanted to keep vigilant, but perhaps the softness of the sleeping bag and the warmth of the fire lulled him into sleep. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, a shrill scream suddenly echoed from the third-floor defense against the dark arts classroom, startling passing students. Students hurriedly notified nearby professors, gathering together as they watched the professors break open the classroom door and rush inside. The students initially wanted to follow, but they were blocked at the entrance by Professor Flitwick's magic. They could only huddle at the door, trying to eavesdrop. Unfortunately, Professor Flitwick was quite adept, revealing not a hint of noise. Professor McGonagall hurried up the stairs to the back of the classroom, racing to the door of the professor's office. The screams continued, though they were significantly weaker than before. When Professor McGonagall opened the door, she saw Quirrell curled up on the floor, drenched in sweat, emanating a strong stench of decay. His exposed arms were covered in rotten marks, and some areas even revealed stark white bones. "Quirrell, what happened to you?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed in shock, immediately asking, while drawing her wand to check on him. Quirrell's screams abruptly stopped as he struggled to open his eyes, fearfully staring at Professor McGonagall's wand. "No. Wait. Don't." Quirrell trembled, resisting Professor McGonagall's examination. "I'm sorry. Professor McGonagall, I've been injured by a dark magical item, and I can't accept any magical probing right now, or it might reactivate the dark magic." Quirrell explained, quickly showing none of his usual stuttering, but he couldn't afford to be careless. If Professor McGonagall found out something, it would be fatal. Professor McGonagall looked at Quirrell's pale face with some hesitation. Are you sure? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? No need. I mean, I'm prepared. I just had a little accident while treating my stutter. I'll be fine soon. Quirrell insisted, trembling as he got to his feet. Are you sure you don't need help? Professor McGonagall asked suspiciously. Of course. Professor McGonagall, I might need to take a leave next week for the classes. Quirrell replied. All right, then I will inform Dumbledore to arrange next week's classes. You should rest well. Professor McGonagall, seeing Quirrell's insistence, could only relent. Before leaving, she couldn't help but advise Quirinus, I know the students have been somewhat unkind to you, but that's not a justification for your rashness. Every dark magical item comes with a price. It's best not to come into contact with them in the future. Quirrell's face was pale, and he couldn't help but shiver, forcing a smile that resembled a cry. Thank you for the reminder, Professor McGonagall. Oh, I won't do it again. Seeing this, Professor McGonagall said nothing more and turned to leave. She called Professor Flitwick outside, and together they dispersed the students at the door, also repairing the classroom door before parting ways. Quirrell collapsed back to the ground, trembling all over. In unseen places, every part of his body was covered in rotten wounds, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. Master! Master! Quirrell murmured, trying to seek some help. After a while, a hoarse voice replied, Waste. Quirrell whimpered, his gaze falling on the locked cabinet in the corner. When he regained consciousness, the cave was illuminated by light streaming in from the cliff. Harry tried to extend his hand, slowly forming a fist, confirming that his body had fully recovered before cautiously climbing out of the sleeping bag to stretch his limbs and check the potions scattered around. The traps were just as he had left them, untouched, with only a few dead mice and some small insects nearby. Harry tidied up the area, organizing his belongings before glancing at the time. It was already 3 p.m. on a Sunday. Harry sighed in relief, glad that his estimated time was fairly accurate, though he had taken longer to recover than expected. Everything else was unchanged from last time. As he walked towards the cave entrance, Harry felt troubled, wondering how he could quickly return to Hogwarts without drawing attention. Halfway there, Harry began to pant. He took out some food from his satchel and sat down on the ground to eat. After calming his breath, he got up to continue walking outside, but his body seemed weaker than before. He had only walked a short distance when he found it hard to keep going. Unable to resist, Harry performed a self-checking spell, confirming that there was no change in his body, attributing his weakness to his magical power not being fully restored. After straining to reach the cave entrance, Harry rested for a few minutes to regain his magical energy, before opening the large door, feeling fortunate that he had not ventured too far inside. Otherwise getting out would have been a real problem. The chamber was filled with magical suppressions, making it impossible to use a broom. He could only rely on his 2 legs. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Harry instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, having grown accustomed to the dim environment. Suddenly, stepping into the light felt particularly blinding. Ah, you finally came out, Harry. Harry's wand instinctively pointed towards the source of the voice, his gaze sharp. As he recognized who it was, Harry slowly exhaled in relief and leaned against the stone wall, feeling a bit drained from the tension he had just experienced. Professor Dumbledore, how did you know I was here? Harry arched an eyebrow, thinking he hadn't even sought him out to settle the score yet, and here he was. Dumbledore stood by the pond, leisurely removing his glasses to wipe them. You probably didn't realize that you've already stepped outside the boundaries of Hogwarts, did you? Harry was taken aback, looking around in confusion. He remembered that this area should still belong to the Forbidden Forest, which had always been part of Hogwarts. How could he be outside of Hogwarts? This place no longer belongs to Hogwarts. Harry's face was filled with shock. What had happened in the last 100 years? How had the school's boundaries shrunk so much? Seeing his shocked expression, Dumbledore momentarily faltered, awkwardly adjusting his glasses. Indeed, over the years, Muggles have developed too rapidly, causing some areas that once belonged to the magical world to shrink, and even Hogwarts cannot escape this fate. I checked, and according to records from over 100 years ago, there used to be a purely magical village nearby, which was part of Hogwarts' assets at that time, but now it has turned into a Muggle farm. To further protect the secrets of the magical world, Hogwarts has had to continuously shrink its boundaries. Even now, while the Forbidden Forest has certain magical protections to prevent Muggles from accidentally trespassing, it is indeed outside Hogwarts' range. Harry felt helpless. He never expected to be discovered for this reason. On the day school started, he heard that the Forbidden Forest had become off-limits, and he thought it was just to prevent younger students from wandering in. Who would have known it had truly become a forbidden area? Exceeding a certain range would be considered truancy. Given the situation, Harry felt he had no way out. He couldn't even run away, let alone escape in front of Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, it was truly my oversight, Harry admitted straightforwardly. So can you tell me why? Dumbledore asked. Harry thought for a moment, then took off the headband from his forehead, rummaged through his bag for a bottle of scar-removing potion, poured some into his hand, and pressed it firmly against his forehead scar. Hiss! Harry's face twisted in pain as he let out muffled cries, white smoke rising from his forehead. When he finally lifted his hand, the lightning scar on his forehead was visibly lighter. If it had been clear before now, it was only barely noticeable. You managed to fix it. Dumbledore exclaimed, quickly crouching down to examine Harry's forehead closely. Harry chuckled. Of course I won't allow such a glaring flaw to remain on me. Dumbledore's eyes flickered. He seemed to underestimate what Harry had learned 100 years ago. He seemed to have somewhat underestimated Harry's power. Professor Dumbledore, Harry spoke up, interrupting Dumbledore. What is it? What is your plan and purpose? Can you tell me? Do not involve innocent people, and do not use Hagrid to lure me. You know Hagrid is not cut out for that. Harry's expression was calm. Dumbledore smiled, mimicking Harry's posture, sitting on the ground leaning against the other stone wall. It seems you already know. No, I only know a part of it. Perhaps the shock I gave you that day was too much, making you forget Hagrid's character, which is not suitable for remembering certain things. You had to rush to redeploy last Friday. The clipping and Hagrid's invitation. Doesn't that indicate something? Harry said. Dumbledore continued to smile, looking somewhat pleased. It seems I truly cannot treat you as a child. You certainly cannot treat me as a child. After all, to me, I've already passed my 16th birthday, and I will be an adult in a year. Harry couldn't help but say. Dumbledore laughed heartily, looking at Harry's youthful face, paired with a maturity that didn't match his age, feeling somewhat nostalgic about his own age. So tell me, Professor Dumbledore, what do I need to face, and what do I need to do? Harry asked earnestly. Dumbledore looked a bit hesitant, but considering his biggest worry was addressed today, with Harry removing it right in front of him, what else was there to worry about? The sunlight quietly scattered on the water's surface, reflecting patches of light on the stone wall, while the sounds of birds chirping and unknown beast roars echoed through the forest. Harry waited patiently, taking out some food and drink for himself, and placing it on the relatively flat ground between. After a long wait, long enough for Harry to start imagining what was happening in the Forbidden Forest, based on various sounds, Dumbledore finally sighed and began to speak. 12 years ago I received a job application. Dumbledore leaned against the stone wall, gazing at the jagged mountain face, slowly recounting the origins of everything. Harry listened quietly, showing no expression, but only his fingers, which had turned white from gripping tightly, betrayed his inner turmoil. Dumbledore continued to speak, his aged voice intertwined with thrilling stories like a bard singing After a long time, Dumbledore removed his glasses and wiped his slightly moist eyes. That is how things are. I am very sorry, Harry. I originally wanted to give you a normal life that any ordinary child could enjoy, but I failed. Magic is so wondrous. Perhaps Merlin did not want you to endure all this, granting you a relatively perfect school life as compensation. Harry stared intently at his hand where he held a teacup, using all his strength to prevent himself from doing anything violent towards the professor. What do you mean by compensation? What is a normal life? Living in my aunt's house and being treated unfairly, it could even be called abuse. Is that what you call normal? Was the wondrous compensation of magic something Dumbledore had arranged? What kind of compensation was that? Professor, have you thought this through? Harry asked through gritted teeth. That old man does not play fair, although he seems to have said a lot. All those were past events. Harry could also find out with a little effort and time. For what should be said, this old man had revealed not a single bit. Harry had already made up his mind. If this old man continued to be vague and said nothing, he would have to turn the table. As long as he avoided all this old man's arrangements and did not follow his intentions, he could definitely disrupt his plans and force him to adjust. Harry was not convinced. This old man could change his follow-up arrangements at any time. Dumbledore felt a bit embarrassed. He indeed had some underhanded thoughts, but he hadn't had the chance to say them yet. Professor Quirinus Quirrell, you know him, right? Dumbledore asked. Harry rolled his eyes. The garlic-loving one. What's his issue? He was originally a graduate of Ravenclaw with excellent grades. After graduation, he applied to be a professor of Muggle studies and stayed on. Last year, he visited the Albanian forest, and upon his return, he became like this. Dumbledore revealed this information. Seeing Harry's expression, he realized Harry had already sensed Quirrell's abnormality. To prevent Harry from directly exposing Quirrell, it was better to be honest. There are rumors that Voldemort has appeared in the Albanian forest, so I suspect his changes are related to Voldemort. Then why did you let him into the school? To be with a bunch of little wizards who have no self-defense abilities. Harry was shocked. He could not understand. Even during Phineas Black's tenure, such outrageous things never happened at the school, though most of that time Professor Weasley was in charge. Dumbledore looked a bit drained, so I arranged for Severus as a precaution to keep an eye on Quirrell's movements at all times. A heavy silence enveloped the air, broken only by the sound of flowing water. Even though Severus and I don't get along, I must say he has it tough, Harry remarked. Isn't that nothing? Just attending a class and keeping an eye on a suspicious person in his spare time, that's all. Dumbledore's voice grew softer, as if he suddenly realized he had indeed crossed a moral line. Taking 7 years of potions classes, facing some nonsensical essays, patrolling at night, and also taking on extra tasks you assign him. Harry counted on his fingers, suddenly looking at Dumbledore with caution. How much are you paying him? You won't do the same? I tell you, I am only 11 years old. I'm still a child. But you just said you were 16. Dumbledore argued logically. Go check with the Ministry of Magic. I was born in 1980. I am 11 years old. Harry exclaimed, realizing this shameless old man truly had such thoughts. He refused. As for Snape, that was fine anyway, he didn't get along with him. If Snape took on several jobs for one salary, that was his choice. Harry could not do the same. The two argued again about their future treatment, and finally, as the sun set, they reached a partial consensus. In the future, Harry would have free access to the headmaster's office and could seek Dumbledore's help for matters he couldn't understand, which Dumbledore could not refuse. If Dumbledore needed Harry's assistance for anything, it would be a base fee of 100 galleons with additional charges, depending on the event, with no upper limit. Dumbledore must share all information regarding Voldemort with Harry, and Harry would receive the same. What Harry needed to do was attend classes on time. While he would not count the preferential treatment he received from professors during lessons, he must keep up with the regular learning pace alongside his classmates. Although Harry was somewhat dissatisfied looking at his small frame, he still agreed to this condition. By the end of their negotiations, both the elder and the youth were satisfied, wearing decent smiles as they shook hands. By the way, Professor, I want to ask you something. Dumbledore used Fawkes to bring Harry back to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Just before leaving, Harry suddenly remembered something and turned to ask. "Oh, what is it?" Dumbledore inquired. "Do you know of a student named Tom who was a student about 40 years ago, also known as Riddle?" Harry said. Dumbledore's expression stiffened. Tom Riddle. It seemed he recognized the name. Harry was no longer in a hurry to leave, revealing a friendly smile while rubbing his wand. "Is that person still alive? I have quite a score to settle with him." Dumbledore looked troubled, unsure of how to say it. "Well, sort of alive. Or not quite dead. I don't know if he counts as alive right now, but he definitely hasn't died, and you know that." As he spoke, Dumbledore waved his wand, and golden lines formed a string of text in the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Following that, the text transformed into "I am Lord Voldemort." Tom Marvolo Riddle transformed into "I am Lord Voldemort." Harry ground his teeth, feeling that the thick bill in his mind had just accumulated another hefty charge. "How did you know this name?" Dumbledore curiously asked. "You know, in the current magical world, I might be the only one left who knows that Tom is Voldemort." Harry had originally planned to leave, but given the agreement they had just made, he could only reluctantly answer, "My friends Gareth Weasley and Omini's Gaunt left behind a portrait, and even a gift for me in a secret room at Hogwarts, but who would have known that when I went to look, everything was gone? They told me that it was this Tom who took it away." The surname Gaunt caught Dumbledore's attention, who looked at Harry with a complicated expression. "Is it the Gaunt I know? It seems that there is only one Gaunt family in the magical world, right? But are there still people left in their family?" Harry's expression was one of schadenfreude. He showed no signs of considering that these were his friend's family, and that a certain level of respect should be maintained. "The Gaunt family has had no descendants for decades," Dumbledore said. "That's truly wonderful." Harry replied. Dumbledore was quite perplexed. "Isn't your friend a Gaunt? You see, Omini's has been blind since childhood. After receiving his wand, he perceives the world through it. However, the Gaunt family delights in torturing muggles with dark magic, and he couldn't stand it, leading to his exclusion from the family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Hogwarts, as the Gaunt family has always adhered to family education." At this point, Harry suddenly realized that Voldemort was the Parselmouth who entered the Chamber of Secrets, a descendant of goodness. Another tally on the scorecard. Ultimately, Harry flipped through the thick ledger of his thoughts as he exited the headmaster's office. Patting his rumbling stomach, he felt quite saddened this old man didn't even give him dinner. With little time left before curfew, Harry decisively found an empty classroom, called Dee to bring him some food, stuffed it into his backpack, and returned to the dormitory. After quickly finishing his belated dinner in the common room, Harry also helped Hermione with some academic questions she was unclear about. After an uneventful night, it was time to begin the second week of life at Hogwarts. The alarm clock he had set rang, and Harry got up with a yawn. After a hasty wash-up, he left the dormitory, crossed the empty common room, and made his way down the stairs to the Great Hall. It was still not yet 8 o'clock, and according to Snape's parchment, the timing was just right. Feeling secretly pleased, Harry sat in his seat and took some scrambled eggs and bread. The bacon and salted meat were not on his diet, so he could only sigh inwardly. After tapping his cup, the pumpkin juice inside transformed into warm milk. Harry gulped down the hot milk, leaving a ring of white foam around his mouth. Just as he set the cup down, a thumb-sized potion bottle appeared beside his plate, the transparent bottle showcasing a beautiful grass-green potion inside. Harry glanced at the professor's table, where a sullen-faced Snape sat expressionless, cutting something with his knife and fork. Opening the potion bottle and taking a whiff of fresh herbal scent wafted towards him, and Harry couldn't help but smile. However, as he drank the potion in one gulp, his face immediately turned green. His vision blackened momentarily, and he had to cover his mouth with his hand, fearing he might expel the potion along with his breakfast. An indescribable taste filled his mouth, and Harry exerted all his strength to swallow the potion, stars dancing in front of his eyes. Looking angrily at the professor's table, he only saw Snape flashing him a fake smile. Harry could only grit his teeth and lower his head. What else could he do? With his appetite ruined by the potion, Harry looked at the remnants on his plate and felt no desire to eat. Fortunately, he had eaten some food before drinking the potion, otherwise he would have to force himself to eat now. As he pulled a candy from his pocket, he noticed a note on the table. Harry felt a sense of foreboding. Upon opening it, he saw it hastily scribbled stating that no sugar should be consumed for 2 hours after taking the potion. Harry took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he put the candy back, thinking to himself, just wait and see. However, now he could only obediently comply, constantly comforting himself that it was just a few months. Not afraid. Looking up at the professor's table, Snape was indeed watching Harry, and upon seeing his sour face, Snape displayed a toothy fake smile, scaring the students who witnessed it. Harry adjusted his expression, nodded at Snape with a forced smile indicating the potion bottle upside down, then quickly packed his things and left the Great Hall as he couldn't eat anymore. By the time Harry reached the classroom, Ron and the others hurriedly rushed into the Great Hall, catching the tail end of breakfast and grabbing a few pieces of bread. Dean complained a bit. Why didn't Harry call us? Harry got up early. He set his own alarm. If you want, you can set your own. Why should Harry be responsible for you? Ron replied rudely, holding the bread. We're all in the same dorm. Dean's face turned bright red. So what if we're in the same dorm? If you want to wake up at the same time as Harry, I can tell him to call you every day. Just don't complain if he wakes you up too early. Ron rolled his eyes, saying, he's not your dad. He can't take care of so much. After saying that, Ron ignored Dean and rushed to the classroom, with Neville following closely behind, agreeing with Ron completely. Seamus hesitated and patted Dean on the shoulder. Come on, buddy, we're going to be late. Besides, Harry is a few months younger than us. Instead of saying we should take care of him, we should expect him to take care of us, which is quite unreasonable. Dean muttered as he quickly caught up with Seamus. In Transfiguration class, Harry submitted his special assignment, and Professor McGonagall graded it on the spot, giving him an O, and even awarding him an extra 10 points. At the end of class, both Draco and Hermione had turned matches into needles, almost simultaneously earning 5 points for their respective houses. At lunchtime, Harry looked glumly at the pink potion in front of him, which had a note stating that it should be taken before. Based on the taste of the morning potion, Harry doubted he would be able to eat his lunch, but Snape's parchment clearly stated that all 3 meals must be taken on time. Rolling his eyes, Harry chose not to look at the professor's table. There was no point in looking if it would only frustrate him. He picked up the potion bottle, uncorked it, and gulped it down. Harry's face immediately contorted, his mouth uncontrollably opening, saliva nearly dripping from the corners of his mouth. Sour. Utterly sour. The sourness was nearly painful enough to scorch his mouth. Harry hurriedly covered his mouth frantically, searching his pockets for a handkerchief to cover his mouth, preventing himself from publicly spitting out his saliva. What are you drinking? Hermione couldn't help but ask. After a moment, Harry replied, it's a potion to adjust. Hermione then looked at Harry with some sympathy, understanding why he needed to adjust. He was still shorter than her. After the sourness subsided, Harry felt an intense hunger, as if the potion had burned a hole through his stomach, compelling him to stuff all the food on the table into it. Hastily grabbing some food, Harry began to eat incessantly, until he had consumed twice his usual amount, finally feeling satisfied. By evening, the potion had turned a rich black color, looking decidedly unappetizing. Ron even fearfully advised Harry not to drink it, wanting to take the potion to Dumbledore for identification, but Harry had to put in considerable effort to keep him from doing so. Fortunately, there was no note this time, so Harry decisively chose to eat first. After feeling about 70 full, he bravely drank the pitch-black potion with a heroic expression. Everyone around held their breath, with Seamus and Dean even getting ready to jump up, fearful that Harry might collapse and they wouldn't be able to help him. However, the feared situation did not occur. Harry merely contorted his face, but nothing else seemed to be wrong. This black potion was extremely bitter, 10 times worse than the Eastern drink he had experienced with Professor Hoot. Harry even felt as if he had swallowed a bottle of bile. Fortunately, the bitter taste faded away after rinsing his mouth. Without any homework, he guided everyone with their assignments after returning to the common room, then began yawning incessantly. Everyone urged him to rest early, and Harry, teary-eyed from yawning, did not refuse his friend's kindness and directly returned to the dormitory. After a quick wash-up, he changed into his pajamas and fell asleep. He had an uninterrupted sleep without dreams until a minute before the alarm rang. Harry opened his eyes on time, surprised as he moved his body. Oh, was the effect really that obvious? After just 1 day of taking the potion, he felt much lighter, as if a massive stone had been lifted from him. Days passed by, and Harry faced the onslaught of potions daily. The Gryffindor long table was accustomed to it, and recording Harry's expression changes became a fixed routine. Every 2 weeks, he had to go to Snape for re-evaluation, and the potion's color became lighter and lighter. Snape still treated Harry the same way. Unless necessary, he acted as if Harry didn't exist. Neville, who partnered with Harry, was also ignored. Fortunately, Harry's potion grades were still decent, being merely first-year material, so teaching Neville was not an issue. Moreover, the current potion classes were all about Snape explaining some material processing techniques, writing the procedures on the blackboard, and letting everyone practice. As long as they listened carefully, they could produce a potion that wasn't too bad. Without Snape's constant supervision and scathing remarks, Neville even felt that potion class wasn't that difficult. Quirrell returned to class after a 2-week absence during which Snape had successfully made defense against the dark arts the most unpopular class at Hogwarts, even pushing potion classes off their long-held throne. The root of all this was that Snape had long applied to teach defense against the dark arts, but had never succeeded. Now, he had his fill assigning assignments that were both numerous and difficult, and in class he unleashed his sharp tongue to the fullest. This left students in despair, with some younger girls even breaking down in tears. When Quirrell returned to class, he even received applause. Everyone no longer despised the garlic-scented class, as masks could solve that issue. Not to mention Quirrell had cured his stutter, and his reading flowed smoothly, making it actually comprehensible. The assignments from those 2 weeks were also returned to Professor Quirrell, and everyone was surprised to find that they received an O. Not a single E to be seen. Ron incredulously held up his paper riddled with mistakes, nearly shouting that he needed to frame it. During this time, Harry had several interactions with Draco, and was no longer indulging his temper. If he wanted to play, they would play together, and if not, they would part ways. After all, Ron had no objections, and no matter how they divided their time, they still spent more time together than with Draco. Eventually, Draco even managed to lower his guard, discussing some academic issues with Hermione. Slytherin had its dissenters, but Draco mocked them back, challenging them to confront the savior and see who was. First-year students who had objections were told to surpass Granger. A group of purebloods unable to study, as well as a Muggleborn, dared to criticize here. If it were him, he would have crashed headfirst long ago. To avoid tarnishing Slytherin's pureblood reputation. Upon hearing this, Slytherin fell silent, and no one had any objections to Draco getting close to Gryffindor anymore. Gryffindor also had some unflattering remarks, but those comments hadn't spread beyond the common room. Those who gossiped had fallen into misfortune, either getting beaten up or breaking out in rashes and boils. Gradually, Gryffindor also quieted down. The Weasley twins, having hidden their talents, received some funding for research from Harry and began to kickstart their own venture. The atmosphere in Hogwarts became increasingly harmonious, with people from different houses gathering together to study or play, as if the barriers between the houses had vanished. On Halloween, Harry woke up to find that the castle had been decorated. Everywhere was filled with bats and pumpkin lanterns, and the armors in the corridors were all adorned, looking amusing from every angle. The potion he received in the morning had become nearly colorless, and Harry thought it was about time to change potions. After some consideration, he decided to take a trip to the Forbidden Forest soon and gather some materials like acromantula venom and troll mucus to send to Snape. These materials were not cheap and were rare in the market. The troll population was dwindling, and only the Forbidden Forest still had plenty, with rumors that the Ministry of Magic was considering breeding a batch of trolls. As for the acromantula, being a Category 5 dangerous creature and a notorious social species, any ordinary wizard who encountered it would be saying goodbye to the world, let alone that its native habitat was not in Britain. Thus, these two materials had always been valued, making them suitable as rewards. Having made the decision, Harry chose not to dwell on it, and quietly attended class, preparing for the evening's feast. Today there was a charms class, and Professor Flitwick began letting everyone practice the levitation charm. After so long in charms class, everyone was excited to finally get hands in practice. Although they had used their wands in transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had insisted on having everyone repeatedly practice turning matches into needles, waiting until everyone could transform a qualified embroidery needle before concluding that segment of learning. In their excitement, mistakes abounded. Seamus blew up his feather, and Ron nearly broke his wand while poking his feather off the table. Hermione succeeded on her first try and earned points, then began guiding those around her. Everyone respected her, especially since Harry had praised Hermione's learning ability multiple times in the common room, making first-year students naturally inclined to follow Harry's lead. After class, everyone hurriedly rushed towards the Gryffindor Tower, as the Halloween feast was tonight. Everyone was determined to dress up as different ghosts and monsters, each resolving in their hearts to be the most unique one. Harry had no particular thoughts about it. He used the transfiguration charm to create an eagle head mask atop his head, and transformed a pair of enormous wings on his back, dressing up as a griffin. To distinguish himself from Ravenclaw, Harry also made his sleeves into fluffy lion paws. Satisfied, Harry nodded at his reflection in the mirror. But as he turned around, he was nearly startled into jumping onto the wash basin. Behind him, a chaotic dance of monsters had already begun. There was Neville wrapped in strips of cloth, pretending to be a devil's snare, and Seamus with a ghostly pale face and long wig, not to mention Ron, who was wrapped haphazardly in a white sheet. After a moment of silence, Harry decided to look away. He still needed to eat later, so he couldn't stare too much. As a group walked out of the dormitory, Harry's outfit undoubtedly became the pride of their dorm, earning him everyone's praise. Giggling and chatting, Harry couldn't help but exclaimed that everything was great about Gryffindor except for the distance. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, it made one question whether they had entered a strange place. Most of the costumes were homemade, combined with each person's imagination, creating a truly bizarre spectacle where all sorts of outfits could be seen. After Dumbledore gave a brief speech announcing the feast's commencement, food appeared on the tables, and the hall instantly erupted into noise as everyone ate and chatted joyfully. Harry occupied 3 spaces at the long table, picking his favorite foods. After all, the wings took up some space, but since the feast wasn't over, taking off the costume would make him feel out of place, so he had to manage this way. Just as he stuffed a piece of roast beef into his mouth, not having had time to chew, the great hall's door slammed open, and Quirrell stumbled in, shouting loudly, "Troll! The troll is in the dungeons. I thought you knew." The hall fell silent for 2 seconds before someone began to scream, and soon the entire hall was filled with echoes of panic. Students, terrified, dropped their food and rushed around seeking what they deemed a safe spot. Quirrell collapsed to the ground unconscious. Dumbledore had to point his wand at his throat, producing a loud voice silence. Once the hall quieted, Dumbledore continued, "All students, follow your house prefects and return to your common rooms." The chaotic hall began to restore order as the prefects stood up, loudly directing their housemates to exit the hall in an orderly fashion. Harry stood up and looked towards the professor's table, where Dumbledore gave him a slight nod. Harry took off the wings from his back, returned the hat to its original form, signaled to Hermione, and in a flash disappeared into the Gryffindor line. This was simply effortless. Harry joyfully ran toward the dungeons, initially planning to search for the troll's lair in the Forbidden Forest, but Quirrell had delivered one right to him. What a good person. Just as he exited the Great Hall and hadn't even descended the stairs, Harry caught the distinct foul odor of the troll and immediately transformed to track its location. In no time, the troll had already reached the first floor, making Harry frown. This troll was surprisingly quick. Rushing towards it, he cast various protective spells on himself while running. At a corner, Harry stopped and leaned against the wall. According to his magical detection, the troll would pass through here shortly. Sure enough, just as Harry's breathing calmed, he heard the troll's heavy footsteps. Carefully discerning the sounds and smells, he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1, fly, descend, shatter, thunderous explosion. Harry lunged out furiously, waving his wand in midair, casting spells as if they were free. The troll's club was the first to be knocked away, and then Harry controlled it to smash down on its head, quickly following up with 2 attacking spells that left shallow wounds on the troll's thick skin. Dazed from the blow, the troll shook its head, grabbed its weapon back, and angrily roared, stomping towards Harry. Harry frowned and swiftly retreated behind the corner. This troll was not right. Harry keenly observed that based on the spells he cast and the magic energy used, even if the troll wasn't knocked out, it should have been affected to some extent. Yet the way it rampaged through the corridor showed that his spells had not had their intended effect. While using spells to slow the troll down, Harry kept observing. Soon Harry discovered that the troll occasionally shimmered with obscure light. This troll was enhanced by someone using. Harry immediately became alert. Trolls had high resistance to magic, meaning not only was spell damage reduced, but healing and enhancement spells had minimal effects on trolls as well. However, for a troll to be boosted to this extent, it required more than ordinary spells. It needed to be combined with magical runes. But would a troll allow someone to quietly inscribe runes on it? That was clearly impossible. It would certainly require dark magic like the soul snare. Realizing this, Harry narrowed his eyes, seeing that this corridor was coming to an end, and he would soon encounter people ahead. Harry halted his steps. Turning back, he cast a spell to push the troll back a few steps, switched his wand to his left hand, and extended his right hand towards the troll. A series of silver light began to swirl around Harry, concentrating on his right hand. Seeing its prey standing still, the troll, even after being pushed back a few steps, wasted no time. It charged towards the small figure at the end of the corridor, revealing a savage expression. Harry remained unperturbed, continuously gathering ancient magical energy. "Potter!" A furious shout came from behind him, but Harry had no time to look back. His outstretched right hand clenched suddenly. The troll, just a step away from him, froze in place, unable to move. Harry began to swing his arm widely, and the troll was like a basketball being slapped around, crashing against the wall's floor and ceiling with Harry's arm movements. Only when Harry felt his arm growing sore did he forcefully slam his arm downwards. The troll crashed to the floor as if it had been struck by a 1,000-pound boulder, smashing down onto the ground and sending debris flying, its magical runes flickering once before vanishing completely. The damage that had been hidden by the magical runes suddenly erupted, and the troll lay quietly in the shallow pit it had created, visibly struggling to breathe. Harry slowly exhaled, retracted his arm, shook it out, switched his wand back to his right hand, and gave himself a thorough cleanup, straightening out his somewhat disheveled clothes. "How dare you? How dare you?" Only then did Harry remember that someone had been behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Snape, pale-faced and wand raised, glaring at him with fury. "A professor, is there something wrong?" Harry realized he had been careless and feigned innocence as he asked, "Potter, how could you? You dared to come out alone to hunt a troll, just like your father. Arrogant, reckless, and clueless." Snape's voice was somewhat hoarse as he continued to spew venom at Harry. "Gryffindor loses." "Professor, Dumbledore sent me." Harry decisively interrupted Snape, thinking that if it were just insults he could let it go since it was out of concern for him, But if points were to be deducted, he preferred to interrupt. He still hadn't recovered from the last deduction. What did you say, Merlin? Another voice chimed in, and both Harry and Snape turned to look. Professor McGonagall had a pale face and stood beside Professor Flitwick. Mr. Potter, is what you said true? You must understand that slandering the headmaster is a serious offense. Harry's mouth twitched. Was there a crowd gathering? Yes, I really said it. Headmaster Dumbledore sent me. He wanted to check on my learning progress. Harry said earnestly with a righteous expression. Dumbledore. Snape's voice came out through clenched teeth. Professor McGonagall's hands began to tremble. How? Harry thought to himself, old man. Look out for yourself. Harry obediently stood there, trying to make himself more conspicuous in the chaotic corridor behind him. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse that was on the tip of her tongue, and lowered her voice as she said to Harry, you did well, Mr. Potter, but you mustn't do this again, or it's best to leave it to the professors to handle. If Dumbledore assigns you any further tasks, you can come directly to me. Harry folded his arms behind his back, fingers crossed. Okay, Professor. Gryffindor gains 30 points. For Mr. Potter's bravery and splendid magic, Professor McGonagall proclaimed. Harry's eyes immediately lit up with joy. This was truly a pleasant surprise. He had been continually searching for opportunities to earn points over the past month, and only 10 points remained from the 100 he owed. Professor McGonagall's points addition perfectly covered his debts, even giving him an extra 20 points. What are you waiting for? Go back to your dormitory. Seeing that the situation had been resolved, Snape's expression returned to normal, coldly instructing Harry. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Potter, hurry back. Food has been delivered to all the common rooms, and you can return to join the Halloween feast. Thank you, Professor. I will head back now. Harry obediently responded, then reluctantly glanced at the troll behind him, asking Professor McGonagall, since I defeated the troll, does that count as my trophy? Snape scoffed, but remained silent under McGonagall's glare. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment and said to Harry, it can count as yours, but this troll was reported to the Board of Governors by Professor Quirrell as a teaching aid, so. Professor McGonagall did not finish, looking somewhat troubled. I understand, Professor McGonagall. I only need some materials from the troll, not the whole thing. Just a little will do. Of course that is allowed, and you can sell the rest to the school. After all, you hunted it yourself. Do you need help from the professors? Professor Snape is quite skilled at gathering materials. Harry looked at Snape's expression, quickly shook his head, pulled out a large glass jar from his bag. No need, Professor. I'll handle it myself. Very quickly. Saying this, he dashed towards the troll, suppressing his disgust as he collected several valuable materials, carefully placing them into various containers before bidding farewell to the professors present. Snape had been watching Harry closely since he ran past, frowning tightly as he observed Harry's skilled movement. By rights, he shouldn't be this proficient. Such skill could only come from collecting materials from hundreds of trolls. Where did he learn this? Where could he find that many trolls to practice on? Linking this with Dumbledore's vague remarks about Harry, an ominous premonition surged within him. It seemed he really needed to have a serious talk with Dumbledore. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry stealthily blended into the crowd and found Hermione, who was occupying a small round table. Ron and Neville were also there, both looking anxious, leaning forward as if ready to rush out at any moment. The table was filled with various foods, many of which were Harry's favorites. Approaching, Harry smiled at them and quietly recounted the events of the night, then quickly washed his hands and began to eat dinner. He had burned quite a bit of energy tonight and was absolutely famished. Ron and Neville enthusiastically praised Harry's bravery, while Hermione continuously searched her book for the spells Harry mentioned, though the book she had was just a first-year level and the spells Harry used were not included. Hearing this, Hermione felt quite dejected until Harry finished eating and said he would help her with some extra training in the future, teaching her some commonly used spells, which made Hermione happy again. Neville, who had been silent, looked at Harry with a hesitant expression, wanting to speak several times, but ultimately keeping quiet, even becoming distracted while talking to Ron. Ron noticed, and with a glint in his eye, he quickly understood and cheerfully addressed Harry, do you mind if we add to Neville? And I want to learn too. We're friends, right? We don't want to fall too far behind. Harry thought for a moment. 1 sheep is driven and 3 sheep are also let go, so he naturally had no objections. He just made it clear that since they wanted to learn, they must commit fully. His phase curriculum had to meet the requirements, and dropping out midway was absolutely not allowed. Ron confidently patted his chest, promising he would work hard. Since that's the case, why don't we establish a small club? This way we can also apply to Professor McGonagall for an act, Hermione said. Harry pondered for a moment. I'm afraid that's not possible. Establishing a club requires at least being in the 3rd year, and we must have a senior who is 2 grades above us as a mentor, along with a professor willing to be the supervising professor. Hermione had to give up and immediately started considering the time and place for their studies. After thinking for a moment, Harry took out the timetable. We can choose Friday afternoon. After all, there are no classes, and we have a bit more time, just suitable for studying and practice. As for the practice room, leave that to me. I know a place that's very suitable and won't have anyone going there. The others agreed with Harry's choice, and Ron even marked a golden star on Friday afternoon on the timetable with his. Even though we can only establish a club in the third year, we can come up with a name in advance, Ron said enthusiastically. Hermione's eyes brightened. Right. We can come up with a name in advance. What should we call it? Gryffindor Squad, Ron immediately suggested. No, what if Harry has to teach people from other houses in the future? Hermione immediately rejected it. As for naming, Harry decisively chose to give up. He was terrible at naming and decided not to get involved. Then how about Hogwarts Squad? Ron immediately thought of another one. Why are you so stuck on squads? Hermione, then what do you suggest we call it? Ron retorted, his tone growing more aggressive. Neville looked at the two anxiously. Don't argue, aren't we discussing this? Hermione also proposed a few names, all of which were rejected by Ron. Although Hermione was reluctant, she had to admit that Ron was quite good at finding faults. She couldn't refute him at all. Harry paid no attention to their discussion, only frowning at the now spotless utensils. Logically, the potion should have been placed on the table by now, but it had not appeared yet. Had Snape forgotten? If the preparation were interrupted midway, they would have to start over, and Harry certainly did not want to drink the potion. Before the two could resolve their argument, a familiar small bottle appeared before Harry. However, this bottle was different from the previous ones. The potion he was supposed to drink at night should have been black, and as time progressed the color would lighten. The bottle he drank yesterday was already semi-transparent gray, while tonight's was a vibrant peacock blue with strange bubbles rising inside. Hermione and Ron stopped arguing, looking at the potion in front of Harry with expressions of horror. What is this? Ron asked. Harry picked up the note that had appeared with the potion and glanced at it. It simply stated change potion. After carefully deciphering the handwriting, which was identical to the previous one, Harry folded the note and prepared to drink the potion. Wait. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. How can you drink it directly? This is completely different from what you drank before. Are you? Harry chuckled a bit. Of course I'm sure. Don't worry, I value my life. Speaking of which, aside from Hermione, Ron and Neville indeed hadn't noticed that Harry's potion was different. After all, the previous potion bottles were only thumb-sized, and there were many people and things on the long table, so no one really paid attention to what kind of potion Harry was drinking. But at least they were certain that it wasn't in the form of this poisonous-looking bottle. To this, Harry felt helpless and could only explain again that he was aware of what he was doing. Neville, unable to sit still, insisted on going to find Professor McGonagall to confirm Snape hates Gryffindor so much. How could he be so kind? Harry rolled his eyes. Of course he wouldn't be so kind, but this is a transaction. Do you understand? I paid for it. Even though what he gave and what he received were not proportional, wasn't he finding ways to make up for it? Upon hearing that Harry had been drinking it for over a month consecutively, Ron and Neville finally stopped trying to stop him. Harry closed his eyes and poured the potion into his mouth. Surprisingly, this potion did not have an unbearable taste. Instead, it had a hint of refreshing herbal fragrance. Harry opened his eyes incredulously, staring at the potion in his hand. Had Snape changed his ways? Ron stared intently at Harry's actions, ready to rush Harry to the hospital wing at a moment's notice. Unfortunately, even after 5 minutes of Harry drinking it, nothing unexpected happened. Harry was puzzled. Could it be that Snape had truly had a change of heart? It wasn't until Harry started to feel the familiar drowsiness creeping up on him that he realized nothing was amiss. After observing for a while, Ron found nothing wrong and could only give up. Harry waved his hand, telling them to continue discussing while he had to go back to sleep. However, as soon as he stood up, Harry felt something was wrong. He could barely feel his legs. He struggled to keep himself from falling, but taking 2 steps was impossible. Harry sighed. It turned out that potions that tasted good weren't necessarily easy to drink. I told you. Snape must have poisoned it. I'm going to find Professor McGonagall. Ron. It's Professor Snape. Wait a moment. Listen to what Harry has to say. Hermione grabbed Ron, who was about to rush out, and turned her gaze to Harry. At that moment, a piece of parchment appeared on the table. Harry struggled to reach out and picked it up to read. Drink before bed. Of course, if the savior prefers to drink after a meal, that's fine too. Harry rolled his eyes. Snape was really petty. It's nothing. It's just the side effects of the potion. I'm afraid I have to trouble you two to help me to bed, Harry said helplessly. Ron and Neville patted their chests, each taking one of Harry's arms and staggering toward the dormitory. Hermione followed behind, gathering their things, carrying 4 backpacks by herself, and only put them down after seeing Harry lying on the bed. The next morning, Harry moved his legs and found that he had indeed regained feeling. He sensed that it wasn't as pronounced as the first time he drank the potion. He didn't mind, got out of bed, tossed everything on the bed into the laundry basket. He had fought with a troll yesterday, and since the timing for taking the potion was wrong, he had to make do with a night of sleep. The smell on the bed was simply indescribable. Thankfully, his roommates had good tempers, or he would likely have woken up in the common room. Next, Harry was almost driven mad. The morning potion made his mouth numb, completely unable to open it. As soon as he did, saliva would flow uncontrollably, completely eliminating Harry's chances to earn points in class. By noon, his stomach was different. It wasn't numb anymore, but rather he had an increased appetite capable of eating at least 3 times the usual food. Everyone at the Gryffindor long table was stunned, almost wanting to pack Harry up and take him to the hospital wing, terrified that he would burst from overeating at the long table. Fortunately, the side effects were diminishing every day and Harry could only endure. Quirrell had reverted to his stuttering self again after Halloween, which displeased the entire school. It was said that the Weasley twins had started seeking out dark magical items to stuff into Quirrell, hoping to make him stutter again. Upon hearing this, Harry specifically sought out the two and told them not to do anything reckless. Not to mention the dangerous level of dark magical items, just the fact that Quirrell was unclear made Harry believe that he could suddenly turn on them and kill them. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but frown. Dumbledore still hadn't figured out what was wrong with Quirrell. After the troll incident on Halloween, he hadn't taken any action, which was a bit excessive. What if Quirrell decided he couldn't hold back any longer? Thus, in the second week after Halloween, Harry returned to the headmaster's office. This time he was fortunate that Dumbledore happened to be sitting behind the desk looking weary, rubbing his temples with his hand. When will Quirrell be dealt with? Harry asked straightforwardly. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and did not respond. You can't rely on the possibility of Quirrell having a change of heart for the safety of the entire school. Harry also found a chair and sat down directly on the other side of the desk. I know, but Harry, I feel something. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before speaking. Harry recalled carefully, suddenly widening his eyes. Are you saying he is asking for help? Dumbledore looked at Harry approvingly. Yes, I believe so. Then about the troll, if Quirrell really wanted to harm the students, why would he choose a time when all the staff and students were gathered together? Also, do you remember? He said I should have known. What should I have known? Was it his odd behavior? Or was it the troll entering the castle? Harry hissed, this is troublesome. If he is truly asking for help, it means he has no other means to use, and can only resort to this obscure method that almost everyone can't notice. How is he being threatened? By what? Is it an oath? A curse? Or something else? Harry couldn't help but want to flip through books. His knowledge was still too limited, and he had never encountered such a situation before. Dumbledore sighed, as well. I want to know what it is too. I've been investigating his situation in the Albanian forest for some time, and there are some clues, but it seems that he is about to reach his limit. So we can only watch. Harry frowned. What if he can't hold back and targets the students? I've already asked Severus to keep an eye on him. He won't have the opportunity to act against the students. Dumbledore's words trailed off, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Harry's hair stood on end as he suddenly realized why this old man was so famous. So we can only passively accept this. Is there no other way? Harry couldn't help but ask. Dumbledore fell silent again, and after a long while said, there is one more way. What is it? Harry pressed. Do you know his target? Dumbledore asked. Harry grimaced. He hated riddles. Isn't it troublesome to keep asking? Can't you just say it directly? I don't know. Then do you know Nicholas Flamel? Dumbledore asked again. Harry thought for a moment, and immediately remembered. Are you talking about the French alchemist? The one who created the Philosopher's Stone? Wait a second. His target is the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is at Hogwarts. Just wait a moment. On my birthday, Gringotts was robbed. You intentionally let Hagrid leak this news to me, which means that the small package he received that day was the Philosopher's Stone. Did Nicholas Flamel give you the Philosopher's Stone? Percy said the restricted area on the 4th floor was only established this year. The Philosopher's Stone is there. Dumbledore looked a bit awkward, clearing his throat softly. Ahem. Well, let's not talk about the past. Since then I haven't let Hagrid do anything. Let's not digress. It's about the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into gold and grant immortality. The person behind Quirrell definitely doesn't want gold. It must be the elixir of life. Harry frowned, but hasn't he already disappeared? What use is the elixir of life to him? That's why I'm investigating, trying to confirm his current state. Dumbledore said. So now we can only watch. Harry was very dissatisfied. Dumbledore thought for a moment, should we try to lure him into action? You want me to roll my eyes to the heavens? Come up with a feasible plan, preferably one that's clear and straightforward. I don't want to be stabbed in the back by my own people while risking my life. Dumbledore retorted, how could that be? I'm always very sincere. As he spoke, Dumbledore placed a red stone. Harry immediately realized what it was, holding his breath and observing the Philosopher's Stone closely. It had an irregular shape resembling a gem made of blood, only the size of a palm, shimmering with an inexplicable light, and a powerful magical aura surrounded the stone. I'm wondering if we use this as bait, will the person behind him show up? Dumbledore hesitated. They'll definitely show up, but I think it's better not to take it out too soon. What if Voldemort kills him to silence him? Then all our waiting would be in vain. Harry said. Dumbledore was silent, gently tapping his fingers on the table, then shifted his gaze to Harry. Harry felt uncomfortable and shivered. What do you want to do? Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly and suddenly changed the subject. Your flying skills seem pretty good, right? Harry had a bad premonition. What exactly do you want to do? Voldemort has at least 2 targets in this school. One is the Philosopher's Stone, and the other is... Dumbledore looked at Harry seriously. Harry's mouth twitched. What do you want me to do? Give him a chance, an opportunity to make a move against you. Dumbledore said. Harry leaned back, crossing his legs, his fingers drumming on the armrest. Headmaster Dumbledore, can I take this as a commission? If you are willing, then of course it counts as a commission. However, this is a very dangerous matter. Although I am confident in protecting you and ensuring you won't be in danger if you are unwilling, I can think of a safer method," Dumbledore said seriously. Harry chuckled and summoned his Wizardry Combat Guide, quickly flipping through the pages until he pulled out a paper filled with text, sliding it across the table towards Dumbledore. "I've accepted this commission. Here is the contract. Please take a look, Headmaster. If everything is in order, kindly leave your magical aura as a signature." Harry's actions were deft, as if he had done this 1,000 times before. This habit was cultivated after completing countless commissions, and regardless of the task, he always signed the contract first. To avoid being stood up, Dumbledore curiously glanced at the book in Harry's hand and reached for the paper on the table, examining it closely. The paper clearly outlined the terms that both the client and the contractor needed to adhere to, along with the payment details. Dumbledore winced at the payment section, which clearly stated 500 galleons. "Harry, no negotiation, Headmaster. After all, I'm risking my life here." Harry accurately interrupted Dumbledore's words. All right. Dumbledore took out his wand and left a mark on the paper. Harry cheerfully retrieved the commissioned document, satisfied to see the signature appear, then tucked it back into his Wizardry Combat Guide before turning to Dumbledore. "So what's the plan? What do I need to do?" Dumbledore, feeling a bit pained about his finances, pondered where he could find a sum to pay Harry. "I hope you will join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I've seen your flying skills, and you are quite proficient, aren't you? But aren't first years not allowed to have brooms? Moreover, is it that easy to join the team? They've already trained and played a match right. Can I really participate?" As Dumbledore finished speaking, Harry realized his plan. Outside of the library, dormitory, and classroom, he had never acted alone. To give Quirrell a target, he had to create an opportunity. Harry couldn't freely change his actions, so he had to find a way to create an opportunity. What better opportunity than a Quidditch match? There truly was none within the school. In the chaos of a Quidditch match, if Quirrell seized the chance, he could easily set Harry up. If Harry were to wander alone as a keeper or seeker, that would be even better. "I will arrange for you to have an opportunity to showcase your flying skills in front of everyone. I will ensure Professor McGonagall sees your performance. She won't miss it, especially since Gryffindor has been in need of a suitable seeker for quite some time," Dumbledore said. Harry scoffed. "You've planned this all along, haven't you? If I hadn't been discovered with my new identity at the start of school, I should have been a member of the Quidditch team by now." Dumbledore rubbed his nose. "Don't say it like that. We are just discussing this, aren't we?" "All right then, since we've signed the contract, I can't say much more. Please tell me the plan, and I will cooperate. Of course, if you keep things hidden and I cannot cooperate in time, that won't be my responsibility." Harry revealed a forced smile. Dumbledore chuckled, not pursuing Harry's sarcastic tone, simply explaining his plan, even detailing when Harry should act. This made Harry admire Dumbledore a bit. According to his arrangements, even without prior knowledge of the situation, his own character would lead him to charge forward, proving to be thoroughly calculated. With everything laid out clearly, Harry decided it was time to leave, turning to exit the headmaster's office. He reached into his satchel, rubbing the broomstick handle inside, feeling somewhat troubled. The flying broomsticks had undergone a century of upgrades, far surpassing the old models. He had heard that the latest Nimbus 2000 model was now available, and he wondered if his old relic could keep up with the current broom speeds. But for now he had no alternatives. He could only take things one step at a time. After all, according to Dumbledore's plan, there would definitely be a suitable broom to use at that time. Harry stood in the corridor looking outside. The sun hung high in the sky, and even though it was winter, the sunlight was still somewhat dazzling. At this hour, if he hurried, he could still catch lunch. Harry hurried towards the Great Hall, but ran into Hermione and a few others along the way, including Draco, with Crabbe and Goyle missing from the group. "Where are you all headed? Where have you been?" Harry and Hermione asked in unison. Harry chuckled. "I just visited the headmaster's office, so what about you?" "We were going to find you in the Gryffindor common room. I brought you lunch and your potion," Hermione said, taking off her backpack and pulling out a familiar lunchbox along with a tightly wrapped potion bottle. After thanking Hermione and receiving the lunchbox, Harry sat down on a chair by the window, drank the potion he needed before the meal, and immediately opened the lunchbox to start eating. This lunchbox was used by Hermione's mother to prepare food before getting on the train, and while it wasn't large, Hermione had packed it full, yet it still wasn't enough for Harry's current appetite. Harry rubbed his stomach looking at the empty lunchbox and swallowing hard. The potion for lunch was great, but the feeling of being unsatisfied was truly irritating. Unexpectedly, Ron and Neville also pulled out their packed food from their pockets, and even Draco took out a beautiful. With the support of friends, Harry accepted everything they offered and finally filled his stomach. "I'm revived." Harry burped contentedly. "What did you want to find me for?" Hermione skillfully used magic to clean the lunchbox. "Did you forget? Today is Friday." "Friday?" Harry was puzzled at first, then immediately reacted, slapping his forehead. "Oh no. I almost forgot. Recently I've been a bit forgetful due to the side effects of the potion. Sorry. No worries, where are we heading next?" Hermione put away the lunchbox and said, "Malfoy must have heard Ron, and he wants to join. Do you agree?" "Of course, no problem," Harry replied with a smile. Ron muttered. He didn't want to participate in the club with Draco, but since Harry had already agreed, he had no choice. Besides, it was his loud voice that attracted Draco's attention, so no one could blame anyone. Harry stood up, ignoring Ron, and led the group upstairs. Come on, I'll take you to my secret base. Ron immediately threw his dissatisfaction with Draco to the back of his mind, chattering away, asking Harry about the secret base. Hermione forcefully hushed Ron, urging him not to talk too much to avoid attracting more people before they reached their destination. Ron, feeling stifled, closed his mouth and dared not make a sound. They climbed to the 8th floor and reached the end of the corridor, where Harry stopped, looking at the painting of the trolls beating the Barnabas. This is it. The others were a bit confused, exchanging glances as they followed Harry's gaze at the painting. Could there be a secret passage behind it? Ron even stepped forward, inching his way to touch the painting, provoking the troll above to swing its club at him, ignoring Barnabas. This familiar behavior startled Hermione and the others, and they hurriedly joined Ron to touch the painting. Ron confidently stated, "This is what Fred and George told me. They said that if you pay enough attention you can definitely find secret passages behind tapestries and portraits, and some even lead to Hogsmeade." Upon hearing Ron's words, they searched more carefully for any differences on the painting, even feeling the stains that had built up over time from hanging there, poking and rubbing, just in case these were mechanisms. After Harry turned around 3 times and opened the door to the room of requirement, he realized that the others had not. "What are you doing? The door is already open." The few people who had nearly stuck to the painting turned around, looking at Harry in bewilderment. Opposite the painting, a plain double wooden door appeared in the wall. Harry stood in front of it, one hand resting on the doorknob. Draco quickly left the side of the painting, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, and coughed lightly into his fist. "It's nothing. We were just examining this painting. I believe it was mentioned in History of Magic." Yes, that's right," Ron hurriedly echoed, not bothering to dwell on Draco being a Slytherin, prioritizing getting past the awkwardness in front of them. Hermione snorted. "I believe Malfoy remembers what was written in History of Magic, but Ron, have you even opened?" "I have." Ron's face immediately turned red, nearly matching his hair. All right, let's hurry. Do you want to waste more time?" Harry had to interrupt their conversation, otherwise Hermione and Ron could argue for ages. Upon hearing Harry speak, the two quickly shut their mouths and hurried over. "So welcome to Harry Potter's secret base," Harry said with a smile, pushing the door wide open. Behind the door was a short corridor. Once everyone entered, Harry was the last to go in and casually closed the door. The 8th floor corridor became empty again, and the painting of the trolls beating the Barnabas returned to its original state, with the wall opposite also becoming bare. Walking through the short corridor, they were greeted by a vast vaulted room illuminated by lights streaming down from the ceiling, resembling sunlight, yet feeling none of its heat. The circular room was adorned with off-white wallpaper covered in elegant patterns, with 3 walls lined with various books, and 1 wall featuring a potion-making station and a peculiar weaving machine. In the center of the room stood a large long table surrounded by several long benches, easily accommodating over a dozen people. There was also a marble staircase leading to a strange circular entrance. There was another one on the first floor at the very back of the room, but both large doors were closed. "Wow." Hermione's eyes sparkled as she looked at the towering shelves reaching the ceiling, eager to grab a book and read. "What is this place? Why didn't my dad ever mention that Hogwarts had a place like this?" Draco marveled, admiring the decorations throughout the vaulted room, feeling quite pleased. This is the room of requirement. If you walk 3 circles in the 8th floor corridor while quietly thinking of the room you need, it will transform into what you desire. However, only those who truly need it will find this room. Once they forget the thought that led them, and they will never return, which is why it's often forgotten, Harry explained. "Did you set this up?" Draco pondered, looking at the potion-making station, which had a style from 100 years ago, quite different from modern stations. Harry smiled, admiring Draco's sharpness. "Yes." Draco looked at Harry with a deep gaze, falling silent. "Shall we read first? Or do something else?" Hermione had somehow managed to grab a thick book and was holding it in her arms, gazing at Harry eagerly. "We don't have much time, let's learn some magic first. The books here cannot be taken outside. I'll tell you the password to enter later, so you can come back when you have time," Harry said. Hermione reluctantly stuffed the book back, looking quite sad. "It seems this place isn't suitable for practicing magic either," Draco asked, looking around the circular room that resembled a library. Harry nodded. "Of course not here." As he spoke, Harry pushed open the large door at the back of the room, revealing an outdoor lawn. With a blue sky and white clouds, the vast grassy area emitted a fresh scent, and a gentle stream flowed by you in the distance. One could even see a shadowy mountain peak. "Where is this?" Ron exclaimed in surprise, already standing on the grass, feeling the soft touch, the grass blades tickling his ankles. It was indeed real. Neville quickly rushed to a stone wall, digging through the soil with his hands, and uncovering a sprig of shrivelfig. "There are even herbs here. They really grow here." Neville was astonished. "Is this outside Hogwarts? Is it the Forbidden Forest?" Ron instantly became excited. Harry shook his head. "This is still Hogwarts. As for why it looks like this, I can only say it's magical." "Wow!" the group exclaimed in admiration, then scattered to explore everything on the grass. Harry paid them no mind and summoned Dee. Dee's family served the room of requirement, and everything here could be arranged with his help. Soon a patch of flat ground was cleared near the riverbank surrounded by wooden fences with several humanoid magical targets set up inside a few chairs placed at the farthest distance, and even a small table. After setting it up, Dee looked at Harry hesitating to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Snapped his finger. Harry slightly pursed his lips, realizing that the journey into the Forbidden Forest needed to be expedited. Not only did he have to find a reward for Snape, but he also had to add some magical creatures here to prevent Dee from doing nothing every day. However, he was unsure if there were any magical creatures needing rescue in the Forbidden Forest now that the Fire Ash Snake Party was gone. If not, he would have to go to the gathering place of dark wizards to rescue a batch. Stop playing around. Come over here. We are here to get serious, Harry shouted to the scattered group. The group quickly gathered around Harry, looking at the empty space before them, and once again expressed their amazement. You can write down the spells you want to learn on the paper, and I will select the ones with the highest overlap to teach you, Harry said. He did not want to prepare lessons like the professors, by choosing what he was interested in would allow for the fastest learning process. Draco quickly grabbed a piece of paper, picked up a pen, and began to write furiously regardless of whether he could learn them or not. He just wrote them down anyway. Watching Draco, Hermione, and the others were completely at a loss. Hermione, coming from the Muggle world, had little exposure to spells beyond those in textbooks, so it was normal for her not to write much. However, Neville and Ron were being unreasonable. They struggled to write even one spell, starkly contrasting with Draco, who was diligently writing away. Harry couldn't help but slap his forehead. He had made a mistake. After a while, Neville finally shyly took a piece of parchment and slowly wrote down a few things. Frowning, Hermione scribbled on the paper. She didn't know the specific spells, but had a clear idea of the types of spells she wanted to learn. As long as she could describe them, Harry would surely know suitable spells. Thinking this way, Hermione also began to write quickly. Only Ron sat there with a distressed expression, unable to write a single word, while sneaking glances at others. After about 10 minutes, Harry called a halt, collected everyone's papers, and lined them up for review. Draco's paper was filled with densely packed spells, some of which he had seen before, and others he had read about in books, ranging from the armor charm to the blasting curse, and even down to prank spells, all written on a large sheet. Hermione's paper had even more written on it, as she didn't know the specific spells, but could only describe the desired effects in small writing, and it surprisingly looked more extensive than Draco's. Neville's paper had only one spell. Upon seeing it, Harry frowned, but said nothing, quietly placing the parchment at the bottom of the pile. Ron submitted a piece of parchment with just a few ink spots, sitting there dejectedly. He could accept being outdone by Hermione, but even Draco, whom he usually disliked, had written more than him, leaving Ron feeling quite disheartened. Alright, only Draco's is detailed and Hermione's is also good. You two have some overlap, so let's take Draco's as the standard. How about that? Harry asked. No problem, the four replied in unison. Harry put away the other's parchment, leaving only Draco's, and with a flick of his wand he rearranged the handwriting on it according to what he deemed necessary. Hermione's eyes widened. Oh, she found this magic very practical. She wanted to learn it. After organizing the parchment, Harry waved his hand to summon a chalkboard made of wood, pinned the parchment on it, and struck the board forcefully, which caused a line of spells to appear. Armor Charm. This spell is very practical. Before we learn offensive spells, the first thing we need to do is protect ourselves. This spell can guard against most dark curses, and even after graduating from Hogwarts, it may still be your most commonly used means of self-defense. Of course, if you have protective alchemical gear, that's another matter. However, I believe that no matter how effective protective gear is, it cannot compare to being able to use it yourself. As he said this, Harry specifically glanced at Draco, who indeed had quite a few protective items on him. The Malfoy family was truly renowned for their wealth. I require that you all must learn and master this spell, otherwise there's no need for you to continue in my class, Harry said sternly, hoping his friends would take it seriously, for, if used correctly, this spell could indeed save lives. Upon hearing Harry's words, the previously somewhat lazy Ron immediately sat up straight. He didn't want to be left behind by his friends, nor did he want to fall behind Draco. Even Neville, who had always been serious, couldn't help but frown, straining to remember every word Harry said. Harry handed each of them a notebook. Neville took it, as if granted a reprieve, quickly jotting down notes. Next, Harry began demonstrating the wand movements and gestures for the armor charm, explaining that once they became proficient enough they could forego the gestures, but for now they couldn't. Once everyone had fully memorized the key points and gestures of casting, Harry walked toward the humanoid target. Now I'll demonstrate for you. Harry lifted his wand and said. In the next moment, each humanoid target held a wand-like stick and began to move randomly, continuously casting various colored sparks at Harry. Harry stood there motionless, reciting the spell in slow motion, while pairing it with gestures, successfully defending against all the sparks, not missing a single one from behind. He perfectly blocked them, causing the sparks to explode into colorful fireworks on the translucent shield, creating a dazzling and beautiful spectacle. After just 5 minutes of demonstration, Harry stopped still, completely clean, without even a single breath of exertion. Draco watched envious of Harry's prowess. This was the wizard he admired. Powerful, confident, yet elegant. From this stage on, you must first successfully cast the armor charm. Once you become proficient, I will assign a dummy to you, and only when you can handle 5 dummies without being hit by more than 2 sparks will I start teaching the next spell. Of course, if you can use the armor charm and are agile enough to evade the sparks, I will consider that a success. Remember, wizards do not just stand there shooting spells at each other during battles. Physical training cannot be neglected either. Sometimes being a step faster may help you avoid several spells. Neville's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought he could give it a try. He might not keep up with his friends in learning spells, but he had some strength. He wasn't afraid of hardship and could definitely combine both. Harry had the 4 disperse and form a circle to practice casting the armor charm. Draco was the first to succeed and immediately excitedly asked to try a dummy. Harry did not deny it, summoned a dummy, and set it to the slowest speed, asking Draco to remove all his protective gear and set it aside before starting the small test. Hermione and the others practiced while glancing over. Draco, who originally thought he was doing well, couldn't defend against a single spark. He was immediately hit by various colored sparks, leaving colorful marks all over him. He felt quite dejected, staring down at his wand, wondering why he had succeeded just moments ago. This is the consequence of being unskilled, do you understand? Harry said softly. We are all the same. Learning spells is not difficult, but the challenge lies in applying the learned spells to real situations. The professors keep making us practice for this very reason. Succeeding once is not enough. True mastery comes from repeated success. Draco silently nodded, beginning to wave his wand repeatedly as barriers appeared and disappeared. With Draco's poor example, the other 3 were quite obedient, and even though they briefly succeeded in casting the armor charm, they immediately began practicing diligently. Harry was very pleased with his friend's seriousness and continuously guided them with his experience. They practiced until around 4 in the afternoon. Hermione, Ron, and Draco were so exhausted that they lay directly on the ground, not caring that they were covered in dust. Only Neville, drenched in sweat, continued to practice relentlessly. He was already quite skilled, meticulously pairing his wand movements with the gestures. Even Draco had to admit that the idiot Longbottom, whom he usually looked down upon, was actually impressive. After a brief rest, Harry called everyone up, asking Neville to take a moment to rest, and then summoned the colored dummy to let them line up for practical exercises. Draco was the first to step up, eager to redeem himself. Harry controlled the dummy, shooting sparks from slow to... Draco finally learned to be clever. After practicing the armor charm for an entire afternoon, he precisely timed his spellcasting speed and the spell's effects, avoiding every single spark. Before he could celebrate, Harry adjusted the speed, increasing the frequency of spark launches. Draco's expression changed, and he started to struggle, but after 2 minutes he became familiar with it again, only getting hit once. Once he was completely accustomed to the frequency, Harry began to mix things up, alternating between fast and slow, causing Draco to no longer stand still, having to twist his body to dodge getting covered in dust, but luckily, he was not hit again. A few minutes later, Harry had the dummy stop and Draco sat down, heavily panting. His usually neat hair was soaked with sweat and strands hung down in a disheveled manner, surprisingly looking better than his previous hairstyle. Harry couldn't help but voice this, making Draco nervously summon a water mirror to check his appearance, which emitted a sharp explosion sound. Rubbing his ears, Harry turned to the remaining 3 next. Hermione immediately stepped up. She had handled the first 2 stages perfectly, but during the random stage, she began to struggle, rolling and dodging, unable to find a moment to cast a spell. Harry could only pause and explain to Hermione before letting Ron step up. As for Ron, he handled every stage well. Even during the random stage, which Hermione struggled with, he managed it well. However, the spells were a bit inconsistent, and if he hadn't reacted quickly enough to dodge, he would have been hit by the sparks. Lastly, Neville was surprisingly steady. Although his spellcasting speed and reaction were not as quick as the others, he was quite aware of his spells, and sometimes managed to block 2 sparks with 1 spell. However, in the end, he still suffered from delayed reactions, and was hit several times. Good job, let's call it a day. Let's clean ourselves up, it's about dinner time. Harry clapped his hands. I'm very pleased with everyone's progress today. Everyone achieved the expected results. For the next week, you can practice on your own. Next Friday, gather on the 8th floor after lunch. If someone has something else to do and can't make it, just let me know in advance. Next week we will increase the dummies to 2, so don't relax. Understood, Neville said resolutely. He had already identified his weaknesses and strengths with Harry's guidance and promised he wouldn't be like this again next week. Draco continued to fuss with his hair and clothes, frowning tightly. Do you think letting my hair down would look better? Harry nodded decisively. Of course. That slick back hairstyle must have required a lot of gel, and using too much can lead to hair loss. Draco looked horrified. Really? Why didn't anyone tell me? Harry shrugged, pouting. Who knew? By the way, Ron, come here for a moment. Harry pulled Hermione up from the ground, using magic to remove the spark marks from her, and called out to Ron, who was lying there motionless. Can I take a look at your wand? Harry asked. Ron casually handed over his wand. Here, this is Charlie's old wand of my family. Doesn't have the money to get me a new one. As he spoke the last part, Ron's voice became almost inaudible. Harry took the wand and examined it. It was made of white ash and quite worn, with the tip nearly exposing the unicorn hair inside. You need to replace your wand. This one isn't suitable for you, and it's too old. Your spells being inconsistent is, Harry said. By the way, are you going home for Christmas? I probably won't go back. My parents said we're going to Rome to see Charlie this year, Ron replied. Well, then you should explain the situation to Professor McGonagall and let her take you to buy a new wand. But I don't have any money, Ron said, his face turning as red as blood, his voice growing even softer. Harry laughed. Would you like to advance your Christmas gifts for the next 7 years? Not far away, Draco sneered, but before he could say anything he was silenced by Harry's stern gaze. He could only pout and continue to twirl his hair. Yes, it's just as you think. You know, I've inherited quite a bit of wealth and I have other sources of income as well, so it's really nothing. However, if you wish to advance your Christmas gift, I won't be giving you one during the school term, Harry said with a smile. Ron hurriedly nodded. I'm willing. I don't want a gift. If it's possible, I'd rather trade a gift for a new wand. Then it's settled. Let's go find Professor McGonagall later. The next 2 days are the weekend, so you might not even have to wait until Christmas. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, indicating that they should head to the Great Hall first. He held Neville back, saying, I have some things to discuss with Neville. You guys go ahead, I'll see you in the Great Hall. Hermione nodded and briskly pulled Ron, who wanted to ask questions, out the door. Draco waved away the water mirror, ran his fingers through his hair, decided to trust Harry's judgment, nodded at him, and followed Hermione and Ron out. After the three left, the world became quiet, with only the sound of the stream flowing nearby. Harry took out Neville's parchment from his pocket. Are you sure you want to learn the Cruciatus Curse? Neville jolted, immediately looking up at Harry. Harry simply looked at him calmly. The parchment spread out before him, revealing a single clear line of text that almost penetrated the paper. The Cruciatus Curse. Neville did not see any hatred or disdain on Harry's face. All he saw was calmness. He lowered his head again, saying, My parents were driven mad by that curse, and they are still at St. Mungo's. They no longer recognize me. It was done by the Death Eaters, by Bellatrix Lestrange. I want revenge. Very well, then our goals are the same. Harry folded the parchment and ignited it with his wand. The two watched as the parchment burned to ashes, scattering into the air with the wind. However, this curse affects one's mind. Once you reach your 5th year and pass my test, I will teach you this curse. Harry brushed the residual ash from his hands. Not only do you want revenge on the Death Eaters, but I also want revenge on Voldemort. Our goals align, so let's grow stronger together, Harry said. Neville stared at Harry's calm face, unable to find his voice for a long while. After an unknown amount of time passed, a bead of sweat dropped from Neville's forehead. He nervously fidgeted with his clothes, trying to wipe the sweat from his hands, but to no avail, still feeling a clammy grip. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only lick his dry lips and tried to speak again, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable, startling even himself. Don't you think I'm stupid? You are not stupid, Harry couldn't help but laugh. How could someone who learned the shield charm in a day be stupid? To be honest, this spell is so advanced that even the graduated wizards, including those in the Ministry of Magic, are few who can cast it. You in your 1st year learned it in a day, which is better than many adult wizards. You are just a bit slow on the uptake. Harry had already researched this after Hermione and the others said they wanted to learn spells. He truly did not expect the current wizarding world to be so lacking. Even the basic shield charm had become an advanced magic known only to Aurors. Neville swallowed hard, tightly clenched his fists. When he opened his mouth, tears gushed forth. He extended his hand, pressing it forcefully against his mouth, almost biting his teeth until they bled. A suppressed sob escaped, tears streamed down Neville's face, but he struggled to hold back an emotional outburst, almost unable to stand. Harry reached out to support him. Stand firm, Neville. We will definitely succeed. No matter how powerful they are just human. Why should we be afraid of them? As long as we work hard enough and persevere, we can absolutely achieve our goals. Then killing one would break even. Killing two would be a profit. No loss. Harry said, his gaze turning fierce. Killing was something he was very familiar with. Not to mention those Acromantulas, Inferi, and other assorted creatures. He had killed at least 80 goblins. Even among dark wizards, many from the Fire Ash Serpent faction had died at his hands. If we compare, Voldemort's count of lives taken might not even exceed Harry's. It took Neville a long while to stop sobbing, his eyes swollen to a slit. He gripped his wand tightly, which was his father's. He would use his father's wand to seek revenge for them. The wand suddenly flashed with a hint of red light, though neither of them noticed. When Neville finally calmed down, Harry handed him an ice pack wrapped in a handkerchief, and while walking he pressed it against his eyes, hoping to reduce the swelling before reaching the Great Hall. The Great Hall was bustling with voices as the three who had practiced magic all afternoon returned to their house table, eagerly grabbing food and eating quickly. Even Draco could barely control himself, and with his new hairstyle the people at the Slytherin table almost thought he was impersonated. When Hermione and Ron had filled their stomachs, they noticed Harry dragging Neville over, sitting silently on the bench. If they didn't hurry up, dinner would vanish. finally filling their stomachs. Just before the food disappeared, Harry let out a sigh of relief, reaching for the potion on the table and looking up at the professor's table. Professor McGonagall was still there reading a newspaper. Harry quickly called Ron, heading towards Professor McGonagall. The two going against the flow of people were soon noticed. Professor McGonagall saw them coming towards her, put away her newspaper, left her seat, and stood by the professor's table waiting for them. Professor McGonagall, do you have a moment? We have something we'd like to ask for your help with, Harry said. Professor McGonagall looked sternly at them and nodded, signaling, all right, follow me. Saying this, she turned and walked towards a small door beside the professor's table. Harry and Ron hurriedly followed. Once inside the small door, they found it was a small room lit only by a few flickering candles casting a dim light. It's like this, Professor McGonagall. Harry began to explain and let Ron show his wand. This is the situation. After explaining, Harry took out a small pouch from his pocket containing 7 gold galleons he had prepared earlier. I remember Ollivander should have a discount for new students, right? Ron hasn't bought a new wand yet. He should still be eligible for the discount, right? Harry asked with a smile. If not, Ron will have to wait a few more years for his Christmas gifts. Upon hearing this, even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, Mr. Potter. Ollivander's discount for new students is always available. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I just happen to be going to Diagon Alley. Come to my office at 9 a.m., all right? Mr. Ron hurriedly nodded, afraid that if he hesitated for even a second, he would be refused. Great, then leave it to me. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to see Mr. Weasley's new wand tomorrow afternoon. Professor McGonagall said, taking the pouch from Harry's hand, signaling that they could leave. Ron, brimming with excitement, exited the small room where there were already few people left outside. Even the energetic Ron felt a bit drowsy. Seeing this, Harry didn't linger any longer and headed straight to the Gryffindor common room. After a good nap, when Harry woke up, he saw that there was no one left on Neville's bed across from him. He glanced at the time and slapped Ron, who was still dreaming awake, urging him to hurry and get ready to find Professor McGonagall, lest they truly miss her. Harry stood by the window and looked out faintly, seeing a small figure slowly running by the Black Lake. Most people were still asleep at this hour, so it was very likely to be Neville. Harry couldn't help but sigh, taking out the Wizarding Combat Guide, finding an exercise manual for Aurors compiled by Professor Sharp, copying it, and placing it on Neville's bed, weighing it down to prevent it from being discarded as trash. After washing up, Harry went to the Great Hall for breakfast, reminding Ron along the way that it was getting late, and if he didn't hurry, they would miss breakfast. Harry quickly ate some bread and scrambled eggs, drank the morning potion, and sat in a spot, without a plate, taking out his homework, to write quietly, waiting for the side effects to wear off. Based on past experience, it would take about an hour or so. Ron hastily grabbed a few pieces of bread, not even having time to spread jam, and rushed out as if he was being chased by ghosts. Harry checked the time. It was just 10 minutes to 9. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that despite reminding Ron he really needed to find time to help him change this habit. Oblivious, Ron puffed and stopped at the door to Professor McGonagall's office, hastily stuffing down the bread before knocking on the door. Professor McGonagall immediately opened the door, letting him enter the office and leading him to the fireplace to use the Floo network to Diagon Alley. Ron's face turned a bit green, wishing he hadn't eaten those few pieces of bread. Not to mention Ron's chaotic situation, Harry in the Great Hall covered his mouth with a handkerchief and tested his numbed mouth, had almost recovered. He waved over Hedwig, who had been waiting for a long time, handing her the note he had written earlier. Take this to Professor Dumbledore, all right. Hedwig gently nibbled at Harry's finger, took the jerky he offered, and flew away with her wings spread wide. Before long, a flash of fire appeared, and a note with singed edges appeared beside Harry. He opened it, satisfied, and walked out of the castle. Finding a secluded corner, Harry took out his old broomstick again, mounted it, and began flying towards the forbidden. With purpose, Harry quickly located a nest of acromantulas, effortlessly killing a few, and collecting 7 or 8 vials of venom. Feeling satisfied, he prepared to leave. Just then, rustling sounds came from the nearby bushes. Harry immediately concealed himself and pointed his wand at the bush, making noises. Before long, a golden unicorn stumbled out of the bushes, its pure eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, letting out a delicate call. Harry let out a sigh of relief and stepped out from behind the tree. The golden unicorn foal was startled upon seeing Harry and turned to flee, but it ran headfirst into the bushes and got stuck. Shadir, don't be afraid. Shoo. Harry stood still, clearing his mind of distractions, looking sincerely at the unicorn foal, holding out a piece of honey candy. The unicorn foal stopped struggling and cautiously looked back at Harry. After a while, it hesitantly approached. Bowing down to eat the honey candy from Harry's palm, the unicorn foal happily snorted, prompting Harry to smile warmly and gently stroke the smooth back of the unicorn foal. Little one, where are your parents? This isn't a safe place for you. There are acromantulas around. It's very dangerous. Shall I take you to find your parents? Harry softly negotiated with the unicorn foal. The foal stared at Harry for a moment before nodding. Harry picked up the foal, which was about the size of a lamb, and fashioned a pouch from grass leaves to carry it on his back. Then he mounted his broom and slowly flew in the direction the unicorn foal had come from. After flying for about 10 minutes, Harry suddenly stopped at the treetops. There were people nearby. He immediately cast the disillusionment charm on himself, including the unicorn and the broom. Harry stealthily approached and witnessed a shocking scene. A hooded figure was crouched by the neck of a unicorn, drinking its blood greedily. Not far from here, the sound of the unicorn's mournful cries could be heard. Harry's hair stood on end. Someone actually dared to hunt unicorns at Hogwarts. In an instant, Harry realized who the person below was. The unicorn foal could no longer contain itself and let out a sorrowful cry. The shadow on the ground immediately looked up, revealing a face smeared with silver blood. It was indeed Quirrell. Harry quickly descended to the ground where the treetop he had just left was immediately struck by a spell starting to emit black smoke. As soon as he landed, he rolled away, hiding behind a large rock, and set the unicorn foal down using the shield charm to protect it before dashing in another direction. On the way, he also shot a few spells at Quirrell. However, while moving, there were trees blocking his aim, so he didn't hit. Fortunately, his attention was drawn away. Harry let out a slight sigh of relief, found another cover, and kept casting. Quirrell could only see vague shadows and wasn't clear on who it was. Just seeing those merciless spells, he assumed it couldn't be a student. Realizing this, Quirrell panicked, clumsily dodged a few spells, and transformed into a plume of black smoke, vanishing quickly. Harry squinted his eyes, not attempting to stop him. After waiting a moment to confirm that Quirrell had escaped, he hurriedly ran over to the fallen unicorn. After examining it carefully, Harry sadly brushed the unicorn's eyes. He dug a deep pit in this empty space, placing the unicorn inside, then summoned the earth, and scattered a few moonflower seeds before going back to find the foal behind the rock. It seemed that the deceased unicorn was either the father or mother of the little creature. Harry watched as the unicorn cub wandered in front of the freshly filled grave, shedding large tears. Sighing, Harry placed it back in the cloth pouch and walked towards the source of the mournful cries. A few minutes later, Harry spotted another unicorn lying on a patch of grass, its wounds so severe that bones were visible. It was continuously wailing, its long limbs straining to rise, but collapsing time and again. As Harry revealed himself, the unicorn let out a warning whinny. Harry stood still, placing the unicorn cub down as he watched it stagger towards the downed unicorn, tears streaming down its face as it gently licked its wounds. The injured unicorn relaxed its guard upon seeing the cub, its gaze softening as it looked at Harry. Harry then approached to examine its wounds, pulling out various healing potions from his bag, pouring them over the wounds as if they were free, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the wounds begin to heal. After giving the unicorn a vial of blood replenisher, Harry hesitated and asked, "Are you willing to come with me? I have a place where you can heal in peace. It won't be safe for you to stay with your child here." The unicorn attempted to rise slowly, but its wounds reopened, causing it to collapse again. Harry hurriedly cast spells to treat its wounds, watching it with concern. After a while, the wounds had visibly healed, but Harry knew that this was merely superficial. If it exerted itself again, they might burst open once more. Finally, the unicorn nodded at Harry, who smiled, and whispered a few words to the pouch, which transformed into a bag that quickly enveloped both the unicorn and its cub. Harry slung the bag over his shoulder, found the broom he had discarded earlier, and flew swiftly towards Hogwarts. Once out of the Forbidden Forest, Harry cleaned himself up and hurried towards the castle. Passing the Great Hall, he noticed it was time for lunch, but there was no time to eat. He grabbed a potion bottle and rushed to the 8th floor. Rushing to the room of requirement, he quickly made a few trips back and forth before throwing open the door. Without looking sideways, he dashed to the far side of the grassy area, hastily releasing the unicorn from the bag. The larger and smaller unicorn looked around in confusion, sensing no danger, and both appeared quite pleased. Since the injured unicorn couldn't move for the moment, Harry chose a spot not far from a creek for their release, nestled in a sheltered hollow blocked by large rocks, where it wouldn't rain, thus avoiding the need for a tent. He had Dee Dee bring in some soft straw to lay on the ground, marking a temporary end to the situation. Dee Dee, delighted to see the two unicorns, ran back and forth tidying up their temporary home. Harry, feeling his stomach grumble, said, "Dee Dee, go get some food and bring it here quickly and make sure there's plenty." "No problem, sir. Dee Dee is on it," Dee Dee replied sharply before disappearing. Harry opened a potion bottle and drank it, then conjured a set of tables and chairs, sitting down at the edge of the unicorn's nest. What could be better than a meal with the sight of unicorns? As the potion's effects began to take hold, Dee Dee returned. However, Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the food Dee Dee was carrying. It was all magical creature feed. There were all sorts of flavors and varieties for different ages. "Dee Dee, I wanted food for me. Can you bring it quickly?" Harry asked helplessly. Dee Dee set the magical creature feed down on the ground, looking a bit sheepish, and prepared to dash headfirst into the stone wall, but was luckily pulled back by Harry. "Just be quick, and try to get more." Dee Dee immediately vanished, leaving Harry staring silently at the magical creature feed, wondering if he should try some. He had heard that humans could eat this too. Fortunately, he didn't dwell on it for long. After feeling as if his stomach was about to be eaten away by acid, Harry finally received his lunch. The table Harry conjured was barely able to accommodate all the food, so he had to enlarge it to fit everything. With no one else around, Harry began to devour his meal. The food entering his stomach finally calmed down the discomfort that had started to gnaw at him. As he ate, Harry slowed down and watched Dee Dee settle the unicorns, providing them with food and water, fluffing the straw, and checking the unicorns' health with the unique magic of house elves, while making a list of the potions they would need. After Harry finished eating, Dee Dee handed him the list. After glancing at the required potions, Harry sighed in relief. None of them were too rare, and he could basically order them all from the apothecary. He quickly wrote a letter for the order and handed the list to Dee Dee, asking him to find an owl to send it off. Walking over to the unicorn lying on the straw, Harry cautiously reached out his hand. The unicorn gently placed its head in Harry's hand, causing him to smile uncontrollably. "You are safe here. Receive your treatment in peace. Dee Dee will take good care of you. If you want to go back once you are healed, Dee Dee will take you back, so there's no need to worry," Harry continued to murmur. The unicorn looked at him tenderly, filling Harry with a warm joy that lingered in his. After a while, the unicorn gestured for Harry to look at its tail. Harry took a moment to understand what the unicorn meant and hurriedly looked over. The unicorn flicked its tail, and a strand of unicorn tail hair fell to the ground. Harry turned around excitedly. The unicorn nodded, and Harry walked over to carefully pick up the strand of tail hair. This was a valuable item that could be sold by the root. Not only would it help the two unicorns heal and stay, but it would also be profitable for Harry. With a beaming smile, Harry thanked the unicorn and carefully stored the strand of unicorn hair. If not properly preserved, the magical elements would gradually fade, turning it into ordinary hair, albeit prettier. Fortunately, Harry knew how to handle such materials. With no proper items at hand, he could only perform simple magical preservation for now, and the rest would have to wait. But even so, he could sell it for a good price. Just as he finished securing the unicorn tail hair, Harry saw the unicorn straining its legs trying to stand up. Harry panicked and rushed to stop it. No, you shouldn't get up yet. Your wounds aren't healed. If you try to stand, they'll burst open again." Unfortunately, Harry's pleas went unheard. He couldn't use too much force to stop it, so he could only watch helplessly as the unicorn tore the wound on one of its legs open. Harry, wand in hand, was heartbroken and prepared to treat the unicorn, but was interrupted when the unicorn bit his sleeve, causing him to stumble and miscast the spell. After a moment, Harry finally understood what the unicorn meant. It wanted to give him a bit of its blood. The unicorn was voluntarily offering its blood. Harry was so excited that his hands trembled. He quickly took out a small crystal vial and held it to the unicorn's small wound. Blood, which had previously not been flowing, slowly seeped from the wound. It wasn't much, but it was enough to fill the vial the size of his fingertip. Capping the vial, Harry hurried to treat the unicorn's wound. This time the unicorn did not resist, and the small wound quickly vanished. Harry finally stored the precious blood with gratitude, looking at the unicorn and saying, "Thank you." The unicorn quietly lay back down, ignoring Harry. He knew this meant the unicorn considered their debt settled. In response, Harry wasn't surprised. He reached out tentatively, and the unicorn shifted slightly, not entirely rejecting Harry's touch, which was already a good sign. Harry wasn't greedy. He knew that in a few years, as he grew older, he would be unable to touch the unicorn at all. Fortunately, the little unicorn didn't shy away from him, and after playing with it for a while, Harry reluctantly left. Returning to the corridor on the 8th floor, Harry savored the moment before heading to the headmaster's office. He needed to inform Dumbledore about coral-hunting unicorns so that he could think of a solution, otherwise the other unicorns in the Forbidden Forest would be in danger. After explaining the situation, Harry didn't linger and headed straight back to the Gryffindor common room. After a thrilling morning and noon, all he wanted was to rest. Entering the Gryffindor common room through the circular entrance, Harry saw Ron and the others sitting in their usual corner, Ron holding a new wand and excitedly boasting. 14 inches. Willow. Unicorn hair core. Look, it has excellent flexibility. Ron rushed to introduce it as soon as he saw Harry. Hermione rolled her eyes from the side. Since Ron returned from lunch, he had been incessantly talking about his new wand, and she could recite his words by now. Seeing Ron's expression, Harry felt compelled to pour cold water on him. "Now that you have a suitable wand, I think at the next gathering you won't be dodging sparks anymore, right?" Ron suddenly fell silent, his joyful expression disappearing, replaced by a look of dismay. Harry didn't give him a chance to complain, greeting Hermione and Neville before turning to head back to the dormitory. He needed a wash. He was covered in either blood or dirt, and although he had cleaned up a bit, washing with water felt much more refreshing. Before Ron could say anything to Hermione, she quickly gathered her things. "I'm heading to the library. You'd better practice while you still can. Don't let yourself be worse than Malfoy, or Harry will abandon you." "I won't," Ron shouted angrily, ruffling his hair and taking his wand to find an empty classroom to practice. After washing himself thoroughly, Harry dried his hair and returned to bed, first taking out the vial of blood and placing it carefully aside. This was a rare item that could produce remarkable results in both engraving magical runes and brewing potions. Harry hadn't considered using it himself, as he knew his skill level. He was likely a bit stronger than the average wizard, but he was far from a professional master. He decided to trade it with Snape, making a deal where Snape would take half of the finished product while Harry provided the expertise and materials. It was a perfect arrangement. Of course, if that didn't work out, Harry felt that a third would also be acceptable. He took out the unicorn hair that had been simply processed and looked at it, then placed it back, picking up a piece of parchment to write to Ollivander. The demand for this material was substantial, and he was sure to get a good price. He also checked the materials from the ogre and the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider he had set aside, deciding that it was enough for today. After dinner, he would deliver these items to Snape, since he had no intention of touching them himself. He had just finished showering and didn't want to get any strange smells on him. Collapsing onto his bed, Harry removed his glasses and placed them on the bedside table. With a flick of his wand, the bed curtains fell, darkening the light. Harry yawned, turned over, and fell asleep instantly. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when Harry woke up, his head felt fuzzy. Rubbing his eyes, he found his glasses and put them on, pulling back the curtains to look outside. The sunset had already turned half the sky red, and he could vaguely hear the sounds of chatter coming from the common room near the dormitory door. Harry let out a big yawn and stretched, climbing out of bed to find a clean set of clothes. He did his best to comb his hair before finally stepping out of the dormitory. Blending into the crowd, Harry scanned the area, but didn't see Hermione or the others. He promptly exited the common room, heading directly to the Great Hall. Upon arriving, he discovered his friends sitting on the benches, all looking fatigued as they awaited dinner. "What happened to you all?" Harry asked, confused. Ron had a lot to say on the matter. "Don't mention it. I found an empty classroom to practice the shield charm, and then Peeves discovered me. He kept throwing things at me, but luckily the shield charm worked, and I barely escaped. I ran into Hermione, and after complaining a bit, she dragged Neville and me to find Peeves. We got chased around dodging things all afternoon and couldn't block them all. Peeves' antics are a great way to practice on dummies. We can't operate the dummies from the 8th floor, and Peeves is so convenient. He willingly helps you practice magic. What more could you want?" Hermione said without changing her expression as she flipped through her book. Neville stared vacantly at his empty plate, not wanting to say a word. "Well, that's true. You all keep it up." Harry's lips twitched. Hermione really was making the most of everything. Just as they were talking, dinner suddenly appeared on the long table. Neville's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed a chicken leg, stuffing it into his mouth, followed closely by another, as he was starving. Hermione and the others weren't much better off, eating like they were starving to death, though Hermione was a bit more refined. Harry took some of his favorite food to eat, glancing up at the professor's table, where Dumbledore was sitting in his usual spot, and Quirrell was at the far end. However, Quirrell looked extremely pale at this moment, nervously slicing his steak, while frequently glancing at the other professors. Harry chuckled quietly, lowering his head to eat his dinner. It seemed he truly did not realize who had attacked him in the Forbidden Forest, as he was entirely focused on the professor. After dinner, Harry picked up the potion vial that had appeared next to his plate, glancing once more at the professor's seat, only to find that Snape was no longer there. Harry spoke quietly to Ron, who was still eating, then turned and left. Exiting the hall, he made his way down the stairs, familiar with the path, as he stood outside Snape's office. In a hushed voice, Harry asked the portrait of Medusa on the door, "Is Professor Snape in?" Medusa's eyes brightened. "You can speak Parseltongue." "Goodness. He is here. Should I let you in?" "No thanks, I can knock myself," Harry hurriedly refused. Snape already disliked him, and if he entered without knocking, he might very well skin him alive. "All right then, Parseltongue speaker, could you come and visit me if you have time?" Medusa asked eagerly, though somewhat regret. Harry was puzzled. "Why?" "I want someone to talk to. Professor Snape is far too boring. He never says a word to me," Medusa complained. Harry twitched his lips. "That does sound tough for you. You should be able to talk to others too." "I only like talking to Parseltongue speakers," Medusa hissed, throwing Harry a flirtatious glance. Harry shifted his gaze, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times on the door, no longer looking at Medusa. The door swung open, and the dark figure of Snape stood at the entrance, looking down coldly at Harry. "I come bearing a gift, Professor," Harry said. Snape's fingers tightened, ready to slam the door shut. Harry quickly propped the door open. "It's the blood of a willingly sacrificed unicorn." Snape paused, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Harry, as if trying to detect any trace of deceit. After a long moment, Harry's arm began to tire, and Snape finally released the door, stepping aside. Harry quickly thanked him, withdrew his hand, and entered Snape's office. He walked straight to the sofa, laying out the items he had prepared on the coffee table. Snape remained silent, picking up the most prominent crystal bottle to inspect it. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he spoke the price. "I want half of the final product," Harry declared. "Impossible," Snape exclaimed. "1/3, Harry countered. Snape fell silent, simply turning away with the crystal bottle, carefully placing it down before returning to stand in silence. Harry pushed some items on the table. "This is the compensation for the previous potions. It would be even better if the side effects were a bit less severe." Snape snorted, not saying a word. Harry shrugged, choosing not to say anything more, and stood up to head. Just as he was about to step out, Snape's voice drifted after him. 2 weeks left." Harry paused, nodded, and left. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was intercepted by the twins. "We heard you bought Ron a new wand. He said it was exchanged for 7 years' worth of Christmas gifts." Harry nodded. "That's right. Charlie's old wand wasn't quite right for him. It had too much of an impact." The twins exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Harry. Do you have a lot of money to spend? I should have quite a bit, Harry said modestly. He had a good impression of the Weasley family and paid no mind to their probing. Come, over here. The twins each took an arm of Harry and led him to a corner. They pulled out a bunch of strange items from their pockets and began to introduce them excitedly. This is a skipping class candy. Once eaten, it will cause various ailments to help you escape class, but we are currently stuck at a critical stage. This is a canary biscuit. Eating it will turn you into a canary, but we are similarly stuck at an important step. And this? Expandable ears. Of course, it's just a concept for now. And more. Harry stroked his chin. Are you developing prank products? The twins high-fived in celebration. Exactly. Need investors. The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes. Harry smiled. Then how much of a share are you willing to give me? The twins seemed to have anticipated this. Half. No, that's not acceptable. You have great ideas and decent skills. I believe you can succeed. Half is too much. I don't want to manage anything, so research and sales are all yours. I just want 20. Harry explained. The twins hesitated and conferred briefly, ultimately agreeing to Harry's terms, but they decided each would only take 35, while leaving the remaining 10 for Harry to use in case he needed it one day. However, they did not plan to inform Harry of this decision, intending to discuss it later when the situation arose. After glancing at the half-finished products on the table, Harry decided to invest 100 galleons in them. Right now, what they needed was not to research products, but to expand their knowledge. Although the twins had great ideas, the alchemy and magic they used were still too rudimentary, easily recognizable. If someone got hold of them, their business could be thwarted. Harry had what he needed and directly used a cloth bag to give them 100 galleons. The twins were so delighted they didn't know what to say, immediately wanting to write home for books on alchemy, as their family had quite a few. Remembering Gareth, Harry suddenly thought that the twins' personalities were somewhat similar to Gareth's, and Gareth could be considered their senior. He recalled Gareth's decent alchemy skills. Perhaps he could introduce the twins to Gareth. No matter what, the twins' research was still quite dangerous. Having Gareth supervise them would be much safer than having them study alone. If they encountered any danger, Gareth could even seek Harry for help. With this in mind, Harry spoke up. You could look for the portraits of your ancestors. I read about someone named Gareth Weasley in a book. His alchemy was quite impressive. You might seek his help. I heard that there are many portraits of him left behind. Fred pondered thoughtfully. Their family's old home had long been neglected due to lack of funds, and their ancestors' portraits were all at Aunt Muriel's house. They didn't like Aunt Muriel, and during Christmas, it was usually her who came to their house for the holiday. They had hardly ever visited Aunt Muriel's home, so they were quite unfamiliar with Gareth. However, it was simple enough. Their father, Arthur Weasley, had a good relationship with Aunt Muriel, so he could ask her to check. With this thought, Fred nodded. They'll have my family keep an eye out. If it's grandfather Gareth or great-grandfather. Either way, if he is willing, we will find his portrait. George nodded in agreement. If the Weasley family really had such an ancestor, they would save a lot of time on their own research. Seeing the twins eager to write a letter, Harry tactfully took his leave. He turned to look around, but did not see Ron and the others. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory, he was stopped by the twins. Tomorrow is our Quidditch team's practice. Want to come watch? If you're willing, we can even let you ride a broom. After all, the school's old brooms for flying lessons can't compare to ours. Though ours aren't that great, they are used in— Harry paused, eyeing the two suspiciously. Was this arranged by Dumbledore? Otherwise, why would they invite him at this? We are the team's beaters, and you are Harry Potter. It's perfectly fine for you to come watch practice. George said with a smile, also calling out to the upperclassmen. Would Can Harry come watch our practice tomorrow? A fifth-year boy with black hair looked over, assessing Harry before breaking into a bright smile. Of course. See, he agreed. He's the captain of the Quidditch team. If he says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Are you coming? Fred asked while tidying up the items on the table. Harry could only nod. He'll be there. What time does practice start? After all, he had agreed upon plans with Dumbledore to go to the Quidditch pitch, and the Weasley brothers offered such a good reason. Why not take advantage of it? At 7 o'clock. Of course you can come a bit later since you don't need training. George couldn't help but complain. Would treats us like we're not human. It's bad enough we have practice on Sunday, we have to wake up early too. Fred nodded in sympathetic agreement. Even if it were at 8, that would be fine. Starting at 7 means we have to get up at 6. The two wore such pitiful expressions that they made Harry chuckle. He offered a half-hearted consolation or two before returning to his dormitory. Closing the door, the noise of the common room was cut off, leaving only some faint sounds. Ron and Neville stumbled out of the washroom, yawning and leaning on each other. Huh, Harry, you're back. If you're tired, you should rest quickly. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to watch the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice. Do you want? Harry asked helplessly. I want go. I still need to practice. I don't know why, but today's one feels different. Neville suppressed a yawn, his eyes watering as he spoke. Ron perked up, wanting to say he would go too. But upon hearing Neville's words, he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Harry placed his coat on the back of the chair by the bed and turned back in confusion. What do you mean? I won't go either. I need to focus on my studies. I don't want to fall behind, Malfoy. Ron declared resolutely. Harry laughed. All right, then I'll tell you about the team's practice when I get back. Okay. Neville and Ron both replied in unison, followed by another round of yawning as they mumbled good night and collapsed onto their beds. Harry shook his head and went over to help pull down the curtains for the two. He also dimmed the lights in the dormitory before gathering his things to wash up. The next morning before the alarm clock went off, Harry opened his eyes, reached out to turn it off, and checked the time. It was still 5 minutes until 7. Harry pulled back the bed curtains and was surprised to see that Ron's bed was already empty. He looked across and found that Neville's bed was also unoccupied. Putting on his slippers, he walked to the window. Just as before, there were now 2 small figures. Harry couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, touching the headband on his forehead. With friends like these, Voldemort was doomed. In fact, Harry's scar had long since vanished, but Dumbledore insisted on having Harry wear the headband daily to avoid causing a stir. He even used a transfiguration spell to create a false scar on Harry's forehead, for which Dumbledore had sacrificed one of his old school notebooks. Cheerfully dealing with personal hygiene, Harry selected his clothes. He needed something that would allow for movement while still providing some degree of protection. Although Dumbledore assured safety, Harry could not entrust his well-being to anyone else, even if that person was. However, Harry's current clothes were all customized by Madame Malkin, not the ones he wore during his previous adventures. After searching for a while, he managed to piece together a suitable outfit for physical activity and rummaged through his bag until he found a scarf adorned with runes that reduced the damage from wizards, which was still in decent condition. Looking outside, the sky was slightly overcast, and Harry decisively wrapped the scarf around his neck. Every little bit helped. Next, he glanced towards the Forbidden Forest. He still needed to find an opportunity to go there to collect more materials. Without runes embedded in his clothing, he felt quite insecure. Checking the time, Harry quickly walked outside. As usual, he arrived at the hall. He couldn't forget to have breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Harry remained seated, noticing that the potion vials that usually appeared next to his plate had not shown up today. Harry couldn't help but frown. Snape had just mentioned that he needed to drink potions for 2 more weeks. Why were they? Could it be because of his bad attitude last night? Was he doing this on purpose? With this thought, Harry found it hard to sit still, wanting to go to the cellar to ask, yet fearing it would waste time, especially since he had things to do today. Just as Harry was feeling a bit anxious, a potion appeared before him. This potion was surprisingly light golden in color, unlike any he had seen before. Along with it was a piece of parchment that looked like it had more than just a couple of words written on it. Harry picked up the parchment and glanced at the professor's table, as Snape was not there, but Professor McGonagall was. Sighing in relief, the presence of Professor McGonagall meant he still had time. He opened the parchment and looked. The reward is 1/3 of the potion, the blessing of the goddess of life. If you know the effects of this potion, you should know what to do. If Mr. Savior is unwilling to use it, he must come to the potions classroom before 8:30 to collect the potion. Harry shuddered. He truly hadn't expected this potion to be so significant. He felt sorry for Snape. Harry actually knew about this potion. He had seen snippets of it in the restricted section, and the required ingredients were all very precious, not to mention that even a master potion maker might not be able to brew it successfully. Aside from the blood willingly offered by a unicorn, it also required the tears of a phoenix filled with joy, moonlight flowers that bloom on snowy nights, and some rare and bizarre materials which are generally difficult to collect. Snape actually had all the materials and successfully brewed it. Harry decisively burned the parchment in his hand to ashes, picked up the potion bottle before him, uncorked it, and drank it down. An indescribable sensation surged down his throat, somewhat cold, yet also warm. Harry covered his mouth, surprised, feeling as if he had consumed something, yet it was also as though he had ingested nothing. The bottle was already empty, with not a trace left. Immediately after, Harry shivered, his vision suddenly blurred, and he felt dizzy. Unable to resist, Harry took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Just as he was about to put them back on, he was astonished to discover that he could see clearly. He tried lifting the glasses to his face, but everything before him was a blur. The blessing of the goddess of life was indeed as remarkable as its reputation. Harry excitedly placed the glasses on the table, looking around. He had never seen the world so clearly before. Even the patterns on the great hall's doors were as clear as day. Previously, even with glasses, he could only vaguely see the patterns, but now they were incredibly distinct. This potion, as Harry had read, would adjust a person's body to its optimal state. Just 1 sip was enough, and a person could only drink it once in their lifetime. Any more would turn it into a poison. Moreover, it was a poison that acted upon the soul. It could blend with any liquid, and even the most intricate magic could not detect anything. Thinking of this, Harry shuddered, looking suspiciously at the professor's table. Snape surely wouldn't be so heartless. However, when he saw Professor McGonagall starting to rise and head outside, he had no time to ponder and hurriedly got up to follow her. He needed to reach the Quidditch pitch before Professor McGonagall. After all, the main audience was Professor McGonagall, and if the audience were seated but the actors were not, that would not. As he ran, Harry was astonished to find that he did not feel particularly tired, and even his breathing was not as late. It seemed to be due to the potion. Harry couldn't help but thank Snape. He would no longer be tormented by various bizarre side effects. Additionally, he had to thank the unicorn on the 8th floor. Entering the Quidditch pitch through the main door from the audience area, Harry looked up and saw the Gryffindor players already soaring through the sky, looking like they were in formation. Harry didn't call out to them, instead finding a spot to sit down watching their training with great interest. A few minutes later, Harry caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall entering the pitch, but she moved silently towards the elevated audience seats. No one on the field noticed her, and Harry pretended not to see, carefully watching the players in the sky, meticulously searching for his opportunity. Before long, Wood shouted a few words towards the sky, and the team members descended, gathering on the grass in the center. Harry blinked and jumped off the stands, running over. Everyone's faces looked grim, and the twins looked as if they had bitten into a jelly bean with a nosebleed flavor. "What's wrong?" Harry leaned in and whispered. Fred's face was pale. "It's that McLaggen. He's just a pile of dung." George chimed in with a snark. Before Harry could even ask, the two began to rant. This McLaggen was a second-year student from Gryffindor, a tall and skinny boy whose uncle worked in the Ministry of Magic. Since joining the team, he had constantly offered various self-righteous suggestions to Wood. Moreover, he completely ignored commands, causing problems during every match, resulting in Gryffindor now being at the bottom among the four houses. If it weren't for Gryffindor's inability to find a suitable replacement, Wood would have kicked him off the team long ago, as his flying skills were still decent. Harry patted George on the shoulder comfortingly and could only shrug. After all, he was not yet a member of the team. Watching Wood shouting loudly at McLaggen, Harry shifted his gaze to Fred's broom. "Do you want to fly for a bit? It looks like we can't continue training for a while, so we can watch from here while you fly for a bit," Fred suggested. Harry immediately nodded. "Sure." "Have you played Quidditch before?" George asked. Harry shook his head. "No, you know I grew up in the Muggle world where there is no such thing as Quidditch." This wasn't a lie. After all, Harry had focused all his attention on venturing out to find Hagrid, and had only a limited understanding of Quidditch, knowing it only involved scoring and catching the golden snitch. "Should I find someone to play with you? Just consider it as practice," Fred said. Harry grinned. "That would be perfect. What could demonstrate one's flying skills better than Quidditch?" Professor McGonagall was waiting for a performance over there. "He'll try flying first, and if you think it's good, we can all play together. How about that?" Harry proposed. Fred passed his broom over. "No problem. George, fly with Harry and keep an eye on him." Fred turned and said. George was already on his broom. "Of course, be ready." Harry laughed heartily, hopped on the broom, and pushed off hard, shooting up into the sky. The wind tousled his hair, and without needing glasses, Harry was captivated by everything before him: the grass, the black lake, the castle. Everything felt as if a light veil had been lifted. It had never been this clear before. Harry couldn't help but laugh out loud, joyfully spiraling in the air. The new broom was simply much better than his old one. A gentle push would change its direction according to his strength, unlike the old broom, which sometimes required his weight to alter its course. After circling for a while, Harry suddenly recalled the flying trials he had done, raising his broom to check the sky for visible smoke rings and balloons. Disappointed, he sighed. They probably no longer held such activities. However, thinking of the thrill from the trials, he couldn't help but lower his body and accelerate. As he sped up and dove, the broom felt as if it had merged with him, responding obediently, as if it were his limbs. With shaped turns, spirals, sudden stops, and accelerations, Harry was having the time of his life, almost forgetting the purpose of his visit. Until a startled shout rang out. Harry immediately turned around to see a large black ball hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Harry's pupils contracted. At this speed, being hit would surely break bones. Almost instinctively, Harry pressed down hard on the broomstick, diving towards the ground like a kite with a severed string. The black ball whizzed past the tail of the broom into the sky, even knocking down a few branches. With a serious expression, Harry controlled the broom in his hands. Previously, he had flown at a lower height to avoid trouble, but to dodge the black ball, he instinctively went down, feeling as if he might crash into the ground. From a distance came cries, loud screams, and shouts. Harry ignored it all, gripping the broomstick tightly, lifting his body as far back as possible, managing to stop his descent just under a meter from the ground, transitioning into parallel flight. His toes brushed the grass of the pitch as Harry looked up at the black ball in the sky, but had begun to gather strength again, charging towards him. Harry grinned, suddenly feeling like he was evading being chased by the fire whiskey snakes in the Forbidden Forest. With a cheer, he didn't even think of landing, instead continuing to rise and play hide and seek with the black ball. The black ball was being toyed with, not even brushing against the hem of Harry's clothes. Just as Harry began to feel a bit bored, another black ball joined the chase, and the two balls started to corner him. Only then did Harry regain his interest, having the time of his life. Until George ascended and knocked one ball down to the ground, Harry reluctantly followed George and landed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Harry was grabbed by Wood. His eyes sparkled as he sized Harry up. "Have you "No," Harry replied, bewildered. "You're small and agile. Perfectly suited." Wood circled around Harry as if he had found a rare treasure. "Wood? Potter!" A furious shout came as Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached from the two gates of the pitch. "What's going on with you two? Why is Mr. Potter up in the air and being chased by a bludger?" Wood's mind instantly cleared, grabbing the escaping McLaggen. It's him. Professor, ask him. I'm sure. Even without a player, I don't need a teammate like him. It turned out that while Harry was flying happily, Wood had seen him and casually praised him. McLaggen, who was being reprimanded, couldn't take it and indignantly claimed he could do it too, insisting that this kind of flying was no challenge. Following that, for reasons unknown, he insisted on challenging Harry's flying skills, but thinking that mere flying wouldn't showcase his abilities, he actually released a bludger and hit it hard. That bludger seemed to have a mind of its own, flying straight towards Harry. Next came Harry's impressive performance. McLaggen, feeling a bit disgruntled, was about to jump on a broom, but Wood stopped him, not allowing him to move an inch. Watching Harry fly with ease, Wood couldn't help himself. He originally wanted to release the golden snitch to test Harry, but McLaggen seized the opportunity to release another bludger. This thoroughly enraged Wood, who declared that he would expel him on the spot. Professor McGonagall had rushed over as soon as the first bludger appeared, not seeing what happened afterward, but she was equally furious, immediately agreeing with Wood's opinion and docking McLaggen a full 20 points. This left Harry feeling overwhelmed. The points he had worked so hard to gain were easily lost. After reprimanding McLaggen and ordering him off the field, Professor McGonagall began to circle around Harry, just like Wood. Do you want to join the team, Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked directly. Harry blinked, feeling as though the previous plan had not included this. But it seemed the goal was not off track. Can I? Professor McGonagall, can a first year join the team? Harry feigned ignorance and asked. You don't need to worry about that, you just need to answer me. Do you want to join the Quidditch team? McGonagall said. Harry smiled, scratching his head. I would love to. By the way, where are your glasses? Professor McGonagall suddenly noticed the difference in Harry. Harry touched his pocket where the glasses should be, thinking to himself, how careless. He had completely forgotten to find a frame to cover for himself. While Harry was racking his brains for an excuse, Professor McGonagall said sternly, the vision potion cannot be consumed frequently. You must understand this. Moreover, you're still young, and if you drink it too often, it will affect the normal development of your eyes, leading to increased dependency on the potion as time goes on, which is not acceptable. Harry froze, suddenly overjoyed, thanking Professor McGonagall for giving him a good excuse. Thank you for the reminder, Professor. Just this once, I won't drink it again. Harry obediently bowed his head in apology. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with Harry's compliance and instructed the team to keep it a secret before hurrying away. As soon as her figure disappeared at the door, the twins rushed over, wrapping their arms around Harry's neck, eagerly wanting to fly with him. However, they were quickly suppressed by Wood, as the audience had already gathered, and it would be embarrassing to expose Harry after Professor McGonagall had just said to keep it secret. Besides, everyone had just seen Harry's flying skills. He was clearly more skilled than McLaggen. They planned to train secretly in the next few days and then have him on the field for the next match. They would definitely catch their opponents off guard. After Wood said this, everyone stopped discussing the topic. Harry, we still need to continue training. Your position is seeker. Do you know what that entails? Do you? That's great. This booklet contains a complete collection of brooms that I've gathered. You can study it and see which one you like. Just make sure to report it to Professor McGonagall. After all, you're only a first year and can't bring your own broom. Wood bent down, wrapping his arm around Harry's neck, and whispered, stuffing the booklet into his hands. He'll tell you the specific training schedule later. For now, you can only train with me alone. Oh, I need to manage the time properly. Thank you so much, Senior Wood. Harry flipped through the booklet, which was filled with detailed descriptions of the brooms, features even accompanied by illustrations cut out from magazines. Just call me Oliver. Wood smiled broadly, patting Harry on the shoulder. You can either go back and study the brooms, or watch us train here. We will train until noon. Harry replied appreciatively. Then he'll just watch here. Since I can't join the team training, I at least want to understand how the teammates coordinate. Wood laughed heartily, personally leading Harry to the players' bench, which was the closest spot to the field. After seating Harry comfortably, Wood immediately turned around and shouted loudly at his teammates, displaying an attitude completely opposite to the one he had shown Harry. Harry was taken aback, marveling at Wood, no Oliver, who truly was a master of changing expressions. After watching the team's flying practice for a while, Harry felt that it was much more harmonious than when he first arrived. Could it really be that the assessment of Mike was unreliable? Having roughly grasped the players' flying habits, Harry lowered his head to study the booklet in his hands. It featured the Nimbus series, Comet series, and Firebolt series, not only detailing their pros and cons, but also Oliver's personal flying experiences, with each broom's price marked below its image. Harry flipped through a few pages, skipping those with production years too far in the past, and jumped to the back, where the brooms produced in the last 2 years were listed. One was the Nimbus 2000, and the other was the Firebolt 2000. Harry carefully compared the advantages and disadvantages of both brooms, feeling a bit indecisive since both brooms had similar basic conditions. The only difference was in appearance and price. The Nimbus series brooms had a somewhat rugged appearance, unlike the streamlined design of the Firebolt series, which looked exquisite and beautiful from start to finish. After a long consideration, Harry ultimately decided to choose the Firebolt 2000. After all, performance is temporary, but looking good is a lifetime matter. Having made up his mind, Harry copied the page of the Firebolt 2000 and set it aside, then focused on watching his future teammates train. Harry sat by the field until the training ended, then returned Wood's booklet following his instructions to keep away from the team members and returned to the castle alone. After lunch, Harry handed the copied page to Professor McGonagall and gave her the key to his vault. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry for a long time before pushing the key back, stating that if Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup at the end of the term, then the broom would be a reward for Harry. However, if Gryffindor did not win the championship, Harry could pay himself back later. To this, Harry could only accept awkwardly. Saving this amount for now weighed on him. It seemed that Quidditch really required effort, and he couldn't let Professor McGonagall's money go to waste. Rubbing his chin in thought, Harry felt he had to go out for a while, not to mention he had to resolve the issue with his glass. This time he used the excuse of the eye-enhancing potion. What would he use next time? He couldn't just say he drank the eye-enhancing potion every day, could he? After assessing his inventory, Harry decided to take a trip to Hogsmeade. Thinking about the promise he made to Dumbledore earlier, Harry resignedly headed toward the headmaster's office. Before entering, Harry quietly transformed his glasses. The original prescription glasses turned into plain glass ones. For some reason, he suddenly didn't want Dumbledore to know that Snape still had the blessing of the Goddess of Life. Putting on his glasses, Harry shook his head a bit uncomfortably and chuckled at himself. After wearing glasses for over 10 years, he felt out of place after just one day without them. He announced the password, and the trick stairway to the water beast revealed itself. Harry stepped onto the stairs and made his way up. He knocked on the door lightly and pushed it open, saying, "Dumbledore, I need to." Harry paused at the doorway, surprised to see Professor McGonagall confronting Dumbledore, pounding on the table. "Sorry to interrupt." Harry quickly grabbed the doorknob and retreated, slamming the office door shut. Just as he was about to turn and run, the door behind him was opened again. Professor McGonagall, looking serious, opened the office door. "Mr. Potter, are you looking for the headmaster?" "He's in, but I have things to attend to, so I'm leaving first." After saying this, Professor McGonagall sidestepped past Harry and hurried down the stairs. Harry bit his lips, not daring to make a sound. It was only when he heard the sound of the water beast moving that Harry breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door into the office. "What's going on? What was Professor McGonagall saying?" Harry looked a bit anxious. Dumbledore sat in his chair, his eyelids drooping, trying to maintain his expression. "It's nothing. Couldn't you knock before you came in?" Harry appeared innocent. "I did knock." Dumbledore glanced at Harry. He had indeed knocked, although it was rather perfunctory. Wiping his face, Dumbledore decisively decided to change the topic. "What brings you here today?" "I need to go to Hogsmeade." Harry didn't engage in gossip and bluntly stated. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, showing no intention of getting up. "You should know a few secret passages, right? You said I had to inform you before leaving the castle, and I originally wanted to let you know that the plan was successful, but given Professor McGonagall's demeanor, it seems I don't need to say anything." Harry appeared innocent, being as obedient as possible. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and he waved his hand. Go on. Hurry up. I don't want to take the secret passage." Harry replied firmly. The two stared at each other, neither speaking. In the end, it was Dumbledore who couldn't hold back, grabbed the quill on the desk, and started writing swiftly on the parchment. In no time, he tore off the parchment, rolled it up, and handed it to Harry. "Take this. Just show it to the statue at the school gate. You don't need me to find someone to take you to Hogsmeade, do you?" Harry took the parchment, grinning. No, I know how to get there. Remember, you must return before dinner, otherwise you won't be allowed to go out next time," Dumbledore said seriously. Harry nodded earnestly. "Of course, eating out costs money, though every little bit helps. After all, my parents didn't leave me much of an inheritance." As soon as he finished speaking, Harry turned and ran. Running too fast, he completely overlooked the fleeting look of guilt on Dumbledore's face. Dumbledore clutched his chest, wondering whether to add some galleons to Harry's vault. After all, the Potter family's ancestral estate was still in his hands. Although James had entrusted him to manage it, until Harry came of age, the current Harry was not much different from an adult. What if he discovered something? Dumbledore shivered, deciding not to think about it anymore. All those funds had been funneled into the Order of the Phoenix. Was he going to check this and that for free every day? And those post-war compensations and pensions? Thinking of this, Dumbledore felt an unusual pang of guilt, but after calculating his remaining assets, he decisively cast the thought aside. He would wait until he grew senile one day to deal with it. Dumbledore thought coldly. Walking along the banks of the Black Lake, Harry couldn't help but sneeze twice, touching his slightly warm ears. Who was speaking ill of him? A gust of cold wind blew over, carrying the moisture from the lake, making Harry involuntarily tighten his coat. Surely he wouldn't catch a cold, would he? It shouldn't be possible. After all, he had just recovered his perfect health in the morning. How could he catch a cold so quickly? If a gust of wind could make him sick, he would need to ask Snape if he had been given a counterfeit potion. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help but quicken his pace. It must be too cold by the lake. No doubt about it. When he reached the school gate, Harry couldn't help but look toward the entrance. Sebastian would usually wait for him here, but unfortunately no one would be waiting for him to leave now. As Harry shook his head and sighed, preparing to walk towards the guard statue, a tall, thin figure suddenly emerged from the entrance. "Who? You are Harry Potter, the little cub of Gryffindor. You actually think of escaping school. I've caught you." A hoarse voice rang out, and the shadow from the entrance stepped into the light. It was the castle caretaker Filch. Harry let out a small sigh of relief, amused by his own reaction. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Filch. Sorry I didn't see you. This is the headmaster's pass. I need to go to Hogsmeade. Will you let me through, or confirm it with the guard?" Harry asked politely, taking out the pass that Dumbledore had given him. Filch seemed completely uninterested in whether Harry's pass was genuine. He was solely focused on capturing him to present to the professors. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes. How was Filch harder to deal with than Mr. Moan? At least Mr. Moan only asked him to help collect the invisible beast statues. This Mr. Filch was completely impervious. "Sir, I really have a pass. Why don't you take a look first?" Harry waved the parchment in his hand, almost wanting to shove it in Filch's face. "This has to be a forgery." Filch sneered and reached for Harry's arm. "I've seen plenty of Gryffindor's tricks. You lot are just like the Weasley twins." Harry's lips twitched. Great. It was definitely the twins' fault. "How about this? The headmaster said that if I confirm it with the guard statue, the gate will open. If it's fake, the guard statue definitely won't let me through, right? I'm only in my first year, so I can't possibly forge the headmaster's seal." Harry deftly dodged Filch's outstretched arm and said loudly. Filch paused for a moment, hesitated, and then stood by the gate looking coldly at Harry. "You go confirm it. I want to see if it's fake. You'll definitely be hanging in the basement." Seeing that Filch finally stopped lunging at him, Harry let out a sigh of relief and approached the guard statue, unfolding the parchment to show. The stone-carved guard statue creaked as it raised the spear in its hand, and the gates of Hogwarts opened in response. Filch looked at Harry surprised. Was this the treatment of the savior? The headmaster really had given him a pass to, having validated the authenticity of his words. Harry didn't mock Filch. After all, this was his normal job. Although it was a bit extreme, Harry knew that castle caretakers were generally quite strict and had some personality flaws. "Mr. Filch, can I go out now?" Harry maintained his politeness and asked patiently. Filch glanced at Harry, then at the open gate, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Harry was unfazed, said goodbye, and walked out. As he walked, he thought about Filch's indifference and bad temper. It was necessary to build a good relationship with the castle caretaker. They had lived in Hogwarts for almost their entire lives and knew more secret passages and rumors than even the headmaster. Harry looked at the distant Hogsmeade village, then down at his short legs, silently pulling out his old broomstick to ride. While flying straight toward Hogsmeade, he pondered that since Filch had a cat named Mrs. Norris that he treated almost like a companion, it would be much easier to please a cat than to please an eccentric old man. Feeling inspired, Harry brightened up, deciding to go to the Three Broomsticks to order some fish snacks. He had heard the current owner's skills were quite good. He flew all the way to the entrance of Hogsmeade, then dismounted from his broom, stowing it in his bag, and starting to survey the village before him. Compared to over 100 years ago, Hogsmeade seemed to have undergone no change at all. The stone-paved ground, the flowing water under the bridge, and the surrounding hills were exactly the same. Harry couldn't help but smile. Oh, finally, here was another familiar place. Rushing into Hogsmeade, the first place he went to was the Wizarding Robe shop. He needed to order winter clothes. He had grown taller recently, and the pants he had made at Madame Malkin's were now too short, letting the cold wind blow into his pants at the ankles, which was unbearable. The shop assistant was a bit surprised to see Harry, but as soon as he pulled out a bag of galleons, all doubt vanished. The assistant immediately began measuring Harry's dimensions, recommending clothing styles and corresponding accessories. Harry lounged on the sofa in the store like a young master from a large family, with sweet tea and exquisite snacks laid out in front of him. Harry flipped through the floating album, with his wand occasionally tapping on the styles he fancied. The attendant quickly jotted down the numbers of the styles Harry liked on a piece of paper, sending one note to the production room as soon as it was written, not wasting a moment. "By the way, change the pattern to a griffin or a lily vine pattern." "What? You don't know what a lily vine pattern is? I suggest you check your inventory." "Oh, I remember. There was a pattern from an ancient eastern country that was popular as..." The attendant quickly took down Harry's requests and even called another attendant to search through the thick materials for the lily pattern Harry mentioned. To the attendant's surprise, they actually found it in a design from 110 years ago. The intricate vintage patterns adorned with golden threads and silver lines were placed at the collar cuffs, or hem, understated yet luxurious. The attendant immediately wrote a letter to the store manager requesting that this batch of patterns be reintroduced in the album for customers to choose. As a result, this attendant was rewarded by the headquarters and transferred to the main store in France as a designer for the album, but that was a matter for the future. Harry made a purchase customizing 4 winter outfits and 2 dual outfits for ease of movement, also buying quite a few corresponding cufflinks, bow ties, and handkerchiefs, asking the attendant to mail them once ready. He got up and wandered around the accessories section, picking a pair of gold-framed reading glasses, checked himself in the mirror, and promptly paid for them. Having spent nearly 100 galleons, Harry left the store quite satisfied under the attendant's respectful farewell. He glanced at the time and hurried to the Three Broomsticks, where he ordered some fish snacks from the beautiful Madame Rosmerta, trying a few himself. The crispy fish snacks had no fishy taste at all and were increasingly delicious. Harry even thought they could serve as snacks. He directly placed an order for 10 galleons, filling 2 large barrels. Politely declining Madame Rosmerta's dinner invitation, Harry turned and stepped into J. Pippin's potions. Before entering, he couldn't help but marvel that this apothecary hadn't gone out of business. Inside the apothecary was a middle-aged shopkeeper. Harry looked at him for a long time, but couldn't find any familiar features. After some internal grumbling, he pulled out a large bottle of acromantula venom. After testing and verifying, and some haggling, Harry successfully recouped the money he had just spent. Although a pint of acromantula venom was worth 100 galleons, this item was always in high demand and short supply, so Harry's large bottle of fresh venom sold for a great price of 120 galleons. Harry left the apothecary feeling satisfied. His trip in and out meant he hadn't spent any money today. Looking at the sky, Harry turned and followed the steps down the path to Honeydukes, buying various candies as rewards for next week's practice. Those who performed well would receive honeycomb candies or bubblegum, while those who did poorly. Harry maliciously eyed a small bottle of cockroach clusters, determined to make everyone watch as they ate it. He spent more time selecting candies than he had choosing clothes. After leaving Honeydukes, Harry thought to himself that it was bad news. The sky was already beginning to darken. He quickly ran toward the village entrance. Flying was generally not allowed in Hogsmeade, and he could only ride his broom back to school from the village edge. As soon as he left the Hogsmeade area, Harry hopped on his broom and shot straight toward the school's main gate. It wasn't that he didn't want to fly over the wall, it was just that Hogwarts was surrounded by defensive magic, and crossing the wall without permission would immediately activate all the guardian statues on the wall. The only place he could fly straight through was where the Forbidden Forest had no wall. However, even that area had hidden warning lines. Crossing them would alert Dumbledore. Last time that was how Harry got. Flying back to Hogwarts' main gate in a rush, Harry saw the gate beginning to close slowly. In a moment of panic, he didn't even dismount from his broom, lowered his body, and shot through the doorway. Once inside the school, Harry let out a sigh of relief, came to a sudden stop on his broom, jumped down, and patted his chest, while looking back at the closing gate. Luckily, he made it in time, otherwise he would probably have been found and given an excuse for losing points. With a light step, he walked toward the castle, stuffing his broom back into his satchel, feeling unburdened with his hands empty. The night wind was certainly much cooler than it had been in the afternoon. Harry couldn't help but tighten his coat again, sincerely hoping that the speed of the custom clothing store would be faster. Upon reaching the castle entrance, Harry's keen eyes spotted a Maine Coon cat sitting at the door, its ears twitching, looking mischievously at Harry as he returned. Pausing for a moment, Harry revealed a friendly smile, pulling out a piece of the finely crafted fish snack from Madame Rosmerta, feeling fortunate that he found them delicious and had packed a few for himself. Otherwise, by the time everything was done and mailed, it would be too late. Mrs. Loris, look what I brought you as a gift. Harry, with a broad smile, approached Mrs. Loris with the fish snack squatting at the door, without moving, letting her circle around him twice before snatching the snack from his hand. Watching Mrs. Loris enjoy her treat, Harry couldn't help but chuckle, pulling out another one to hold, waiting for her to finish before offering it. You brat, what are you doing? What do you want to do to my Mrs. Loris? A loud shout startled Harry, nearly causing the fish snack in his hand to drop to the ground. Mrs. Loris meowed in displeasure, and Filch immediately lowered his voice, saying, "Sorry, dear, Filch limped over, picked up Mrs. Loris for a careful check, then looked at Harry warily, saying, "What do you want to do to Mrs. Loris?" Harry blinked, innocently crunching the fish snack in his mouth. "Nothing, just bought some snacks this afternoon. Seeing Mrs. Loris, I thought cats would love them, so I wanted to share some with her." Hearing Harry refer to Mrs. Loris as she, Filch's expression softened slightly. He said nothing more and was about to leave with Mrs. Loris. "Wait, Mr. Filch," Harry called out, pulling out an open paper bag from his satchel and handing it to Filch. "These are the leftover fish snacks made by Madame Rosmerta. Mrs. Loris seems to like them, so I brought them for her." After speaking, Harry paid no mind to Filch's reaction and quickly walked toward the Great Hall. If he didn't hurry, he would miss dinner. Chewing on a fish snack only made him hungrier. Entering the bustling Great Hall, Harry immediately spotted his lethargic friends. While walking towards them, he nodded at Dumbledore, who rarely appeared at the professor's table, signaling that he had returned on time. Seeing Hermione nearly closing her eyes at the dinner table, Harry couldn't help but start to reminisce. Had he been too harsh on them in class? Was this level of diligence excessive? Everything has its limits. Harry decided to talk to them tomorrow. They couldn't keep going like this, especially since they were only in their first year. This was clearly not a good time. Harry reached out and grabbed Neville, who was about to tumble into his plate, earning a muffled thank you in return. Harry glanced around, locating the twins, who were whispering with Lee Jordan, and asked them to help escort Ron and Neville back to the dormitory later. He also found Lavender offering a small bag of candies as payment to help take Hermione back and settle her down. Then he finally sat down to eat his dinner peacefully. After filling his belly, Harry patted his slightly bulging stomach, then stood up and headed back to the dormitory. The following week was calm and peaceful. Aside from Wood growing increasingly anxious for the match in 2 weeks, everyone else was quite relaxed. Harry also talked to his friends, urging them not to be too tense and to remember their studies and rest. Even Draco from Slytherin received a special visit from Harry. However, while Draco trained hard, he didn't push himself as hard as Hermione and the others. He certainly knew the importance of balancing work and rest. Harry wasn't sure what to feel about it. Was it relief? It was yet another Friday morning when a few owls swooped down, clutching a long package and landing in front of Harry. They almost knocked over the entire breakfast table, but luckily Harry was quick enough to jump up and catch it. "What is this?" Ron asked curiously. "What did you buy this time? Why does it seem much larger than the clothes and fish snacks from the past few days?" Harry grinned, thinking how could they be this? Clothes and fish snacks could be shrunk using the shrinking charm, and although there were a lot, they wouldn't be that big. But for something as delicate as a broomstick, it couldn't be shrunk, it had to be packed and sent as is. Without even needing to unpack, Harry grabbed the letter that came with the package, stuffing the package directly into his satchel before sitting down to open Professor McGonagall's letter. "It's best not to open packages in public, lest they all come asking me for some I can't afford it. Minerva McGonagall." Harry casually tucked the letter into his pocket, ignoring Ron's inquiries, feeling elated as he walked toward the dungeon. Even Severus Snape's class couldn't dampen his good mood. Following the usual routine of being ignored during potions class, Harry shot a glance at Draco in the front row, calling Hermione, and the others, skipping the Great Hall altogether and heading straight to the 8th floor. Draco immediately understood Harry's intention. As soon as they left the classroom, he tossed his backpack to Crabbe, telling him and Goyle to go eat, while he took a hidden path toward the 8th floor. The two groups eventually met in front of the troll painting, with Ron rolling his eyes, while Draco raised his chin, letting out a mysterious snicker. Harry opened the door, turning around to see them glaring at each other like roosters, while Hermione and Neville watched with great interest. "What are you waiting for?" Harry intervened, weary of the scene. "Come in. I arranged for some new dishes with the kitchen a few days ago. I'll come." "New dishes? What kind of dishes? Are they better than fried chicken legs?" Ron immediately looked at Harry, blinking to relieve his tired eyes. Draco tilted his head in interest, rubbing the corners of his eyes. This Weasley sure knew how to stare. "You'll know once you come in." Harry laughed, urging everyone to hurry before someone spotted them. The group filed in, and the long table in the hall was already set with plates. Harry sat at the edge of the table, starting to teach everyone how to use chopsticks. Originally, Draco was reluctant to learn when he heard that these were utensils used by everyone in the ancient Eastern countries. But as soon as Harry mentioned that using chopsticks helps improve finger dexterity and control of wands, he immediately changed his attitude. Hermione had been to Diagon Alley with her parents and had tried a few dishes from the ancient country, so she could barely use them. She watched Draco, who was serious about learning, and quietly asked Harry, "Is that true?" Harry chuckled softly. "Maybe." Hermione immediately understood and couldn't help but lower her head, laughing quietly. Once everyone had managed to use the chopsticks, Harry tapped the table. The empty plates immediately filled with various dishes, and an array of aromas wafted toward them. "This is sweet and sour ribs, this is black pepper beef, this is shredded cabbage, and there are also charcoal grilled lamb chops and salt-baked chicken. Oh, and this boiled fish. Of course, this belongs to the spicy category, so you might not be used to it." Harry introduced each dish, then picked up a serving spoon, filling each person's bowl with a generous helping of white rice. Draco looked at the unfamiliar dishes in surprise. "Are these Eastern dishes? Why have I never seen them on the lawn? And why hasn't my father ever mentioned them?" Harry explained. More than 100 years ago, there was a professor from the East at Hogwarts. She wasn't used to the food here, so she guided the kitchen. After that, the kitchen kept these dishes, but the Eastern seasonings are difficult to handle, so if you want to eat them, you must order them in advance. Over time, the students here gradually forgot about these dishes. "How do you know all this?" Ron asked as he clumsily picked up a piece of lamb chop. Harry opened his mouth. "Well, Dumbledore treated me to it once." Though he had known about it for over 100 years, he wasn't lying. Dumbledore had indeed treated him to it once in the headmaster's office. "I see." Draco looked at the spread of dishes, casting a disdainful glance at Ron, who was starting to dig in. He awkwardly picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib, as he quite liked sweet foods, thinking this dish might qualify as dessert, though he wasn't sure what sweet meat actually tasted like. The reddish-brown, slightly sticky rib was placed in his mouth, releasing a sweet and sour flavor that filled his palate. Draco's eyes lit up. It was tangy and delicious, the meat tender and falling off the bone. With just one bite, he could appreciate its rich layers and delicate taste, completely different from the dishes he had eaten before. Draco swallowed the meat in satisfaction, blocking his mouth and lowering his head to spit out a slick bone. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the various dishes on the table, selecting one that was also red-boiled fish. Sweet fish. That should be good too. Draco completely forgot that Harry had just spoken, carefully picking up a piece of snow-white fish meat and dipping it in the surface's red oil. He stuffed a piece into his mouth, and with a slight nibble, the tender fish meat felt like it was breaking into flakes in his mouth, followed by a sharp, stinging sensation, hot and fiery, as if cursed. Draco's face instantly turned red, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on his forehead. With a poof, Draco spat the fish meat into the plate, his mouth wide open as he gasped for air. There's a curse. This dish has a curse. Draco exclaimed loudly, even standing up, constantly fanning the air in front of his mouth with his hands, as if that would alleviate the pain. In just that short moment, Draco's lips had already begun to swell. Ron dropped his chopsticks with a clatter onto the table. Neville stared blankly as he nibbled on a lamb chop. Hermione trembled with her head down, and Harry, momentarily stunned, hurriedly filled a cup with milk and handed it over. Calm down, Draco. Quickly drink this. It will help. Draco felt as if his mouth was no longer his own, hurriedly accepting the milk from Harry and gulping it down. Sorry. Harry suppressed a laugh as he looked at Draco's swollen mouth. I mentioned before, but you might not have noticed, this dish is a bit spicy. I wanted you all to try authentic Eastern cuisine, so I didn't ask the kitchen to tone it down. I didn't know you couldn't handle spicy food, I'm sorry. Draco's face turned even redder as he realized he had made a fool of himself, especially in front of a group of Gryffindors. The fiery pain in his mouth had faded, but he felt his face getting hotter. Sit down and try something else. Only that dish is spicy, Harry urged, giving a hard kick to Ron, who was already grinning widely. Draco lowered his head in silence, sitting back down, picking up the ribs he had eaten, and silently starting to eat. The atmosphere at the table was a bit tense. Neville looked around, everyone was silent, and after a moment of hesitation, he reached for the bowl of bright red boiled fish. As soon as he put a piece of fish meat into his mouth, beads of sweat appeared on Neville's forehead, and his brows furrowed tightly. Ron was taken aback. Neville, spit it out. If you can't eat it, just leave it. There are plenty of other dishes. Neville ignored Ron, instead swallowing the fish meat with determination, blinking back tears as he gasped for cool air to relieve the burning sensation in his mouth. Originally wanting to try more, it seemed he truly couldn't handle it. He took a big gulp of milk, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he said, "It's really spicy. This is not something an average person can handle." Draco's expression suddenly improved slightly, realizing he was not the only one who couldn't handle it. Ron, looking skeptical, glanced at the two. "Is it really that spicy?" "You'll know if you try it," Hermione said impatiently, yet her chopsticks went for the salt-baked chicken, not touching the boiled fish at all. Ron thought for a moment, quickly finished the rice in his bowl with the cabbage, and then picked up a piece of fish meat. Draco and Neville couldn't help but slow their movements, watching Ron's actions with the corner of their eyes. Ron sniffed the slightly pungent, spicy aroma, unable to suppress a swallow. Although the taste was a bit strange, it had a peculiar fragrance. Hesitantly, he put it in his mouth, chewed a bit, and the next second his face turned the same color as his hair. Suppressing the urge to spit it out, Ron grimaced and swallowed the food, feeling as if his throat and esophagus had been scorched by flames. He jumped up, gasping for air with his mouth wide open, and grabbed Neville's cup, gulping down 2 big swigs before barely recovering. Ron scratched his head in embarrassment. This is truly stimulating. Hermione laughed heartily, and Draco couldn't help but chuckle as the atmosphere lightened up. Harry smiled with satisfaction. He had deliberately kept quiet earlier to observe Ron and Neville's reactions. The biases within the house ran deep, but he didn't want any inexplicable issues in his small circle of friends. Fortunately, neither of them disappointed him, especially Neville, who keenly sensed something was off and took the initiative to ease the tension. Anyone who dared to call Neville stupid or slow in the future would surely get a slap from Harry. Eventually, most of the dishes on the table were nearly finished. Harry started picking up fish slices to eat, with Rice gasping for air as he devoured his meal, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead, only to be wiped away carelessly by Harry. It was an absolute delight. Harry's enjoyment left the three who had just tried the dish suspicious. Was it that they couldn't eat? Or was Harry just exceptionally tolerant? Ron was the first to break down, determinedly mimicking Harry's actions, using the spicy fish slices with his rice. At first, he wasn't used to the burning sensation, but the more he ate, the more addictive it became. The more painful and spicy it was, the more satisfying it felt. It wasn't until his bowl was empty that Ron begrudgingly looked at the still half-full bowl of boiled fish. Even Draco, who had reacted the most, couldn't help but try again, but in the end he still couldn't get used to the taste. After lunch, Harry didn't let them directly go outside to practice the armor charm. Instead, he selected a book from the shelf for each of them, and suggested they read for a while to rest. For Ron, reading books after a full meal was akin to torture. Even if Harry handed him a Quidditch book he was genuinely interested in, it couldn't save him. Harry, feeling helpless about this, could only have Ron start walking in circles around the table. After all, he had eaten quite a bit, and vigorous activity would surely give him a stomachache. After about half an hour of reading, Harry clapped his hands. "All right, that's enough. Let's head over." He finished speaking and led the way, putting the books back on the shelf and heading toward the training ground. "By the way, there are still 2 guests inside, so you better not disturb them. If you get hurt, I won't take responsibility." Harry suddenly recalled the 2 unicorns and reminded them halfway. Although they were curious about Harry's so-called guests, seeing that he wasn't waiting to explain, they didn't say anything and hurriedly followed behind him. As they walked, the fresh scent of grass and would revitalize those feeling a bit drowsy. Harry led them toward the training area, showing no intention of taking them to see the unicorns. Ron looked around, not seeing the guests Harry mentioned, feeling a bit curious, but didn't ask. Opening the gate, Harry walked in and summoned a training dummy. Who wants to go first? Neville stepped forward without speaking. Harry nodded. Then let's begin. With that, Harry tapped the dummy with his wand, and the wooden figure began to move. Everyone took a few steps back to give Neville some space. This time the dummy was clearly different from the last. It not only moved on its own, but also fired unpredictable sparks. Harry watched the dummy's agile movements and nodded in satisfaction, pleased that his efforts to have Dumbledore modify it were worthwhile. Neville hesitated for a moment, nearly getting hit by the first spark. He suddenly lunged forward, rolling on the ground to dodge the spark. Without a moment to catch his breath, the second spark appeared right in front of him. Neville adjusted his posture at the last moment, narrowly avoiding this spark, and was ready for the next attack. The dummy's wooden stick began to glow, and with a wave of his wand, Neville conjured a semi-transparent shield that perfectly blocked the third spark. For the next, while Neville calmly cast the shield charm, successfully defending against each spark regardless of its speed. Apart from the dust he had picked up at the start, he bore no traces of sparks. After watching for a while longer, Harry waved his wand, stopping the dummy's movements. Very good, Neville has mastered this spell sufficiently. Even when faced with combat, there would be no issue. The only remaining task is to turn this spell into an instinctive ability, which is not easily achievable, but it's too early to discuss that now. Just keep working hard. Harry was quite pleased with Neville's performance. Even he had taken nearly a week to reach this level, so Neville's talent was undoubtedly on par with Harry's, perhaps even slightly stronger due to his earnestness. Neville's face flushed slightly. He was happy to receive recognition, but felt more composed. Next, Harry nodded at Neville, allowing him to rest on the side before immediately calling for the next one. After nearly an hour, Harry had completed testing everyone. As for the results, he couldn't be more satisfied. Indeed, they were the companions he valued. Even Ron the lazy one managed to withstand all the sparks, perfectly proving he had truly practiced seriously. Harry had everyone sit back at the table by the fence, ready to start learning the second spell. But before he could begin, they heard a loud gasp. Harry looked at the four with puzzled expressions. What's wrong with you? Suddenly realizing something was amiss, he turned to see they were looking behind him. Harry turned around in shock. In the distance, a silvery figure was galloping freely, accompanied by a small golden figure bouncing around. A scream that almost pierced eardrums erupted from Draco, and Harry felt his head spin. Did the Malfoy family have mermaid blood? Is that for real? Even Hermione had a dreamy expression, her voice nearly drowned out by Draco's scream. Rubbing his ears, Harry fought the urge to silently take action against Draco, and said, "It's true, they were found injured in the Forbidden Forest earlier. There are other dangerous creatures there, so I brought them back. It seems they've recovered enough to run now." Yes, it was them. Dee had told Harry that these were a mother and her foal. The deceased unicorn must have been the mother of the little unicorn. The unicorn also noticed Harry running over and stopping by the riverbank, not far away, hesitantly pawing it. Seeing that the others were like deer caught in headlights, Harry had to sternly stop them, ordering them to remain inside the fence and not to step outside, otherwise he would not hold back. Once he finished warning them, Harry stepped out of the fence, even casting a trap spell around the perimeter for extra caution. If anyone stepped outside the fence, they would be pulled up by their ankles and hung upside down. This trap spell was quite useful, but it could only be used within a fixed range. Harry didn't know if it had been updated. He walked toward the unicorn, stopping 2 meters away and waiting patiently. As a boy, unicorns generally disliked human males, so for his safety, he chose to be cautious. After all, a unicorn's horn was not just for making wands. The little unicorn ran over without hesitation, happily circling around Harry, which delighted him. He quickly pulled out a candy he had bought a few days earlier and offered it, causing the little unicorn's eyes to squint in delight. After a moment's hesitation, the unicorn slowly approached Harry. He knelt down and gently stroked the little unicorn's back, asking, "Is there something you want? You want to go back, but want to leave him behind? Why?" Harry frowned. Although this place was safe, it was also lonely. Apart from the little unicorn, there were no other creatures. Harry couldn't come by every day, and only Dee came to replenish food and water. Was that good for the little unicorn? Moreover, Harry was not in favor of the unicorn wanting to return to the Forbidden Forest, considering that Quirrell was still at school. What if it ran into him? After some persuasion, the unicorn remained still, staring intently at Harry. Harry felt helpless, saying, "All right, I will have Dee take you back, but you must be careful. Don't let that dark wizard catch you again." After a long moment, the unicorn slowly nodded, gazing affectionately at the frolicking little unicorn. Harry glanced back at his companions who had climbed onto the fence, feeling a bit weary. "Do you want to go over and take a look? Those are my classmates, they really like you." The unicorn glanced toward the fence, but hesitated, snorting a bit before walking a few steps that way, then stopping. Harry immediately understood, grinning as he ran over with the little unicorn. He dispelled the trap and lifted the little unicorn over the fence, calling for Hermione to come out. "Why?" Draco stared at Harry in disbelief. "Why is Granger allowed to go out?" The young unicorn, startled by Draco's voice, immediately shied away from him, sniffed Neville's scent, and quietly approached Neville instead. Because unicorns are drawn to purity, especially that of young women. You're neither, Harry retorted without restraint, rolling his eyes. Even if you tried to change now, it would be far too late. Draco's face flushed crimson. He could only pout in silent resignation. Clearly he hadn't read enough. Had he known more, he wouldn't have been so easily dismissed. Nearby, the Weasleys were already collapsing with laughter. Hurry up, hurry up. Hermione had already begun climbing over the fence, utterly unable to wait a moment longer. Harry could only caution them briefly not to startle the young unicorn, then hurried after Hermione, careful not to commit any act that might offend the creature and invite injury. Gently taking Hermione's arm, Harry urged her to slow her pace, guiding her forward toward the unicorn with deliberate calm, no trace of eagerness in her step. As they walked those few quiet steps, Harry shared the unicorn's origins with Hermione. Upon hearing that he would be returned before nightfall, she wore an expression of quiet disapproval. The Forbidden Forest is perilous, rife with dark wizards who hunt them. Why can't he stay here? This place is vast, isn't it? And those distant mountains, they're real, aren't they, eh? Hermione asked. Harry shrugged. He insists on returning himself. Though this sanctuary suits him well, I cannot override his will. Otherwise, how would I differ from those poachers? Though Hermione longed to frown and lecture the unicorn, now standing before her silenced all words. Her face softened into a dreamlike, rapturous smile. With a gentle nudge, the unicorn effortlessly displaced Harry aside, lowered its head in serene submission, and rested its noble brow upon Hermione's shoulder, allowing her to stroke its silken mane without resistance. Harry rubbed his nose and stepped back a few paces. Truly, this unicorn favored women and disdained men. After all, Harry had saved his life. Assured Hermione was safe, Harry merely shrugged and returned to the fence, to keep watch over the three boys and ensure none of them inadvertently harmed the young unicorn. Back at the fence, Harry nearly burst into laughter. Draco had startled the young unicorn earlier, and now the creature refused to approach him, even while Ron, with nothing more than a honey-sweetened candy, earned permission to stroke its flank. The moment Draco drew near, the young unicorn leapt away, darting behind others for safety. Even the candies specially made by Draco's own mother failed to win its trust. He could only watch helplessly as Ron and Neville played freely with the creature, utterly unable to draw close. Harry approached, suppressing his grin. So you see, you must learn composure. You are after all a Slytherin, an heir to the Malfoy name. Has your father never taught you that? Draco froze. His expression stilled, his posture settling into quiet stillness as he crouched silently. Harry did not disturb him, simply watching the unicorns in silence. Moments later, Hermione waved farewell to the unicorn and approached, her face radiant with quiet joy. The unicorn let out a soft, mournful cry. The foal echoed it, then dashed to the fence, eager to leap across. Alas, its small frame lacked the strength to clear it. The foal paced anxiously along the fence line, nudging Harry gently with its tender horn. Smiling, Harry clapped Draco on the shoulder, gesturing for him to climb over first, then lifted the foal and passed it carefully over the fence into Draco's waiting arms. Trusting Harry implicitly, the foal offered no resistance, even curling its delicate hooves in quiet submission as it was handed over. Draco hesitated a moment, then wiped his palms on his robes before extending his hands to receive the foal with steady reverence, setting it gently down upon the earth. Watching the foal dash joyfully toward its father, Draco unconsciously rubbed his fingertips together, the memory of its golden downy fur lingering like warmth upon his skin. Harry, Hermione called from the fence. Harry turned. What is it? I've persuaded the unicorn. He'll remain here until the dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest are apprehended. Hermione announced, beaming. I'll simply visit him once a week. Harry wore an indescribable expression. So it wasn't that he couldn't persuade the unicorn, but rather that the wrong person had tried. He almost felt the urge to drag the unicorn back for another round of negotiation, but he restrained himself. Clearly the creature had already granted him extraordinary leniency. One misstep and a hoof strike would have followed instantly. After rejoining the others inside the fence, Hermione remained seated, her gaze distant and ethereal, as though still suspended in the hush of that sacred encounter. Harry waited patiently, letting them fully settle their breath, their hearts, their attention, before speaking again. Our instruction on the shield charm concludes here. Next comes a spell indispensable in duels, the disarming charm, Expelliarmus. The wand motion is as follows. As Harry explained, the four students seated at the table scribbled notes with unwavering focus. No detail. He swiftly covered the charm's core principles and subtle difficulties, then demonstrated it himself, before assigning practice until each student could cast it flawlessly. Following last time's precedent, Harry staged a demonstration, but this time stripped of flourish. A simple enchanted mannequin stood motionless, struck by Expelliarmus. If cast correctly, the mannequin's wand flew from its grasp, only to return automatically 5 seconds later. Harry deployed 4 mannequins, one for each student, and assigned individual practice. He paused only when dinner approached. This time they avoided the previous session's chaos, No dust-caked clothes or chaotic sparks, but exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, sweat soaked every tunic. That concludes today's lesson. Practice these spells diligently over the coming week, but remember moderation is paramount. Harry glanced meaningfully at Neville before continuing, master the new charm, yes, but do not let prior ones fade from memory. At our next gathering you'll be randomly paired into two-person dueling teams, permitted only the shield charm and the disarming charm. Winners shall receive rewards, losers consequences. As for the rewards and penalties, you'll discover those soon enough. Harry added with a sly, mischievous grin, immediately raising suspicion that mischief was already afoot. At the word reward, Ron's eyes lit up like twin emeralds. He scanned the room eagerly, supremely confident in his own prowess. The air outside remained biting, so Harry kept them indoors a while longer, sipping tea in the hall until their sweat cooled and their breathing steadied, before finally opening the door to depart. After dinner, just as Harry headed toward the common room, Wood intercepted him. "Harry, got a moment?" he called, sprinting from the far end of the great hall. Harry shook his head. "Nothing pressing. What do you need?" "Tomorrow's match. Is your preparation complete?" Wood lowered his voice. Harry blinked. "Wasn't our match scheduled for next week?" Originally Slytherin was to play Hufflepuff tomorrow, but with snow forecast they've claimed injuries and requested postponement. Since they currently lead the standings, the professors agreed, and substituted Gryffindor in their place. "We rank lowest and desperately need points. Of course, if you feel unprepared I can speak with the professors." Though Wood voiced this, his expression betrayed deep reluctance. Harry grinned. "Don't worry, Oliver. I'm ready to fly anytime." "Truly? Excellent. Eat well tomorrow morning." 8:30 sharp in the locker room. Overjoyed, Wood barely suppressed his shout, slapping Harry's shoulder so hard that Harry winced in pain. Wood had intended to take Harry to the pitch for extra practice, but Harry, glancing skyward, declined decisively. Though snow might fall tomorrow, Harry suspected it could begin now. Thick oppressive clouds gathered low over Hogwarts castle, pressing downward like a suffocating shroud. He had no desire to brave that chill. A cold would jeopardize tomorrow's match, a risk far too great to take. Convinced, Wood abandoned the idea, gave Harry one last hearty clap on the shoulder, and dashed off to rally the other players, calling loudly for a meeting in the common room. The twins, already listless, looked even more despondent. Lately they'd been overwhelmed, studying alchemy under their ancestors' guidance and enduring Wood's increasingly grueling drills, leaving no time for inventing new products. Yet even they couldn't skip this meeting. Grumbling, they trailed behind the group toward the common room. Harry merely shrugged, powerless to help, then turned toward the library, needing to consult certain references. He didn't emerge until curfew. Pausing in the corridor to glance outside, he confirmed his suspicions. Snow had begun falling. Within 2 hours the world beyond the windows lay hushed and blindingly white. Leaving Hogwarts now was nearly impossible. Frowning, Harry walked slowly, weighing what he'd uncovered earlier, fragments from old student journals, vague and incomplete. To learn more he'd have to investigate personally. If he couldn't leave school, his only contacts were within its walls, and he doubted classmates held answers. His parents' former peers were now likely parents themselves. Adults, however, shared one universal conviction: children benefit little from knowing too much. Harry sighed inwardly. Though he felt on the cusp of adulthood, his body remained 11 years old, a frustrating contradiction. After careful consideration, he resolved to hold everything in abeyance, awaiting Christmas break when he'd request several days from Dumbledore for independent inquiry. Whether Dumbledore would consent was irrelevant. Dumbledore was no guardian. Harry was certain the Dursleys would raise no objection. Walking down the empty corridor, the wall sconces suddenly dimmed. Harry halted, his pulse quickening. Curfew had begun, and he was still outside. No more daydreaming. He quickened his pace. Still on the 4th-floor staircase, he needed to reach the 8th floor. He surged upward, taking 2 steps at a time, while muffling his footsteps, desperate to avoid alerting patrolling. Other professors might grant leniency, but if he met Snape, 50 points deducted would be the best-case outcome. At that thought, his pace redoubled. Breathless, he reached the 8th floor, and exhaled in relief. One final stretch. Mew! Harry froze. At the stairwell entrance sat Mrs. Norris. Her presence meant Filch was nearby. Sure enough, Filch's unmistakable limping tread echoed from the far end of the corridor. Harry sighed, rummaged in his pocket for a dried fish strip, knelt, and offered it. "Here you are, madam. I truly didn't mean to linger past curfew." Mrs. Norris nuzzled his fingertips with her furry head, snatched the treat, and crunched contentedly, purring softly all the while. "Who's there?" "It's me, Mr. Filch," Harry replied, rising. "Apologies. I left the library late, and curfew caught me mid-hallway." Filch approached, candle flickering, his gaze lingering on the purring cat. He said nothing, merely shifted aside, yielding the corridor. "Thank you, Mr. Filch. Mrs. Norris seems quite fond of this fish. Please accept this small pouch as a token." Harry handed over the packet, and passed safely through. Slipping past the fat lady's portrait, Harry entered the Gryffindor common room unscathed. He patted his chest. Yes, winning over Mrs. Norris had been the right move. The common room stood empty, its lamps extinguished. Only the hearth glowed faintly. Harry yawned, turned, and climbed the stairs to his dormitory. The next morning would seize every player in the common room before dawn, convening an urgent huddle, reducing the twins to near catatonia. By the way, have any of you seen Harry? Wood interrupted his tactical monologue, suddenly suspicious. Angelina blinked awake. Harry, I was the first down. I saw no one in the common room. Wood slapped his forehead. Oh no. Could he have overslept? I'll wake him. Without pause, Wood bolted for the stairs. Hey, Wood. Ron and Neville, returning from outside, nearly collided with the rushing captain. Aren't you heading to breakfast? The match starts soon. You're Harry's friends. Have you seen him? Recognizing them, Wood demanded immediately. Harry, he left ages ago. Didn't you run into him? Ron wiped the sweat from his brow. Even in this biting cold, he was drenched after training with Neville. Wood blinked. What time? He got up just past 5. Probably warming up, Ron recalled. I came out nearly at 7. No one was in the common room. I thought I was the earliest. Angelina shrugged. Come on, Oliver. You wouldn't want us playing on empty stomachs, would you? Exactly. When I'm hungry, my reflexes slow right down. Then I get battered to a pulp. And then it's all your fault. Silence, Weasleys. Wood groaned, massaging his temples. Hurry up. Let's eat before it's too late. Look at you. First years are more diligent than you lot. Wood kept rattling on, but no one was listening anymore. With a whoop, George and Fred dashed for the door, while Katie and Angelina scrambled after them. The whole group rushed past Wood like ghosts were chasing them. He opened his mouth, arm frozen midair, staring blankly ahead. Had he truly become that tedious? The snow that had fallen all night ceased at dawn, blanketing the ground so deeply it reached halfway up their cap. Yet this did nothing to dampen the students' fervor across Hogwarts' 4 houses. They clung to each other, trudging through the snow with uneven steps toward the Quidditch pitch. Though house elves had cleared narrow paths, students grumbled about their width and preferred crunching fresh snow to queuing single file. In the players' locker room beneath the stands, Wood paced relentlessly. 10 minutes remained until kickoff. And their star seeker, Harry, still hadn't appeared. Stop pacing, Oliver, George said, rubbing his dizzy eyes as he leaned on his broomstick. Fred struck the same pose and yawned. Harry won't forget. He's probably waiting outside right now. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp knock echoed at the locker room door. Wood lunged forward and wrenched open the wooden door. There stood Harry, clutching his broomstick, breathing slightly hard. Am I late? Sorry. I was held up by something this morning. Not at all, not at all. Come in quick. Wood pulled Harry inside and shut the door behind him. He snatched a shimmering crimson and gold Quidditch jersey from the cabinet and thrust it into Harry's hands. Hurry, change. Don't worry, it's brand new, not old Macmillan's cast-offs. Harry smiled, faintly propped his broom against the wall, and vanished into the changing room. Whoa, mate, when did you develop prophetic talent? George exclaimed, theatrically covering his mouth. Fred folded his arms across his chest. From now on, address me as Mr. Prophet. So Mr. Prophet, will we win today's match? Angelina chimed in, playing along. Fred waved his arms grandly. Let me open my celestial third eye and peer into fate. Don't awe us. Teams assembled. I'll say this once. Would cut short Fred's act, earning a chorus of playful winks and nudges from the players. Though this match is our chance, remember, only by winning with a lead of 210 points will we truly secure our shot at the House Cup. Wood spoke with grave intensity. Harry emerged from the changing room, fastening the last button. So, I must catch the golden snitch only after you've built a 60-point lead. Precisely, Harry. Can you manage it? Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff seeker, is no easy opponent. Wood sounded genuinely anxious. Blimey. A shrill whistle pierced the locker room. Fred clapped Wood heartily on the shoulder. Let's go, let's go. Time's up. No pressure on Harry. I've prophesied it. We will win. Absolutely right. George boomed, seizing Wood's other arm. Together they half-dragged, half-carried him toward the rest fell into line behind them, each pausing to gently slap Harry's shoulder. A cascade of warm, encouraging smiles. Harry fastened the final button, snatched up his broomstick, and hung a peculiar whistle around his neck, then followed the team out last in line. Outside, the pitch lay buried under thick snow, its surface gleaming with a cold silvery light. Harry squinted instinctively, lifting his gaze to the sky. The sky, freshly washed by snow, stretched flawlessly clear, azure as a tranquil sea. Late November's sun blazed down like a colossal lamp, yet offered not a trace of warmth. The glare off the snow and sunlight strained his vision, but it was manageable. He simply needed to avoid staring directly at the white expanse. Harry turned toward the elevated staff gallery, where every professor sat quietly in place. He flashed them a bright smile, then shifted his focus squarely onto his opponent. Severus Snape occupied the front row, watching the Gryffindor team file out with undisguised disdain until the last smallest figure appeared. Then, hidden beneath his robes, his fingers clenched tight. When Harry glanced over and grinned directly at him, Snape's face darkened instantly. That insufferable Potter brat. Is he mocking me? Dumbledore sat centrally, glancing sidelong at the timid Quirrell, then beamed warmly back at Harry, self-assured and serene. But Harry hadn't even looked his way. He'd already turned away. Dumbledore didn't flinch. He merely stroked his beard and chuckled softly as the two teams shook hands. "Hello, I hope for a thrilling match. I'm Cedric Diggory." The handsome brown-haired boy beamed openly. Harry smiled, gripping his hand firmly. "I'm Harry Potter, don't hold back." "Naturally." Cedric's grin. Harry swore. He heard shrieks erupt from the stands. "Mount your brooms." Madame Hooch stood between the two teams, holding aloft the vivid red quaffle. Instantly, every player swung onto their broomsticks. Chasers locked their eyes on Madame Hooch's hands. Beaters gripped their broom handles in one fist, the other holding thick forearm-length bats, bodies low poised to spring. Harry and Cedric locked gazes, fire blazing in both pairs of eyes. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and all soared upward in unison. Harry's broom was the finest among them. He surged highest, level with the topmost stands, and began scanning the entire pitch with keen sweeping glances. Madame Hooch kicked open the chest. Two bludgers rocketed toward the nearest players. The golden snitch darted into view for a heartbeat, then vanished without a trace. She hurled the quaffle high, its crimson arc cutting through the air. Chasers crouched, lower muscles coiled for acceleration. At the apex of its descent, both teams erupted into motion. Lee Jordan's voice crackled over the loudspeaker, full of passion as chasers collided in furious chaos. Fred and George perfectly synchronized slammed bludgers with uncanny precision, each strike disrupting Hufflepuff's rhythm. Harry circled high above, scanning for the snitch, while never losing sight of Cedric's movements below. He needed to wait until the score climbed sufficiently, and he had to disrupt Cedric's flight, preventing him from seizing the snitch and ending the match prematurely. Just 10 minutes in, Harry spotted the snitch. He glanced at the scoreboard, 3010, Griffin, but it wasn't enough. Cedric saw it too. Harry dropped his broom, sharply tailing him like a shadow. With the nimbleness of the firebolt, 2000, Harry constricted Cedric's maneuvering space, forcing him to abandon the chase altogether. That brief delay cost them the snitch. It vanished once more. Cedric raised an eyebrow, smiled lightly, and resumed his search, now weaving subtly to throw off Harry's pursuit. They spiraled into a breathtaking aerial duel, less a Quidditch match, more a contest of pure flight artistry, accelerating, jostling, rising, diving. Neck and neck, perfect equals. Harry hadn't flown like this in ages. His exhilaration burned brighter than the winter wind's bite. Only one thing marred the joy: someone had to spoil it. Harry's expression hardened. His broom had just bucked violently. Scoreboard 6010. Just, most maddening of all, the snitch reappeared. Harry wrestled control of his broom, straining to obstruct Cedric. He couldn't let Cedric snatch it so easily. But the broom shuddered more fiercely. Cedric noticed the anomaly. That split second was all Harry needed. He surged past, then accelerated away, hurtling straight toward the distant stands. Cedric recoiled in alarm. He'd seen something wrong. He pushed his broom harder, trying to close the gap, but Harry's mount convulsed wildly, threatening to hurl him off, even as it veered higher into the sky. The violent lurch successfully blocked Cedric. Frowning, he shouted, "Harry, what's wrong with your brooms?" Harry score! Wood's frantic cry rang out from afar. Harry's eyes lit up. He swept his gaze downward, and caught the snitch's glint, directly beneath him and beneath Cedric. With immense effort, he freed one hand, and slipped the whistle between his lips. His eyes flicked to the staff gallery. Quirrell was there, fixed on him with unblinking intensity. Harry bit down on the whistle, bared his teeth in a fierce grin, and released his grip. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. Every professor leapt to their feet, faces etched with raw terror. The instant Harry let go, he blew the whistle, a strange silent instrument emitting no sound whatsoever. Yet Harry's smile widened, satisfied. He flung out his hand, plummeting past Cedric, dodging the outstretched grasp meant to save him. His palms snapped shut. His body crashed into empty air, coughing from the impact. Then he thrust his fist high. Golden light spilled through his fingers. A whistle blew. The match ended. Gryffindor won 22,010. Harry bent and patted the Thestral's neck. "Good girl, back down now." Unseen by others, the Thestral flapped her vast wings and descended slowly. To everyone else, Harry seemed to drift gently earthward, attributed to Professor's magic unnoticed. All attention focused on Harry's audacity. He leapt from his broom midair. Near the ground, Harry signaled the Thestral to halt, slid smoothly off her back, and patted her hooves, sending her back to the Forbidden Forest. In an instant, he was swarmed, everyone clamoring with equal parts concern and elation, voices overlapping in joyful chaos. Through the throng, Harry lifted his eyes toward the staff gallery and met Dumbledore's steady gaze. Dumbledore gave a subtle nod. Quirrell was gone. Harry thanked them all, then took the broom Cedric had retrieved and inspected it carefully, thankfully unharmed. His new broom had been used for just one day. Slipping free of the crowd, Harry sprinted toward the castle, straight to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore before him sat, steaming cups of tea and delicate pastries. Harry dropped into the chair, lifted the cup, and sipped, the warmth flooding from throat to belly, banishing the chill completely. "Well, Harry asked. Dumbledore fiddled with a silver instrument, his eyes fixed on the swirling black and white filaments dancing across its surface. The situation is grave. Incidentally, how did you think of the Thestral? Dumbledore frowned. Harry leaned back, utterly unconcerned that snowmelt and dust were smudging the velvet cushion. I knew you'd intervene, or ask Professor Snape to, but I prefer holding my own life in my own hands. Dumbledore's eyelids lifted slightly, resigned yet silent. After all, Harry was right, and thorough preparation was hardly a flaw. Where did the Thestral come from? This morning I visited Hagrid. He gave me the whistle. I brought the Thestral to the pitch's edge and waited. You see, her speed is unmatched, and what subtler, surer way exists to end my life midair without drawing suspicion? Harry spoke with quiet pride. So long as I judged the height correctly, she'd catch me safely. Dumbledore set down the silver device, raised his wand, and a soft white vapor rose from Harry's clothes, leaving them dry, clean, and perfectly warm. Harry grinned. Thanks. In the rush, I'd forgotten entirely. His easy, unguarded manner made Dumbledore chuckle. If gratitude is due, surely a token of appreciation is in order. Harry was shocked, immediately drawing his wand. Come on, I'll give it back to you. Dumbledore agilely dodged the oncoming water column, but the portrait behind him wasn't so lucky, getting splashed directly in the face. If it weren't for the magical protection the school's portraits had, it would have been completely soaked by now. Hey, kid, disrespecting the headmaster. Points deduction. Points deduction. Dumbledore, quickly deduct points from him. Phineas shouted in exasperation, wishing he could jump out of the portrait and give Harry a piece of his mind. Oh, sorry, Harry replied, dismissively waving his wand to clear away the watermarks left by the portrait. Can't you take a joke? Dumbledore reluctantly moved his seat back, blocking Phineas' reprimands, and knocked on the table. Harry shrugged. I'm just a young and impetuous student, and as a Gryffindor, of course, I must act impulsively when provoked. Isn't that in line with my reckless nature? Who told you that Gryffindor's trait is recklessness? Dumbledore frowned. Harry scoffed. Isn't that what Gryffindors are like nowadays? Dumbledore was left speechless, fiddling with the silverware in his hand. After a long pause, he finally spoke. It is my fault. Oh, I am not a qualified educator. My friends have said that I am more suited to being a politician. Then why didn't you go to the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked. Dumbledore relaxedly imitated Harry's shrug. Hogwarts needs me, and to shamelessly say am too powerful. Being in the position of headmaster is better for the magical world than being the Minister of Magic. Harry pondered for a moment before continuing. What I mean is, since you are the headmaster, shouldn't you do the things a headmaster is supposed to do? I don't believe you are unaware of the current atmosphere in the school. Gryffindors are reckless and arrogant, Ravenclaws are self-preserving, Hufflepuffs are content in their corners, and Slytherins look down on everyone. This school is worse than during Principal Black's time, where there were only divisions among the houses without any biases. Dumbledore felt a stiffness in his back, as if being scrutinized by Phineas. I understand now, he said after a long pause, rubbing his brow. I will pay attention. I'm sorry, I am an incompetent headmaster. Harry stared directly at him, and after a moment he suddenly smiled. No, you can't say that. You are a competent headmaster. I know you are great. Your vision encompasses the entire magical world, not just this school. No one can deny what you have done for the magical world, but you know 90 of the wizards in the magical world come from this school. This is the future of the magical world, and I hope you can take this seriously. My friend said that it's better to have more friends than enemies. I know you worry that those pure-blood families from Slytherin will continue to ally with Voldemort, but he hasn't appeared yet. Why can't we convert those people into our own? Harry's eyes sparkled with ambition. Not all of them, just a part. Then even if Voldemort finds a way to return, our chances will increase significantly, won't they? Dumbledore looked at Harry with sharp eyes. Then what is your aim? If, as you say, Voldemort is eliminated, what then? With such great power, what do you intend to do? He found it hard to read the Harry before him, and felt a sense of familiarity about this Harry. My aim? I just want revenge. Harry returned to his lazy demeanor, leaning back in his chair and gazing at the vaulted ceiling. Dumbledore frowned. And after your revenge? Harry replied. Who can say what will happen so far in the future? After revenge, perhaps he'll choose to go on an adventure. After all, the world is so big and I haven't had a good look at it yet. Harry grinned, suddenly excited. My professors come from India, the East, and Africa. Those places have their unique magic, and I'm really curious. Not to mention the magical world in America. There are so many places I haven't been to. I just hate that I don't have enough time. Looking at Harry's face filled with longing, Dumbledore suddenly laughed. Then what about the future of the magical world? Aren't you still here? My vision isn't broad. Oh, I can only see myself and my friends. The magical world must be entrusted to you. Harry said it as a matter of course. Dumbledore chuckled, but I'm getting old. Then train some new people. Harry completely ignored the point. These are all future matters. What we need to consider now is Quirrell. Harry quickly shifted the topic, not wanting to be tied down to one place for life, just like himself. After all, doesn't the starry sea outside smell better? What exactly is Quirrell's situation? Harry asked. Dumbledore fiddled with the silverware in his hand, and the intertwined black and white lines appeared again. He is entangled with Voldemort, as you see. I can't be sure if he has completely sided with him. Dumbledore frowned. Harry glanced at the ball of yarn and said with certainty, Quirrell must be under duress. If he wanted to secretly kill me, there are many ways to do it. Just like today, he could have cast a spell on me directly instead of on the broom. If I died, there would definitely be a huge uproar, and he could have escaped successfully, but he didn't. Harry was very certain. After all, he knew the effects of magic on him very well. Dumbledore's brow furrowed even tighter. This is troublesome. Quirrell is too tightly entangled with Voldemort, and for now we don't know the nature of their entanglement. Even if he has 1,000 ways, he can't use them. If Voldemort finds out, Quirrell will probably be done for. Harry began to worry, as well twirling his wand between his fingers. Watching the golden sparks jump from the tip of the wand, an idea suddenly came to Harry. What happened in the Albanian forest? Harry asked. Dumbledore raised his eyes. I noticed Quirrell's changes after he returned. Sensing some unfavorable aura, I went to the Albanian forest. Perhaps it's because I'm getting old and have learned too much. The magical creatures there told me that there is a terrible monster in the forest that can possess small animals. Dumbledore paused. Wait a minute, possession. How did I not think of this? If it is possession, then. He muttered, fiddling with the silverware in his hand, and the black and white lines instantly spread apart before tangling again. Harry stroked his chin. If it is possession, how much time do you need to deal with it? Dumbledore was at a loss for words, his gaze falling onto Harry's forehead, and he suddenly realized. Harry could deal with the remnants of the soul on him, so even if he couldn't eliminate Voldemort, possessing Quirrell, blocking the perception should definitely be possible. Dumbledore immediately stood up, dropping the silverware in his hand with a crisp sound, and the black and white. What do you need? How long can you hold on? Dumbledore asked. Harry grinned. I don't need anything as long as it's within Hogwarts. I can block it for up to 10 minutes. Any longer won't work, so the focus now is how to deal with him. Dumbledore began pacing in front of the desk, occasionally stopping to think, then shaking his head and continuing. Harry wasn't in a hurry, lazily leaning against the back of his chair and toying with his wand. After a while, when Harry could no longer suppress his yawning, Dumbledore finally stopped pacing. I need to find an old friend to borrow something, so for now, please keep an eye on the situation at the school, don't act rashly, and wait for my return, okay? Dumbledore asked seriously. Harry paused his actions, skillfully pulling out the contract. Certainly. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly, looking like he wanted to say something, but Harry was staring at him unwaveringly, appearing very determined. Dumbledore helplessly took the parchment, leaving a magical mark. Harry took back the contract, grinning as he put it away. Don't worry. He'll keep a close eye on Quirrell. He will behave in the school until you return. And the students if Severus doesn't keep an eye on him. Dumbledore continued. Harry waved the parchment in his hand. Don't worry. It's all in the contract. Knowing the solution, Harry didn't linger any longer, putting away the contract and turning to leave. Dumbledore sat dazedly behind the desk for a while before looking at Fawkes. We need to go to France, buddy. Fawkes let out a soft trill, flying around before landing on Dumbledore's shoulder. A flash of fire swept by, and the headmaster's office fell silent. When Harry returned to the Great Hall, he coincidentally joined the Gryffindor celebration. Although it was just a regular lunch, in the joyful atmosphere it felt more lively than a feast. Wood sat beside Harry, chattering on. The upcoming matches are all for next year. As long as Ravenclaw can then if Hufflepuff beats Ravenclaw, we'll only need to play 2 more matches. But if Ravenclaw loses to Slytherin, we'll have to play 3. And we will have to carry a nearly 100-point deficit. Harry silently ate his roast beef, thinking about finding Diddy to help introduce a reliable house elf. What could be better for surveillance than them? Listening to Wood continuously ramble about the game, Harry responded perfunctorily a few times before starting to look around. He had finished his lunch. He needed to find a way to escape Wood's incessant chatter. Luckily, the twins were nearby, and Harry happily called them over, then pushed Wood onto his dear partners and dashed away. He first went to the room of requirement and directly sought out Gareth, as this person had a wide circle of friends. He asked him to help discuss with the portraits in the school to keep an eye on Quirrell's movements. As for how Gareth would do it, Harry expressed that he knew nothing about portraits. Then he called Diddy and inquired, discovering that there was a house elf named Pyrie in the kitchen. This elf had been smuggled back from America, and because he followed the American custom of demanding payment, he was continually ostracized by the other elves, resulting in a very low profile. For just 1 sickles, he could serve 1 person for a week. It was said that the original price was not this low, but the situation here was different from America. Besides Dumbledore, who was willing to pay him a salary, all the funds were used to pay fines for smuggling and rewards to rescue him, so he had not been able to receive extra work and had to lower his price. Unfortunately, no house elf was willing to help him promote. He could not appear in front of wizards at will, so he had to remain in the kitchen doing the tasks everyone else refused to do. Pyrie was eager to earn some money to pay off his debts, and even hoped to save enough fare to return to America. Harry, upon hearing this news, revealed a satisfied smile. Matters that can be resolved with money are no big deal, especially with such a low price. It couldn't be more perfect. Without hesitation, Harry called out Pyrie's name. A frail house elf instantly appeared before Harry, dressed in a tea towel bearing the Hogwarts emblem. His large bat-like ears made his head look smaller. "Sir, what do you need Pyrie to do?" Pyra's voice was not as sharp as that of an ordinary house elf, carrying a hint of steadiness. "I need you to keep an eye on Professor Quirrell. If he leaves the castle, you need to inform me. If anything seems off, you must also tell me. I will pay you 1 galleon a week, and if I am satisfied, I will give you an extra 10 galleons as a reward." Pyra's eyes widened. Pyrie is happy to take this job, but that's a professor. "Sir, I can't do anything that would harm Hogwarts. That's why I'm offering you 1 galleon. All you need to do is keep an eye on him and tell me what you see. Also, Headmaster Dumbledore is aware of this matter." Harry held a galleon in his palm, raising it in front of Pyrie. Pyra's breath quickened. Does Headmaster really know about this? Harry took out the contract. Here is his signature. You should be able to recognize whether it's real or not. The magical aura was very clear. Pyrie immediately recognized it, reaching out to take the galleon. "Pyrie accepts your employment, sir." "Pyrie will do very well." With a crisp sound, Pyrie vanished from the room of requirement. Harry took another look at the vastly changed room of requirement, feeling very satisfied with Diddy's redecorated space. Not wanting to linger, he said goodbye to his friends and left. The weekend always passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was Sunday evening. By the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, Ron was frantically writing a paper, comparing it with the assignment due tomorrow. It was a full 3 feet long, and he had only written half of it so far. Luo-en grumbled as he wrote, "I do not understand why we must learn these things." He-min rifled through the notes in her hand, occasionally jotting entries into another notebook. "I've told you, Luo, and do not copy word for word, unless you want the professor to notice and dock your marks. I'm only taking inspiration. Luo-en snapped back stubbornly, the quill in his hand skimming across the parchment so carelessly that without close scrutiny, it was impossible to tell what he had written. Holly, who had no homework, leafed through a hefty volume borrowed from the headmaster's office. "You've copied enough here. You should try someone else's notes, or all be identical." Luo-en paused, measured with a ruler, then looked up immediately. "Shiamo, lend me your essay for a moment." A roll of parchment was tossed directly from a nearby armchair. Luo-en caught it. "Thanks, mate." He muttered a few transitional remarks and resumed copying. He-min glared at Holly with displeasure. "You won't stop him? Is copying homework really acceptable?" Holly shrugged. "Isn't it his choice? If later he falls behind de la co for lack of fundamentals, that is his own doing. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. We cannot watch over him forever." Luo-en froze, cheeks flushing with embarrassment, unsure whether to continue. Holly closed his book and rose. "It's late. I must rest. There are classes tomorrow morning." He-min, "What about? I'm going back to the dormitory as well," He-min said. Holly only nodded and went upstairs. He-min packed her things and regarded Luo-en seriously. "You really must change your ways. Lazy as this, how will you ever catch up with Holly? Are you going to let us leave you behind because your foundations are weak?" She hefted her heavy satchel onto her back and headed for the stairs. Na-wei patted Luo-en on the shoulder, pursing his lips, unsure what to say. Every remark felt wrong. He knew Luo-en had not simply forgotten to do his homework, but had become obsessive over practicing the charms Holly taught, unable to discern priorities. They were students, not soldiers. While the habit was wrong, it was not entirely blameworthy. Luo-en sat in silence, clutching his quill, motionless for a long while. He understood how harsh Holly's words sounded, yet he knew he had been at fault first, promising to work hard, but remaining confused about his path. Irritated, he ruffled his hair, rubbed his eyes, and resumed copying the assignment. He resolved quietly to ask He-min for time management advice the next day, and to put aside the games for a while. He could not be truly left behind, could he? Having landed among such gifted, diligent friends, and lacking the nerve to claim greater talent, he would simply have to work harder. With that thought, Luo-en calmed, finished his homework, packed his things, and headed back to the dormitory. Early the next morning, after exercising with Na-wei, Luo-en sought out He-min. They talked, and Luo-en received a parchment filled with meticulous plans. The schedule on it made Luo-en break out in a cold sweat. He stared at He-min in alarm. "Are you sure?" "This is my timetable," she replied calmly. He-min answered with serene composure. Luo-en studied the parchment again. Rise at 7:00, light exercise 7:00, breakfast 8:20, classes 9:00, lunch 1:00, rest 1:30, classes or library 1:30, dinner 1:00. Practice magical coursework and Holly's taught charms 19:00, read extracurricular books 2:00 to broaden his knowledge. On Wednesday evenings, astronomy moved the magic practice to the afternoon. Though the timetable seemed tight, it was entirely doable. There was even time for a midday rest. Luo-en swallowed hard. This schedule, I think I can probably manage it. He-min looked at him with suspicion, making him uneasy. "Why are you staring at me like that?" "That was mine. Yours is here," He-min replied. He-min pulled the parchment from Luo-en's hand and produced another from a book, handing it to him. "Holly gave me this last night. Boys and girls have different routines. You also have other morning exercises, and Holly said we needn't be identical. Play to your strengths." The new parchment was a looser plan, with even some blank spaces left for flexibility. Luo-en pressed his lips together, examined the parchment for a long moment, then cautiously folded it into his pocket. Yimin, do you still have that notebook of yours? Is it expensive? I worry my parchment won't be enough. Not expensive, Muggle-made, not as durable as parchment, but perfectly fine for class notes. 111 can buy a notebook of roughly 100 pages. Enough for a whole year unless you take an enormous amount of notes. Yimin demonstrated with her own notebook. The black leather cover bore no mark. The pages were thick and the book 4 centimeters thick. Good quality, the ink did not bleed through to the next sheet. Luo-en breathed easier and fished a silver coin from his pocket. Could you buy me one? Or lend me one? Wait. Yimin took the coin, hurried to her dormitory, and pulled a new notebook from her trunk. Here, take this. It's a spare I brought. You can use it in going home for the holidays, so if it's not enough, you'll buy more then. She handed Luo-en a thick leather-bound book identical to her own. Luo-en thanked her, stowed the notebook, and chased after Na-Wei upstairs. They needed to bathe after their sweaty exercise, sticky and uncomfortable otherwise. Over the next week, Luo-en followed Ha Li's timetable and was astonished to finish all his assignments within the allotted time, even finding extra leisure to play a quick game of wizard's chess with Shimo to lift his spirits. He did not squander his free time. He joined Yimin and Na-Wei in the library and read many books, not all directly related to lessons, but he found he could sit and study now. That Friday, Ha Li did not teach them new spells, but paired them to practice the two they had already learned. During breaks, they amused themselves by watching Yimin play with a unicorn from a distance. The three boys looked on with envious delight, but what could they do as boys? The unicorns grew fond of Yimin. Even the young one preferred her company, and Ha Li was less close to it than she was. For nearly a month, Dang Buli Duo was scarcely seen. Pai Li kept watch over Chi Luo, but took no overt action. Most days were spent either in the library or in Dang Buli Duo's office. Pai Li reported to Ha Li that a foul rot smelled ever stronger about Chi Luo, even garlic could barely see. With Christmas approaching, Dang Buli Duo finally returned to Hua Guozi. The first thing he did was summon Ha Li from his classroom. That class had been Professor C. Nei Pus Potions. Ha Li left beneath C. Nei Pus grim stare, ignoring the chaos behind him. Dang Buli Duo's summons took a singular form. A parchment scorched with flame appeared abruptly beside C. Nei. C. Nei Pu had been patrolling the classroom when the flare of flame unsettled the students. Many hands trembled, a few cauldrons exploded, and failed potions splattered across the room. Only C. Nei Pu, Ha Li de la Kaluo-en, and Na-Wei remained orderly in the chamber. The rest were bedraggled, some suffering strange effects where mixtures had touched their skin. C. Nei Pu ground his teeth and hissed through clenched teeth, ordering students to support one another to the infirmary, while he cleaned the potions laboratory, which lay full of holes and ruined mixtures. Some potions had even combined and become unusable. Dang Buli Duo in his office sneezed and straightened his robes, frowning, or was he coming down with a cold? A little while later, Ha Li pushed open the headmaster's office door and entered. Headmaster, you should prepare. Since you disrupted Professor C. Nei Pus class, I doubt he will let it pass quietly. Dang Buli Duo frowned. I forgot there was a first-year potions class this morning. If Professor C. Nei Pu pins the blame on me, you must take responsibility. Ha Li said, pacing and speaking earnestly. Dang Buli Duo shifted the topic decisively. My old friend and I, who has retired, I tracked down his residence and borrowed an alchemical device said to be capable of trapping a ghost. So we can act now? Chi Luo will not last much longer. He will strike at the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Ha Li became alert. I believe so. This is the alchemical device I borrowed. If it fails, we must find another means. Quirina C cannot hold on much longer. We must hurry. Dang Buli Duo placed an exquisite palm-sized golden cage upon the desk. Ha Li glanced but did not touch it. Such alchemical instruments have precise methods. Meddling without knowledge could be perilous, so caution was warranted. When do we move? Ha Li asked. Dang Buli Duo considered briefly. Tonight. Where? Dang Buli Duo retrieved a shimmering silver fabric from a cabinet and set it before Ha Li. Wear this and follow me. I will go to his office and he will not notice you. Ha Li unconsciously held his breath and reached out. The invisibility cloak. Pei Fo Li Air's cloak. You know of it? Dang Buli Duo asked in surprise. Of course I do. Ha Li stood, shook the cloak free, so the silvery fabric unfurled, wrapped it about his shoulders, and found looking down that his body was truly unseen. So it is Pei Fo Li Air's cloak. Wasn't that supposed to have vanished from history? Dang Buli Duo explained. It belonged to your father's family. I borrowed it after they were killed and never returned it before the tragedy. Ha Li paused, folded the cloak, and stroked it gently. This had been worn by his father, perhaps even by his mother. Dang Buli Duo's voice softened to a whisper. It is right that it is returned to its owner. I hope you will use it for the right purpose. Ha Li nodded without speaking. After a moment, he tucked the cloak into his satchel. Shall I come here after dinner? He asked. Wait outside Quirina Sis' door. Put the cloak on and simply follow behind me, Dang Buli Duo instructed. All right, then I'll go now. Holly, with little appetite for further talk, rose and left. It was Friday. Holly had little heart to teach new spells in the afternoon, and instead set them to practice either on dummies or in paired drills. The spells were not limited to the two he had taught. They could practice any charm they knew, for even small tricks, well executed, could have surprising effects. Night finally came. Holly ate casually and glanced toward the professor's table. Chi Luo still sat there, and Dang Buli Duo as well. Cnei Plus face was thunderous, his gaze fixed darkly upon Dang Buli Duo. Holly grinned slightly. It seemed the affair would not fall upon him after all. He left the great hall, wandered the busy corridors a few times, then slipped behind a tapestry into a secret passage that offered a shortcut to Chi Luo's office. Few knew of it. Once inside the passage, Holly donned the invisibility cloak, pulling it over his head and checking carefully for any gap before continuing toward the third floor. Emerging from the passage, Holly slowed his breath and crouched motionless at a corner not far from Chi Luo's door. Soon Chi Luo hurried past and entered his office. Holly kept his gaze fixed to the ground, avoiding even a sidelong glance. He listened intently, for with Fu Di Mo bound to Chi Luo, any hint of sensing would be dangerous. A few minutes later, Dang Buli Duo appeared at the corridor's end and stopped at Chi Luo's door, knocking gently. Holly rose slightly and followed soundlessly behind, treading with the utmost care. The door quickly swung open, and Quirrell looked at the person outside with a mix of surprise and fear. Professor Dumbledore. How did you come here? Quirrell. Dumbledore chuckled. Good evening. Recently I've received numerous complaints about you, so I wanted to have a chat. Are you available now? I am. Quirrell stammered, his eyes darting, stepping back a few paces to open the door. Dumbledore paused for a moment before stepping inside, and Harry followed, closely matching Dumbledore's footsteps. Upon entering the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Dumbledore paused briefly, drew his wand, and closed the door. Quirrell, I hope you don't mind if I use a few spells. After all, you wouldn't want our conversation overheard by the students, would you? Dumbledore said with a warm smile. Quirrell stepped back again, trembling as he watched Dumbledore's wand. Several spells shot forth, the door clicked as it locked, and a translucent barrier enveloped the wall's ceiling. That should do it, Dumbledore said, putting away his wand and leaning against a desk looking at Quirrell. Do you have anything to say about the complaints? Quirrell. I. Quirrell began, but suddenly his face dropped as he fell heavily to the ground, letting out a horrific wail. Quick! Hurry! Harry shouted, pulling off the invisibility cloak, fingers spread wide, facing Quirrell. Dumbledore jumped up, moving with an agility unbefitting his age, swiftly drew his wand and waved it. Quirrell was flipped over, revealing a gruesome face. Deep, bone-exposing wounds crisscrossed his entire face, the scars blackened, with flesh peeling back to reveal stark white bone. Quirrell's hands, exposed outside his clothing, were nearly devoid of flesh, with only a few strands of pale muscle hanging from his white bones. Quirrell. Dumbledore stared in shock at Quirrell, who could barely be called human now. Help me. Professor. Save me. The Dark Lord. Behind me. Quirrell screamed, spitting out a few words in broken phrases. The moment Quirrell saw Harry, he knew his opportunity had come. Though he didn't know what would happen, he had no other choice. He didn't want to die. He was still young. He had to seize the chance. Dumbledore carefully laid Quirrell on a desk, took out various potion vials from his pocket, and performed a simple spell to treat Quirrell, alleviating his pain enough for him to speak. Professor, help me. The Dark Lord is possessing me, draining my life force. I have no other way. Quirrell stared wide-eyed, wanting to cry, but with no tears. What does he want? To steal the Philosopher's Stone, kill Harry Potter, reshape his body, and return. Quirrell spoke quickly, not feeling any punishment from Voldemort. He breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly shielded, otherwise he wouldn't be so relaxed. What stage are we at now? Dumbledore asked rapidly. Quirrell answered without hesitation, preparing to extract information from Hagrid about how to get past the three-headed dog. You don't know the three-headed dog's weakness. Dumbledore frowned. Quirrell looked despairingly at the ceiling. I know. I'm just stalling for time. Many are aware of the three-headed dog's weakness, but Voldemort has a poor opinion of magical creatures, dismissing them as useless. He never bothered to understand a creature intended solely for guarding. Dumbledore's expression showed understanding. He was indeed crying for help. If you were to separate Voldemort from his possession, you might die as well. Time was short, so Dumbledore spoke directly. Quirrell's gaze turned even more desperate as he whimpered, looking at the ceiling. But if you don't separate him, you will definitely die, Dumbledore said seriously. The time for your choice is now. He had already seen Harry's appearance. He was sweaty and pale. Separate him, even if it means death. I refuse to be his puppet. I have family. I can't let them be involved with the Dark Lord. Quirrell no longer stammered, showing an expression that could be deemed fierce. Dumbledore received the answer he wanted immediately, pulling out alchemical tools, twisting the mechanisms, and muttering complex incantations. The birdcage-like alchemical device slowly expanded to a normal birdcage size and opened a door. Then Dumbledore waved his wand, reciting an ancient spell, and pure white light enveloped Quirrell. Quirrell began to scream again, and Harry's face turned even paler as an unseen silver light started swirling around Quirrell's body. As Dumbledore's voice ceased, he stabbed sharply with his wand, causing Harry's fingers to instantly curl. A black mist flowed out from Quirrell and rushed into the birdcage, enveloped by white light. At this point, Quirrell could no longer scream. His eyes rolled back, revealing only bloodshot whites, his limbs limp over the edge of the desk, as if he had lost consciousness. Dumbledore dared not relax until all the black mist was trapped inside the birdcage. Then he slammed down the mechanism. The cage door slammed shut with a clang, and a piercing scream echoed from the black mist. Harry let go of his grip, sweat nearly soaking his hair, gasping for breath. He took out a potion he always kept on hand, and gulped it down, managing to calm his breathing somewhat as he frowned at the swirling black mist in the birdcage. "Is this Voldemort?" Harry asked. "I never imagined our next meeting would be like this, Tom," Dumbledore said coldly, throwing healing spells at Quirrell like they were free. Harry could barely recognize two of them before giving up entirely. He really wasn't good at healing magic, having always relied on potions to survive. "Dumbledore." Voldemort, still in a misty form, barely formed a smooth face, mouth open, as he howled, flailing helplessly in the cage, unable to escape. "Young people are so impolite, didn't I teach you? Aren't you going to at least call me Professor?" Dumbledore checked on Quirrell's condition, letting out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed his life was saved. "You cannot trap me. I will return." Voldemort glared at him with malice, letting out a powerless roar. Harry scoffed. "Return? What right do you have? With your pathetic Horcrux?" "It's you, Harry Potter." Voldemort's face, formed from smoke, turned towards Harry, continuing to scream. Harry could barely contain his laughter. "Look at what the great Voldemort has become. A powerless raging beast. I will kill you. I absolutely will." The black mist suddenly expanded, tendrils of it creeping through the bars of the birdcage. "Not good." Dumbledore immediately lunged towards the birdcage. But it was too late. Voldemort had managed to slip through the gaps in the bars. Even as golden lightning crackled around the bars, dispersing much of the black mist, he still managed to escape. "I will always return. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, I will return for revenge." Voldemort circled above the classroom, dropping a threat as he prepared to fly away. Dumbledore waved his wand like a sword, casting various spells at Voldemort, but they all passed through the black mist, failing to strike him effectively. This gave Voldemort great confidence as he cackled, continuing to circle above the classroom, searching for an escape gap. Although the spells Dumbledore used previously couldn't harm him, they had confined him here. However, Voldemort was not worried, as such magic didn't last long, and as long as there was a crack, he could escape. Harry coldly gazed at the black mist on the ceiling, steadying his wand, aiming at the grotesque flat face amidst the mist. Avada Kedavra. A sickly green beam erupted from Harry's wand, speeding towards Voldemort. The green light illuminated Harry's face, cold and expressionless. The curse once again pierced through the mist, striking the ceiling and shattering a corner of it, debris mixed with dust raining down, blocking Dumbledore's shocked face. Even the fleeing black mist momentarily froze, followed by Voldemort's wild and unrestrained laughter. "Dumbledore, this is your chosen savior. Is this what you chose?" Harry didn't stop his actions, unleashing continuous green beams aimed directly at that flat face. Even though Voldemort wasn't afraid of the curses, he couldn't help but roll and evade amidst the black mist. The relentless killing curses acted as the final straw that broke the barrier, and with a crisp shattering sound, the barrier surrounding the entire classroom vanished, allowing Voldemort to hurriedly escape through the window, disappearing into the night sky. Harry chased to the window, frowning as he searched, confirming that Voldemort had completely escaped. He pounded his fist angrily on the windowsill. "Damn it. Let him get away." "You?" Dumbledore's voice was weak, only managing to utter a sound before falling silent as a commotion from outside caught their attention. The noise from Harry shattering the ceiling was too loud, drawing students and professors from around the vicinity. Without time to say anything, Harry immediately dashed back into the classroom, grabbing the invisibility cloak to cover his head. The next moment, the classroom door was kicked open with a bang. Snape, wand raised, looked warily inside the classroom. "Headmaster, what happened here?" "It's nothing." Quirrell was corrupted by a dark magical object. "I was a bit rough while dealing with that thing. He's still alive, but I'm afraid you need to take him to the hospital wing. Poor fellow." Dumbledore sighed regretfully, looking at the nearly unrecognizable Quirrell. The unicorn's curse lingered on him along with Voldemort's corruption. Even now that he was alive, there was little difference from being dead. The only silver lining was that Dumbledore concealed Voldemort's affairs, leaving him with a shred of dignity, preventing his family from being implicated in the Dark Lord's events. Snape quickly approached, checked Quirrell's condition, pursed his lips, and poured a bottle of bright red potion down his throat, using the levitation charm to lift him as he strode towards the exit. Professor McGonagall stood at the door in shock, trembling as she leaned against the frame, her eyes moist. "Quirrell, why was he so foolish? I warned him." Sigh. Professor Flitwick sighed, patting McGonagall's elbow to clear the way for Snape to pass with Quirrell. "It's my fault. I didn't notice his anomalies in time, which led to us arriving late." He has already been corrupted by dark magic to this extent. Dumbledore looked guilty, facing away from the door, staring at the ground. You all should organize the students to leave while I still need to conduct a thorough inspection of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to ensure no more harm comes to the students. Don't worry, we'll go right away, McGonagall said, wiping her eyes. She turned and began to usher the crowd of onlookers away, with Professor Flitwick quickly helping clear the students outside. The corridor fell silent once more. Restored to its original state, Dumbledore intoned, and the door damaged by Snape and the ceiling shattered by Harry seemed to rewind in time, returning to their original appearances. Dumbledore did not use magic, but slowly walked over, closed the repaired door, and stood quietly there gazing at the back of the door. Harry, you used the killing curse. Harry remained silent, removing the invisibility cloak and finding a spot to sit down, staring at the empty podium. That's dark magic, an unforgivable curse, do you understand? Dumbledore asked. I know, Harry replied quietly. It's the only curse I know that works quickly, affecting the soul. Ancient magic wouldn't suffice. You? Dumbledore paused again, unsure of what to say. Criticism, blame, reprimand. If such things were effective, he would certainly have done so. But in the past half-year he had spent enough time with Harry to know that these wouldn't be helpful. What could he do? Should he really send Harry to Azkaban? You won't misuse it, will you? After a long pause, Dumbledore finally spoke again. What constitutes misuse? Harry, facing away from the door, scoffed. Isn't it the most effective curse? For revenge, at least. Harry Potter, Dumbledore exclaimed sharply. Harry fell silent again, and after a long while he continued, I'm sorry, but I don't regret it. This is my revenge, and my war. Magic was invented to be used. I understand that dark magic affects one's mind. Anyway, I can only say I won't harm the innocent, but you must know, can that thing still be called human? If you truly lack confidence in this arrangement, then our partnership ends here. You pursue what you deem right, and I shall do the same. You know my purpose. Should anyone stand in my way, I shall show no mercy. Harry's voice was resolute, his fingers gripped his wand so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Silence descended once more upon the classroom. Neither spoke, both lost in quiet calculation of gain and loss. Harry held firm to his conviction: magic, when wielded at the proper moment, was inherently just, so long as it was neither abused nor used to dominate the weak. This belief aligned precisely with Sebastian's, which is why Harry had never objected when they jointly scoured the world for forbidden arts. Yet mastery did not demand perpetual use. From the very first time he cast an unforgivable curse, Harry recognized its inherent corruption, believing these 3 spells fit only for those who had forfeited their humanity, never for casual deployment. Such thoughts mirrored Omini's own, sparking fierce arguments with Sebastian, until Harry intervened just in time to stop him from harming his own uncle, thereby averting a grave sin of kinslaying and jolting Sebastian back to reason. Dumbledore's eyelids drooped low, his fingers twisted restlessly together. His inner calm had shattered. Harry's resolve was unshakable, and he knew full well the young man's formidable power would no longer bow to gentle guidance. Once blinded by prejudice and suspicion toward Tom Riddle, he had allowed a Dark Lord to rise across the wizarding world. Some might claim Voldemort was beyond redemption, but Dumbledore had never even attempted salvation. That failure rested squarely upon his conscience. And now, could he truly place his faith in this boy? Harry was utterly unlike Voldemort. That much Dumbledore knew with absolute clarity. Yet their similarities ran unervingly deep, stirring in him a persistent gnawing doubt. Could Harry too become the next Dark Lord? Time stretched on. Impatience flickered across Harry's brow as he began mentally mapping his next steps. If Dumbledore refused support, he would need to slip into Nocturne Alley, without delay seek out clandestine channels, and forge his own intelligence network. Harry, Dumbledore's voice emerged weary and faintly hoarse. Nothing more than the boy's name, then silence. Harry rose abruptly, turning to face Dumbledore's back. My heart has always been small, capable of holding only my friends and family. Anyone who threatens them becomes my enemy, without question. I am not as noble as you, burdened with sustaining the entire wizarding world. Our purposes differ, and therefore so must our paths. Dumbledore turned as well. Across the empty classroom, their gazes locked. A quiet smile touched his lips. In truth, Harry, we are the same. I will not hinder you. I shall continue to aid you, until your goal is achieved. Leaning gently against the doorframe, Dumbledore spoke with serene assurance. You seek vengeance, I seek stability and preservation for the wizarding world. At the heart of both lies the eradication of Voldemort. So yes, our aims are one and the same, Harry. Then our partnership continues. Harry raised an eyebrow. Let us bind it with an unbreakable vow. The Fidelius charm. Harry narrowed his eyes slightly. And who shall serve as our bondmaker? Severus will suffice. Dumbledore summoned a silver phoenix Patronus which soared through the door. Harry frowned, but voiced no objection. Snape was indeed the most fitting choice. He knew fragments of Dumbledore's past, and fragments of Harry's own, and every thread of his existence remained firmly held within Dumbledore's grasp. At the very least, this ensured he would not sell Harry's secrets for profit. That was enough. Moments later, a sharp rap echoed at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, as though Snape had never left its vicinity. Dumbledore opened the door, ushered Snape inside, then sealed it shut once more, layering it with protective enchantments until the room stood impenetrable once again. What are you doing here? Snape's brow furrowed instantly upon spotting Harry within the classroom, his tone brusque and unwelcoming. Harry shrugged. Dumbledore invited me. Snape immediately noted the omission. The boy had used only the headmaster's surname, not even the courtesy of Professor or Sir. Severus, we've asked you merely to bear witness. Have we disturbed your duties? Dumbledore asked, his manner warm and unhurried after completing the final wards. If you hadn't spoken, I'd nearly forgotten to deliver Quirrell intact to the hospital wing. Would that count as disturbed? What sort of testimony demands the presence of a mere potions master? Has the boy who lived finally failed to meet your expectations? Shall we appoint a new savior instead? Alas, it appears rather too late for that. Snape's words were cutting, laced with venom, but Dumbledore remained unruffled, stepping forward to extend his hand toward Harry. Harry gazed upon the aged, wrinkled hand before him, and clasped it without hesitation. Together they turned toward Snape. Only one remained. What in Merlin's name is this? Potter, what have you done now? And you, Dumbledore, what madness possesses you? Hasn't he been under your watch since childhood? What in blazes is happening here? Dumbledore lowered his gaze. Indeed, he had watched over Harry's early years. Mrs. Figg sent weekly letters detailing the boy's every word and deed. Yet fate had played a cruel jest. For 5 pivotal years Harry had grown and fought entirely beyond his knowledge. Despite scouring historical records and consulting portraits from that era, no explanation ever surfaced, only silence. Forgive him, he was old. Age bred caution, and caution doubt. He saw clearly that Harry was good, steadfast in purpose, compassionate in heart, and possessed of extraordinary strength. Every virtue, every flaw, he bore them all. He would be great. But Dumbledore dared not gamble. At over a century old, he lacked the strength to defeat another Dark Lord. Yet neither could he erase Harry from existence. To do so would make him no different from Voldemort. All he could offer was a safeguard, for the future belonged to them, not to him. What are you doing, Dumbledore? Snape's composure fractured completely. What are you thinking? You gave me your word. Yes, Severus, come forward. This was our agreement. Once the vow is complete, I shall explain everything. Dumbledore spoke calmly, turning his gaze back to Harry. May we proceed? Of course. Harry nodded without hesitation. In his estimation, Snape was far more reliable than Dumbledore, especially given the debt owed to his mother. That lopsided bargain had always favored him. Snape pressed his lips into a thin, dark line. He had no idea what riddle these two were weaving, but soon he would know. Provided, of course, he chose to serve as their witness. Professor Snape, might we hurry? My palm's already sweating, Harry called out. Snape gritted his teeth. With his wand tip pressed firmly against their joined hands, Snape ground out, begin. Do you swear henceforth to use the killing curse solely upon those unworthy of being called human? Dumbledore asked solemnly. Snape's hand trembled faintly, but his wand held steady, emitting a golden spark that coiled like living gold around their wrists. I swear, Harry answered with unwavering gravity. The sparks settled upon their skin, imprinting the out. Do you swear to remain true to your core self, to never stray onto the path of darkness? Dumbledore asked again. I swear, Harry affirmed, resolute. A second chain formed, crossing the first, interlocking upon their wrists. Harry did not release Dumbledore's hand. Instead, he met his gaze. Do you swear to devote every ounce of your strength to aiding me in Voldemort's destruction? Dumbledore lifted his eyes, holding Harry's stare. I swear. A third golden coil spiraled forth, intertwining with the others. 3 chains braided into one, each leaving its mark upon their flesh. Snape felt his wand loosen in his grip. The vow was sealed. They withdrew their hands. The chains faded slowly beneath their watchful eyes, but both knew the bonds remained invisible, unbroken, and lethal betrayal would exact the ultimate price, life itself. The killing curse. The path of darkness. Snape's voice cracked hollow and pale as he stared at Dumbledore. What in the name of all that's sacred is happening here? I'll take my leave first. You explain. It's nearly curfew, and I'd rather not lose more points. Without looking back, Harry strode out. Fortunately, Dumbledore's silencing charms blocked sound, not movement, and offered no barrier to his departure. The door closed once more. Dumbledore seated himself atop the nearest desk. What would you ask me? Snape remained silent for a long while. Then quietly, will he die? With my life, I shall protect him. Dumbledore's voice carried iron certainty. Snape said nothing more, merely turned and walked out. Then that is enough. That night passed without upheaval at Hogwarts. The sole cause of collective dismay was Quirrell's transfer to St. Mungo's. Rumors claimed he would never return. The Board of Governors approved compensation, citing the incident occurred on school grounds. Students wailed in unison, their despair rooted in one grim fact: Snape had assumed temporary teaching duties. Though dark circles shadowed his eyes, Snape taught defense against the dark arts with palpable zeal. so much so that even his potions classes seemed marginally gentler than usual. Thankfully, Dumbledore showed no intent to work Snape to exhaustion. He announced a permanent replacement would be appointed during the Christmas holiday, lifting students' spirits considerably. Conversations shifted. Whispers spread had Voldemort's curse grown stronger. After all, Quirrell had lasted less than a full term. In previous years, professors had endured entire academic years without succumbing. During pre-Christmas gatherings, Harry taught his friends only one new spell, the summoning charm. Practical in his view, and undeniably useful. In a secluded corner of the second-floor library, Harry and his companions gathered, speaking softly where Madame Pance's watchful eye could not reach. "Harry, are you going home for Christmas?" Hermione asked, as ever cradling a tone thick enough to fell a troll. Ron leaned and ears pricked, uncharacteristically clutching a quill and cross-referencing Hermione's notes against his own. "I likely won't go home, but I may request leave to step outside the castle for a short time." Harry scribbled diagrams across a sheet of parchment. Neville sat upright, gripping a flower pot containing a slender, writhing vine. "I must return. I received a letter from Gran insisting I do. I'm going home too. It's my first extended separation from my parents. I miss them terribly." Hermione paused. "Do you need assistance leaving the school, eh?" "No, I can manage alone." Harry rolled up the parchment and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Christmas gifts were proving difficult. Despite knowing relatively few people, the obligation to give felt overwhelming. "I'll stay at Hogwarts. Mom and Dad are visiting Charlie in Romania. He works at the Dragon Reserve." "Dragons? Weasley, which dragons?" Draco's head snapped up, eyes gleaming. "I've always wanted one, but Father forbids it." "Keep your voice down, Malfoy, or you'll summon Madame Pants." Ron nearly leapt to clamp a hand over Draco's mouth. Draco clamped his lips shut, but kept staring wide-eyed and expectant. Boys were inevitably captivated by dragons. Even Harry glanced over intrigued. Mostly Romanian longhorns and Peruvian vipertooths, Norwegian ridgebacks too. Nearly every breed exists there, except Ukrainian ironbellies. Charlie says they're nearly impossible to locate. Even Australian fire dragons were imported, yet no trace of ironbellies emerged. Ukrainian wizards guard them with extraordinary secrecy. "Wow." Draco breathed, his quill dancing across parchment as quick sketches of dragons bloomed beneath his hand. "If only I could own one." "Alas, law forbids it," Ron muttered, dripping with sarcasm. Draco ignored him entirely, lost in reverie, already drafting plans for convincing his father to establish a dragon sanctuary. Rustle, crash. The library's hush shattered violently. Harry and his friends sprang up in unison, wands drawn, and aimed at the towering bookshelf from which the noise erupted. "Who's there?" Harry barked. Madame Pants hurried forward, wand raised, her face stormy. Entire shelves had shifted, spilling books across the floor. "Show yourself," Harry commanded again. A tall figure edged cautiously from behind the shelf, hands raised high, terrified of triggering another collapse. "Hagrid." The three Gryffindors blurted out in unison. Madame Pants had already arrived, glaring venomously at the books scattered across the floor. "How dare you? Out. I'm going right away." Hagrid stammered with an awkward smile, clutching two books tightly in his hands, while darting furtive glances toward Harry. Harry and his friends exchanged wry, exasperated smiles as they lowered their wands. Ron and Neville bent to gather the fallen volumes, while Hermione meticulously inspected each book for damage, and then sorted them by title. Draco picked up the books Hermione had organized and methodically returned them to their proper places on the shelves. In no time, order was restored, and Madame Pance's expression softened just slightly. "Thank you all. 10 points to Gryffindor. 3 points to Slytherin." With a solemn nod, Madame Pants ushered Hagrid toward the door, her demeanor stern and unyielding. Harry narrowed his eyes, studying the titles clutched in Hagrid's hands. A Guide to Dragon Husbandry. What on earth could Hagrid possibly need such a book for? Draco remained visibly disgruntled. He felt cheated. Everyone had labored equally, so why had he received only 3 points? Was it simply because there were fewer of them? A sly glint flickered in his eye. Perhaps it was time to rekindle an old alliance. Certainly not let Gryffindor dominate unchallenged. "What on earth does Hagrid want with a dragon-rearing manual?" Ron asked, returning from shelving the last book and circling back to the group. Harry stroked his chin. "He told me long ago that his greatest dream was to raise a dragon. But that's illegal." Hermione frowned, her gaze drifting from the open page before her, her concentration broken. Harry occasionally brought them to visit Hagrid's hut. Over 6 months they'd grown close. Ron had even amassed a sack full of rock cakes, now repurposed as improvised weights for physical training, given their astonishing durability and portability. "Granger, don't be naive. What does legality matter when he's under Dumbledore's protection at Hogwarts?" Draco sneered. A childhood truth he'd absorbed early: his father and the Malfoy name shielded him from consequence. Most in the wizarding world dared not act against him, unless of course he chose to wield influence first. His father had long since declared Hagrid to be Dumbledore's man, and thus inevitably under his patronage. Was raising a dragon truly so grave a transgression? He doubted Dumbledore would falter over something so trivial. But where did Hagrid get a dragon in the first place? Neville scrunched his face in bewilderment. I've petitioned Professor Sprout 800 times just for a single magical plant sapling, and passed countless exams before receiving one. So where did Hagrid acquire his? Neville's hit the crux. Hermione snapped her book shut with a sharp clap, leaned forward conspiratorially, and whispered, he dreamed of dragons, and now he is one. Did Dumbledore grant him special dispensation? Then we've caught Dumbledore red-handed. Can we leverage this to demand our own dragons? Draco exclaimed elated. Dream on. Hagrid is Dumbledore's man. What are you? Ron scoffed. Draco bristled. My father is a school governor. Report him. Calm down. This is all speculation. Hermione sighed, utterly exasperated. What on earth was wrong with these boys? Did they not think at all? I suspect. Hermione gave Harry a knowing look. Harry winced inwardly. How could he tell Hermione that the very source of her concern was currently hospitalized at St. Mungo's? Suddenly his gaze darted upward, to the 4th floor, and then swept across his 4 companions. A brilliant idea ignited in his mind. Something here doesn't add up. Even if Dumbledore favors Hagrid, would he truly permit dragon keeping within Hogwarts? Surely not. Harry prompted gently. Hermione sprang to her feet, and began pacing rapidly beside the table. Exactly. Hagrid has yearned for a dragon, and now he possesses one. But at what cost? Gold. No, that can't be it. It must be information about Hogwarts. Yes, precisely. You mentioned the 4th floor corridor safeguards something vital. Could it be intelligence about that very corridor? The other 3 stared dumbfounded as Hermione paced faster still, her rapid-fire deductions leaving them utterly bewildered. How had borrowing one book spiraled into this? What intelligence exists on the 4th floor? About Hagrid? Or perhaps even the professors? If it's a safeguarded object, then it must involve security wards. And Hagrid participated. Yes, he must have. Someone intends to steal it. Hermione concluded triumphantly, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Whirling around, she found 3 slack-jawed faces, and Harry's quiet, admiring gaze. Harry clapped softly, spontaneously honoring the young witch's brilliance. Brilliant. Your deduction is nearly flawless. So who do you think it is? Harry asked, curiously eager to see how far her reasoning would carry her. You lot, keep your voices down. Madame Pants materialized abruptly from behind a bookshelf, her disapproval palpable. Harry led the group in a chorus of apologies, and quickly guided them toward the exit. This was hardly the place for such a conversation. They moved swiftly, no one lingered, as they filed out of the library behind Harry. After a few paces he glanced around, then pushed aside a portrait. Behind it lay an empty chamber. Dust lay thick upon the floor, undisturbed for years. Harry lit the wall sconces. Let's speak here. Few ever come to this forgotten storeroom. Already spotted. The rags and bucket, Ron said, pinching a grimy, colorless cloth between thumb and forefinger with theatrical distaste. First rule out Professor Quirrell. He's hospitalized at St. Mungo's, Hermione declared with unwavering certainty. Harry pressed a hand to his forehead. Excellent. She'd eliminated the correct answer first. But he couldn't fault her. After all, information asymmetry was inevitable. We lack sufficient leads. To narrow possibilities, we must trace the origin of Hagrid's dragon egg. Hermione paused in thought before continuing. Harry nodded. So, what shall we do next? She regarded him oddly. He shouldn't need to ask. Harry winked. Instantly she understood, and fell silent. She'd passed his unspoken test. His subtle cue confirmed it. Wordless, she turned her attention instead to the others, observing, assessing. Ron dropped the rag and rubbed his hands clean on his robes. Curfew's still hours away. We can go straight to Hagrid and ask. Why, oi? Harry asked. What'd he tell us? Ron shrugged. Just ask outright. Is Hagrid really the type to keep secrets? Push him hard enough, and he'll crack. Even if he stays silent, casual talk will make him slip up. Not bad, starting from someone familiar and accurately gauging Hagrid's temperament and vulnerabilities. Harry nodded, then turned expectantly to Draco. What do you think? Draco stroked his chin. I'll enlist my father's help. Dragon eggs enter the country through smuggling networks. Tracing the supply chain should yield solid leads. Also sound, delegating risk to a more capable adult. Very Slytherin. Neville frowned, glancing left and right. Everyone else had spoken, yet he remained uncertain what to say. Harry gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Neville's excused. The infantile memory charm had left deep cognitive scars. Perhaps those wounds would fade with time, but not yet. For now such cerebral work belonged to others. All sound proposals. Draco, proceed with caution. I trust you'd prefer your father remain uninvolved in your school affairs. Harry gave him a meaningful look. Draco froze, then instantly grasped the implication. Yet hesitation lingered. Wasn't his father meant to be consulted? Then he recalled his father's likely reaction, and understood. Lucius had always preferred Durmstrang. Any whiff of instability here would guarantee his immediate transfer. He had no intention of leaving. Not for Germany's distance, nor for the prospect of parting from his friends. With that resolve, Draco nodded gravely, and strode out already plotting how to extract useful intelligence from Lucius without implicating Hogwarts, or even mentioning the half-giant. Harry turned to Ron. You'll go with Neville and Hermione. She's meticulous. She'll catch the telling details in Hagrid's words. I'll stay behind. He's grown wary of me. Harry rubbed his nose sheepishly. Ever since he'd confronted Hagrid about Dumbledore assigning him to leak information, Hagrid had grown reluctant to speak freely, with good reason. Though Harry never revealed anything afterward, Hagrid still carried guilt and offered aid readily. But conversation. He'd clamp his mouth shut, refusing to utter a word. Harry had no choice but to reduce his visits, yet their bond remained strong. Hagrid still sent Hedwig with freshly baked pies and treats delivered with quiet affection. Ron nodded solemnly and marched out like a general accepting a sacred mission. Hermione and Neville hurried after him. Along the way, she bombarded Ron with advice on conversational tactics, prompting his increasingly flustered rebuttals. As their banter escalated, Neville trailed silently behind, stepping in only when tensions peaked. Harry watched their retreating figures, a faint smile playing on his lips. Such spirited chaos. Well, perhaps it did benefit mental and emotional well-being. Shrugging, he ascended the stairs. His plan required Dumbledore's approval. After all, the fourth-floor corridor was his creation. Delay too long, and it might vanish entirely. Quirrell was already an St. Mungos. Harry himself had matured. The boy who lived training program. After confessing everything to Dumbledore, Harry learned the full truth of the fourth floor, and even walked its length. Only Snape's logic-based ward held genuine intrigue. The rest were trivial. Had Dumbledore not insisted the final barrier was the true test, Harry might have suspected he intended to gift the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort outright. Those laughably simple trials. Even first years could navigate them effortlessly. Now, however, they served a new purpose, perfect for testing their fledgling alliance. Of course, Harry himself couldn't participate, else it wouldn't be a trial, but cheating. Within minutes, Harry stood before the headmaster's office. He reached for the door, then paused, withdrew his hand, and knocked with deliberate formality. Enter. Only then did Harry push the door open, peering inside cautiously. Seeing no one else present, he relaxed, and widened the gap to step fully in. Harry, is something amiss? Dumbledore set down his quill, mildly surprised. School affairs had settled into calm. His most pressing concern now was securing a suitable professor for next. There is something. I'd appreciate your assistance. Harry smiled, seated himself unceremoniously opposite the headmaster. It's like this. After laying out his proposal, Dumbledore's curiosity kindled. So your little circle shows promise, he asked. Harry inclined his head modestly. They're quite capable, nearly on par with my own early days. And Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore began, only to pause as Harry's brow furrowed. That's not what I meant. I'm referring to Mr. Malfoy's father. Surely he'd object. Lucius Malfoy was no easy negotiator. He'd never permit his son to become another's subordinate. Who said they're my subordinates? Harry retorted, affronted. We're friends. I merely know more. Some spells textbooks omit. Learning them doesn't make anyone subservient. Dumbledore fell silent, then chuckled warmly. He'd overreacted. Of course, shared learning didn't imply hierarchy. By that logic, Pomona Sprout would lead the largest wizarding organization, the entire Hufflepuff house renowned for its numbers. Harry grinned. Besides, Draco is Draco. His father is his father. I befriend Draco, not Mr. Malfoy. He understood their kinship and their distinction. The Malfoys had always wagered shrewdly, so perhaps Draco had placed his bet on him. Harry assessed it rationally, as the boy who lived Draco's allegiance wasn't implausible. You don't mind? Professor Dumbledore asked. Harry shrugged. Why would I? Isn't this perfectly natural? To gain something, one must inevitably give something in return. He paused, then continued. I wish for reliable companions. Friends with whom I may walk side by side. Thus I invest my time and energy in teaching them. I offer my sincerity in forging genuine bonds. In return, I shall undoubtedly earn a circle of truly exceptional and loyal friends. Should any among them betray me, it would merely reflect a flaw in my judgment, a failure to perceive the warning signs. After all, betrayal is never born in an instant. Silence settled over the headmaster's office. After a long while, Dumbledore raised his hands and began to applaud Harry. Harry, I am profoundly pleased. You have indeed matured into a steadfast ally. For certain missteps I committed earlier, I offer my sincere apology. What now? It isn't even New Year yet. I'm still 11. And even after, it'll only be 12. Dumbledore's hand froze midair, utterly at a loss for words. I was merely complimenting you, he said, sounding genuinely wounded. Harry grew instantly wary, springing to his feet and retreating 2 steps behind his chair. Whenever you compliment me, trouble follows. Let me be clear. I'm swamped lately. No time for assignments. And I'm quite solvent, thank you. The 4th floor corridor is yours to oversee, Dumbledore declared, swiftly changing the subject. Prolonging this exchange risked yet another compensation to Harry. Thank you, headmaster. Harry beamed, having achieved his aim. Excellent. He hadn't mentioned payment. Wait, just as Harry reached for the door, he was called back. His heart lurched. Had his attempt to secure the favor gratis been detected? What is it? His hand resting on the doorknob, Harry mentally calculated whether he could bolt outright and escape. Since the fourth-floor corridor is under my purview, may I add certain elements to it? That wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Dumbledore replied, what precisely did you have in mind? Bear in mind, they're all first years. Rest assured I'm well aware. Nothing will exceed standard curriculum knowledge, and this shall serve as their reward upon successful completion. Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone upon the desk. Harry frowned. Is this truly necessary? Doesn't it seem rather extravagant? Ha ha ha. Take a closer look. Dumbledore laughed, a rare full-throated mirth. Harry stepped away from the door, approached the desk, and lifted the stone, examining it with meticulous care. Last time he'd been too stunned to truly appreciate this legendary alchemical artifact famed throughout magical history. Studying it closely, Harry sensed something amiss. Is this stone counterfeit? He asked hesitantly. Though its appearance and aura radiated immense power and rarity, a deeper perception revealed alarmingly scant magical energy within, contradicting all known descriptions. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with quiet mischief. It is authentic, merely what Nicholas Flamel had left over. You see, he has lived over 600 years, and in all that time he succeeded in crafting only this single Philosopher's Stone, enough to brew elixirs sustaining him for centuries. Harry nodded in sudden understanding. Legend held that the stone required vast quantities of souls for its creation. Flamel had fortuitously coincided with Muggle wars and plagues, conditions that enabled its forging. Such circumstances no longer exist. Thus this is indeed the world's sole Philosopher's Stone. So even if Voldemort surmounted your final trial, he couldn't brew the elixir of life. Harry turned the stone idly in his palm, a flicker of unexpected sympathy rising for the fleeing Dark Lord. Consider his misfortune concealed with great care. He journeyed to Hogwarts solely for the stone, scheming, cajoling, gathering clues, only to be unmasked by Dumbledore before ever laying eyes upon it. And suppose against all odds he seized the stone, only to discover its magic nearly exhausted, insufficient even for a single use. Might he not expire on the spot from sheer fury? Harry clicked his tongue, lamenting a missed opportunity to eliminate Voldemort effortlessly. The residual magic within suffices for transmuting gold just once, roughly 200 galleons worth. A most fitting reward. Dumbledore beamed. Harry slipped the stone straight into his pocket along with the crimson gem he'd been holding. Very well, what is it you want? I hope you'll teach more students, not only those within your close-knit circle. Harry groaned inwardly. Teaching for already felt taxing, judging by Dumbledore's expression, he suspected the request extended far beyond adding one or two. Sensing Harry's reluctance, Dumbledore added quickly, or you may delegate instruction to your friends. No need for you to step in personally. Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully. That could work. Letting Ron and the others teach spells they'd mastered would fulfill Dumbledore's condition and reinforce their own understanding. A true win-win. Yet school clubs require third-year status for formation, and my group isn't suited for mass enrollment. Besides, Ron and the others are first years, they'd hardly command respect. Though intrigued, Harry voiced his reservations. Dumbledore considered briefly. I'll arrange the venue. Clubs may proceed via special dispensation. Yours is hardly the first exception I've made. As for authority, let your friends test their mettle themselves. But isn't teaching magic the professor's duty? Harry asked. Dumbledore cleared his throat awkwardly twice. The defense against the dark arts post has long been problematic. I've written to every acquaintance seeking a suitable replacement, but not a single reply has arrived. Is the curse truly so potent? Can't you dispel it yourself? Harry asked, curious. Dumbledore looked even more flustered. I've scrutinized it meticulously. Every inch of Hogwarts binding contracts, every classroom wall, every floorboard. There is no curse. It is purely coincidence. Then this subject is downright uncanny. Harry shook his head, baffled. Coincidence alone had claimed a professor each year. Hardly sustainable, especially given the wizarding world's modest population. Harry suddenly grasped the implication. You want me to found a club and relocate defense against the dark arts instruction there. As for faculty, any warm body will suffice, correct? Dumbledore suddenly developed intense fascination with the ornamental figurines upon his desk, studying their engravings with exaggerated concentration. Harry snorted, then sat down in the chair opposite, his posture visibly unsteadying Dumbledore's composure. Since I'm assuming the professor's role, I expect the professor's salary. Given weekly meetings, I won't ask for more, though half seems only fair. Dumbledore stiffened. That's not quite how it works. Professors still deliver theoretical instruction, and your club cannot admit every student. A spirited negotiation ensued, neither yielding, voices rising steadily, until even Fawkes buried his head beneath his wings, clearly wishing to be elsewhere. Portraits lining the walls abandoned all pretense of sleep, leaning forward with rapt interest as the old wizard and the young boy traded barbs and counterpoints. Phineas Nigellus smirked coldly. If Dumbledore extracted any advantage from Harry, he'd reverse his own surname. They finally reached agreement just before curfew. The final terms Harry would admit students at his discretion and instruct them to the best of his ability. Dumbledore would provide a suitable meeting venue and pay Harry 40% of a full professor's salary plus supply all necessary alchemical apparatus for magical instruction. This yielded Harry a fixed monthly income of 45 galleons. Since professors received room and board and Harry, as a student, already enjoyed those benefits, and since he lacked authority over textbook selection, the arrangement represented a careful compromise. Senior students unwilling to join Harry's club were under no obligation to do so. Dumbledore could not compel personal choice. Forced enrollment, however, would provoke Harry's impatience. He was neither inclined nor obligated to negotiate politely, and a misstep might send half the student body straight to the hospital wing. They next discussed scheduling. Fridays remained fixed for Harry. Class hours were non-negotiable. Even if Harry himself needed no instruction, students did. Thus sessions were set for weekend afternoons. 2 hours per session, ample time as Hermione and the others would lead instruction while Harry maintained order. As for attendance numbers, Harry claimed no influence. He would establish a qualifying threshold. Only those who passed could join. Failure meant exclusion, no exceptions. Should no one attend, Harry confessed he'd actually be delighted. Dumbledore gazed at him with profound, almost tragic resignation. Would his salary disbursement prove entirely futile? With no alternative, Harry proposed a simple benchmark mastery of both the levitation charm and the transfigure. Both spells were taught in the first semester of first year. If any student failed either, Dumbledore would need to reconsider fundamental pedagogical issues. Dumbledore approved Harry's qualification standard without hesitation. They agreed the club would launch the first weekend after the Christmas holidays, with Dumbledore announcing it at the Yule feast, giving Harry time to prepare. Oh, and the club requires a name, Dumbledore called out as Harry again rose to leave. Harry groaned inwardly. Naming things was sheer torture. After a moment's thought, he grinned. The Defense Association, abbreviated D. D. A. Dumbledore blinked. Dumbledore's Army. Then he chuckled. Best avoid using that abbreviation aloud, lest Cornelius lose sleep. Harry rolled his eyes. How self-absorbed you are. I've always aligned with Sebastian's philosophy. The finest defense lies in relentless offense. The magic I teach is not meant to keep them cowering behind shields. Without glancing back at Dumbledore's expression, Harry opened the door and strode out. Dumbledore sat slumped in his chair, tugging absently at his beard, wondering with mounting dread whether Harry might inadvertently cultivate a generation of dark wizards. Imagining hordes of students, shrieking battle cries, wands blazing emerald light, as they charged faceless black-robed figures, Dumbledore yanked out several strands of hair. Though he trusted Harry's judgment, doubt lingered. What if? He glanced at the parchment on his desk where the instructor field read Severus Snape. Without hesitation, he struck through the name and inscribed his own. Even as headmaster, he remained a professor, entirely legitimate. Emerging from the headmaster's office, Harry regretted not requesting an escort. Curfew had long passed. Encountering a patrolling professor would demand explanation. Crossing paths with Snape would surely incur points deductions. Sighing, Harry withdrew his invisibility cloak, cast silencing charms upon his shoes, and sprinted silently toward the Gryffindor Tower. Same time, same place. At the center of the final corridor, a familiar cat sat curled in wait. Harry sighed again. He'd hoped to slip past unnoticed, but Mrs. Norris seemed to scent him, letting out a soft, deliberate mew directly in his direction. Harry lowered the cloak. Good evening, Mrs. Norris. We meet again. He knelt, expertly stroking the cat's head as she pressed forward, then scratched her chin until she melted into a purring, blissful feline pancake. Listening carefully, he heard no distinctive, shuffling footsteps. Filch wasn't nearby. Harry produced several dried fish strips, laid them neatly on a clean handkerchief, and placed them discreetly in a corner. Here, your midnight snack. I simply returned later than intended. Please don't tell Mr. Filch, won't you? He whispered gently. Mrs. Norris emitted a high-pitched, syrupy trill and gracefully stepped aside, clearing the corridor. Harry pulled the cloak back over himself and headed toward the fat lady's portrait. He'd taken barely 2 steps when heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Turning, he saw 2 fourth-year Gryffindors. Before Harry could speak, Mrs. Norris unleashed a piercing shriek, and Filch erupted from the shadows behind a suit of armor, eyes gleaming with triumph. Got you. Out after hours. Come with me to see the night patrol professor. Harry clamped his mouth shut. So that was why he hadn't heard Filch earlier. The man had been hiding motionless in the armor's shadow, waiting. He watched sympathetically as the 2 students were dragged away by their arms, silently praying, hoping tonight's patrol wasn't led by Professor Snape. Passing through the fat lady's portrait, Harry entered the Gryffindor common room. As expected, Ron, Neville, and Hermione remained awake, huddled around the circular table beside the hearth, whispering intently. Harry dropped the invisibility cloak. Did you find anything out? Oh, Merlin's beard. Harry looked innocently at the 3 before him. Hermione and Ron startled into exclamations, Neville already drawing his wand. Nodding approvingly at Neville's vigilance, Harry folded his invisibility cloak and sat down beside them. Did you find anything out? You nearly gave us heart failure, Harry. Ron shot Harry a wounded glance as if he'd just waltzed unscathed through a dragon's den. Can't you two learn from Neville? Look how alert he is. If I were the villain, you'd be 6 feet under by now. Harry seized the moment, not for preaching, but for imparting hard-won wisdom. Enough jesting. Let's hear about that dragon egg. Where exactly did Hagrid get it? Harry steered the conversation back on course. Ron and Neville exchanged a glance, then both turned expectantly to her. Hermione sighed, pulling from her pocket a palm-sized notebook. Through careful conversation, we learned it's a Norwegian ridgeback egg, still weeks from hatching, roughly a month. Hagrid claims he found it in the backyard of the Hog's Head pub after a drink. As for its owner, he has no idea. The moment he recognized it as a dragon egg, he rushed straight back to school, never bothering to search for its rightful owner. He also said it must be smuggled goods, so even if lost, no one would dare report it to the authorities. They'd either swallow their losses or hunt quietly for it themselves. So long as he keeps his mouth shut, no one will ever know he's taken it. At this, all three wore identical expressions, equal parts disbelief and quiet despair. After all, entrusting Hagrid with secrecy was like asking a thunderstorm to hold its breath. Then Hagrid yields nothing useful. We'll have to wait for Draco's intelligence. Harry stroked his chin. We're confined to school grounds. We can't slip into Hogsmeade to investigate. And let's not forget, smugglers are black wizards. We're first years. What could we possibly uncover? Harry made up his mind instantly. Agreed. Tomorrow we await Draco's news, and tonight we sleep. None of you wants to oversleep tomorrow, do you? Good night. Oh, and Ron, how were those cockroach clusters last time? Ron's face drained of color. The candy tasted divine, but the sensation of wriggling legs inside his mouth. Never again. Ron launched himself off the chair and bolted up the stairs. Neville followed close behind, not because he'd lost, but because he had no desire to test the clusters himself, even if Ron swore they tasted excellent. Humph. Boys. Hermione sniffed, snapping her book shut with a sharp thwip. I'm off to my dormitory. Harry, need help with your Christmas holiday errands? No need, Hermione. Spend the holidays with your family. It's only a simple procurement. I've got it well in hand. Harry smiled gently as she pouted and slung her book bag over her shoulder. Very well then. Good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. Click. With the final latch snapping shut, the common room fell silent, leaving Harry alone beneath the dying embers of the fireplace, his gaze narrowing thoughtfully. In his hand lay a single slip of parchment, its handwriting unmistakably familiar. Only one thing was written upon at a time. When had it arrived? Harry had no memory of receiving it, perhaps slipped into his possession during his earlier conversation unnoticed until he'd casually flipped open his notebook. What did it mean? What did Snape intend? Harry unfolded the note once more, his eyes lingering on the words Friday 1:00 p.m. Should he go? His brow furrowed. That hour fell deep within curfew, and since completing the unbreakable vow, Snape's indifference toward him had hardened into near total erasure. Even roll call in class omitted his and Neville's names, utterly as though they'd vanished from existence. Now this sudden summons. How could it not be a trap? But what did he truly want? To drag him out past curfew solely to dock points? Surely even Snape was. Harry examined the note repeatedly, every charm he knew, every diagnostic spell at his command, confirming it was nothing more than plain, unenchanted parchment. Not even a self-immolating rune graced its surface. Only then did he carefully tuck it into his satchel. If Snape wished to meet, he would meet, but evidence would be preserved, just in case. Decision made. Harry yawned widely and headed straight to bed. Quidditch practice awaited at dawn. Even if the Seeker drifted aimlessly, he still belonged to the team. The next morning, Harry staggered back into the castle, wind-scoured, numb and half-frozen, vowing inwardly never to train again in such biting cold. Every Gryffindor watched their players with profound sympathy, faces stiff with frost, lips blue-inked. Even Fred leaked water from the corner of his mouth when he tried to sip. Only after Harry cast a warming charm over them all did they manage a proper breakfast. A quiet resolution formed this spell would join the curriculum. Today was Friday. Potions passed without incident, until Draco intercepted Harry outside the classroom. Harry asked, puzzled, "Can it wait? I've something important to announce. I know I'll post inquiries take time. No need to rush. It's not that. I'm asking, may our group admit new members? I swear they're discreet and gifted." "Oh, who? Do I know them?" Harry's interest quickened. With only Draco representing Slytherin, he'd worried about teaching capacity. Now reinforcements arrived perfectly timed. Blaise Zabini, my roommate. Brilliant. His mother is formidable too. I'd originally meant to ask my father about smuggling, but Blaise is better suited. His family's fingers reach across Europe's illicit trade. And he's sound. Unlike Millicent, whose mind was warped by older students. He thinks for himself. Draco spoke rapidly. Anyone else? Harry asked. Draco hesitated. Well, Pansy Parkinson. We've known each other since childhood. She's academically exceptional. I believe she'd be an asset. Oh, Harry drawled, eyebrows arching, eyes crinkling with mischief. Childhood friends, That's not what you're thinking. Draco flushed crimson, flustered beyond measure. What am I thinking? I haven't said a word, Harry replied, spreading his hands wide in feigned innocence. Will you, or won't you approve them? Draco cut off the line of teasing decisively. Harry crossed his arms, tapping his chin. I trust your judgment, but I must meet them first. A small test too. Pass it, and they earn entry to the 8th floor. But back then, Draco began, voice edged with protest. Harry shrugged. I'm a Gryffindor. Ron and Neville may seem unremarkable, but I've known them long enough to recognize their latent talent. As for Hermione, her intellect isn't merely top of fire, it's topofskull. You don't need me to tell you that. Though reluctant, Draco gave a slow, conceding nod. Harry continued, voice steady. Your friends may be exceptional, but I must assess them myself. What I teach borders on battlefield readiness. I cannot entrust it to anyone I don't fully endorse. Do you understand? Draco paused, then spoke with solemnity. Zabini House has remained neutral for decades, even untouched during the upheavals 10 years past. The Parkinsons align with us, yet Pansy, like me, stands apart from her family's legacy. I understand your caution, and I vouch for them personally. Excellent. They're likely nearby. Let's meet before lunch. If I'm satisfied, we'll head to the 8th floor together. Harry nodded briskly. Here. Draco glanced around. The courtyard. Magic's forbidden in corridors. Harry offered a faint smile and turned away. Climbing the stairs, he pushed open a wooden door and stepped into a secluded courtyard. A lone leafless tree stood at its center, its bare branches casting fractured light across the stone floor, shifting with every whisper of wind. Harry settled onto a stone bench beneath the tree and layered himself with warming charms, then briefly regretted choosing the outdoors. He didn't wait long. Moments later, Draco appeared, ushering 2 figures through the gate. Harry appraised them. Blaise Zabini stood tall and lean, his dark skin lending him an air of quiet intensity. His narrow eyes gleamed with amusement, crinkling slightly at the corners, a charm undimmed by pigment. Pansy Parkinson was a girl of striking precision, her jet-black bob framing sharp, elegant features, her expression bearing the same haughty poise Harry had first seen in Draco. Harry, these are they, Draco announced, stepping forward to introduce them. Harry rose and offered a courteous nod. Shall we begin? Harry asked. Blaise smiled. I'm ready. So am I, Pansy added, lifting her chin. First, the levitation charm and the transfiguration charm. Neither poses difficulty for you. Harry drew his wand and tapped a fallen twig on the ground. It transformed into a long table. From his satchel, Harry retrieved 2 tufts of golden hair, shed by young unicorns during their delicate molting phase, imbued with subtle magical resonance. Levitate them, Harry instructed, gesturing toward the pair. Blaise stepped forward first. Ladies first. Not today, I'll go first. He drew his wand, studied the feather-light hairs with care, and enunciated the incantation crisply. The golden strands trembled, but did not rise. Instead, they glowed with a soft, inner luminescence. Blaise frowned, inspecting his wand before trying again, this time succeeding in lifting the hairs cleanly, and Harry caught them midair, holding them between thumb and forefinger as he turned to Pansy. Your turn, Miss Parkinson. Pansy cast a sidelong glance at Blaise, receiving a subtle nod in return. She amplified her magical output, and the hairs rose instantly, glowing just as brightly as before. Harry accepted the hairs. Well done. Now, reverse the transfiguration. Return the table to its original form. This was no simple task. Reversal demanded either superior magical force or deep theoretical mastery of the spell itself. To undo a completed transfiguration required either overpowering the original magic with a finite incantatem or possessing nuanced understanding of the underlying principles. Blaise and Pansy circled the table, exchanged a look, and simultaneously recited the counter charm. The table twisted, warped, and snapped back into twig form, only to detonate into ash the very next second. Their faces blanched. Had they failed? Harry clapped lightly. Not bad, you succeeded. Your control faltered, yes, but achieving any transformation qualifies as passing. You went further, you restored the original form. Its fragility was simply the cost of precision. Welcome aboard. If you'd like, Draco can brief you on the details, shall we? Harry said. Draco beamed. Absolutely, I'll handle it. You go ahead and eat. See you shortly. Harry handed them the golden tufts. A gift. These are shed by unicorn foals. Only those with untarnished hearts can awaken their latent magic. Woven into a wristband, they'll shimmer if malice draws near. He turned and walked away, waving over his shoulder. Are we really allowed to keep these? Blaise murmured, staring at the luminous strands in his palm. The Zabini fortune was vast, but such relics were rare. Few encountered unicorn foals mid-molt, fewer still secured their shed hairs. Each foal was guarded fiercely, especially during molting, their most vulnerable phase, when both horn and coat underwent sacred metamorphosis. Draco lifted his wrist, revealing a slender golden thread coiled there, nearly invisible unless observed. Keep them. We all have them, he said. Harry insists you braid them yourselves, to infuse them with your own magic, making them uniquely yours. Come, lunch awaits. I'll fill you in on everything. As they walked, he whispered the truth behind his mysterious Friday afternoon disappearances. Blaise listened intently, already captivated. Pansy, equally attentive, tightened her lips slightly at the mention of Hermione. She said nothing, but resolved silently and fiercely to observe this muggle-born Gryffindor for herself, to discern what made her worthy of Draco's respect. By the time they reached the Great Hall, Harry and the Gryffindor trio had already departed. Draco didn't mind. He urged them to eat well. Afternoon activities promised exertion, and full bellies were non-negotiable. Though puzzled, Blaise and Pansy obeyed, filling their plates thoroughly, unlike their usual habit of nibbling lightly and relying on afternoon sweets. After lunch, Draco led the two of them straight to the 8th floor. At the entrance to the room of requirement, he instructed them to remain still while he paced 3 times up and down the corridor, whereupon a grand door materialized upon the blank wall. Blaise and Pansy pressed their lips together. Though astonished that Hogwarts concealed a place absent even from their family's ancient records, they managed to retain composure. After all, Hogwarts had stood for over a millennium. Each successive headmaster had woven layers of enchantment into its foundations, and its wonders were legion. No one, not even the headmaster himself, dared claim full knowledge of every secret it held. Draco pushed open the door. "Come in." Without a word, Pansy and Blaise followed closely behind him into the chamber. The great door closed behind them, and the wall once again became smooth and empty. Upon entering the vaulted chamber, however, the two could no longer sustain their feigned calm. Their mouths fell agape as they took in the room's astonishing interior. Pansy possessed a refined eye for interior design, and at a glance she recognized every furnishing as an authentic antique from a century past. In ordinary households, even a single such piece would be displayed with pride, serving as testament to noble lineage and ancestral prestige. Yet here, even the carpet beneath their feet bore the craftsmanship of 100 years ago. What kind of extraordinary magnate would dare lay such a treasure upon the floor, not as ornament, but as mere ground to tread? Blaise's gaze drifted instead to the alchemical planting stand nestled in a corner, a relic long vanished from modern wizardry. Today's magical flora required painstaking cultivation within specially constructed greenhouses. Once planted, they resisted relocation utterly. If moved, they perished without mercy. Even his mother, who had inherited legacies from 7 noble houses, had never possessed such a stand, portable, effortlessly functional, and wholly benign to even the most temperamental magical plants. "You've arrived? Please come in and sit down. Everyone is now present. I have an announcement to make." Harry sat at the head of the long table, beckoning them forward. Draco hurriedly ushered Pansy and Blaise to the vacant side of the table and seated himself, his eyes fixed on Harry at the head. "Ahem, well. First," Harry cleared his throat, "let us formally welcome our new friends, Mr. Blaise Zabini and Miss Pansy Parkinson. Both are Draco's fellow Slytherins, and having passed my trial earlier today, they are now officially welcomed into our circle." Ron opened his mouth to speak, but before a syllable escaped, Hermione elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Wincing in pain, he snapped his mouth shut. Hermione smiled warmly and nodded toward the newcomers. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger." Pansy studied her discreetly, then exhaled almost imperceptibly in relief. Good. This was not the sort Draco would ever favor. She had also seen that fierce, brusque elbow strike, hardly aligned with Malfoy aesthetics. That alone was sufficient reassurance. Neville Longbottom. "Ron." "Ouch, Ronald Weasley. Just call me Ron." "Excellent. Now that names are exchanged, you're acquainted. Next I'll address matters of importance." Harry was quietly pleased with how the Gryffindor trio had responded. No further commentary was needed. He proceeded to outline the plan. Beginning after Christmas, they would begin instructing students across all year levels. As stunned silence settled over the group, Harry clapped his hands lightly. "Back to reality. Today offers your first chance to practice. Hermione, you'll guide Miss Parkinson through the prior lessons. Draco will tutor Mr. Zabini." Harry said, "Just call me Blaise. And I'm Pansy." "Then listen carefully, Pansy Blaise. Your task today is demanding. You must master everything previously taught. By Christmas, no new spells will be introduced. Only fluency in those 3 incantations is required to confidently lead early sessions. Further curriculum will depend on timing and readiness." Harry added, "What about us?" Ron tugged at Neville's sleeve, bewildered. "What are we meant to do?" Harry paused, appraising the pair up and down. "You two shall serve as sparring partners. The alchemical golems have been taken by Dumbledore for replication and repair. Perfect timing." Ron's face fell instantly. This assignment held little appeal. "Right, time is short. Let's begin. But Hermione and Pansy, you'll accompany me first." Harry gestured for the 2 girls to follow, and left the 4 boys entirely behind. Stepping into the outer training grounds, he strode purposefully toward the far end of the field. Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged Pansy along, unable to conceal her glee. "Where are we going?" Pansy asked, startled by the expanse of the outer grounds, only to stumble sideways as Hermione yanked her forward, annoyance flickering across her face. "Unicorns," Hermione replied succinctly. "What?" Before Pansy could fully register her astonishment, the magnificent creatures before her captivated her gaze, and an involuntary smile bloomed upon her lips. Harry stepped back nimbly and swiftly, clearing the girl's view. Two unicorns, one large, one small, charged forward, gently greeting Hermione with serene familiarity. The younger unicorn sniffed curiously at Pansy, then nudged its head into her chest. Overwhelmed with delight and wonder, Pansy reached out hesitantly to stroke its silken mane. The foal's golden coat was nearly shed. Only its tail retained faint traces of gold, while the rest shimmered with newly grown silver-white fur. Spend a few moments with them. Say your farewells, Harry called from a distance. Soon I must return them to their home. What? Hermione gasped, startled. Their injuries have healed, and Dumbledore confirmed the black wizards who hunted them have been driven off. It is time they returned to the wild. Though sorrowful, Hermione offered no protest, merely stroked the elder unicorn's neck softly, whispering quiet words of parting. 10 minutes later, Harry signaled Hermione to step back. As if sensing its departure, the elder unicorn flicked its tail, leaving a single silvery strand upon Hermione's palm as a token, then submitted willingly as Harry placed it into his enchanted bag. The foal flinched, startled, and darted behind Pansy. But after studying Harry's resolute expression, it nuzzled her cheek one last time, shook its tail vigorously, and sent a puff of golden down fluttering into the air before allowing itself to be gathered into the bag. Pansy stared uncertainly at the tuft of down in her palm. It was far larger than the generous portion Harry had given her earlier, more than enough to fashion a striking bracelet. That is a gift from the unicorn. Keep it, Harry remarked, noticing her hesitation, and offered a gentle, reassuring remark. Hermione, please escort Pansy to begin her studies over there. Those two targets, are Ron and Neville, should refrain from casting until I return to assess their progress. Hermione nodded and departed with Pansy. Harry turned toward the exit, and after dashing a few paces down the corridor, glanced out the window, then unhesitatingly mounted his broomstick and leapt clear through the open casement. Fortunately, no one occupied this wing, and the forbidden forest lay conveniently nearby. To avoid detection, Harry cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before taking flight. He soared for several minutes before locating an ideal landing site deep within the forest, a tranquil lakeshore thick with moonlight grass, which under the full moon burst into luminous blossoms beloved by unicorns. Circling the lake to confirm safety, Harry descended, released both unicorns, and watched as they surveyed their surroundings, then nodded approvingly at him. Once the foal emerged, it prepared to depart. Harry waved farewell, with a quiet smile, wondering whether he would ever see them again. Before leaving, the young unicorn paused, gazed uncertainly at Harry, then after a long moment broke away from its father's side, trotted to Harry, let out a soft whinny, and shed its tender horn. In its place sprouted a gleaming, sharp, mature horn, cold and radiant. It had come of age. Harry knelt, picked up the fallen horn, and murmured, "Is this a gift for me?" "Thank you." The foal snorted, glanced at him with unmistakable disdain, and without another look followed its father into the shadowed depths of the forest. Harry sighed, tucking the horn into his satchel. So much for gratitude. Grow a horn, and suddenly boys become unworthy of affection. And yet he'd saved its life. Without lingering, he swung onto his broom and sped back toward the castle. Upon re-entering the outer grounds, Harry found Hermione and Pansy deeply engaged, one teaching, the other learning, while Draco had already begun spell drills with Blaise. Harry did not interrupt either pair. Instead, he summoned Ron and Neville for joint practice, assuring them he would use only spells they had already learned, which finally won Ron's reluctant agreement. The two launched coordinated assaults, spells flying, shields flaring. Harry deflected every incantation with effortless grace, countering with disarming charms and summoning charms alike. After hours of exertion, Ron and Neville hadn't so much as brushed Harry's robes. Yet their synchronization sharpened, steadily evolving into seamless teamwork that even breached Harry's shield momentarily, nearly catching him with a disarming charm. Harry expressed quiet satisfaction and called a halt for rest, preparing them as he put it to serve as exemplary. Ron slumped onto the ground with a groan, convinced Harry had deliberately exhausted them first, ensuring they'd lack the stamina or focus to dodge the erratic spells of novice casters. Ignoring him, Harry assessed the newcomer's progress. True to Draco's assurance, both showed exceptional aptitude. The shield charm flowed smoothly from their wands. Only repetition and refinement remained. Blaise had even begun attempting the disarming charm, though success remained inconsistent. Still, he was far from ready to teach others. After reviewing Hermione's and Draco's instruction methods, Harry supplemented key nuances they'd omitted, immediately improving Blaise's success rate. Hermione blinked in sudden realization. Teaching demanded attention to subtleties she'd long internalized as instinct, forgetting that what felt automatic to her required deliberate articulation for others. Harry's insight clarified the pedagogical divide between mastery and transmission. Draco too nodded thoughtfully, finally grasping why Harry had assigned them to instruct others, to expose gaps, reinforce understanding, and refine expertise. Under Harry's renewed guidance, both Pansy and Blaise soon cast the shield charm with growing confidence. Harry summoned Ron and Neville. "Remember, only spark charms." "Understood." Ron's face lit up with unguarded delight. He'd assumed he'd be passive target only. Now he could strike back, even if only with sparks. and deliver a symbolic blow against Slytherin pride. Watching Ron's exuberance, Harry narrowed his eyes. Suspicious, he harbored mischief. His gaze swept the field and settled on Hermione. Without hesitation, he redirected Ron to the girls' group. After all, Hermione could reliably rein in Ron's impulsiveness, whereas pairing him with Draco risked outright combat. Indeed, once assigned to the girls' group, Ron abandoned any notion of escalating difficulty. One glance at Hermione's watchful, unblinking stare made him shrink back, and obediently began emitting colorful sparks at measured intervals. Each spark burned crimson or gold, leaving vivid, stubborn stains upon impact, the last vestige of Ron's retaliatory spirit, a defiant splash of color upon Slytherin robes. Neville, meanwhile, remained steady and dutiful, fulfilling the role of target without incident. Initially hesitant to aim even sparks at Blaise, he overcame his reticence only after a firm but kind word from Harry. They skipped dinner entirely. Harry had Dobby deliver provisions, and they ate hastily amid the training grounds, continuing until nearly 9 o'clock, when Harry finally called a halt. Outside, twilight lingered. Their exhaustion had eclipsed all sense of time's passage. Only upon exiting the room of requirement into the inky blackness beyond did they realize they'd sustained intense physical and mental exertion throughout the entire afternoon and evening. A delayed wave of fatigue crashed over them, so profound that even Ron and Neville, who'd borne the lightest load, struggled to keep their eyes open. Standing on the 8th floor, Harry surveyed the bedraggled Slytherin trio, and promptly dismissed Ron and Neville to return on their own. He would escort the 3 Slytherins directly to their common room via a shortcut, fearing they might collapse en route. He accompanied them all the way to the entrance of the Slytherin common room before turning to leave. Draco, though curious how Harry knew the location of the Slytherin common room, was too spent to ask. With a wide yawn and a casual utterance of the password, he bid Harry farewell and disappeared inside. Glancing at his watch, Harry noted he had little time remaining before his appointment with Professor Snape, and strode directly toward the potions master's office. Within moments, Harry stood before the portrait of Medusa. Seeing him, the serpentine figure hissed excitedly eager, but Harry, preoccupied and weary, offered no reply, merely stood in silence, waiting patiently, until precisely 1 p.m. As the time arrived, Harry knocked on the door. The office door swung open, and Harry ignored Medusa's resentful gaze as he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. "You're quite punctual," Snape's voice came from deep within the room. Following the sound, Harry looked over. The dim light illuminated the desk piled high with thick sheaves of parchment, seemingly assignments from various grades. "Is there something you need?" Harry asked casually. Snape, holding a quill, was busily writing comments on the assignments. The sharpness of his words made Harry feel a wave of sympathy for the owners of those papers after just a glance. "Take a look at this." Snape tossed a piece of parchment from the desk towards Harry. The lightweight parchment flew directly to Harry as if it had eyes. Harry reached out to catch it, and at a glance recognized it was Dumbledore's handwriting. Was this a letter from Dumbledore? Confused, Harry thought, these two see each other every day, can't they just talk in person? Why write a letter? Opening the rolled parchment, Harry quickly understood who Dumbledore was quite something. The letter requested Snape to engage in a duel practice with Harry on the first evening after Christmas, allowing Snape to use all the spells he knew, aiming to draw out Harry's hidden abilities. Of course, it would be best if he could create a spectacle in front of all the students. Harry grimaced. Oh, was this the kind of task Dumbledore assigned? Look at what he was asking. Not to boast, but even without using the killing curse or similar dark magic, if Snape pushed Harry's ancient magic to the limit, Snape might survive, but his reputation would certainly be tarnished, especially since Harry only knew that one throwing spell. What did you do to provoke him? Dumbledore is being rather harsh. Harry rolled up the parchment and tossed it aside. Snape lifted his gaze to Harry. Does the great Mr. Potter believe that his poor professor would lose to him in front of the entire school? Or does the savior expect to use the killing curse against his dear old professor in front of everyone? Harry frowned. Couldn't he just speak normally, without such sarcasm? Reaching into his bag, Harry rummaged for a moment and pulled out a piece of parchment he thought he would never have to show again, placing it before Snape. Look, you can choose to selectively believe Dumbledore, but you can fully trust my words. You should know what I want to accomplish, or you will help me write. Harry spoke with certainty. Over the past 6 months, he had little homework, leaving him ample time to discover many things from those student notes in the library. He even found some remarks in an old Gryffindor girl's notes regarding the relationship between Lily Evans and Severus. Based on the timeline in the notes, Harry even wrote to Aunt Petunia, including a bottle of beauty potion. Although the reply took a while to arrive, it didn't change Aunt Petunia's disdainful opinion of Snape. But this was enough to let Harry know that Snape had known his mother before attending Hogwarts, and he had even been the one to initially describe the magical world to her. Therefore, given Harry's fixation on Hagrid, their initial feelings must have been quite good. However, Harry had a rough idea of what had happened later on when he combined the timeline. It boiled down to differing circumstances and beliefs that caused their relationship to fracture. As for his father, whether he took advantage of the situation or not, Harry didn't care. From the information he gathered, Lily Evans was certainly not someone who could be coerced. She chose James for a reason, clearly because he touched her in some way. Later his mother died at Voldemort's hands, and based on the memory he saw with Dumbledore, Snape's feelings for Lily were evidently more complex than simple love containing far too much. But one thing Harry understood clearly: if his goal was to kill Voldemort, Snape would undoubtedly be his most capable. Snape's hand trembled slightly, leaving a scratch across the paper on the assignment. He glanced irritably at the title of the assignment, tossed it directly into the trash, and wrote a large P next to the corresponding position on a list. As the desk was cleared, Snape reached for the parchment that had floated in front of him. Although well-preserved, the passage of time made the report card appear somewhat worn. Ordinary wizarding level exam results. Pass O, fail P, good E, poor D, pass A, very poor T. Slytherin House Harry James Potter's results are as follows. Snape stared at the report card, which was mostly filled with OS, as if he wanted to burn a hole through it. Quickly grabbing his wand, Snape cast a spell designed to verify the authenticity of the report card, a spell known to all the professors at the school, as every year there were always one or two fools thinking they could trick the professors by altering their grades. The magical feedback quickly confirmed that the report card was real. But how was that possible? Snape abruptly stood up, his chair falling over behind him with a loud crash. Ignoring the fallen chair, he clutched the report card, tightly wrinkling the parchment as he finally looked directly at the boy in front of him. Snape studied Harry closely. Identical black hair, identical build, identical. No, not identical expressions, not identical demeanor, not identical eyes. Snape gazed distractedly at the bright green almond-shaped eyes. Lily. Harry lowered his gaze, interrupting Snape's stare, looking with some pity at the crumpled report card in his hands. Can I have that back now, Professor Snape? Snape silently returned the report card, opening his mouth as if to ask something, but not producing a sound, closing his mouth again, lips pressed tightly together. Harry carefully tucked away his report card. Do you want to know what this is all about? Snape remained silent, gripping his wand even tighter. You will help me, won't you, Professor Snape? Harry asked again. He needed an answer today. Harry was beginning to feel impatient. Everything had to be about gains and losses. This kind of negotiation really wasn't suited for him. No wonder Gareth always said he was in the wrong house. If your only aim is this, then I will help you. After a while, Snape's dry voice finally spoke. Harry was quite satisfied with this outcome. He took out a crystal vial from his pocket, pointed his wand at his temple, gently pulled, extracting a silver memory, and slowly placed it into the crystal vial with his wand. Setting the vial containing the memory on the desk. This is some of my memories. You can take a look first. This is my assurance that I can achieve my goal. In return, I need to know, Professor, what is your assurance? Harry looked at Snape. The silver memory in the vial swirled, resembling mist like flowing water. Snape stared at it for a while before shifting his gaze. Mr. Savior, is this your attitude towards cooperation? Not even giving me time to think? How arrogant. Harry shrugged and turned to leave. The memory will vanish tomorrow morning. As for whether you agree or not, I don't care. Agreeing just means one more helper. Not agreeing means I lose nothing. As for that dual practice, after Professor Snape sees the memory, he should know what to do. By the way, Dumbledore knows all about this, but his understanding isn't complete, so don't let anything slip, Professor. Before exiting, Harry said one last thing, took off his glasses, and glanced back at Snape. Then without looking back, he walked out of the potions professor's office, deftly donned his invisibility cloak, and disappeared into the corridor. In the dimly lit office, only Snape remained standing there, as if petrified, staring at the memory on the desk. Snape pursed his lips, recalling Potter's last action. They had arrived at the same conclusion. He hadn't informed Dumbledore about the potion matter. Was this helping him keep a trump card? Snape scoffed, suddenly feeling a wave of anger. Who asked him to be kind? Grabbing the crystal vial from the desk, he squeezed it tightly, narrowing his eyes, debating whether to look. He didn't know how long it had been when an abrupt howl outside the window jolted the motionless Snape back to reality. Looking at the time, it was already 2 a.m. Snape glared at his palm. Damn, Potter, does he think the pensive is something everyone can have? Striding to the cabinet, he pulled out a shallow dish from the bottom. Snape silently opened the crystal vial and poured the memory into the dish. This dish was not a pensieve, so once the memory was poured in, it began to feel as though it wanted to dissipate. Snape's expression was impassive as he pointed his wand, confining the silver mist of memory within the dish. As a master of mental occlusion, he was also quite skilled in legilimency. Viewing a memory didn't require a pensieve. Furthermore, this memory was originally copied, a one-time thing that didn't need a pensieve for storage. Snape's dark eyes fixated on the swirling memory mist, and scenes began to emerge in his mind. A frail boy boarded the train, made friends, entered Hogwarts, was sorted into Slytherin, and inquired about Hagrid. He worked hard to study, faced various trials, embarked on adventures with friends, learned dark magic, had a falling out with friends, and ultimately reconciled. The final image was of the boy waking up again in his room, returning to his frail form. The sky gradually lightened, and the memory in the dish had completely dissipated, leaving Snape sitting dazed in his chair. So that's how it is, Snape murmured, unable to help, but let his lips curl upward for a moment, as if he had forgotten how to smile, revealing a twisted expression that was both crying and laughing. He recalled the scenes he had just witnessed, the spawn of Potter ruthlessly defeating groups of dark wizards, negotiating rewards with various adventurers, and his calm and ruthless demeanor in the face of trolls, ghouls, and goblins. He was simply he was a Slytherin. Snape's lips curled further upward, and he finally couldn't help but raise a hand to cover his eyes, obscuring half of his face, revealing only his gaping mouth accompanied by a choked laugh. Lily, he will succeed. He will definitely succeed. It seemed like in an instant it was already just before Christmas and Hogwarts holiday had arrived. Harry decisively signed his name on the list of students staying at school, turned around, and received a pass from Dumbledore, allowing him to remain outside for 3 days, although limited to Diagon Alley. He could even use Professor McGonagall's fireplace to get there. After that day's conversation, Snape had remained non-committal, but Harry wasn't anxious. At the duel demonstration after the holidays, he would know Snape's answer. As for the agreement with Dumbledore, Harry expressed that he was the headmaster of Hogwarts, not the head of Diagon Alley. As long as he didn't leave from the leaky cauldron, no one would know if he went to explore the alley. The time was set for after Christmas. After all, Harry was quite looking forward to the grand feast on Christmas. Hermione and Neville, along with the trio from Slytherin, were all going home. Draco learned that Harry could leave school and even invited him over, but Harry declined. Draco was still young, just a first-year student. His influence couldn't compare to that of Mr. Lucius Malfoy. He didn't yet know the stance of Mr. Malfoy, and visiting too early wouldn't do any good. He had to wait a bit longer. In the blink of an eye, Hogwarts seemed empty. The students who were usually everywhere had vanished without a trace. Harry lounged in a comfortable armchair by the fireplace, idly flipping through the newspaper. Ron was beside him, scratching his head as he flipped through his textbook. This question should have been taught by the professor. Why couldn't he remember it? After taking a look at his notebook, Ron's face lit up with realization, excitedly writing his homework. He now felt that homework was no longer a challenge for him. Gradually, he even found enjoyment in it. After all, those things that had once seemed so difficult were now a matter of pride as he solved them using his notes and textbooks. Satisfied, he closed his book and curiously looked out the window. What time is it now? Why is it still bright outside? It's 3 p.m. There are still 2 hours until the feast begins. Harry casually replied. Ron was even more surprised. I actually finished my homework. I wrote it all myself. Merlin's beard. Harry chuckled. Congratulations, you've earned yourself some remaining free time. In a daze, Ron still looked as if he couldn't believe it. He carefully checked his homework again, confirming that he had indeed completed all of his assignments for the break. What came next was truly his free time. As Ron wandered around in a dreamy state, showing off that he had completed all his homework, time slowly flowed by. Are you leaving, Ron? Don't you want to attend the Christmas feast? Harry shouted. Ron jolted out of his reverie, glanced out the window, startled. How is it almost dark already? Let's hurry, we can't be late. Didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted the house elves to help prepare Eastern dishes? Harry checked his clothes, which were quite presentable, then ran his fingers through his hair, trying to smooth it down. When he realized it was hopeless, he gave up and strode out decisively. Ron closely followed behind, asking, will there be that rib dish? I love that. And what about the spicy fish? Will there be that too? Harry suddenly missed Hermione, as only she could make Ron quickly quiet down at times like this. For now, all Harry could do was quicken his pace, trying to minimize the time spent on the journey. After all, once they reached the hall, Ron wouldn't have time to talk. Unfortunately, after 6 months of training, Ron's stamina was exceptional, almost not fitting for someone his age. Harry was a bit out of breath, while Ron seemed completely oblivious. Harry thought to himself that he needed to start exercising more as well. As expected, when Ron saw the array of food on the long table, he abandoned Harry and quickly found an empty seat, gesturing for Harry to join him, as there was still space beside him. The hall today was no longer arranged with 4 long tables. Instead, there was a single long table set up in a semicircular shape. Even the professors had come down from the staff table to sit at the curved table. Merry Christmas, Harry! Hagrid shouted loudly towards Harry. Harry waved back with a smile. Merry Christmas! Those already seated exchanged holiday greetings, and Dumbledore, sitting in the center, cheerfully raised his cup. Not long after Harry sat down, several Ravenclaw students arrived in the hall as well. It looks like everyone is here. Dumbledore stood up once everyone was seated. So today is a joyful day, and I don't want to say anything to dampen the mood, so I wish you all a Merry Christmas. With that, Dumbledore raised his cup. Everyone followed suit, the professor's cups filled with beautifully colored beverages, while the students had pumpkin juice, milk, and fruit juice, among others. Merry Christmas, everyone shouted in unison. Ron hurriedly set down his pumpkin juice, which he had only sipped, grabbed the serving chopsticks next to his plate, and skillfully picked up the sweet and sour ribs in front of him. To ensure he could eat more during their meal, Ron had put in a lot of effort practicing how to use chopsticks. Now he was so skilled that even Harry couldn't keep up. Everyone was satisfied with the feast, and various decorative fireworks scattered across the table. When pulled, they would explode into a puff of smoke, revealing small treats inside. Harry grabbed one, and a small white mouse popped out which he quickly dropped from the table, scampering away in a flash. Snape, with a dark expression, held a lady's wizard hat in his hand which he had just popped out, and casually tossed it. Dumbledore, unfazed, immediately swapped his own hat, cheerfully clinking cups with Professor McGonagall. Harry couldn't help but smile at what were Christmases like in the past. When he was at the Dursleys, he was also part of the feast, but he was never allowed to touch the roast turkey. The only things he could have were the remnants of roast meat, roasted vegetables, and a whole jam tart when clearing the table. 100 years ago there were also Christmas feasts, but Headmaster Black required everyone to dress formally and attend a ball. The food was plentiful, but everyone was reluctant to eat during the ball. They usually sneaked food back to their common rooms for their respective house feasts. Later on, the Christmas holidays became a great opportunity for Harry to go out, usually ordering a whole roast turkey at some and sharing it with other travelers who weren't going home. Looking back now, it was all a different feeling, but Harry thought that this Christmas was the happiest he had ever experienced. When everyone had eaten to the point of fullness, their smiling faces slightly stiffened, a slightly tipsy Dumbledore announced the end of the feast. Harry loosened his belt, slightly supporting each other, with Ron taking slow steps toward the common room, having accidentally eaten too much. Back in the common room, Harry eagerly played a few rounds of wizard's chess with Ron, only to get completely beaten. The pieces wouldn't listen to Harry, making his head ache, and he lost a piece when he wasn't paying attention. Of course, these were just excuses. Harry declared that once he got familiar with the pieces, he would definitely seek revenge. Ron confidently patted his chest, saying, "I'm always ready for a challenge. I won't say this about anything else, but I'm not afraid of anyone when it comes to wizard's chess. Even Bill has lost to me." Bill was the oldest and most accomplished child of the Weasley family, and the story of him getting 12 OS was still circulated at Hogwarts. Harry stubbornly retorted, "That's nothing. Just wait. This set of pieces doesn't suit me. If they listened to me, you wouldn't win so easily." Ron raised an eyebrow and smirked. He was good at wizard's chess and could see through Harry's true level, but he kept quiet as such things were understood by all. Looking at Ron making faces, Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm going to sleep, no more playing." Ron chuckled. "Come on, let's go to bed. We'll open presents in the morning. Anyway, I'm not giving you a gift this year." Harry glanced at Ron's wand and huffed, striding up the stairs. Ron shrugged. "Of course I know, I didn't forget your gift." A silent night followed, with the entire Hogwarts settling into a peaceful calm. Only the occasional distant howls from the Forbidden Forest could be heard. Harry, wake up." Just as Harry opened his eyes and hadn't yet pulled back the bed curtains, he heard Ron's excited voice. He reached for his glasses and pulled back the deep red velvet curtains to see Ron sitting at the foot of the bed, unwrapping gifts. "Look quickly, yours is over there." Ron, hearing the commotion, turned back to gesture and continued to struggle with the various wrappings in front of him. Harry followed Ron's direction and saw that the foot of the bed was piled high with gift boxes almost as tall as the bed. As Harry carefully examined the wrapping of those gifts, he easily recognized the ones adorned with beautiful silver ribbons as coming from Slytherin, likely sent by Draco and his crew. The red shiny paper tied with golden ribbons, a common item in the Muggle world, must be from Hermione. There were also a few gifts that Harry couldn't identify, like a large package. He pulled out this package and examined it closely, finding no letter inside. "Oh, you got this too? It's from my mom." Ron leaned over to take a look, awkwardly saying, "She knows we're friends. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. I'm very happy to receive a gift from Mrs. Weasley." Harry grinned widely and immediately opened the wrapping. A bright green hand-knit sweater fell out, and Harry quickly picked it up to examine. The thick sweater felt very soft, with a large H woven in yellow yarn on the front. "Mine is always maroon. Oh, I don't really like this color." Ron muttered, picking up a piece of fudge that had fallen out from Harry's package and popping it into his mouth. This year's fudge is really delicious." Bang! The dormitory door burst open, and Fred and George rushed in, wearing blue sweaters, each with letters F and G woven in yellow yarn across their chests. "Huh, you got one too." Fred laughed heartily. Harry, sitting on the floor, raised his sweater high and pulled it over his head. "Thank Mrs. Weasley for me." "No problem," George said, rushing over to pull Ron's sweater over his head. "What are you doing?" "I didn't say I wouldn't wear it. Let go of me," Ron shouted. Fred held onto Ron's arm so George could successfully put the sweater on. "Hurry up, you always get the most every—" "What did you say?" "Little Ronnie, you actually mistook your brother." "Oh my God, little Ronnie, our brothers are utterly—" George and Fred clutched their chests as if Ron had uttered something rebellious. Ron paused for a moment. "Sure? You guys actually switched sweaters?" "Ha ha ha." The twins laughed heartily and rushed out the door like the wind. "We're going to find Percy. You guys hurry up and unwrap your gifts. Let's go have a snowball fight soon." Ron angrily stuffed another fudge in his mouth. "Is this how you treat your brother? I'm their little brother after all." "Enough. Eat your own. That's Mrs. Weasley's gift for me." Harry gathered the fallen fudge, packed it in a clean bag, stuffed one into his mouth, and the sweetness filled his mouth, causing him to involuntarily squint his eyes. "Hey, brother, that was made by my mom." Ron looked incredulously at his empty hand. "Brothers keep clear accounts. That's Mrs. Weasley's gift to me." Harry shrugged, feeling he had finally taken revenge for losing the chess match the night before. Ron lunged at Harry, and the two ended up grappling on the floor. The door burst open again, and the twins appeared, each holding Percy, who was tied up in a sweater. Why are you still fighting? Quickly, or the clean snow will be ruined by others. Let go of me. You two. Percy shouted angrily, his glasses askew. However, it was futile. Fred and George carried him down the stairs. Harry laughed until he could hardly stand, taking a while to recover before continuing to unwrap gifts. Draco had sent a box of exquisite pastries with a card saying they were made by Mrs. Malfoy herself. Harry tried one, and it was indeed delicious. No wonder Draco had his family send a box every few days, and he treasured them so much that he would rather buy candy from outside for his friends than share from home. Hermione sent a large box of sugar-free treats, which Harry silently sealed up. He planned to find Hedwig later to send them to his cousin as he needed to lose weight. Pansy sent a gemstone brooch, which seemed to be a trendy gift, while Blaze's gift was more thoughtful, a handwritten magic notes supposedly found in his family's library. Continuing to rummage through the gifts, Harry found Hagrid's present, which contained a large bag of rock cakes and a hand. Harry picked up the flute to try it out, managing to produce a few notes. Satisfied, he set it on his bedside table and tossed the rock cakes to Ron as he should add some weight. Looking at the last two packages on the floor, Harry's expression turned strange. One was from Dumbledore with a standard, slightly crooked cursive writing. The other was surprisingly from Snape. Harry decisively averted his gaze and opened the gift from Dumbledore, which contained a pair of dragonhide gloves that could change size and transform between half-fingered and full-fingered, very practical. As for Snape's package, Harry hesitated for a moment, but still opened it. Inside was a square leather box about the size of an adult's palm, complete with a lock. As soon as Harry's fingers touched the lock, he heard a click, and it opened automatically. Lifting the lid, Harry gasped at what he saw inside. Rows of colorful potions were neatly arranged in their respective places, and on top was a piece of paper listing all the potion names in order. Harry instantly spotted the golden Felix Felicis in the center. Each bottle contained a single dose, making it very convenient for the user, and familiarizing oneself with the potions could be a great help in battles. Harry couldn't help but grin. This was the best gift he had ever received. It showed that Snape had chosen to help him and stood on his side. Harry, this is also yours. How did it end up with me? Ron tossed over a small box, looking puzzled. Harry picked it up and saw it was from the Dursleys, probably because he had been careless with his gifts, causing it to fall into Ron's. Unwrapping the paper, Harry was surprised to find a pair of thick woolen socks, brand new. This was the first real Christmas gift he had received from the Dursleys, as before they had only used dog biscuits or coins as substitutes. Harry's gaze shifted back to the box of treats from Hermione. After a moment of thought, he reluctantly took some of the fudge sent by Mrs. Weasley and placed it in the box, wrapping it back up with a sheet of unblemished wrapping paper, intending to send it out soon as it should arrive today. Fred and George came back for the third time, not bothering to clean up the mess on the floor, putting on their clothes, and after a morning of snowball fighting, they returned home, nearly soaked through. Harry changed his clothes, picked up the box he had packed, and ran to the Ollery, sending the gift off just in time. Calculating the time, it should arrive before dinner, which wasn't too late. As Harry watched Hedwig disappear into the overcast sky, he made his way down the staircase, realizing it was all. The Great Hall had returned to its usual state, with 4 long tables spaced apart, where a handful of students from various houses sat, although some lively students mingled with those from other houses. For instance, the Weasley twins. Harry observed the two of them sneaking around, exchanging something with a Ravenclaw upperclassman, their actions well concealed. However, upon seeing Professor McGonagall at the head table, Harry could only pray for the two of them as her eyes were fixed in their direction. Harry, where have you been? Come eat. After a morning of snowball fights, aren't you tired? Ron said, his words muffled with food. Harry quickly approached. Swallow your food before you talk. Ron chewed rapidly, forcefully swallowing his food, while rolling his eyes from the discomfort. Harry hurriedly handed him his cup, and Ron took it, gulping down several mouthfuls of juice. I'm revived, Ron said, eyeing the bones on his plate with trepidation as he reached for a pie. Harry shook his head helplessly. Can't you pay a little attention? What? Ron said, looking confused. Never mind, it's nothing. Harry closed his mouth and took a pie for himself. Oh, after the holidays he would have to teach students, and he would surely make some changes to maintain his dignity. Before he had finished his pie, a piece of parchment appeared in front of Harry. Wiping the crumbs from his fingers onto Ron's clothes, he picked up the parchment and opened it. Hey. Ron looked at the crumbs on his arm with a pained expression. Oh, sorry, Harry apologized, somewhat absent-minded. Ron rolled his eyes and reached out with his greasy hand towards Harry. Harry quickly stood up and turned away. Don't mess around, I have important business. Dumbledore called for me. Huh. It's Christmas today. What does he want with you? Ron was momentarily distracted. I don't know, but first I need to fill my stomach. Harry shifted a couple of seats away from Ron, sitting a meter apart, and began to eat again. Ron nodded. Right, eating is the priority. When Harry left the long table, Ron finally reacted. You owe me for my clothes. Harry laughed heartily and dashed out of the Great Hall, completely ignoring Ron's frantic shouts behind him. As he climbed the stairs, Harry slowed his pace, pondering what urgent matter Dumbledore could have that required him on Christmas. Could it be that his conspiracy with Snape had been discovered? No, that couldn't be right. He hadn't even had the chance to conspire with Snape, yet only having reached a preliminary agreement to cooperate. Was Dumbledore really so well informed? Harry frowned, unable to suppress his anxiety, but as he climbed a few more flights of stairs, he relaxed again. After all, he wasn't planning anything, even if Dumbledore found out, so what? Lemon Snowball. Harry called out the password written on the parchment, and the water creature turned around, revealing the staircase behind it. The password changed quite frequently, Harry thought, unable to help but complain. The last password had only been used for less than a month, and now it had changed again. He knocked on the door as he ascended the stairs. Come in. Hearing the response, Harry pushed the door open and walked inside. The headmaster's office looked just the same as it always did, unchanged by the Christmas decorations that adorned the school. Harry couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you have any decorations here?" "Haha, this is the headmaster's office. I've seen many Christmases, and whether there's decoration or not makes no difference. Besides, the school is filled with decorations, so I can see them all," Dumbledore said with a smile as he walked over from the window. "I needed to see you today, because there are some matters you need to attend to outside of the school." "What is it? Does it have to be on Christmas? Is it Voldemort?" Harry couldn't help but feel alert. Dumbledore shook his head, appearing mysterious. "Not at all. This matter must be done on Christmas. Stop worrying, you'll find out shortly." As he spoke, Dumbledore gestured to Fawkes. "By the way, you don't have anything planned for the afternoon, do you?" Harry felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth. Was it too late to ask that now? "Nothing planned," Harry replied somewhat begrudgingly. What could he do? Following Dumbledore's cue, he reached out a hand and gently grasped Fawkes' long drooping tail feathers. In an instant, a flash of fire enveloped them, and they changed locations. Harry couldn't help but look at Fawkes with eagerness. This was far more comfortable than any means of travel he knew. However, thinking about the rarity of phoenixes now, Harry could only helplessly abandon that thought. He and Dumbledore stood in a wilderness, seemingly not too far from Hogwarts, as the snow on the ground was deep enough to reach Harry's calves. Struggling to pull his foot out, he shook it off. "Where's this place? Why are we here?" Harry asked in confusion. Dumbledore seemed not to hear Harry's question, holding a golden key and constantly changing its direction. "It should be this way, no doubt about it," Dumbledore said, grabbing Harry's shoulder and walking in one direction. Harry hurriedly followed Dumbledore's lead, nearly being yanked off his feet. After a few steps, Harry felt a blur in front of him, as if he had seen a large door. Dumbledore also stopped, releasing Harry and tentatively reaching out to touch it. But he felt nothing. He shrugged and handed the key to Harry. "Hold this, and then it will require a drop of blood." Harry took the key and examined it closely. There was a shaped design on it, but aside from that he could discern nothing more. "What do we need blood for?" Harry asked. Dumbledore pointed ahead. "Bloodline verification, you know." Harry was taken aback. Wasn't this something pure blood families used when inheriting their lineage? Could it be that this place is? Suppressing the agitation within, Harry used his wand to cut his finger, a small wound appearing. He extended his hand towards the direction of the door he had just barely seen, letting the blood drip slowly. "I am Harry James Potter," Harry declared solemnly, his name echoing in the air. The blood dripped, but did not fall to the ground. Instead, it rippled in midair and then vanished. "That's enough," Dumbledore said as he produced a vial of potion from his pocket, dripping it onto Harry's finger, instantly healing the wound. In less than a minute, an ancient door suddenly appeared before Harry, and the surrounding walls seemed to gradually manifest, as well as if it were a painting. Harry couldn't help but look at Dumbledore. "Yes, this is Potter Manor. Ever since your father and mother got married, they didn't like the atmosphere of Potter Manor and moved to Godric's Hollow." Dumbledore gazed nostalgically at the door before them. "It has been at least 10 years since it last appeared. Originally, I planned to bring you here after you turned of age, but Henry somehow learned about you and had the house elf of the Potter family send countless letters. But I never received a single one." Harry couldn't help but exclaim. Gareth had mentioned meeting his family and said he would write, yet Harry had received nothing, and he thought the elders of the Potter family did not like him. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. "Your family's house elf is rather stubborn, insisting on delivering the letters directly to you, yet unwilling to sneak into the school, every time, triggering Hogwarts defenses. Since the start of the school year, it had come twice a week. Oh, every time I appeared it would disappear, not saying a word about it. After a while I could no longer tolerate this harassment, so I used some means to capture it, and found out about this matter. After communicating with Henry, we decided to bring you here on Christmas for a bloodline verification to formally inherit the Potter family." Harry's face turned somewhat wooden, unsure of what expression to show. A mix of joy, anxiety, and confusion swirled within him. "Open the door, Harry. Your family has been waiting for you for a long time," Dumbledore said gently. He had originally not wanted Harry to inherit the Potter family so soon. Due to Lily's magic, Harry could only receive the protection of blood magic from the Dursleys when he considered Petunia family. However, once he returned to the Potter family, the portraits would surely hold great affection for Harry, leading him to believe that Potter Manor was his true home. But with no one left in the Potter family, the blood magic would lose its effect. However, that night the killing curse Harry had used shocked Dumbledore. He carefully investigated Harry's childhood environment and even compared it to other children. He had to admit that Harry had suffered abuse over the years, but Mrs. Fig's letter had not mentioned this. Dumbledore had indeed overlooked it. Even after being treated this way, Harry still regarded Petunia as family. Before boarding the train, they had even reached some reconciliation. Dumbledore felt that this could not continue. Harry needed a true family. Initially, he had thought of having the Weasley couple help take care of Harry, but Harry's strength and spirit had become strong enough. In that case, he should be made happier, so Dumbledore brought him here on Christmas. Harry took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs, bringing him back to clarity. Trembling slightly, he extended his hand, and with a push the door creaked open. Behind the door lay a neglected garden, looking as though it hadn't been tended in ages. Under the thick layer of snow, the branches of various evergreens were tangled, and the stone path in the middle was uneven with some missing stones. At the end of the path stood a castle. Though not comparable to Hogwarts, it was at least 10 times larger than the Dursleys' house. The exterior of the castle was relatively intact, but appeared dark with no light seeping from within. Harry stepped onto the broken stone path, making his way towards the castle. Perhaps his father had walked this path many times, and his mother might have too. The grassy area under the tree might have been a place his father played in as a child. Though he had never been here before, Harry felt a deep sense of familiarity, causing his eyes to become moist. Dumbledore silently followed behind, not daring to stray too far as he had not yet received a formal invitation. After about 10 minutes, Harry finally reached the castle's grand entrance. The wooden doors were tightly shut, and there were even cobwebs in the porch that had not been cleaned. Harry suddenly felt a pang of hesitation, unsure if he should enter. With the ancestors of the Potter family, however, he quickly steadied himself. He was no longer a child. If the ancestors of the Potter family did not like him, he had other places to go. He had lived in caves and forests before, so what was there to fear? With that thought, Harry stepped forward, pushing the castle door, which creaked open with a groan. Inside was pitch black, with not a single ray of light penetrating. Harry no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and entered the castle. The candles on the walls ignited with a whoosh, followed by another, and then one after another lit up, illuminating the entire foyer. The interior of the castle appeared quite clean, not at all resembling the outside, which looked like it had been abandoned. The thick woolen carpet even retained the scent of detergent. Harry surveyed the foyer, which had a room with an arched ceiling similar to Hogwarts, leading to a set of marble steps with thick curtains drawn along the walls. It seemed that there should be windows behind, and with such thick curtains, it was no wonder nothing could be seen from outside. Harry approached and touched the curtain, which felt like thick, light-blocking velvet. He pulled it open with force, and the light from outside flooded in. Harry felt the house tremble slightly, as if it had come to life. Various utensils began to move, rags wiping the handrails and decorations, while a broom danced past Harry, sweeping the snow he had brought in into a dustpan behind it. "Little Master!" A sharp voice suddenly rang out from beside Harry, startling him. Looking down, he saw a house elf with pointed ears, round eyes brimming with tears. Wearing a robe made of a tea towel, the hem was tattered, yet it was still relatively clean. Dobby finally waited for. The little elf trembled with excitement, and in the next moment, she suddenly grabbed a copper vase from the table by the window and began to bang it against her head. "Dobby is useless." Dobby did not deliver the letters to Little Master. "It's all Dobby's fault." The banging echoed throughout the foyer, and Harry couldn't help but gasp, quickly reaching out to snatch the vase. "Enough. I didn't mean to blame you. Stand still." Dobby swayed slightly, hurriedly bowing, and standing in front of Harry, looking at him eagerly. Harry carefully placed the vase back down and stood in front of it, fearing that Dobby would hit himself again. "Where's my family portrait?" Harry paused before asking. "Master, over there." Flash immediately pointed towards the second floor. "Do you need me to take you there?" "No, I'll go myself." Harry rejected, hesitating for a moment before heading toward the stairs. Flash followed closely behind, glaring at Dumbledore with its big eyes. Dumbledore rubbed his nose, thick-skinnedly following along, for he didn't want to be too far from Harry, who was anxious to see the portrait of his relatives with no time to extend an invitation. As they ascended the marble staircase, with each step corresponding curtains would automatically draw open and candles would ignite, illuminating every corner Harry passed. Passing by a pair of ancient double doors, Flash reminded, "This is it, Master. This is the portrait room of the Potter family, where the portraits of every generation of Potterheads are located." Harry's heart stirred at the mention of every generation. Would James's portrait be here? From what he knew, his grandparents had passed away before he was born, so James would definitely be the head of the Potter family, which meant there might be his portrait here. Thinking of this, Harry's hands trembled slightly as he forced himself to calm down. He pressed his lips together and walked over, pushing open the door in front of him. The light in the room was decent, not as dark as outside, needing someone to come and light it. It was a large room with no windows, and portraits covered the walls from the floor to the ceiling. In the center of the room stood a table with a candle holder, lit the light, not too strong, just enough to see the situation. There was not a sound within, and Harry felt a bit uneasy. He was pushed by Flash and staggered into the room. The door slammed shut behind Harry, locking Dumbledore outside as well. Looking at the door that nearly slammed into his nose, Dumbledore shrugged, having no choice but to stand outside. He looked down at Flash. "Can you get me a chair? Standing here isn't a solution." Flash hesitated for a moment, snapped its fingers, and a cushioned armchair appeared beside the door. Dumbledore walked over and sat down, and a small round table appeared beside him with brewed red tea on it. He picked up a cup of red tea, took a sip, and then put it down. It had no sugar. He fished out a jar of sugar from his pocket, tossing one piece after another into his mouth. In the portrait room, separated by a wall, the moment the door closed, it transformed into a noisy marketplace. "Harry, is that Harry? Shut up. Henry, is that my great-grandson? Look at me. Kid, come over and let me see you well." The calls came one after another, causing Harry to feel at a loss as to where to look. "Stop it. You're confused." Finally, someone intervened in the portrait's quarrel, and the light in the room became a bit brighter, illuminating. Harry looked at the walls. Each portrait contained a couple, the Potter couples from different eras, staring at him with excited. "Harry, I am your grandfather, Fleamont Potter. Come here quickly," a portrait near the door shouted. Harry shifted his gaze and slowly walked up to the portrait. Just as Gareth had said, his hair was exactly like his, messy and unruly, though not entirely black, with some white. "Hello, grandfather." After staring for a while, Harry finally greeted. "Haha, indeed it's Harry, just like James." Fleamont laughed heartily before being pushed aside as a lady squeezed in. "I am your grandmother, Euphemia. Child, let me take a good look at you." Euphemia looked kindly at Harry, completely indifferent to her husband being pushed to the edge of the portrait. "Grandmother. Oh, good child, you look wonderful, just like Lily." Euphemia responded immediately. "Enough. Move over, Harry. I am your great-grandfather. I talked with Dumbledore." A portrait next to Fleamont shouted, and Harry involuntarily turned his gaze toward the voice. "Come on. Weren't you the one who looked down on Lily for being Muggle-born? What face do you have to look at, Harry?" Fleamont retorted mercilessly. Henry fumed. "You little brat, I am your father. You'd better show some respect. We're just portraits now. If you have the ability, come hit me." Harry stared blankly at this scene of father and son quarreling, unsure of what expression to make. "Child, don't mind them. They haven't had a decent conversation since they became portraits," Euphemia said with a smile. Harry could only nod, unable to resist looking to the other side. On the left was the portrait of his great-grandfather, so on the right, there hung a portrait of a young couple looking only about 20 years old, with the names James Potter and Lily Potter written beneath. Harry couldn't help but move closer, gazing intently at the figures in the portrait. They stood quietly within the portrait, gently smiling at Harry. "Dad, Mom." Harry couldn't help but call out softly. "Don't look at them, child," Euphemia said sadly. "Their portraits can only capture this extent." Harry couldn't tear his eyes away. Why? Tradition in the Potter family states that after becoming the head of the family, one must have portraits made to inject memories periodically until death. The Potters believe this can preserve the spirit of the portrait, best guiding future generations. And James and Lily, they were too young and didn't have the chance, Euphemia said, choking up. After inheriting the family, James sought a portrait artist to create magical portraits for himself and Lily, but before he could inject memories, Lily became pregnant. To keep Lily in good spirits, they returned to Godric's Hollow instead of staying at the manor. Later, due to the circumstances, they couldn't return. Fleamont said solemnly, for he could quarrel with Henry every day but had no means to speak to James. Harry stared unblinkingly at the young couple in the portrait. They blinked and smiled just like Muggle photographs. But this was his first time seeing his mother up close. Indeed, they weren't wrong. His eyes were just like hers, and the rest resembled James more. Upon realizing that the shadow in his memory was Lily, he had watched that memory countless times. That flash of green and the red hair had once kept him from sleeping well for an entire year, relying only on potions to keep himself from breaking down. Now he finally connected the shadow from his memory to the portrait before him. This was his mother. "All right, come here, child. You have things to do, and don't get lost in the past." The portrait high above spoke, and all the portraits fell silent, no longer speaking. Harry looked up. It was the portrait hanging highest, suggesting it was from a long-ago ancestor. "Stand in front of the table, child." Harry obediently walked over and stood beside the table in the center of the room. Other than the candle holder, there was nothing else on the table, but the surface was etched with intricate magical runes surrounding the candle holder in the center. "Did you bring the invisibility cloak?" "Yes, here it is." Harry took out his invisibility cloak from his bag. "Put it on, then hold the candle holder and say your name." Harry obediently put on the invisibility cloak. Oddly, in this room, the cloak's effect seemed to have vanished, feeling like an ordinary cloak. Extending his hand, Harry carefully grasped the candle holder. "Harry Potter." A mysterious light flowed from Harry's palm down the candle holder, illuminating the magical runes one by one until the entire surface of the table was filled with that light. Suddenly, a burst of bright light erupted, forcing Harry to close his eyes. When he opened them again, everything felt completely different. If the castle had previously felt dormant, now it felt as if it had awakened. Harry even thought the carpet looked cleaner than before. "It's done, and now you are the head of the Potter family." As this statement was made, the entire room was again drowned in a variety of noises. The portraits began introducing Harry to everything about the Potter family and the castle in a cacophony. Child, you can go see the Potter family library, which records everything about the Potters. In the future, if you have time, you can come and talk to us. We are just portraits and shouldn't take up too much of your time. Of course, if you can continue the Potter bloodline soon, that would be even better. Euphemia winked at Harry. This left Harry both amused and exasperated. He was only 11 years old, and the thought of continuing the bloodline was still far off. Reluctantly glancing back at the portraits of James and Lily, Harry walked out, without looking back. You are the only one left of the Potter family. Whatever you choose to do, the Potter family will support you. A determined voice came from the portraits behind him, and Harry did not turn back, instead beaming as he flung open the grand door. The light from outside flooded in. Don't worry, I will make sure the Potter family carries on, Harry declared firmly. Stepping out of the portrait room, the door closed behind him. Oh, is it done? Is there anything else to do? You need to hurry, we have to go back to school. Dumbledore threw the last piece of candy into his mouth and stood up. Harry ignored him. Take me to the study. Dumbledore's lips twitched, feeling a bit guilty. Well, the time is getting late, and Potter Manor is a very safe place. I have things to do. How about I head back first? Harry flashed a radiant smile. Headmaster Dumbledore, don't be in such a hurry. You are the first guest of the Potter family in many years. How can you just leave like this? That would be too rude. Regardless, I must treat you properly, especially since today is Christmas. Dumbledore couldn't help but pat his pocket. The candy was all gone, and he sighed. All right, I will explain. Rolling his eyes, Harry followed Flash down the corridor toward the study. The entire castle seemed to have come alive, looking spotless as if it had never been idle. Soon the two arrived at the study following the house elf. Flash bowed and then vanished. Harry didn't pay attention and directly pushed the door open to enter. Dumbledore followed behind, and the door to the study closed. Harry surveyed the study. It wasn't very large, with tall bookshelves along the walls filled with many well-preserved books. At the back was a large floor-to-ceiling window with a wide desk placed in front. Harry walked over and sat in the high-backed chair behind the desk, resting his arms on the table. At a convenient spot, a cup of steaming tea appeared, complete with sugar cubes and a milk jug. Please have a seat, Headmaster. Harry smiled and gestured invitingly. Dumbledore sat on the sofa for guests, and tea appeared before him, this time complete with sugar cubes. He tossed several pieces of sugar into the tea, added half a portion of milk, and the teaspoon began stirring by itself. Dumbledore produced an ancient key and tossed it lightly. The key floated gently toward Harry. Taking the key, Harry examined it. What is this? The key to Vault 102 at Gringotts, entrusted to me by your father during his lifetime. It is considered your grandfather's private vault. Dumbledore said that golden key, besides being the key to Potter Manor, also opens Vault 8 at Gringotts, which is the Potter family's ancestral vault. Harry took out the golden key, placing both keys side by side, glancing at Dumbledore from the corner of his eye. Dumbledore felt a bit awkward under Harry's gaze, coughed lightly. Ahem, I may have borrowed some galleons from Vault 100. Harry remained silent, his expression unchanged, still wearing a gentle smile, not shifting his gaze. I have never entered Vault 8, I just temporarily held on to the key. Dumbledore confessed honestly. Where did you borrow it for? Harry inquired. Dumbledore fell silent, not speaking for a long time. For the expenses of the Longbottoms at St. Mungo's, the care and funeral of Wormtail's mother, Remus Lupin's subsidies, and Dumbledore counted off the expenses one by one. Harry listened attentively. All the money had been spent on others, and Dumbledore truly hadn't taken a single cent for himself. Who are these people? Once Dumbledore finally paused, Harry asked. The Order of the Phoenix, a group I organized to fight Voldemort. Dumbledore spoke. Harry frowned. Then why use my family's money? I remember you should have quite a few patents, right? Dumbledore twirled his fingers, not looking at Harry. You know I'm a headmaster. It's not good to get involved in those profits, so I just shared them. All of them. Harry was shocked. Dumbledore said solemnly, all of them. Though he could have chosen not to donate, and selling those patents could have funded multiple orders of the Phoenix, he was still the headmaster of Hogwarts, held in high regard, and if he had too many resources and wealth, the Ministry of Magic would become uneasy. For the peace of the magical world, he could only do this. The funding for the Order of the Phoenix has always come from the members Longbottom, Weasley, Potter, and Dumbledore paused, not mentioning that name. After numerous wars, the Longbottom family has fallen, and the Weasley family originally had little wealth. Only the Potter family, whose grandfather invented the hair conditioner potion, has continued to thrive, as it remains unsolved to this day. Albus Dumbledore said. Harry widened his eyes. Are you talking about the hair conditioner potion that sells for 20 galleons a bottle? Yes, that one. Have you bought it? Dumbledore asked. Harry scratched his messy hair. It would be a hassle to use it every day, so I didn't buy it. So it belongs to my family now, and it's still my business? Harry asked flatly, lacking the anger Dumbledore expected. Yes. What about the accounts? Harry asked. Dumbledore fished out 2 thick-bound parchment books from his pocket and floated them over to Harry. Harry glanced at Dumbledore's pocket, which must have used a stretching charm. Otherwise, how could such large items fit? Taking the ledger, Harry began to flip through it. Even with prior mental preparation, he was astonished by the staggering profits. After a few glances, he set the ledger aside and continued to ask, what is the 618 vault? That is your father's personal vault containing pocket money that Fleamont has been saving for him since childhood. Even after he graduated, the savings continued. After I took over the Potter family's business, I also followed Fleamont's practice of depositing a sum of money there each year, serving as your personal vault upon your return to the magical world, Dumbledore said. Harry had seen this expenditure when he flipped through the ledger. To be honest, it was quite a sum. A deposit of 100 galleons each year meant that over the past decade there had been 100 galleons. Coupled with what James originally left the 618 vault, had nearly 500 galleons. Given Harry's carelessness as a child, he might not have noticed the changes in the vault. He only needed to know that his vault wasn't empty. However, 100 years ago at Hogwarts, Harry had once taken his key to Gringotts to withdraw money, and then the vault was only ranked over 500. The 618 vault simply didn't exist, and he had almost been detained by the goblins because of this. After all, the key was indeed crafted by the goblins, but they genuinely couldn't recall when they had opened the 618 vault. Had it not been for Omenes, who forcibly protected Harry because of the Gaunt surname, he would have been tossed into the bottom vault by the goblins to feed dragons. Then, due to a lack of money, Harry had lived a rather embarrassing life for half a year. After all, Principal Black's meticulous requirements for students came with a hefty cost. Later, Sebastian found a part-time job that could make money and invited Harry along. The two began running errands and eventually became well-known, which allowed them to become wealthy. After that half year of living, Harry learned to manage his finances, vowing never to fall back into that situation again. That aside, returning to the topic, while the annual deposit of galleons is not a small number compared to the income from these businesses, it could easily be considered pocket money. Just from the hair conditioner potion alone, the Potter family's annual income exceeds 100,000, as this potion that makes one's hair smooth is only a one-time use. It is a consumable. Every witch would stock up on a few bottles, but they typically would need to repurchase quickly. Many wizards would buy it too, as there are quite a number of long-haired male wizards in the magical world. Not to mention the Potter family has other businesses such as the ancestral ranch and farm. Although these have shrunk considerably due to Muggle development, they still represent a significant asset. So now we have a new question, Mr. Principal. Harry leaned on the table, crossing his arms, resting his chin lightly on his hands, giving Dumbledore a forced smile. How do you plan to compensate? No, how do you plan to make up for my losses? I believe my father, James Potter, did not entrust you with the Potter family's assets to dispose of at your will, did he? Dumbledore took off his glasses and began to clean them slowly. You are right, Harry, but James also said he would support everything concerning the Order of the Phoenix. But not entirely right. Dumbledore paused for a moment. Let's be straightforward, Harry. What do you want? Let's not beat around the bush, as we both dislike it. Given that almost all expenses of the Order of the Phoenix come from the Potter family, then I want the Order of the Phoenix. Is that unreasonable? Harry revealed a sly smile. Dumbledore was taken aback, but the Order of the Phoenix has already been disbanded. Are you serious? Principal, Harry didn't believe this claim. I can authorize you to continue using the Potter family's funds, but I want to say in the order. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, squinting at Harry through the crescent-shaped lenses. What do you want the Order of the Phoenix for? Whatever you do, I will do the same. Can I trust you? You must trust me, Harry replied. The Longbottoms are still in the hospital. Neville has no ability to earn money yet, and I suppose the old lady Longbottom cannot bear the medical expenses at St. Mungo's. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, suddenly laughing. You've succeeded. Harry laughed as well. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation, Principal Dumbledore. You can call me Albus. After all, you are now considered my boss. Dumbledore relaxed against the back of the sofa. Harry was taken aback, then slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Old trickster. You did this on purpose. Dumbledore laughed heartily, having considered leaning some of his resources toward Harry when he confessed to him. The series of events that followed proved Harry's capabilities completely aligned with his expectations of a savior, except for that unexpected killing curse. After the unbreakable vow, Dumbledore had contemplated handing over the Order of the Phoenix, but found no good excuse. The arrival of the Potter family's house elf was simply the perfect excuse. Dumbledore felt he had grown old. Though his magical power remained strong, his physical strength was no match for the youth. He was over 100 years old. It was time to find a successor. Tom would return at some point. Given Tom's character and abilities, he would undoubtedly be a powerful wizard upon his return. Dumbledore was aging while Tom was growing stronger, which was concerning. Harry was in Dumbledore's eyes the perfect and best successor. With powerful abilities, a mature mindset, Gryffindor's courage, Slytherin's cunning, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Hufflepuff's sincerity, he lacked none of these traits. Harry secretly gritted his teeth. He was still too young. He had initially thought he could put Dumbledore in a difficult position, but unexpectedly, he didn't manage to challenge Dumbledore at all. Instead, he was ironically running into his pocket. Harry, feeling outsmarted, wore a sulky expression, clearly displeased. All right, stop making that face. I won't retire just yet. You still need training. Before the war arrives, I will help you completely take control of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore, having laughed enough, wiped the tears that had escaped from the corners of his eyes, feeling lighter than ever. The Order of the Phoenix is merely a loose organization comprising wizards from all walks of magical society. In the beginning, it was all voluntary to join this organization just to find some way to survive under Voldemort's oppression. Now the magical world is relatively calm, so this organization indeed has few members and lacks great power. What I can offer you is to help you gain momentum in the coming years, allowing you to quickly take control of the remaining members and leave a certain reputation in the magical world, preventing you from falling behind due to manpower issues in the war against Voldemort. So was that duel with Snape after the holidays also to establish my authority? Harry sat back down in his chair. Dumbledore nodded. It seems Severus has already informed you. That's great. With him helping you, I am reassured. Harry rolled his eyes. This old man never speaks a word of truth, always digging pitfalls everywhere. The reason he had been so demanding in his letter was that he had long known Snape would come to discuss this matter, pushing Snape closer to his side. Even if Snape hadn't approached him because of this, Dumbledore might have made other arrangements. He was confident that Harry would choose to take over the Order of the Phoenix to avenge the death of Voldemort. The more Harry thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could throw the old man in front of him out. Dumbledore was now completely relaxed, sipping a cup of red tea laden with sugar, starting on another cup, completely unfazed by Harry's murderous glare. So give me an honest answer, Harry. Can you defeat Severus? Dumbledore asked seriously after finishing his second cup of sugar water. Harry's mouth twitched. In just a duel, I shouldn't have any problems, but I fear my stamina and magic might not keep up. Professor Snape is still an adult wizard in his prime. Dumbledore asked curiously, what about if it's not a duel? Harry shrugged. In daily life, if Professor Snape were to assassinate me, I might die without anyone noticing the cause. But in a life-and-death struggle, Professor Snape cannot defeat me. Dumbledore's expression turned complex. What kind of life had Harry lived? Why did he always talk about fighting? By the way, I've always wanted to ask a question. Harry leisurely picked up the cup on the table. Go ahead, Dumbledore said, smiling. He was in a great mood, finally seeing a hope for retirement. What year did you enroll at Hogwarts? 1892. Is there a problem? Dumbledore felt an ominous premonition as the smile on his face began to falter. Well, if I calculate seriously, I would have graduated in 7th grade that year if I hadn't returned. Albus, it seems you should call me senior. Harry took a sip of tea and displayed a mischievous smile at Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged. Oh well then, senior. Harry's hand trembled slightly, almost dropping the cup. Aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? What you said? Dumbledore laughed heartily. Should I call you that from now on? Senior Harry. Harry rolled his eyes. No need, you're just no. You could try asking Minerva. She would be quite amusing. Dumbledore encouraged, reveling in the situation. Harry's mouth twitched. So you want me to provide some appetizers for you? Honestly, you're quite dull yourself. Dumbledore pouted. Everyone knows who is who. The two discussed future matters in the study, and Dumbledore promised that he would hand over the list to Harry as soon as everything else would begin after the duel at the banquet following the start of the new semester. Dumbledore happened to know a reporter who, by leaking some ambiguous news, could sneak into Hogwarts unnoticed and witness that duel. Given the nature of that reporter, she would definitely not miss such a major news story of the savior Harry Potter confronting a professor without losing ground. Look, Dumbledore had even thought of the news headline. However, he reminded Harry that the reporter had a small flaw. She liked to use exaggerated rhetoric, so he should prepare himself mentally. Seeing Dumbledore's gloating expression, Harry scoffed. Dobby, I'm here, Master. Dobby appeared in the study as soon as Harry spoke. He kept his head down, patiently waiting for Harry's instructions. Help me send a sufficiently priced Christmas gift to the editor of the Daily Prophet and arrange a meeting for the day after tomorrow, inviting him to Potter Manor, as the Potter family is set to reappear in the magical world, which I think deserves a front-page story. Harry said, Yes, Master. Dobby will go right now. The little elf trembled with excitement, bowing so low his head almost touched the ground, and with a crack he disappeared from the study. See, isn't that solved? Harry grinned at Dumbledore. After all, I am a Slytherin. I am quite familiar with these. Dumbledore chuckled, having indeed forgotten that trick. No matter how arrogant Rita Skeeter was, she wouldn't easily offend the master of a pure-blood family. There's one last thing. Dumbledore's tone turned serious. Harry frowned, seeing that Dumbledore's demeanor suggested it wasn't a small issue. What is it? You know how you survived the killing curse? Dumbledore asked directly. Harry was taken aback. He had never thought about this issue. He had originally assumed it was the protection of ancient magic, but now he realized he was just a baby, then at most triggering some unconscious use of magic. What ancient magic could he have known? Why? It was due to a spell? Dumbledore looked both dejected and sorrowful. I'm sorry, that spell was taught. Harry was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Dumbledore with a disapproving gaze. Dumbledore leaned back, his face weary, filled with regret and sorrow. I advised her after they got married that the prophecy would come to pass. I searched the world for the child mentioned in the prophecy, but one day James excitedly came to tell me that Lily. I even congratulated him, but he said that if he calculated correctly, the child would be born at the end of July, or Dumbledore stared at the teaspoon stirring the red tea, his voice low. Realizing this, I actually considered urging them to abandon the child, but I couldn't bring myself to say it, nor could I do it. Interfering with the prophecy could lead to even more terrible consequences. I still held on to hope that perhaps the child would be born in August. Unfortunately, my hope was shattered. From July 25th onward, I stayed at St. Mungo's. During that time, only 2 children were born in the wizarding world, one of whom was you and the other. Dumbledore paused. Was Neville Longbottom? Neville. Yes, Mr. Neville Longbottom. Dumbledore nodded and continued. I found the parents of these 2 children and explained the situation to them. They were both wonderful people. They both gave up everything they were doing and went into hiding. Before that, the 2 great mothers sought my help, determined to protect their children at all costs. I searched through many ancient texts before I found this magic. You may have heard of it. It's called the magic of love. Harry couldn't help but purse his lips, his mouth turning down, his eyes slightly red. The original name should be the sacrifice of love, right? As long as one person is willing to give their life to protect another, the protected person will gain an extra life unharmed by those whom the protector does not hate. This protection will extend to the blood relations of the protected. As long as there are relatives connected by blood in this world, this magic will protect the protected until they have the ability to defend themselves. Yes, that's it. Both of these mothers learned this magic, Dumbledore said. They even agreed that if anything happened to one party, the other would take care of the other's child. Initially, I thought of entrusting you to the Longbottoms. Visiting your aunt's house for just 2 weeks each year would be sufficient to maintain this magic. However, when I went there and saw Lady Longbottom torturing Neville to make him forget his parents, casting the Oblivion Charm on him, I gave up on that idea. Harry fell silent. This was something he had never considered. He only noticed that Neville's memories, thoughts, and magical talent were completely disproportionate, deducing that he must have been subjected to the Oblivion Charm as a child. He had originally thought it was done by Death Eaters, and now he realized it was actually Lady Longbottom's doing, leaving him at a loss for words. I wrote a letter informing her about this magic and what you would face. I was relieved that even though knowing your existence might put her family in jeopardy, she still kept you and did not throw you into an orphanage. This magic continued, albeit in a stumbling manner, until now. As long as you still consider Petunia your family, and the Dursleys' house can still be called home, this magic can last until you reach adulthood. So what you mean is that I still have to return to the Dursleys every year. Harry understood Dumbledore's intention. I think so. It's not just to protect you, but also Petunia and Dudley. They are the last 2 people you are connected to by blood in this world. Harry fell silent. When he entered Hogwarts, he had never thought he would have to go back, but this magic was left by his mother sacrificing her life, and it did not only concern himself, it also involved Aunt Petunia and Dudley. Although his relationship with Aunt Petunia had somewhat eased now, as evidenced by the wool socks on his feet, Harry still hesitated. He looked down at his feet, sighed, and thought, well, it's only 2 weeks after all. Aunt Petunia is much better than Uncle Vernon. At least she hasn't forced him to kill for fun. He'll go back for 2 weeks every summer. If it's just to maintain the status quo, I don't think it will be a big problem, Harry said. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile sadly. Ever since he learned about Harry's life at the Dursleys, he had regretted every moment, regretting not discovering it sooner, regretting arranging for Mrs. Fig as a safeguard. He had underestimated the malice of a squib towards a young wizard. Although Mrs. Fig had not done anything wrong, even trying to help Harry have a better time, as long as she concealed some things, Dumbledore remained unaware of them, and Harry continued to live that life at the Dursleys. I'm relieved, but also very sorry, Dumbledore said. Harry's lips twitched. He suddenly felt very displeased, as if he had always been led by the nose. By the way, I have a question that I think is very important, Harry asked earnestly. Dumbledore suddenly had a bad premonition. The money you previously entrusted me with, it wasn't all taken from my grandfather's vault, was it? Harry sneered. Dumbledore awkwardly touched his nose. Ahem, I'll reimburse you. It seems your vault still has some money. Harry rolled his eyes. This old man was playing tricks using his own money to hire him. It's simply outrageous. Dumbledore's face looked pained as he trembled and pulled out a gold card, tossing it to Harry. This is the Honeyduke's gold card, which allows you to order products in the store for free for life, usable wherever you are. Dumbledore felt a deep pain. Harry took the gold card, pinching it between his fingers. Why? Dumbledore turned his head away. I gave their family a little help and invested some funds without asking for dividends, only taking this card. Harry tightened the card in his palm, revealing a broad smile. That's wonderful. He'll make sure to send you enough candies for Christmas every year from now on. Dumbledore felt as if he couldn't breathe, his mouth tasting bitter. He hurriedly lifted the cup in front of him and took a big sip, as only sweet tea could soothe his wounded heart. When are you planning to use your vacation? After a moment, Dumbledore asked. Harry thought for a moment. The day after tomorrow, I need to meet with the editor of the Daily Prophet, and I also have a banquet to host along with some small matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash appeared in the study holding a formal letter. Editor Barnabas Cuff is honored to receive your invitation and has sent his regards. Harry took the envelope. The wax seal was intact, and the paper was exquisite, adorned with patterns. It seemed that this editor knew how to deal with pure-blood families. Harry tapped the wax seal lightly, and the red wax swiftly vanished. He opened the envelope and took out. The content of the letter was written in elaborate adjectives and praise, promising to arrive punctually at Potter Manor, truly befitting a literary figure. After placing the letter in the drawer next to the table, Harry instructed the elf to prepare a suitable gift to present to this editor. He also asked the elf to continue managing Potter Manor, as a banquet was expected to be held on December 30th to announce the return of the Potter family to the magical world. The invitation list will be handed to the elf after meeting the editor, so she can create special invitations. The elf trembled with excitement. It had been at least 12 years since the last banquet of the Potter family. The elf exclaimed, "I will obey the master's orders. I will prepare everything." The sharp voice seemed to pierce the ceiling. After saying this, the elf immediately disappeared, needing to get busy, as this banquet would definitely be significant, and the return of the Potter family must not have any mishaps. "Very well, everything is resolved, so let's head back," Dumbledore said, eager to return quickly to give Harry what he had promised. Perhaps he could still catch the tail end of the holiday to meet his old friends. Harry did not object, and as usual was sent back to the headmaster's office by Fawkes. He cast a jealous glance at Fawkes, secretly deciding that he would one day steal Fawkes away. The Order of the Phoenix was already his. How far could a phoenix be? After receiving the list of the order, Harry took his leave. The sky was gradually darkening as he returned to the common room, feeling quite pleased. As soon as he entered, he was tackled to the ground by Ron, who had been waiting for him. Ron's hands were covered in icing from the candies, leaving no doubt that he smeared it all over Harry. "Huh, revenge is sweet," Ron exclaimed excitedly, jumping up and running away. Harry grinned, pulling out the homemade treats from Potter Manor that the elf had forced upon him and holding them up. Ron immediately halted, his eyes glued to the sweet-smelling cake in Harry's hand. After a brief tussle, the two of them ended up covered in cream, sitting by the fireplace to share the remaining scraps. "Where did you go this afternoon? Didn't you say you were going to be out for a few days? Why are you back tonight?" Ron asked while munching on his food. Harry picked up a piece of cake with a hint of cream and fruit filling. "I retrieved Potter Manor, and we're going to host a banquet. By the way, you'll get an invitation for the Weasley family. You should write to Mrs. Weasley and ask if she has time to attend." "What? A banquet? Are there a lot of good things to eat? Can I go?" Ron's eyes sparkled, and he instantly jumped up. "Of course, as long as you can get a leave from Professor McGonagall." Harry shrugged. "My parents should have returned from Romania by now. I'll write to ask." Ron turned and ran. "I'll also get Percy to ask Professor McGonagall for leave. Just say you invited us to the banquet. That should be fine, ha." Harry stood there holding the cake, a bit dazed, watching Ron, who was covered in cream, grab Percy and smear the mess all over Percy's new sweater. Percy's angry shouts caused everyone in the dormitory upstairs to poke their heads out to look. Harry shrank his neck, trying hard to eat the cake in his hand. The elf's cooking is really good." Suddenly, a pouch of coins landed in front of Harry. He looked up in confusion. "What's this?" Ron said proudly, "This is the money I earned to pay off my wand. I'll tell you, you still owe me a Christmas gift this year, so don't think you can get away with it. Make sure to repay me." Harry wiped the cream off his body, opened the pouch to take a look, and saw a mix of sickles and galleons. After counting for a while, he confirmed that it was indeed 7 galleons. "How did you earn this?" "Impressive." Harry laughed, pouring the pouch of coins into his bag. Ron's eyes darted around. "Don't ask. I earned it from Fred and George, who I didn't do anything wrong. Earned it from the twins." Harry shivered slightly, examining Ron closely, relieved to find he wasn't carrying anything strange. "What kind of money can you earn from the twins?" "It must have been earned through experimentation. Fortunately, the two of them seemed to have some conscience towards their brother, not allowing him to show any strange symptoms." Harry thought for a moment and took out a flyer from his bag. "Here, a Christmas gift for you." Ron took the flyer, looking perplexed. "What's this?" "A flyer for the tailoring house. You can choose a set of formal wear." "Aren't you going to my house to attend the banquet? Don't you want to be mocked by Draco for not having formal clothing?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Choose a set as this year's Christmas gift." Ron immediately began to select, frowning as he carefully examined each outfit. "By the way, choose one for your family, as well as thanks for Mrs. Weasley sending me a gift," Harry said. Ron's face turned red. "No need, the sweaters are hand-knit by my mom, and the candies are made at home. They're not worth. Whether they're worth much or not isn't for you to decide. This is the first heartfelt gift I've received, and it's very precious to me," Harry said with a smile. Ron looked at the prices of the formal wear, unable to help but swallow hard, his face grimacing, wondering if his future Christmas gifts would again take a hit. "Hurry up and choose. You wouldn't want Mrs. Weasley to be mocked by those other ladies, right? After all, with the return of the Potter family to the magical world, we need to invite some pure-blood families. Not to mention the Malfoys will definitely be attending," Harry said. Ron frowned, quickly steeling his resolve. Worst case, he could earn money from the twins again. After all, it wasn't a big deal. He called over his brothers, and the four of them huddled around the flyer for a long time, picking out formal wear for everyone. Harry couldn't help but grimace at the bright pink dress they chose for his little sister, silently mourning for the young lady of the Weasley family, surrounded by these clueless boys. However, considering Mrs. Weasley, Harry deleted that eye-catching bright pink dress and replaced it with a deep blue one. He compared the hair colors of his brothers, believing that this color was much better than the bright pink. As he watched them finalize their choices, Ron wrote a letter to his family. Percy contemplated how to ask Professor McGonagall for leave, and the twins continued to tinker with their things. Harry finally left the common room, needing to find Snape for something. The night at Hogwarts was quiet, with the candles on the walls flickering, illuminating every corridor. When curfew arrived, these flames would extinguish, casting Hogwarts into darkness. At this moment, curfew had not yet arrived, and the entire Hogwarts was brightly lit, even though there were not many students in the school. Harry encountered Filch in the corridor. "Good evening, Mr. Filch. Where are you going?" "Curfew is on," Filch asked gruffly, his tone not particularly pleasant. "I need to go to the basement. A Professor Snape is looking for—" Harry lied without changing his expression. "You better move quickly. I don't want to see you in the corridor during curfew," Filch said, limping away. Harry politely bid farewell to Filch and then headed towards Snape's office. Soon he arrived at the door, knocked, and it opened automatically. Harry walked in, but did not see Snape in his usual seat. After scanning the room, he spotted a glimmer of light behind a shelf full of glass jars. Walking towards the light, he found a small room that wasn't very spacious. By the layout, it appeared to be where Snape brewed potions. Seeing Snape intently observing a cauldron emitting silver vapor, Harry wisely remained silent, quietly standing by the door waiting. After a while, Snape finally added some ingredients to the cauldron, causing the vapor to turn bright red. He stirred it a few times, allowing the red vapor to gradually dissipate and return to a silvery hue before setting down his stirring rod and turning around. "What is it?" "I have regained Potter Manor. The Order of the Phoenix now belongs to me," Harry said. Snape frowned, but said nothing further, staring intently at Harry. He knew there must be more to it. He just did not know how the task Harry had was different from the one Dumbledore assigned, or which was more difficult. "I need you to help me contact Mundungus Fletcher. I want to meet him at the Hog's Head before tomorrow night," Harry said. Snape left the potion brewing room and walked toward his desk. Harry followed at a measured pace. "This person is marked on Dumbledore's list. I think he can be of use." "He's just a filthy thief with no credibility or character," Snape said, sitting down behind his desk and tiredly rubbing his forehead. Harry smirked. "I know, but he knows everyone in Britain, all the thieves and rogues. He's very adept in those gray areas, isn't he? Are you sure you can keep him under control?" Snape frowned and suddenly realized, "Well, you can indeed. I don't need him to do anything significant. He's a decent choice for some discrete information and tasks. Besides, as long as there's money involved, he'll do anything. Cash in exchange for services is my favorite arrangement. If that's the case, why don't you contact him yourself?" Snape scoffed. Harry shrugged. "After all, I'm only 11 years old. Someone like Mundungus probably wouldn't take me seriously even if I had Dumbledore's seal. But you are different." "Understood. I'll make sure he shows up on time," Snape said, lowering his gaze to hide his appreciative look. As for how to leave the school, he believed Harry surely knew more than he did, especially since he was now allied with that old— "Well then, good night, Professor Snape," Harry said, having obtained the answer he wanted, and chose to take his leave. Snape remained silent, only shifting his gaze to the door after Harry had closed it, as if he could see Harry leave. After a while, Snape picked up a quill from his desk and wrote a very rude letter. He folded it casually and made his way up a hidden staircase beside the shelf into a dark room, opening the window and casting a beam of light with his wand. An owl flapped its wings and landed on the windowsill. Snape rolled up the letter and let the owl grasp it. After the owl flew away, he closed the window, checked the time, and immediately returned to the potion brewing room, quickly handling an ingredient and timing it perfectly as he tossed it into the cauldron. He returned safely to the common room, where everyone had not gone back to their dormitories. During the holiday, who would want to sleep so early? Harry eagerly joined in the fun until everyone's eyes were almost too heavy to keep open, at which point they each returned to their dormitories to sleep. The next morning, Harry was awakened by Ron's excited shouts. "Harry, Mum agreed. How are we getting there?" Ron shook Harry excitedly. Yawning, Harry shrugged off Ron's arm. "He'll send you an invitation. The invitation will have a portkey spell which will allow you to arrive directly at Potter Manor when the time comes." "A portkey? What's that? Can't we use the fireplace?" Ron asked, puzzled. Harry looked at him disdainfully. "Ask your brothers, who grew up in the wizarding world, you or I. You ask me about this common knowledge. I think you've really slacked off. Don't wait until school starts and you lose to Draco, or worse, become worse than Pansy." Ron, who had been excited, suddenly wilted as he began to reflect on himself. He had indeed relaxed a bit during this Christmas holiday, having not done his usual daily exercises, let alone magical training. After some self-reflection, Ron immediately assured Harry that he would work hard again starting today and would never let Harry down. Harry shrugged. "Just take care of it yourself." Ron was too lazy by nature and needed to be reminded from time to time, or else he would truly let himself go. Seeing Ron's serious expression, Harry turned and went to the washroom. During breakfast, Harry received a note from Snape, which only contained a string of numbers. 140. Harry tucked the note away. It seemed the meeting was scheduled for the afternoon. How strange, shouldn't Mundungus be meeting at night? Not dwelling too much on it, Harry returned to the common room to continue studying the list. While it was called a list, it was actually a thick notebook. Each page detailed specific information about a member, as well as what they excelled at. It was unclear whether these members knew about such a list. Therefore, Harry was very careful not to let anyone see this, even using a concealment charm, while reading it to make others think he was just looking at a book. With Ron not in the common room, Harry could see him from a distance performing simple exercises in the snow. It wasn't until Harry finished his lunch that he saw Ron soaked returning from outside. To prevent him from catching a cold, Harry helped Ron dry his clothes, receiving a half-hearted thanks before Ron collapsed onto the dining table. Looking at the time, Harry didn't delay and took the secret passage of the Honeydukes. Before exiting the passage, he cast the disillusionment charm to avoid being detected by Honeydukes people. He glanced at the Hog's Head at the village's edge before turning towards the three broomsticks. He bought a hooded cloak and put it on before heading towards the Hog's Head. When he arrived at the pub, it was exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Entering the Hog's Head, Harry didn't order anything. He simply found a corner to sit down. 5 minutes later, a slightly hunched bald wizard walked in from outside. Dressed in dirty robes, he made a clattering sound with every step, as if his robe was filled with many items. He scanned the pub, and his gaze landed on Harry. Mundungus looked warily at the figure in the corner. Snape had called him over, and he dared not refuse, but at that moment everyone in the Hog's Head was engaged in conversation, and no one paid attention to his arrival. Only the figure in the corner sat alone, seemingly waiting for someone, but that figure was certainly not Snape. After hesitating for a moment, Mundungus thought about retreating. He couldn't afford to meet unknown people, even if that figure felt like a child. There were short adult wizards too. Unfortunately, the next moment his steps froze. His eyes greedily watched the slender fingers of the figure playing with a gold galleon. The gold galleon flashed a dazzling golden light in the dim pub, making Mundungus' feet feel as if they had been cursed, rooted to the spot. After hesitating for a long time, he saw another gold galleon appear in that hand, tossing it up and down. He could no longer resist, and quickly walked over. Mundungus sat down cautiously, reporting a letter. A gold galleon was immediately tossed. He quickly covered the gold galleon with his hand, picked it up to confirm that it was indeed real, and immediately broke into a smile. "Sir, what do you need from me? I can do anything for you." "Just a small reward." Harry, hidden under the hood, smirked as he tossed another gold galleon and pointed at the stairs. Mundungus quickly caught the gold galleon, glanced at the stairs, then at the person across from him, and nodded knowingly. "Please wait a moment." He stood up and walked towards the bar, saying a few words to the bartender, received a key, and directly ascended the adjacent staircase. Harry stood up and walked towards the stairs as well. Upon reaching the second floor, he saw Mundungus standing in front of an open door, waiting with a broad smile. Harry walked straight into the room, without glancing sideways. The room was simple, with a bed in the middle, 2 armchairs, and a coffee table by the window, and a small door on the other wall, presumably leading to a washroom. Harry walked to the window and casually sat in one of the armchairs. Mundungus looked outside the corridor to confirm no one was paying attention to him before entering the room and carefully shutting the door. Seeing Harry sitting in the chair, Mundungus cleverly stood by the bed, beaming. "What are your requirements, sir?" Harry directly took off his hood, revealing his face. Mundungus' face changed dramatically, and he was about to turn and run. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fear washed over him, leaving him frozen in place. This was simply terrifying. He hadn't heard the incantation, nor had he seen a wand. Silent wandless magic. Mundungus Fletcher. Harry toyed with the gold galleon, looking at him with a smirk. "Sir, what do you need from me?" "I'm just a small fry. I came here under the invitation of Professor Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts. You wouldn't want to cause trouble, would you?" Mundungus spoke tremblingly. He knew something was off. He was certain he might not make it back today. The tasks he was asked to do were all unsavory. And the person in front of him, who looked like a child, had shown his face right away. It either meant this was a huge matter, making him a decoy, or he simply didn't care about leaking information. Who could keep secrets better than the dead? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Mundungus' forehead, and he cursed Snape, who had called him over in his heart. "Don't be nervous, sit down. I don't want to talk." While looking up, Harry smiled. Mundungus uncontrollably shuffled his feet and sat down heavily on the bed. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "Dumbledore is behind me." Mundungus couldn't hold back any longer and said in a harsh tone. He had met many people, but had never felt this level of danger. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Harry Potter," Harry said slowly, flicking his finger, causing the gold galleon to drop into Mundungus' lap. Instinctively catching it, Mundungus realized he could move again. Having witnessed Harry's power, he didn't dare to run. After pocketing the galleon, Mundungus finally processed what the child across from him had said. "Harry Potter," he nearly shouted. "The Order of the Phoenix now belongs to me," Harry said succinctly. Mundungus' expression shifted repeatedly, and Harry indifferent conjured another gold galleon in his hand. After some time, Mundungus gazed greedily at the gold galleon dancing between Harry's fingers. "Since Dumbledore is willing to trust you, I am willing to serve you, Mr. Potter." "Great." Harry smiled, tossing the galleon towards Mundungus. "Remus Lupin, I don't care what method you use, I want to see him here on the 31st in the evening, understand?" Harry instructed. Mundungus was taken aback. But isn't he also a member of the Order? Why not contact him directly? "I don't need someone who talks too much." Harry gazed at him coldly, as if he were an object rather than a person. Mundungus shivered. I understand. Sir, I understand. You will get what you wish for. Harry pulled out a heavy pouch of coins. Remember 11 p.m. Oh, after curfew at Hogwarts, I want to see him here. You wouldn't want to know the consequences of failing to do so. Placing the pouch on the table, the coins jingled inside as Mundungus felt the pressure emanating from Harry, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Understood, understood. They'll bring him here on time. Harry stood up, put on his hood, and walked straight out. Mundungus remained frozen in place until the noisy sounds from the first floor broke the silence, causing him to plop down onto the ground and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He quickly lunged forward to grab the money pouch on the table, opened it to find it filled to the brim with galleons, instantly bringing a smile to his face, realizing that being with this person was far more profitable than being with Dumbledore. Though this legendary savior was somewhat frightening, he was quite generous with money. Mundungus carefully tucked away the money pouch and immediately left the room, heading to the bar on the first floor to extend his stay in this room for a week, then hurriedly exited the Pig's Head pub. Harry stood by the window on the second floor of the Three Broomsticks, holding a glass of juice, watching Mundungus disappear into Hogsmeade with a satisfied smile. Mundungus was a useful person, but such individuals couldn't be treated with kindness. They had to be kept in check with overwhelming strength, and with galleons paving the way, they were willing to do anything. Fortunately, Harry possessed both of these qualities. As for Remus Lupin, Harry sighed. He had tried to write to this old friend of his father's inviting him, but had never received a reply. He wanted to understand what was going on. According to Dumbledore, they had been inseparable during their time at school, and even after graduation their relationship remained strong, completely unaffected. The frail young man in that wedding scene was Lupin. Harry had learned some things about his parents from Dumbledore, and he had many questions regarding them. He was eager to know everything, but among their close friends one had died, and the other had been imprisoned in Azkaban. The only one left was this werewolf. He also discovered why Peter Pettigrew's mother was entitled to that pension and funeral payment, and what the person who ended up in Azkaban had done. He was perplexed and confused. The people in that photograph, along with the clues he had found, all left him in a haze. He needed to find someone who knew everything, or at least most things, to shed light on his questions. That person was Remus Lupin, a good friend of his father's since they started school together. He was sure to know many things. After finishing the remaining juice in his cup, Harry left the Three Broomsticks, avoiding the crowd, and returning to Hogwarts through the Honeydew cellar just in time for dinner. The night passed without incident, and the next morning Harry submitted his note to Professor McGonagall and borrowed her. Since Professor McGonagall's fireplace did not connect to the Potter estate, Harry first arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, then used the fixed room for apparition to summon Flash, who brought him back to the Potter estate. His room had already been prepared. It was the Master Suite, located at the highest level of the castle, spacious and larger than the Dursleys, furnished with items carefully selected by Flash. The wardrobe was stuffed with newly tailored suits, dueling robes, and even Muggle clothing, which surprised Harry, leaving him curious about where Flash had sourced them. Selecting a set of understated yet luxurious black formal wear from the wardrobe, Harry also found suitable cufflinks, a bow tie, and a brooch from the accessory cabinet, adorning himself in a manner that exuded wealth. People often judge by appearances first. Today, he was to meet the editor of the Daily Prophet. To avoid unnecessary complications, he decided to go all out, considering the Potter family had plenty of such items. Just as Harry finished getting ready, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Barnabas Cuff has arrived," Flash announced from outside. Harry opened the door and said, "Please invite Mr. Cuff to the parlor. I will be there shortly." "At your service, ma'am." Flash vanished down the hallway, and Harry adjusted his cuff before leisurely making his way to the parlor. Upon arriving at the parlor door, Harry rubbed his face, revealing a subtle yet warm smile, and walked into the room. The parlor was adorned with antique decor featuring solid wood furniture and pure silver candlesticks. The soft wool carpet felt delightful underfoot. Mr. Cuff was a middle-aged man with brown hair, though his hairline left something to be desired. He wore a constant smile, appearing approachable. "Hello, Mr. Cuff," Harry greeted. "It was quite presumptuous of me to invite you over. I truly apologize." Mr. Cuff, who had been inspecting the plate of pastries on the table to determine if it was real gold, quickly stood up upon hearing Harry's voice. Mr. Potter, I am delighted to receive your invitation," Mr. Cuff said, smiling broadly as he took a couple of steps forward to extend his hand. "Just call me Harry. Please have a seat, Mr. Cuff," Harry replied, extending his hand for a brief shake before gesturing toward a chair. Mr. Cuff's smile widened further. Seeing Harry's demeanor, he understood how to approach this young master of the Potter family. "Well, if you don't mind, Harry, you can also call me Barnabas," Mr. Cuff said, only sitting down after Harry did. "So, Mr. Barnabas, you should be aware of the purpose of my invitation, right?" A cup of tea to his liking appeared before Harry, and he picked it up to take a sip. Mr. Cuff nodded. "Of course. I've come to discuss tomorrow's front-page headline with you. How does that sound?" "That sounds excellent, but I don't know if it will interfere with your paper's existing plans," Harry inquired. "Not at all. We should thank you for trusting the Daily Prophet to announce such an important matter as the return of the Potter family," Mr. Cuff said with a beaming smile. However, before that we do need a brief interview. Would you mind? Mr. Cuff added. Of course not. I can't let Mr. Barnabas rely solely on imagination for the report. That would be irresponsible to the public. I want the magical world to see the real Harry Potter and the Potter family, Harry said with a smile. Yes, exactly, that's right. Mr. Cuff said in agreement. So what would you like to share? What would you like to know? Harry asked softly. Mr. Cuff quickly took out a piece of parchment and a shorthand quill, studying Harry's expression as he posed bland questions. If Harry showed any sign of dissatisfaction, he would immediately change the subject to something less sensitive. Before long, the parchment was filled with a whole page of notes, and Mr. Cuff was smiling happily. Harry, if you don't mind, I'd like to take a photograph of you. Is that all right? It will be for the front page, and I believe your image should be shown to the public. This will help everyone see the brilliance of our star savior, Mr. Cuff suggested tentatively. Harry thought for a moment and nodded. No problem. Did you bring a camera? Mr. Cuff immediately pulled a bag from under his chair. Don't worry, I have experience shooting various headlines even before becoming editor. You can trust my skills. So what should I do? Harry asked. Mr. Cuff examined Harry from head to toe and looked around the parlor's decor before thinking. You don't need to do anything. You just sit here. This spot is perfect for a photo. Harry nodded, adjusted the position of his accessories, and lazily settled into the high-backed armchair, resting his left arm on the armrest while tilting his head slightly onto his raised hand. That's right. Just like that. Mr. Cuff quickly took out a bulky camera and set it up a few meters away from Harry, one hand holding a flash, leaning down to look at the lens. For quite a while the sound of clicking filled the air as Harry occasionally changed his pose, knowing that the photos would be animated as long as he avoided making any particularly ungraceful movements. Finally, Mr. Cuff reluctantly lowered the flash in his hand. That was fantastic. Tomorrow's newspaper will definitely sell like hotcakes. Harry stood up and laughed. Then it'll take your good fortune, Mr. Barnabas. It's almost noon. Would you like to... Mr. Cuff, packing up his camera, regretfully declined. No, Harry, I need to get back to finish the article and develop the photos. Just wait for tomorrow's newspaper. It will surely satisfy you. I still recognize Mr. Barnabas' capabilities. Since we don't have time today, you must attend the banquet at the Potter estate on the evening of the 30th. Harry said, and Mr. Cuff was immediately excited. You really want to invite me? Of course, we are friends now, aren't we? Harry smiled warmly, and Mr. Cuff flailed his hands in excitement, eagerly agreeing, while repeatedly assuring Harry that he would write a great report for tomorrow. As the editor of the Daily Prophet, Mr. Cuff had once felt proud for a time, but later discovered that no matter what, he was merely treated like a servant by the ministry officials and pureblood families. Whenever they spoke, he had to follow their whims for some gold, completely contrary to his earlier vision of being equal to them as an editor. He had never been invited to any high society gatherings as he was still under the authority of a newspaper owner. He was just a minor editor. This shattered Mr. Cuff's ambition to infiltrate high society, but now the young master of the Potter family had given him an opportunity that he would surely seize. Harry saw Mr. Cuff off to the entrance hall of the castle. Who wouldn't like a polite and humble person? Before leaving, Mr. Cuff handed Harry a list, looking at him meaningfully. This is a list of some prominent families in the current magical world. Not all of them are well known, but I assure you they are all very useful people. If you're unsure who to invite, this list can serve as a reference. Harry beamed. Thank you so much, Mr. Barnabas. I was struggling with this. Taking the list, Harry casually added, I hope that when reports about me come out in the future, you'll review the articles carefully, as we are friends, and you know exactly what kind of person I am. As he spoke, Harry placed a heavy box in Mr. Cuff's hands. Mr. Cuff accepted the box, shaking it slightly, hearing the metallic sound inside, which made him smile with satisfaction. Of course, don't worry, Harry. Harry stood at the castle's entrance watching Mr. Cuff walk out of the gates of the Potter estate and disappear with a pop before finally dropping his smile and returning inside. Opening the list, Harry had to admit that Mr. Barnabas was indeed a competent person. Most of the names matched up with those Dumbledore had suggested. Comparing the two lists, Harry compiled a list of invitees and had Flash start creating the invitations, some of which required magical access keys, while others needed the address of the Potter estate. After all, some families believed that modes of transportation like fireplaces, access keys, and apparition were not befitting of their status. Flash eagerly accepted the task and hurried off to prepare. There were plenty of things to do in the coming days, from decorating the banquet hall to preparing food and drinks, and even booking a suitable band. Harry returned to his room, changing into clothes that allowed for easier movement as he needed to go somewhere. Using the fireplace to travel to Diagon Alley, Harry stepped out of the leaky cauldron, knowing that the prior appointment had been cancelled now that he was back at the Potter estate. Standing by the roadside for a long time, Harry sighed, took out a hooded cloak, and donned it, extending his wand toward the side of the road. Before long, the night bus pulled up in front of Harry. Godric's Hollow, how much? Harry asked in a low voice. The acne-faced conductor Stan Shunpike stared at Harry for a long time. I feel like I've seen you before. Harry remained silent, standing still. All right, 1 galleon. Stan, not receiving a response, reluctantly added, ITLL arrive by evening. Do you need a toothbrush and chocolate? Harry tossed him a coin, shook his head, and boarded the bus. He quickly secured himself, and the bus sped off. Harry sat by the window this time, watching the scenery fly by outside, lost in thought. It wasn't until the sky darkened and the sun set that the bus finally came to a halt. We've arrived at Godric's Hollow. Stan called out from the door. Harry stood up, ready to get off. The seats behind him had transformed into four-poster beds under the cover of night. The night bus stopped in a small square where a statue fountain stood in the center alongside a somewhat dilapidated. The village at night was very quiet, with warm lights glowing in the windows of houses, some of which even allowed glimpses of figures inside. Are you heading back? It's also one galleon to return. Stan shouted at Harry's back. Harry waved him off, walking towards the fountain in the center of the square. Stan shrugged, closed the bus door, and in an instant the night bus vanished from the square, unnoticed by anyone who had seen a strange bus there. Harry removed his hood and stood by the fountain, turning to look at the obelisk beside him, engraved with names. The somewhat unclear inscription on the obelisk transformed in Harry's eyes, turning into the statues of a disheveled man with glasses, a beautiful woman with long hair, and a baby boy sitting in his mother's arms. Snowflakes fell on the heads of the three like soft white velvet hats. Harry quietly gazed at the scene before him, his eyes lingering on the baby boy in the woman's arms. His forehead was clean, and he wore a big smile, one that Harry had only seen in memories. Staring blankly at the statue, Harry's thoughts began to wander, unable to resist imagining what life would be like if Voldemort had never existed. If Voldemort had never existed, he should be learning how to deal with visitors at the Potter household, enjoying home-cooked dinners made by his mother, and perhaps he could have had a younger brother or sister. He would definitely have liked him or her, telling stories about everything at Hogwarts: the greasy old bat Snape, the cheerful Dumbledore, the stern Professor McGonagall, his favorite Professor Flitwick, and the gentlest Professor Sprout. Perhaps his mother would scold him for nicknaming Snape, but his father would surely secretly praise him, maybe even reward. But now Harry stood in the cold, snow-covered, deserted square, looking at the stiff and unyielding statue before. Harry's gaze turned cold, his hands clenched tightly in his pockets, and he took a deep look at the statue of the three before striding away without looking back. Walking along the cobblestone path in the middle of the village, Harry surveyed his surroundings, thinking that perhaps his mother and father had walked this way too. Before long, he spotted a house hidden in the darkness and snow, and Harry's footsteps abruptly halted. After standing there for a moment, he slowly approached the ruins. The house, long neglected, was in a state of utter disrepair, with overgrown vines and shrubs in the garden. The main structure of the house was still relatively intact, but a large hole had blown open in the wall of the upper room, which must have been where the killing curse struck. Harry's lips trembled, his heart feeling as though it had been split in two, one half cold, the other hot. Grabbing the fabric of his chest, Harry took 2 deep breaths, the cold air entering his lungs, making him shiver. Slowly approaching the rusted iron gate, Harry couldn't help but reach out to grasp the railings, not intending to do anything, just wanting to touch a part of this house. As he touched the iron gate, it seemed something was activated, and a wooden board rose up from the weeds and bushes. October 31st, 1981, Lily and James Potter perished here. Their son Harry was the only wizard to survive the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been preserved as a memorial for the Potters and a warning against the violence that caused their family tragedy. The writing was neat and prominent, with many inscriptions beside it, likely left by those who came to pay their respects to the heroic family over the years. Some wrote their names in indelible ink, others only left initials, and some wrote messages. Different handwriting filled the empty spaces on the wooden board, most of the content wishing him good luck. Harry, may Merlin bless you. Harry read each message one by one, as if he wanted to memorize all the names on this board. It wasn't until his fingers became numb from the cold of the iron gate that he finally released his grip. Watching the wooden board slowly sink into the ground, Harry then changed direction, took out his broom, and flew over the wall, landing directly in front of the house. The door was still adorned with Halloween decorations. He couldn't tell if it had always been this way, or if it had later been claimed by spiders, as the cobwebs were neatly arranged on the door. Tentatively reaching out to push the door open, it swung quietly, as if well maintained. Harry stepped inside, looking at the messy hallway, which was free of dust. Lumos. A beam of light illuminated the house. Harry flicked his wand, and the light slowly floated up, resting on the ceiling, allowing him to see better inside the room. A tall coat rack had fallen beside the hallway, with clothes scattered on the floor. To the right should be the parlor, with several armchairs surrounding the fireplace, similar to those in Gryffindor's common room, but with thicker cushions. On both sides were the dining room, with tables and chairs overturned and shards of porcelain tableware scattered all over the dining area. Directly across from the hallway was a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The scene before Harry shifted, and in the warm and bright house a small baby boy rode a children's broomstick, laughing as he rushed down from the second floor. James stood below with his arms outstretched to catch him, while Lily in the kitchen, wearing an apron, shouted to James, "Don't let Harry play with the broom in the house. He'll get hurt." James caught Harry as he slid off the broom, hugged him tightly, and laughed loudly. "He's flying so well. He truly is my son. Dad, Mom, Harry murmured, and the warm and harmonious scene before him was instantly replaced by the cold and chaotic house. That must have been a memory from his childhood. Harry raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Ascending the stairs, the second floor was even messier, with all the doors' destroyed remnants hanging on the door frames. Until he reached the door of the room with the large hole, Harry stopped in his tracks. The room was a complete wreck from the explosive shock debris littering the floor, burying various children's toys beneath. The best preserved item in the room was a wooden baby carriage still adorned with colorful wind chimes. The scene replayed in front of Harry once more, the sickly green light mixed with his mother's scream and the position where she fell. Harry knelt beside where Lily had collapsed, taking a moment before gently feeling the floor with his hand. An open photo album had fallen to the side, and Harry couldn't help but reveal an ugly smile. Perhaps his mother had been holding this album, teaching him to recognize people. Picking up the album, Harry flipped through it page by page. There were only a few photos of James and his friends. The rest were of Harry, newborn 1-month-old, crying, laughing. Harry examined each photo carefully, trying hard to imagine what the scene must have been like. A torn photo slipped out of the album, and Harry quickly caught it, preventing it from falling. In the photo, James was happily holding Harry, the missing part likely being Lily. After a moment of silence, Harry thought to himself that he would not be the second choice for something like this. This was the only family photo he had found of the three of them. Placing the album back on the floor, Harry took only this torn photo, glanced around the familiar, yet unfamiliar room, and left. Sitting by the roadside, Harry stared at the house for a long time before calming himself, then headed towards the church. The village's cemetery was there, and the main purpose of his visit today was that. The night had grown late, and Harry opened the small door at the back of the church, entering the quiet cemetery, searching row by row while carefully looking at the names on the gravestones. From a distance, Harry saw a gravestone with a bouquet of lilies that looked quite fresh placed in front of it. His heart raced. That must be the one, it couldn't be wrong. He walked a few quick steps and found the gravestone. James Potter, born March 27, 1960, died October 31, 1981. Lily Potter, born January 30, 1960, died October 31, 1981. The last enemy to be destroyed is death. Harry knelt before the gravestone, looking at these few brief lines as if he could see Lily and James smiling at him. Reaching out, he carefully traced the lettering on the gravestone. Harry smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry I'm late. His legs were numb from squatting, so Harry simply crossed his legs and sat in front of the gravestone quietly. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Harry came to himself, he stood up and brushed the snow off his clothes. He'll come back to see you next time, Dad and Mom. I'm doing well now, and I will avenge you. The sky was already lightening with dawn, and unknowingly Harry had sat here for the entire night. If it weren't for Harry's decent magic skills, he would have long since been frozen and feverish. Putting his hood back on, Harry walked out of the cemetery, standing on the side of the secluded road, summoning the night bus. By the time he returned to Potter Manor, it was already noon. Harry hurriedly ate lunch and went to bed. Though there were beds on the night bus, it was certainly not a good place to sleep. He fell asleep and didn't wake up until the next morning, when he was roused by the bright lights, commencing a series of preparations. First, he needed to tidy up his hair a bit. Having not cut his hair for half a year, Harry's messy hair had grown below his ears. It was said that letting curly hair grow longer was better, and Harry didn't want to cut it, so he simply brushed the hair from his forehead back, revealing his headband, while the hair on both sides of his face covered part of it. Harry reached out to grab a handful of his hair, but unfortunately, it wasn't long enough to tie up yet. In the future, he could tie it back, so it wouldn't look so messy. Dressed in a custom-made dark green suit, Harry thought for a moment, and then picked up a gold lion brooch set with rubies to wear. As it was from Gryffindor, he felt it was necessary to wear something. Invitations from various families had already been sent out, and Harry was about to put in a lot of effort today. First, he had to stand at the castle entrance to welcome incoming guests. Once everyone arrived, Harry would need to change into a more splendid outfit to make an appearance, announce the return of the Potter family, and then greet the other families who had a good relationship with the Potters, say hello to his friends, and finally see how many pure-blood families from Slytherin would come to determine which ones to ally with and which to target. Thinking of this, Harry suddenly felt an urge to go back to Hogwarts and bring over the portrait of Omines. The banquet hadn't even started yet, and Harry began to feel a headache, wondering how things could be so troublesome. Sir Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have arrived with the children, said the light, standing respectfully at the... Harry was taken aback, glancing at the time. It was still early, and not yet time to start. Why had the Weasley family come so early? Harry didn't delay, quickly checking his outfit one last time before heading downstairs. From a distance, he could already hear Mrs. Weasley scolding the children. Today is Harry's big day, so you all behave, put away your mischief and pranks. There are not only families we get along with here today, but also Slytherin families. I don't want you to embarrass Harry at this banquet, especially you. Fred and George, behave yourselves. We know, Mom. Are we really your biological children? Mom, we really will behave. You've been lecturing us all morning. Take a break, Mom. The twins chimed in, one after the other, standing straight. They knew today was different from usual and would naturally behave themselves, not to mention that Harry was their shareholder and they considered themselves employees of Harry, so they wouldn't cause any trouble today. Mrs. Weasley, Harry called out, reminding them that he had arrived. Molly Weasley was a plump and kind woman. The moment she heard Harry's voice, she turned around, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. Harry, dear, can I call you that? Of course, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied with a smile, walking over. Molly opened her arms and gave Harry a big hug. Why did you come so early? Harry asked. Molly laughed. We all know the situation with the Potters. I was worried you'd be overwhelmed, and we have the most people in our family, so I brought them along to see if you needed any help, and I hope I didn't disrupt your plans. Of course not, I'm so glad. I was just worried about how to avoid being rude today, and I can't just split myself in two. Harry exclaimed joyfully. Then give us orders, Harry. We're all here to follow your lead. Mrs. Weasley waved at the large family behind her, exuding a commanding presence. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Ron cleared his throat and stepped forward. This is my mom, you should know her. Her name is Molly Weasley, and that's my dad. He works as a minor employee at the Ministry of Magic, Arthur Weasley. Hey, Ron, show a bit of respect for your dad. Arthur's face darkened for a moment. Although he worked in a less mainstream department, he was still a supervisor. How did it become a minor employee in Ron's mouth? Mr. Weasley was a thin, balding, middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Despite complaining about Ron, there was no sign of anger on his face. Hello, Harry. Mr. Weasley stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Harry's. Harry hurriedly reached out. It's great to meet you, Mr. Weasley. Thank you for coming to help. No need to thank us. This is what we should do. We also need to thank you for sending clothes to our family. Mr. Weasley shook Harry's hand a couple of times, then lowered his voice. I heard you grew up in the Muggle world. Do you know about that plug? Arthur, Molly shouted angrily. Arthur immediately shook and released Harry's hand, saying, just joking. You know me, Molly, I was just kidding. Harry couldn't help but laugh, knowing what to gift Mr. Weasley in the future. You've met everyone else, so I wanted... Ron rolled his eyes. Oh, and my little sister, she's your fan. She's been talking about you for months before school started. Ow, Ginny, are you going to kill me? Ron cried out, wishing he could jump up while clutching his feet. Harry turned to look and saw a little girl with bright red hair blushing beside Ron, her deep blue dress adorned with sequins, looking like a fairy that had jumped out of a fairy tale. Seeing her vibrant red hair, Harry felt a moment of daze, then smiled gently at the little girl. Hello, Ginny, can I... Ginny's neck turned red, her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a sound for a long while. Noticing Ginny's shyness, Harry felt a bit embarrassed as well. From Ron's previous description of his sister, she wasn't... Don't worry, I'm a friend of your brother's. You can call me Harry, just like a brother, Harry said softly. Ginny nervously fiddled with the hem of her dress, finally managing to say in a low voice, hello, Harry. Harry smiled warmly, nodded at Ginny, and then under Molly's urging began to assign tasks to the Weasley family. Arthur, as an official from the Ministry of Magic, accompanied Harry to greet the guests. The wizarding world wasn't too big, and he knew most of the people, able to offer Harry some guidance. Percy, dressed smartly in his formal attire along with the twins, looked quite handsome as they took on the task of guiding the guests to the banquet hall. Upon learning that some of the attendees were influential figures from the ministry, Percy excitedly practiced his speech against the wall for half the day. The twins rolled their eyes, thinking that if it weren't for Harry, they would definitely play a prank on Percy. Ron was assigned by Harry to welcome their classmates such as Draco and Pansy, who had already received letters saying they would come with their families. As for Ginny and Molly, Molly confidently took on the task of welcoming the ladies from various families, believing she wouldn't say anything wrong to offend anyone and cause trouble for Harry. She also warned Arthur to be cautious, especially knowing that the Malfoy family would be attending and he must remain composed. Arthur obediently nodded, repeatedly assuring Molly until she was finally somewhat reassured. Once the tasks were arranged, Harry took the Weasley family for a brief tour of the Potter estate, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the working environment. After a lavish lunch, the appointed time was fast approaching. As per tradition, some people arrived early at the Potter estate to show their closeness. Harry had to stand at the door to greet them. Arthur stood beside Harry, and when Molly wasn't looking, quietly asked Harry how to use the appliances. It's amazing. Muggles can't use magic, but can invent such convenient things. It's simply wonderful. Arthur exclaimed, excitedly eager to take notes. If you don't mind, I can send you some related books later. Basic books aren't hard to come by, Harry offered. Arthur was so pleased he almost pulled out money on the spot to give to Harry. At that moment, voices began to be heard at the entrance of the estate. Arthur immediately stopped talking, looking towards the newcomers, and quietly reminded Harry who they were. Harry instantly knew how to treat the guests. They stepped forward a few paces, with Arthur acting as the intermediary, introducing the two parties and chatting briefly with the newcomers before leading them into the foyer, where Percy and the twins assisted guiding them to the banquet hall. Their various drinks and snacks awaited, and a well-coordinated band played soft music. Soon guests started arriving in droves, some as families and others alone. By the end, Harry could hardly recognize who was who, only managing to smile and thank each guest with Arthur's prompts. During a brief pause, Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was quite a feat to work up such a sweat in the middle of winter. It seemed Mr. Guffey's report was quite good, as at least all the invitees had shown up. After catching his breath, another group appeared outside the estate, and Harry immediately smiled. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, thank you all for coming. Harry greeted each of them. Haha, I heard your house elf is skilled in traditional French pastries, is that true? Dumbledore laughed. Harry nodded with a smile. I promise you won't be disappointed. The professors offered their best wishes to Harry and followed his lead into the hall. The twins shrank back upon seeing Professor McGonagall, wishing they could disappear into the foyer. Ron saw Snape and immediately recoiled, wondering how Harry had invited him. What's wrong? Neville, noticing Ron's odd behavior, glanced at the group of professors outside and also shrank his neck. He then felt his grandmother's stern gaze and straightened his back, pulling Ron to greet the professors, avoiding his grandmother's line of sight. Once the professors arrived, the banquet hall erupted in cheers as everyone greeted them, except for Snape, who stood alone against the wall, casually sipping from a glass of wine. Next to arrive was the Malfoy family. Draco politely greeted Harry with standard etiquette and introduced him. Harry also humbly greeted Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, making no mistakes in etiquette. This eased Lucius Malfoy's haughty expression a bit. Seeing Arthur nearby, he was about to make a sarcastic remark when he noticed Snape stepping out from inside, promptly swallowing his words. He then spoke to Harry in a much friendlier tone before walking inside. Draco didn't follow his father in, but stood beside Harry. Mr. Weasley, the ones coming next should all be pure-blood families. He'll stay with Harry, so you can go in first. Arthur felt no ill will towards Draco, especially since Ron had mentioned in his letter that Draco and Harry were After inquiring about Harry's opinion, Arthur also entered the castle. He couldn't just stand idle. It was important to help Harry host the guests who arrived earlier. Following the Malfoy family were Parkinson, Crabbe, and Goyle, along with members of the Greengrass and Knot families. These families were staunch supporters of the Malfoys, followed by a series of neutral families from the Zabini family. As for the particularly extreme families, such as Montague, Flint, Warrington, and Burdock, they hadn't received invitations. The last to arrive was the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, a not particularly tall wizard dressed in a striped suit. He even brought a photographer wanting to take a picture with Harry at the castle entrance. Harry didn't object. The photo of the two smiling and shaking hands was taken, and the photographer was dismissed before even entering the door. Harry led Fudge into the castle directly to Dumbledore. He glanced at Dumbledore, as he disliked dealing with such politicians. Dumbledore seemed reluctant, but seeing Harry's impatient expression, he could only pinch his nose and greet Fudge warmly. Fudge also wanted to demonstrate his close relationship with Dumbledore to those present, immediately starting a conversation and adopting a very low profile, as he was well aware of how he had come to be in this position. During the banquet that followed, Harry proceeded according to the original schedule, making a brief speech at the appointed time. The guests were quite accommodating and no issues arose, allowing the banquet to end smoothly. As it neared 9 o'clock, Harry stood at the door to see off the guests. Each guest received a gift from the Potter family, which was not very expensive, just a set of haircare potion kits. After finally sending off the last family, it was almost 11 o'clock. Harry invited the Weasley family to stay for the night, as there were plenty of rooms in the Potter estate, and they had been a great help today. Everyone slept until nearly noon before getting out of bed. After hastily eating breakfast, Harry followed the Weasley family to the fireplace and headed to Diagon Alley. Professor McGonagall would activate the fireplace today, and they would return to school directly from Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at school, there was no time to rest as Harry rushed towards Hogsmeade. The time he had set with Mundungus was fast approaching, and he couldn't afford to miss it. After a hurried journey, he finally reached the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron at 2:30 p.m. Harry still wore his hood as he entered the pub and headed straight for the second floor. Standing at the door of the room reserved by Mundungus, Harry carefully listened to the sounds inside. After confirming that someone was there, he reached out and knocked. The door was quickly opened by Mundungus, who only opened it a crack, looking cautiously outside. Upon seeing Harry, he sighed in relief, smiled broadly, and fully opened the door, inviting Harry inside. Upon entering the room, Harry immediately spotted Remus Lupin, who was tied up, and only his head was visible lying on the bed, looking unconscious. Harry looked at Mundungus with a questioning gaze. Mundungus explained, Mr. Lupin wasn't willing to come, so I had to use some unorthodox methods. He was just given a dose of dreamless sleep potion. This is the antidote. Mundungus swiftly produced a thumb-sized bottle and placed it on the coffee table. Harry nodded and tossed him a pouch of coins containing 10 galleons. You can leave now. You know what you can and, of course, esteemed sir. My lips are sealed, you can rest assured. Mundungus exclaimed, taking the pouch and weighing it, instantly breaking into a grin. Seeing Harry's lack of movement, Mundungus suddenly realized and quickly walked toward the door. I'll leave right away. Don't worry, this room will be available for another day, plenty of time for you to use it. He'll inform the bartender so no one will disturb you. After saying this, he opened the door and left, carefully closing it behind him. Once there was no sound outside, Harry took off his hood and picked up the potion bottle from the table, opening it to reveal a pungent odor. Harry frowned and pulled the bottle away a bit, waving it under Lupin's nose before hurriedly replacing the cap. Soon the wrapped-up Lupin let out a groan and slowly woke up. He struggled a bit, but realized he couldn't move at all. Mundungus must have learned some skills from somewhere, as the binds were very secure. Lupin's heart sank. This was not good. He couldn't even move a finger. Mr. Remus Lupin, Harry spoke up. Lupin was startled, realizing there was another person in the room. Upon seeing Harry, he was momentarily stunned. He resembled James and carried the scent of Sirius. Who was this? In the next moment, he reacted, murmuring, Harry, it seems you recognize me. Should I call you Uncle Lupin? Or what should I call you? Harry sat in a chair, showing no intention of untying Lupin. Just call me Remus. Lupin stopped struggling. Upon seeing Harry, he knew he was not in danger. He simply didn't understand how Harry had gotten involved with Mundungus. I have some questions I need to ask you. I've been waiting for a response for a long time, so I had no choice but to seek help. Harry said. Remus shouldn't mind, right? No, I don't mind. I'm very sorry for not responding to you. Lupin kept glancing at Harry, realizing James' child had grown up so much. Ignoring Lupin's fidgeting, Harry started asking the questions he wanted to know. How did the four of you become friends? What is Snape's relation to it? How did my parents meet? What happened to them later? What about Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew? What's the story behind them? Please, Remus, explain everything you know to me. Lupin looked somewhat surprised, moving his lips, unsure of where to start. We met on the train. The four of us were in the same compartment. After quite a while, Lupin began to recount. Later, due to some of my issues, they learned to become animagi. James turned into a stag, that one became a large black dog, Peter became a rat, and they could accompany me. Lupin paused. Accompanying you through your transformations? Harry said flatly. Lupin's expression changed. You know. I know more than you think, so Remus, tell me everything you know. Harry's demeanor remained unchanged as he quietly sat in the chair. Lupin fell silent for a moment before continuing to recount. These matters had been buried in his heart for many years, with no one to share them with and no way to vent his emotions, only able to think about them repeatedly in his mind. Remus Lupin began recounting their grievances with Snape in meticulous detail, explaining that since 5th grade his story had shifted from Snape's matters to that of their quartet and Lily. After graduation, James and Lily decided to marry, joined the Order of the Phoenix, and later became Aurors. When Lily was pregnant, James discussed something with Dumbledore, and the two began to retreat, completely disappearing from the eyes of the magical community. Their residence was protected by the Fidelius charm, and Sirius Black, as the secret keeper, also went into hiding, being pursued by agents of a mysterious figure. Later, the couple faced tragedy, leaving only Harry behind. They would be found by the mysterious figure, and only the secret keeper leaked their whereabouts. Sirius Black reappeared on a Muggle street, cornered by Peter Pettigrew, whom he killed before blowing up the street. The only thing found at the scene was one of Peter's pinky fingers. Black was captured by the Aurors, laughing maniacally, and he openly confessed to his crimes, being thrown directly into Azkaban without a trial. By the way, he is also your godfather. At this point, Lupin's face turned pale, and he looked pained, genuinely unable to comprehend how events had escalated to this point. The happy days of their student years were still vivid. They had just celebrated a lively birthday for Harry, and in less than 6 months he was the only one left among them. Harry lowered his gaze, carefully analyzing Lupin's words. Sirius Black, is he the Black who is a Gryffindor? Yes. Lupin nodded numbly, having been released by Harry, leaning against the headboard. Harry furrowed his brow tightly as something felt off. From his understanding of the Black family, they could do anything, but betrayal was a word they could never learn to embrace. The only Black he had ever interacted with was Phineas, and even though Phineas had become the most unpopular headmaster and was despised by everyone, he had never acted contrary to his identity. He despised Muggle-born wizards, yet treated all Hogwarts students equally. How could a family like the Blacks produce someone who would actively betray a friend they considered a brother? The Black family's nature was one of stubbornness and fixation. Who once committed to something, they would see it through to the end, making it difficult for Harry to associate the word traitor with the surname Black. Moreover, there was one thing he could not understand. What kind of magic can obliterate a person entirely? If such a powerful spell exists, then that finger should have been left behind as well, right? It is said that during their battle they hit a Muggle gas line. That must be the term. 13 Muggles died because of it, and that street was destroyed. So that's how it was. Harry nodded, feeling as though he had missed something, but unable to pinpoint it. The room fell into silence again. Neither Harry nor Lupin spoke or moved. After a long while, Harry sighed. I'm sorry, Uncle Remus, for bringing you here under such circumstances. It's all right, it's my fault. I should have replied to you sooner. Lupin chuckled lightly, noting how much Harry resembled James in his willingness to do whatever it took to achieve his goals, though a gentler approach would have been preferable. By the way, Harry, how do you know Mundungus? He's not exactly. Lupin frowned, searching for the right descriptor. Harry chuckled. He is a member of the Order, and I am now an investor, or shall we say a decision-maker in the Order. Lupin looked shocked. What about Dumbledore? He handed this to me. Harry nodded. Lupin became restless. But you are still young. He cannot. He can, and so can I, Uncle Remus. Harry looked calmly at the increasingly agitated Lupin. So now I need your help, Uncle Remus. Lupin stared blankly at Harry in the chair for a while, before hoarsely asking, what do you need me to do? Harry smiled. You know I am still a student inheriting the Potter family and taking over the order. I cannot be present all the time, so I need someone trustworthy to act on my behalf. I cannot keep sending house elves to represent me, that would be rude. Lupin was completely taken aback, finally regaining his voice after some time. But I am a werewolf. I trust you, Uncle Remus, Harry said seriously. Lupin's eyes instantly reddened, he felt a lump in his throat, and quickly turned away from Harry, not wanting him to see his vulnerable side. Is that all right? Harry asked. Lupin worked to steady his emotions. I promise you. Harry smiled brightly. That's wonderful. I finally... And one more question, Harry. Why would Dumbledore hand the order over to you, a child? How have you been these years? Lupin could not help but ask. Harry sighed. His age was indeed a hard obstacle. He could foresee that everyone might ask this question in the future, suddenly realizing how useful Mundungus was. As long as you pay him, he does not care who you are. I passed his test. By the way, remember to check the newspaper tomorrow. You will understand better, Harry grinned. Lupin nodded vaguely. I will look. Now let's discuss the terms of employment, Harry said seriously, pulling out a contract he had prepared long ago. This was something he had prepared when he asked Mundungus to find someone, waiting to decide whether to present it after meeting the person. If Lupin was not trustworthy, Harry would keep it and look for someone suitable himself during the summer. Fortunately, Lupin did not disappoint him. His concern for himself was genuine, and his heartbreak and guilt over his parents were also real, providing Harry with an opportunity to operate. Omenes had said that emotions could reveal a person's character and could also bind them to another. However, this alone was insufficient. Sufficient benefits were also needed. Harry subtly glanced at Lupin's patched and faded robes. It seemed he was in dire need of a job, and considering his genuine concern and guilt, that was enough. No, you don't have to, I can. Lupin fidgeted with his clothes, feeling ashamed of his impoverished state. He had not even given Harry a gift, having failed to present him with Christmas or birthday gifts for 10 years. You will be my representative, Uncle Remus, Harry said with a smile. You wouldn't want me to be looked down upon by others, would you? Lupin fell silent, eventually nodding reluctantly. He felt so useless being an adult, yet needing Harry to take care of him. As for salary, it will be 150 galleons per month with all expenses for the order paid from Vault 102. Here is the key. I will have Dumbledore send you a letter detailing matters concerning the order. Watching Lupin sign the agreement, Harry produced the key and handed it to him. Regarding the Potter family's assets, I will have the house elf provide you with a detailed list. From now on, I will need Uncle Remus to help me manage them. Lupin was dumbfounded, taking the key in a daze, stammering, Isn't this too much? It's not too much, you deserve this amount. I actually feel I might be underpaying you, Harry grinned, finally able to offload these bothersome tasks. By the way, do you have a place to stay? If not, I would need to trouble Uncle Remus to go to the Potter estate. I have been staying at school, and there are many matters in the estate I cannot attend to. The house elf cannot come to school every day, so I would like to ask you to oversee things. Lupin was at a loss for words. Should he refuse? But Harry genuinely seemed to need help. Should he accept? He would not only be taking Harry's money, but also living in Harry's home. Please agree, Uncle Remus. The Potter estate is certainly safer than out there. The estate also has a room suitable for you when you transform, which is much safer than finding a place outside, right? Harry spoke earnestly. Lupin opened his mouth, then lowered his head in despair, conceding. Harry produced another pouch of coins. And there are still employee benefits for Potter family staff. This is clothing allowance, and Uncle Remus, your complexion doesn't look very good. You should also have a medication allowance. No, I can't accept this. Lupin hurriedly refused, but succumbed under Harry's resolute gaze. Satisfied as he watched Lupin accept the pouch, Harry nodded. And one last thing, Harry's smile faded. The first task for Uncle Remus upon taking office is to help me contact the Ministry of Magic. I want to visit my godfather in Azkaban. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked out the window. Lupin stood up abruptly. You want to see him? That is dangerous. Azkaban is not a good place. How can you go there? I need to see that Black. I want to know how he betrayed my parents. Just being locked in Azkaban is too lenient for him. Harry remained expressionless. However, Lupin shuddered, feeling the temperature in the room drop slightly. Remember to check the newspaper tomorrow before you handle this. I am not in a hurry. Harry said. Lupin hesitating for a long time before closing his mouth and choosing not to dissuade Harry any further. The Harry before him did not resemble an 11-year-old child at all. He was very mature and resolute, knowing exactly what he was doing. Even Dumbledore had recognized him. Could Lupin's judgment surpass Dumbledore's? Moreover, Harry had said he would know tomorrow, so what difference did it make to wait another day? Then that's settled. As Harry saw Lupin no longer opposing, he stood up to leave. He still had a duel with Snape to prepare for that night. Lupin also stood up, wanting to see Harry off. You should rest, Uncle Remus. I can walk by myself. This is the Hog's Head. If you find it uncomfortable, you can look for another place later. Harry said, pulling up his hood as he walked out. Lupin halted, knowing from Harry's appearance that he did not want to seem too special. A student appearing in Hogsmeade at this moment would be quite conspicuous. Moreover, in such a chaotic place as the Hog's Head, concealing one's identity was the best protection. Walking straight out of the pub, Harry checked the time and headed toward Honeydukes, needing to take the secret passage. After returning to school and resting for a while, Harry carefully maintained his wand, and then began to seriously consider the spells he would use that night. In such a public situation, the first thing to eliminate would be various dark arts, and with so many students present, powerful spells would also need to be set aside. It was better to be safe than sorry. Today was about establishing his reputation, and he did not want tomorrow's headlines to read about the savior rampaging through the school, injuring dozens of students. As the sky darkened, the lights in the castle lit up. Ron came to call Harry. It was time for them to head to the Great Hall, and returning students were already arriving. Harry had not worn his school uniform, but had instead found a set of dual robes embroidered with dark patterns paired with dragon leather boots, and wearing gloves gifted by Dumbledore before stepping outside. "Harry, why are you dressed like that?" Ron asked in confusion. Weren't they just going to eat? Did it require such formality? Was there something special about tonight's banquet? Ron glanced back at the dormitory, eager to return, and put on the suit he had worn only once. "You'll find out when the time comes." Harry pulled Ron, who was trying to run back. "Hurry, or we'll be late." Ron pouted, abandoning the idea of changing clothes as the two walked toward the Great Hall. "Hey, Harry, over here." As soon as they entered the Great Hall, Harry was called over by Hermione. "Merry Christmas, Hermione. Have you all arrived?" Ron responded somewhat carelessly. "What's the problem with that?" His gaze remained fixed on the empty plate on the table, eagerly anticipating the arrival of food. "Ronald, is food all you can think about? Are you a bottomless pit?" Hermione snapped impatiently at Ron, finally drawing his attention away from the plate. Sorry, I meant to say, what does it mean that there are no new faces?" Ron looked at Hermione with a clear but foolish. Harry squeezed his thigh tightly, afraid he would burst out laughing. Hermione took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. "Use your brain. It's just one holiday, and your head has turned into a decoration. No new faces mean we won't have a new professor. Defense against the dark arts. Would you really want Professor Snape to continue as the substitute?" Ron turned pale at once. Since Snape began ignoring Harry in class, the rest of Gryffindor had borne the brunt of Harry's share, and his words were more vicious than ever. You couldn't even deny what he said. Every time he picked a fight, it was when they made mistakes, leaving them unable to refute him. In comparison, their potions class had become their respite from Snape as the substitute for defense against the dark arts was even harsher and more vicious. Ron was terrified, his attention finally drifting away from the plate. He couldn't help but glance at everyone at the professor's table, and indeed there wasn't a single new face. His mouth turned bitter, feeling that the upcoming feast couldn't save him. Harry finally couldn't hold back a laugh, saying, "Don't worry, Professor Snape is still a person, and teaching 7 grades of potions is enough for him. Being a substitute isn't a big deal, but if he has to juggle 2 main classes, it's practically a death sentence for him." "But there really aren't any new professors at the faculty table." Ron slumped dejectedly over the table. "Maybe something delayed them. Don't worry, Dumbledore has already found a professor." Harry patted Ron's back, saying, "Cheer up, there's something important coming up soon." "What?" Before Ron could finish his question, Dumbledore at the faculty table tapped his cup and began to speak, forcing Ron to close his mouth. He first welcomed the returning students, and then explained that the new professor had been delayed, and everyone would meet him tomorrow morning, followed by the start of the feast. Suddenly, a large amount of food appeared on the table: fried chicken, roasted beef pies, and more. For the first time, Ron felt that the food wasn't that delicious, mechanically stuffing his mouth without tasting anything. If Harry hadn't stopped him in time, he might have made himself sick. As the food on the table vanished, replaced by various desserts, Dumbledore waited a while, and when most people were not paying attention to the table, he stood up again. This action caused a stir among the upperclassmen. After all, Dumbledore had never spoken after dinner upon returning from Christmas break. This was the first time. "First of all, we have a new club, the Defense Association, run by Gryffindor first-year Harry Potter. I am honored to serve as the supervising professor." "This can't be. Potter is only a first year." Sharp voices of opposition immediately rang out, and Harry discreetly scanned the room, not discovering who had spoken. I naturally understand that, Mr. Potter's age is not quite suitable, so I have prepared a test. Now, everyone stand up, move to the walls, and leave the center clear." Dumbledore smiled gently, but everyone felt a palpable pressure, and silently complied with his words, standing up and moving to the sides. Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it widely, causing the long tables and benches in the hall to gather together in the center, while the flames of thousands of candles intensified, lighting up the entire hall as bright as day. Soon the long tables and chairs disappeared, and a long dual platform appeared in the center of the hall. "Please welcome our potions Professor Severus Snape." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore summoned Snape, who looked displeased as he stepped onto the dual platform. "And please welcome the other party, first-year Harry Potter." Harry adjusted his clothes and stepped onto the stage. Even with Snape's dark expression, he couldn't suppress the commotion that erupted in the hall. "What's happening? Is this a test? Does Dumbledore really want Potter's life? Oh my God, he's so brave." Voices of concern, admiration, and even schadenfreude rang out. Dumbledore had to create a few loud bangs to quiet the murmurs in the hall. Since Mr. Potter is a first-year student, he does not meet the requirements for establishing a club, but we never suppress a young wizard's correct ideas. Thus we have this test. If Mr. Potter passes, he will successfully establish a club initiated by first-year students. If not, we will have to wait 2 more years. What do you think? Mr. Potter, I can do it, Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied with a smile and a firm tone. Then Professor Snape as the examiner. As long as Mr. Potter can last for 10 minutes on the duel platform, it counts as passing the test. Conversely, Professor Snape will not go easy on him. Dumbledore asked, do you confirm you want to participate in the test? I confirm, sir, Harry affirmed again. Very well, Severus, do you have any objections? Snape sneered, I hope Mr. Potter can successfully withstand my attacks. I wouldn't want Mr. Potter's injuries to lead to his expulsion, affecting my life. This series of sarcastic and threatening words made all the students shiver, watching Harry on stage with awe and pity. Clearly Snape was in a foul mood. Since neither side has any objections, I declare the duel officially begins. Dumbledore waved his wand again. A translucent protective shield enveloped the entire duel platform, ensuring that the watching students would not be harmed by the magic on stage. Bow. Harry and Snape took a few steps forward, standing face to face, solemnly holding their wands upright against their chests, slightly bowing. Ready. The two turned around, facing away from each other, each taking 3 steps back, and then turned simultaneously. The 2 beams of magic met in midair, sparking. Harry deftly waved his wand, shifting his body to dodge Snape's torrential spells, seizing any opportunity to counterattack. Snape appeared to be at ease, standing like a cannon, continuously firing various spells. Every spell seemed formidable, striking the ground of the duel platform and leaving various scars. The protective shield rippled from the magic of both wands. Everyone was transfixed by the duel, utterly speechless. Even when their eyes felt sore and wanted to tear up, they hesitated to blink, afraid of missing any thrilling scene. The upperclassmen were straining to identify the spells they used based on the colors of the spells and the subtle movements of their wands. Some top students had already discerned Harry's spells, and aside from a few, they couldn't recognize the rest were ones they had learned before. The guardian charm of the stone shield countered Snape's attacks, while Harry used the levitation charm and the acceleration charm to create a storm of stones. Snape could no longer maintain his nonchalant stance and began to move, dodging Harry's sudden spells, always managing to exploit a subtle opening and intensifying it. The two fought fiercely on stage, and the watching students were unable to tear their eyes away. The 10-minute time limit had long passed, yet no one dared to remind the two on stage. Finally, while casting spells, Harry discreetly moved, and before his stamina and magical power were entirely exhausted, he pointed his wand at Snape's chest. Snape's wand tip was resting against Harry's forehead. Harry was a bit breathless. The restraints he had put on himself forced him to stay alert, making this performative duel more exhausting than facing dozens of dark wizards. Snape also understood that if it were a life-and-death struggle, he might have already fallen. He had underestimated Harry's strength. Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill him, which allowed for such a back-and-forth exchange. Harry's dueling robe had already torn several holes, revealing some horrific wounds on his skin, yet he seemed completely oblivious. Snape was no better off. His long black robe had transformed into tatters hanging from his back, and his black pants looked like rags, exposing his pale calves with a gruesome scar running across his leg. The burn marks on his sleeves were still faintly smoking, and the blisters on his arms were glistening. Clap, clap, clap. Dumbledore was the first to applaud, finally waking up everyone present. The students erupted into intense cheers, almost wanting to lift the roof of the hall. Dumbledore exerted great effort to regain control of the scene. Quiet, quiet. Dumbledore lifted the protective shield from the duel platform and stepped onto it. Harry and Snape also withdrew their wands from each other's vital points, standing respectfully with their wands at their chests, signifying the end of the duel. That was an excellent duel. I now declare that Mr. Harry Potter has passed the test, Dumbledore announced. The students cheered once more. If other students wish to make exceptions today, serves as an example, and I will include this in the regulations. Dumbledore smiled. Ron muttered, what's the use of writing? As if anyone can do that. Receiving another elbow from Hermione, Ron grimaced in pain and closed his mouth. Now let's invite Mr. Potter to introduce his club to everyone, Dumbledore said. Harry's eyes widened. Wait, this wasn't part of the plan. But seeing everyone looking at him, Harry twitched his mouth, realizing he had no choice but to step forward and start introducing his still non-existent club. When he mentioned that he would have his friends teach club members various defensive spells, a voice suddenly piped up from the group. Why aren't you teaching us yourself? What if your friends don't teach well? If it's not you teaching, why don't we just attend the professor's class? Harry followed the voice, recognizing a familiar second-year Gryffindor student rifling through his mind. Kowalchuk, which shouted angrily, I was just asking a question. Is the savior so domineering that even questions are not allowed? Kowalchuk looked defiantly at the high duel platform. Harry smirked. He remembered this was the former Seeker who had caused the Gryffindor team to lose 6 months of matches. How about this? Dumbledore gave us a great example. I think my friends teaching you is sufficient. If your talent is outstanding, I might consider teaching you personally, but right now, I don't see any extraordinary talent in you. Harry forced a smile, his tone gentle yet unyielding, saying, "To be honest, I've been teaching my friends for some time now. Since you don't trust us, we can demonstrate their learning outcomes." As he spoke, Harry glanced towards Slytherin. Draco caught Harry's gaze, momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered, and stepped up to the dual platform. Harry then turned his attention back to Gryffindor, looking between Ron and Neville for a while before ultimately choosing Neville. Seeing Harry's determined gaze, Neville's hands trembled slightly, feeling insecure as he gripped his wand tightly, only to be pushed forward by Ron. Stumbling onto the platform under everyone's gaze, Neville felt he was about to combust. "Relax, just like we..." Harry patted his shoulder. "You can only use the spells I taught you. You have 5 minutes. Harry took a step back, nodded at the two, and said loudly. Neville took a deep breath, calming himself, focusing solely on Draco's figure, and trying hard to erase the crowd from his mind. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was just like on the 8th floor. He could do it, he absolutely could. Neville's expression grew resolute as he positioned his wand upright at his chest, bowing in greeting alongside Draco. The spells they could use were limited to Disarming Charm, Shield Charm, and Summoning Charm, while any other spells could be supplemented with color-changing sparks. Neville used a gold-red color, while Draco used a silver-green. At the start, Draco skillfully cast the Shield Charm to protect himself before proceeding to the next step. In contrast, Neville focused on closing the distance to Draco instead of protecting himself, rapidly approaching and using the Summoning Charm to gather the stones behind Draco, wearing down his Shield Charm. Neville's speed was incredibly fast, approaching Draco like a tiger descending the mountain. Draco, who often practiced with Neville, calmly maintained his protective spells while retreating, predicting Neville's movements and alternating between disarming curses and sparks. Delicate beams of magical light intertwined to form a net blocking Neville's steps, but he paid no mind. He would only use the Iron Armor Charm to intercept spells at crucial moments while constantly closing the distance to exhaust Draco's magic. Draco was not merely standing there using magic. He also summoned larger stones with the flying spell to obstruct the path between himself and Neville, moving his position according to Neville's charge. The students watching were once again astonished by the precision of their magic and combat thinking. Even though many of them were exhausted from sitting on the train all day, none were willing to leave early. Soon the 5 minutes were up. Draco and Neville still held their wands firmly, but Neville had been hit once by a spark due to a misjudgment. A bright green mark on his school uniform was quite conspicuous. Very good, it seems Draco didn't slack off during the break, and Neville did well too. Just remember, you are not a warrior, use your wand more. Harry briefly commented on both their performances. Students who join the club will learn from Neville Longbottom, Draco Malfoy, Ron Weasley, Blaise Zabini, Hermione Granger, and Pansy Parkinson what I teach them. If anyone is unwilling, they may choose not to join. Once you join, you must maintain a certain respect for the classmates teaching you. Harry said seriously, even if they are only first-year students. The hall fell silent. Everyone listened quietly to Harry's words. Of course, if any member feels they can do better than those mentioned, they may challenge them during club activities. The rule is as I just stated. After gaining everyone's approval, I will personally teach the victor. After saying the last sentence, Harry closed his mouth. Dumbledore clapped his hands. That was a wonderful speech. Now let's conclude for today. Heads of houses, please lead your students back. It's getting late. Students wishing to sign up for the Defense Association should submit their applications by Wednesday. Dumbledore glanced at Harry's face, which was full of rejection, and quickly changed the subject. Submit them to your respective house heads. As soon as he said this, even Professor Sprout, known for her good temper, had a slightly stiff smile. However, since Dumbledore had already said so, they couldn't openly refute him in front of everyone. They could only accept. Everyone began to return to the common room in an orderly fashion. Harry and Snape were forcibly led to the hospital wing by Professor McGonagall. Although both tried to explain to her, it was to no avail. Madame Pomfrey, with a dark expression, handed them the most effective potion. Even Snape couldn't return to brew his own, he had to drink it. After drinking his special potion, Snape looked as if he had been poisoned. Harry frowned. Can you brew a potion that doesn't taste so awful next time? Snape, tightly pursing his lips, completely ignored him, shutting his eyes and viciously pulling the curtain around his bed closed. Harry pouted, feeling it was deserved. He brought this upon himself. Making a face at the drawn curtain, Harry forcefully pulled his side of the curtain shut and collapsed onto the hospital bed. When he woke up in the morning, the bed next to him was already empty. Harry didn't linger, quickly getting up to return to the dormitory, still wearing the tattered clothes from yesterday. Fortunately, Harry's biological clock was reliable. It was still early, and there were hardly any people in the castle. Upon returning to the dormitory quickly, he took a shower and changed clothes just as things began to get lively outside. Harry, you were so cool yesterday. Are you okay now? As soon as he emerged from the washroom, Harry was stopped by his roommates. Of course, it's just superficial wounds. Madame Pomfrey gave us a bottle of potion to cure it. She just thinks I need to be observed in the hospital wing for one night. Wow. Dean's eyes sparkled, getting into a fight with Snape, and only sustaining superficial wounds. That's amazing. Harry was almost unable to contain his laughter. If this got out, and Snape heard it, he would definitely be mocked for days. That was Snape showing mercy. After all, he didn't use many of his spells. Harry explained earnestly, as he would still need Snape's help in the future, and didn't want to be sprayed with venom. Can we apply for your club? Seamus asked, skipping the previous topic. Harry nodded. Of course, Professor Dumbledore said, everyone can. However, just be aware that there will be assessments from time to time, and if you do not meet the standards, you will be expelled. Seamus, who had originally been eager, immediately looked dejected. But we are roommates. I'm also a roommate. If you can do as well as I do, you don't need to worry about being expelled, and can advance further. Ron, who had just returned from outside, happened to overhear this, and said in an annoyed tone, look at the life he leads every day. Does he enjoy exercising by nature? Does he enjoy memorizing spells? No. Isn't it just to avoid being left behind by his friends? If Dean had Hermione's brains, he definitely wouldn't say much. But Seamus didn't have a clever mind, and didn't want to exert himself. Oh, what a pipe dream. Dean sensed the atmosphere was off, and immediately tried to mediate. Ron, what time do you wake up every day? 6 o'clock. I exercise until 8, and then wash up, Ron replied casually, while rummaging for his clean clothes. Seamus immediately forgot his previous complaints. So early. I definitely can't get up. Ron replied irritably, can you move aside? If we don't hurry, we'll miss breakfast. Seamus awkwardly stepped aside to let Ron and Neville pass. As Ron passed by Harry, he made a face and mouthed for Harry to hurry and leave before getting caught up. Harry suppressed a laugh. If you guys want to just hand the application form to Professor McGonagall. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. After saying this, he nodded at the two and quickly left the dormitory. He knew Seamus's temperament. Always speaking without thinking, but never with bad intentions. Although he sometimes said inappropriate things, he would apologize readily if told. There weren't too many people in the common room at the moment. Harry didn't linger, and quickly headed to the Great Hall, knowing that if he delayed any longer, he might really get stuck in the common room with the Gryffindors. He didn't want to be late on the first day of school. When Harry arrived at the Great Hall, Hermione was already seated at the long table, casually stuffing bread into her mouth, without even spreading jam, her gaze involuntarily darting to the staff table. Don't look anymore, Hermione. We don't have defense against the dark arts today, but the third years do. Just ask Fred. Harry reached for a slice of bread, slathered it with thick strawberry jam, and handed it to Hermione. Hermione thanked him, and took the bread. What kind of person do you think the new professor will be? Harry thought of Dumbledore's troubled expression. You might as well not have any hopes. What do you know? Hermione looked at Harry suspiciously. Harry shrugged. Time is too tight, but it's hard for Dumbledore to find a suitable candidate. Otherwise, why do you think I was allowed to form a club as an exception? Hermione immediately felt that the bread in her hand didn't taste good anymore. She didn't think Harry taught poorly, but students still had to take exams. What Harry taught was practical and useful during battles, but the grades at the end of the term were also very important. She didn't want to get a low score, and she couldn't accept that. Harry also expressed his inability to help. When he was in school, the textbooks for this subject weren't as variable as they were now. He checked. Senior students said that the textbooks for this subject changed every year, so only that year's professor knew what would be on the exams. Before long, Ron and Neville with half-dry hair also sat at the long table. Harry pointed his wand at the two of them, and a burst of hot air emerged from above their heads, instantly drying their hair. Thanks, brother, Ron said, casually grabbed some eggs and bacon, and started eating. Ooh, food always tasted better after. Flap, flap. A flurry of wing flapping sounded. It was time for the owls to deliver mail. Harry quickly cast a protective spell over his plate to prevent feathers and dust from falling in, and reached out to catch a rolled-up Daily Prophet. As soon as he opened the newspaper, Harry hadn't even had the chance to clearly see the cover photo when he heard exclamations from another long table. Hermione turned around in surprise, not knowing what was happening. There was more than one person screaming. Hey, Harry, look, last night's incident made the newspaper. Someone shouted from afar. Harry waved the newspaper in his hand. I know, thanks for the reminder. Immediately, a small commotion erupted in the hall as students gathered around those who subscribed to the newspaper, eager to see the report at the first opportunity. Hermione also looked at the newspaper in Harry's hand. Last night's incident made the front page this morning. So fast. Harry opened the newspaper and looked at the first page. The Chosen One, Harry Potter duels with professors not at a disadvantage. He is the savior of the wizarding world. Upon seeing this headline, Harry couldn't help but want to cover his face. It was too exaggerated. Looking at the report below, although the language was a bit exaggerated, thankfully, there were no strange descriptions. It was a fairly standard report. Of course, it was far more reasonable than the previous reports from Miss Rita Skeeter. Harry closed the newspaper and tossed it to Hermione, who had been waiting for a long time, deciding to send a thank you gift to Mr. Gouffet for his intervention. Otherwise today's headline might have been Harry Potter assaults his professor. Is this moral decay or the distortion of humanity? Does this even come with a picture? Hermione exclaimed in shock. How did this reporter know about all this? There were no outsiders last night. To find out about the new professor, Hermione confirmed she hadn't seen any unfamiliar faces, not even among the student crowd. All right, Hermione, this is part of Dumbledore's plan, don't worry too much. Harry reassured. Hermione anxiously closed the newspaper and tossed it to Ron, who was already impatient. What does he want to do? Is he trying to push you into the spotlight? There's danger at Hogwarts. Is it all right for you to be so high profile? Harry paused for a moment, then realized Hermione was referring to the Philosopher's Stone issue. It's fine, I'll have to face these things sooner or later, don't worry, Harry said. Hermione pursed her lips, turning to look at the Slytherin table, unsure how Blaze's intelligence gathering was going. Thinking of this, Hermione hesitated again. Should we tell the professor about this? This matter isn't something we should handle. You have enough on your plate already. Oh, let's not seek trouble. Harry couldn't help but laugh. This matter won't affect me. Of course, if you want to tell the professor, that's fine too, but they might not believe us. After all, we are just first-year students. Hermione was quite conflicted. She was afraid the professors would really think this was just childish nonsense and not take it seriously, yet she was worried about affecting Harry. Harry silently cut his food on the plate, needing to think of a way to make this matter something they had to be involved in. Otherwise, how would he get through his final assessments? Hurry and eat, Hermione. I will communicate this with Dumbledore, don't worry, Harry encouraged. At least delay it for a while, allowing him to come up with a response with Dumbledore. Hermione is a very clever witch, as she has to think of a convincing method, otherwise they might face dire consequences. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that if Dumbledore was involved, then there would surely be no problems, and she began to eat breakfast comfortably, as they would have classes soon. The morning classes went without surprises, and at noon Hermione stopped the Weasley twins to inquire about the new professor. He's a staff member from the Ministry of Magic, supposedly personally invited by Dumbledore to teach. Fred scoffed. His name is Albert Lincoln. Oh, I'll write to my dad later. This person seems quite impressive. George shrugged. I mean, how is he as a teacher? Hermione asked eagerly. George and Fred exchanged glances. How should we put it? Better than Binns. At least he's not a stutterer. The classroom doesn't smell of garlic. We think he's pretty good. Hermione showed a look of despair. What's the difference between this and reading by myself? He's a talking book. There's no sound when you read it yourself. The twins laughed heartily and left, leaving a painfully tormented Hermione behind. This was too difficult. Harry had watched the entire scene, doing his best to comfort the severely impacted young, which he couldn't do much, as all the people he knew who could be professors were no longer in the world. The afternoon classes proceeded without any surprises, but everyone felt that the difficulty had qualitatively increased compared to the first half of the year. The professors began to encourage students to rely more on magic rather than written work. At dinner time, everyone finally saw the new professor at the faculty table. He looked like a person not to be trifled with, completely different from Snape's style. Snape had an eerie presence akin to a snake lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. In contrast, the new Professor Albert Runcorn appeared as a brute, as if he were about to lash out at someone. However, this was Hogwarts, so he could only sit there expressionless, listening to the upperclassmen say that he generally did not allow the use of magic in class, preferring to recite from books, occasionally adding his own interpretations, which the students found rather unreliable. Having seen the new professor's demeanor, Ron couldn't help but shrink his neck, deciding to borrow George's letter when it arrived to take a look. This professor did not seem like a good person. After dinner, Harry headed straight to the principal's office. Dumbledore had been waiting, saying, I thought you would come by this afternoon. Do you know what I came to discuss? Harry asked, showing no courtesy as he sat directly across from the desk. Is it about the new professor? Yes and no, Harry replied. Regarding my little thought about the fourth floor, we need to find them an enemy. Have you already considered whether it's you or me who should take on the disguise? Harry frowned. Dumbledore revealed a mysterious smile. Isn't there already a suitable candidate? Are you referring to the new professor? Harry realized who Dumbledore was talking about. What does he have to do with this? Dumbledore pushed a letter on the desk toward Harry. This is a recommendation from Cornelius, who knows I'm worried about the— Harry took the letter and glanced at it. Although the minister's wording was very formal and even somewhat humble, it was clear he wanted to insert a wedge into Hogwarts. So what kind of person is this new professor? Harry tossed the letter aside. It seems our minister is not too keen. I have never viewed Cornelius as a puppet. I merely offer him a bit of advice when necessary. Ultimately, it is up to him to decide whether to follow it. Dumbledore replied. Harry rolled his eyes, thinking that if he were the Minister of Magic with power in hand, he wouldn't be pleased either with someone of higher renown giving him advice every now and then. Dumbledore chuckled slightly and continued, Mr. Runcorn graduated from Slytherin but hasn't accomplished much. He harbors considerable malice towards wizards of Muggle descent and has a poor reputation at the Ministry of Magic. He is a subordinate of the Deputy Minister Dolores Umbridge. Since he arrived at Hogwarts, he has been incessantly probing for information about the fourth floor, as if he suspects I am hiding some formidable weapon there. So you had this all figured out ahead of time? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Killing two birds with one stone, solving the substitute professor issue, while providing Hermione and the others with a target. Dumbledore simply smiled. Harry was still a bit young and hadn't considered all aspects, so he had to think ahead. But how can I create a conflict with him? Harry frowned. If it was merely an interest in the fourth floor, he wouldn't be able to divert Hermione's attention, as she was already considering letting this matter go. That's up to you. I can't do everything myself, Dumbledore said, spreading his hands and looking at Harry leisurely. Harry felt a headache coming on. Can I use the Cruciatus curse? Dumbledore immediately fell silent, looking at Harry with a frown. All right, I was just joking. I know where to. Harry leaned back in his chair, disregarding his image. He'll think of a way to create conflict with him. After all, his attention is on the fourth floor. Dumbledore sighed. Harry, you should know. I know I was wrong to mention it. Harry immediately raised both hands in surrender. Don't worry, am I that rude? In response, Dumbledore indicated that he didn't want to say much. He had talked a lot with Phineas about Harry's actions a century ago. Although Phineas' words were vague, it was evident that Harry was not merely talking. Every achievement came at the cost of lives. Every time Dumbledore thought about what Phineas had said regarding the destruction of the Fire Ash Snake Party, he couldn't help but feel grateful that Harry had not retaliated against him with the Avada Kedavra curse. After discussing everything, Harry left. He didn't want to see Dumbledore's mournful gaze any longer, glancing once at him, and then at the small cabinet filled with sweets. Don't expect him to return the Honeyduke's card. That was rightfully his. In the following days, Harry enjoyed a relatively leisurely pace. Aside from dealing with Wood's sporadic training demands, there wasn't much else going on. He borrowed some books from the library that he hadn't read yet to pass the time without homework. Originally worried about how to catch Runcorn's attention, Harry was retained after the first class. He was overjoyed, nearly unable to contain his laughter in front of him. Mr. Potter, what is your opinion on the current Ministry of Magic? Runcorn asked. Harry feigned confusion. Runcorn was momentarily speechless, finding himself at a loss for words. To be honest, he wasn't skilled at drawing out information. He felt like a mere enforcer, who knew what had gone wrong for him to be tasked with gathering intel. Moreover, what was Deputy Minister Umbridge thinking, asking an 11-year-old child for their opinion on the ministry? He doubted the child before him even understood what the ministry meant. Despite what the newspapers claimed, who didn't know the reputation of the Daily Prophet? They would report anything for a price. They even said that Harry Potter and Snape were at each other's throats, yet when he came in the next day, he found both of them just fine. It was clear the papers were unreliable. So do you know what's in the corridor on the fourth floor? Runcorn asked in a fierce tone. Dumbledore often speaks with you. He warned Harry not to lie. Do you know Azkaban? We usually send liars there. Harry lowered his head, his shoulders involuntarily shaking. Two don't know, sir, the principal only. Harry could not come up with an excuse, racking his brain for a plausible answer. But in Runcorn's eyes it looked like he had frightened Harry into silence, and suddenly he felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. Look at this so-called savior of the wizarding world, just a child. Oh, a little intimidation and a bit of sweetness have him terrified. I don't care what Dumbledore wants you for, but you can't tell anyone about our conversation. Otherwise he'll send you to Azkaban. You know I have that authority, Runcorn menaced in a low voice. Harry couldn't help but shiver again. He was close to losing it and breaking into laughter. You're a student, but it's easier for you to inquire about things at school. If you find out anything, come to me. You won't miss out on your rewards. Who knows, when you graduate, I might arrange a position for you at the ministry. Runcorn said, tossing Harry a gold galleon. Take this, buy some snacks for your friends. Harry instinctively caught the gleaming coin, and as he realized what it was, his face twisted. He had been trained by Wood to react instantly, thinking it was the golden snitch. All right, you can go now. Remember, don't let anyone know, Runcorn said before turning back to his office. Harry quickly turned away to leave. If he stayed a moment longer, he feared he might just end Runcorn, who was so full of himself. Even without the Avada Kedavra curse, he had 100 ways to kill him. Watching Harry hurriedly depart, Runcorn sneered disdainfully. Children are just children. A little intimidation and a bit of reward, and they become terrified. He didn't want to inquire with the Slytherin students, but he knew those Slytherins were proud and haughty. He was merely a lowly staff member, without the means to buy off those from pureblood families, nor could he intimidate the students, who knew who their backers were. Only Harry Potter remained with no family behind him. Dumbledore valued him enough, and he was just a child, easy to manipulate. Thinking of this, Runcorn felt reassured and strolled back to his office. This professor truly wasn't cut out for the job. If it weren't for the ministry's subsidy of 50 galleons a month, he really wouldn't want to be there. Exiting the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Harry couldn't help but show a look of disgust. Peeves. I'm here. Mr. Potter, how may I assist you? With a crisp sound, a house elf instantly appeared before Harry. Harry tossed the galleon into his hands. Keep an eye on him, find a way to give him some news, let him know that the fourth floor is hiding a very important weapon. Dumbledore left magic there, and only I can access it. I know you have that ability. Once accomplished, it'll pay you enough for your return trip to America. No problem, sir. Peeves will definitely satisfy you. Peeves carefully tucked away the coin and bowed deeply. Harry took out a handkerchief, dampened it with clear water, and meticulously wiped his hands which had touched the galleon before tossing the handkerchief to Peeves. Clean this and throw it away. Yes, sir. Peeves accepted the handkerchief and watched Harry leave before snapping his fingers and vanishing. Harry walked down the empty corridor, unable to suppress a cold laugh as he headed straight to the fourth floor. Dumbledore had explained all the mechanisms here. Harry expressionlessly opened the door at the end of the corridor. The three-headed dog barked wildly, ready to bite. Harry took out the flute Hagrid had given him and blew on it twice. It immediately quieted down. When he put the flute down and it began to stir again, Harry produced a handkerchief approximately the size of Hagrid's tablecloth and brought out a bucket of fresh meat. "Fluffy," Harry called out. The three-headed dog caught the scent of Hagrid wagging its tail, excitedly drooling over the bucket of meat, no longer holding any animosity towards Harry. "Smell this. A 6'4" individual with this scent means serious business, understand?" Harry took out a feather quill he had swiped from Runcorn's desk, allowing Fluffy to sniff it carefully before tossing. Fluffy immediately raced after it, devouring the meat eagerly. Harry opened the trapdoor in the floor and jumped down. After landing, he dispelled the devil's snare with light and placed several flower pots in the corner where the vicious snapdragons were still sleeping. These had been hard-earned by Harry over the past 6 months. Using a small spell, he left Runcorn's scent around the snapdragons so that as soon as he touched them, the snapdragons would activate immediately. Continuing forward, he arrived in a room filled with flying key-shaped birds. Harry glanced at the broom, but ignored it, directly summoning the correct key with the summoning charm. He placed a curse on it, ensuring that the first person to touch it would trigger flames to engulf them. Opening the large door, Harry looked at the giant chessboard before him. He tested it, and found that besides moving the pieces normally, he could also break through violently. After some thought, Harry modified the chess pieces. If played normally, they would remain unchanged. However, if one chose to break through violently, the weapons in the pieces' hands would transform into sharp swords. The room behind the chessboard was originally supposed to be managed by Quirrell, but the troll he had prepared was slain by Harry within the castle, leaving this room empty. Harry thought for a moment and left a series of magical traps in this room, thoughtfully adjusting their power to avoid accidentally killing someone here. In any case, he only needed them to be one-time use. Once triggered, they would become inactive, preventing Hermione and the others from stumbling upon them. The last room belonged to Snape. Harry gazed at the real antidote, sniffed its aroma, and confirmed he could replicate it. He then added a few drops of the potion brewed during Runcorn's moment of inspiration. Although he didn't know its effects or whether it had changed after 100 years, it certainly wouldn't be lethal. After completing all this, Harry let out a cold laugh. If it weren't for his potential future usefulness, he would have eliminated Runcorn long ago. Now he was merely giving him a taste of suffering with no evidence to prove his actions. He could just be seen as a pitiful little wizard coerced by a ministry official. Using a specific fire protection spell on himself, Harry walked straight through the black flames, which were specifically set by Dumbledore. Besides using Snape's potion, he was the only one who knew the spell to pass through. Behind the door lay an empty room devoid of anything except for a tall mirror placed in the center. Harry approached it and immediately recognized it, the mirror of Ariste. Only the happiest of people can treat this mirror like an ordinary mirror. Standing in front of the mirror, Harry gazed at the empty room behind him that the mirror reflected. The room and the mirror gradually transformed, revealing a fireplace ablaze with flames where a young couple sat smiling at him. Above the fireplace hung 3 portraits with Gareth and Sebastian chattering away while Omini's calmly sipped tea. In the next moment, the scene in the mirror vanished completely. Harry rubbed his forehead. This is truly an illusion that can easily ensnare one. "What did you see?" came a voice from behind Harry. "My parents and some friends by the fireplace at home." Harry did not turn around nor look back at the mirror. "What did you see?" "I saw someone giving me a pair of wool socks similar to what you received this year." Dumbledore stepped forward, taking Harry's place, and nostalgically gazed into the mirror. "I am glad you did not lose yourself in the illusions the mirror offered." Harry rolled his eyes. "I know what reality is and I know what I want. I won't become obsessed." Regarding the wool socks, Harry said nothing, but silently resolved that this Christmas he would definitely drown Dumbledore in wool socks. "By the way, I've made some changes to the traps," Dumbledore said. Harry frowned. "Why?" Sighing helplessly, Dumbledore replied, "Harry, you must understand it would be difficult if you were to die at Hogwarts." Harry looked confused. "How could that be?" Dumbledore appeared a bit frustrated. "Harry, you are overestimating the current wizards. If I do not make adjustments, he may not even reach the final room." Recalling what he had discovered earlier, Harry couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The magical world was doomed. Though reluctant, Dumbledore was right. This person could not die at Hogwarts. Harry could only remain silent and not voice his opinions on Dumbledore's changes, as he truly had no grasp of the current wizard's abilities. "In that case, please send me out," Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder and directly using apparition. Feeling a brief dizziness, Harry steadied himself as they arrived at the headmaster's office. After a quick greeting, Harry pushed the door open and left. Harry half-seriously shared the threat from Roncon with Hermione, guiding her to connect it to the 4th floor, and then, by Friday's gathering, the news brought by Blaise confirmed Hermione's suspicions. Roncon was indeed after the Philosopher's Stone on the 4th floor, and even Quirrell was sent by him, but Quirrell had ruined himself after half a year, hence he came personally. Hermione's mind began to race. Who in the current magical world held such malice toward Harry and urgently needed the Philosopher's Stone. The answer was obvious, it was the Dark Lord. Upon hearing Hermione's deduction, Blaise and Pansy's expressions immediately turned serious. It was time to choose sides. Draco glanced at Harry, then at the two who had changed countenance, looking quite conflicted. After a long pause, he solemnly addressed Harry. Harry Potter, I, Draco Malfoy, can only represent myself in guaranteeing that I will stand by your side. As for the Malfoy family, that is not something I can decide. After all, the head is my father, and I cannot make any decisions for the Malfoy family. Ron and Neville looked utterly bewildered while Hermione narrowed her eyes and shifted her gaze to the other two Slytherins. I cannot make decisions for the Parkinson family, but I trust Draco, so I will stand by your side as well. Seeing Draco's serious demeanor, Pansy took only a minute to think before making her decision. There is more than one child in the Parkinson family, so I cannot make a family decision, or I can only make my own decision. Blaise glanced at Pansy, then at Draco, before finally looking at Harry. I can represent the Zabini family, but this is no small matter, and I need to consider it for a while. Harry smiled. I do not mean to pressure you. Family matters belong to the family. We are still friends, aren't we? Now we are merely students, and all we need to do is study well in school, so there is no need to worry too much. Blaise nodded silently, but he knew that if he hesitated too long, he might not be able to return here again. With the weekend approaching, Harry directly assigned the teaching task to Draco and Ron, with the others as assistants. Me? Why not Hermione? Ron exclaimed, looking confused, as he always thought this task wouldn't fall on him. Harry smirked. That way you can't slack off. After all, if you're teaching others, you must first master it yourself. Images began to form in Ron's mind of classmates eagerly asking him questions, yet he stood there awkwardly answering, with mistakes being looked down upon by everyone. Suddenly jolted awake, he declared, I will definitely take this seriously. Of course none of you can escape, it will rotate each month. Harry looked at the others. So do not take this lightly, your tasks are heavy. You need to learn new magic and prepare. Isn't it okay to teach according to your method? Ron asked. Harry shook his head. The way I teach you may not suit everyone. If there are only a few people you can manage, but with Dumbledore's publicity, the number will definitely not be small, and you cannot attend to everyone. As for how to teach, that depends on you, but the order of the spells can follow the sequence I taught you. If you truly lack confidence, you can seek help. Other people's assistance is not just for show. Ron immediately turned his gaze to Hermione, wearing a fawning smile, which earned him a significant eye roll from her. I will assist you, but I will not do it for you, Hermione said. Ron nodded repeatedly. I understand, I will do well. Alright, that's all for today. The new spell is the freezing charm. Harry began the lesson. This spell was somewhat difficult, and by the end no one had successfully cast it accurately. At most, a gust of cold air emitted from their wands, barely sufficient to serve as an air conditioner. By 4 o'clock, Harry called off the practice, allowing Draco and Ron to start preparing lessons while the others helped keep an eye on them as they discussed. Harry had no intention of managing how the class would be conducted. He made it clear that he would only act as a safety net, ready to intervene if any errors arose. But don't expect him to teach, whether it is good or bad. They must bear the responsibility themselves. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several people changed, and they began to discuss earnestly. Draco and Ron initially wanted to teach separately, but Harry's words made them abandon this idea, and they began to discuss their thoughts, allowing each other to fill in the gaps. By dinner time, they still hadn't reached a conclusion, only determining how to start. Harry merely watched without. Fortunately, the next day was Saturday, and there were no classes. Except for Harry, who went to Quidditch practice, the others found an empty classroom to continue their discussions. Ron, who disliked doing homework the most, even brought out a roll of parchment he had worked on overnight, detailing his understanding of the ironclad charm and his teaching method. The 6 of them gathered together and debated for an entire day before finally confirming the process. Early on Saturday, Harry received a formal letter. Glancing toward the Slytherin table, Blaise slightly raised his cup. Harry smiled and lifted his own cup, the two clinking their cups across the distance. Harry folded the letter and downed the drink in his cup. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. The notice board had already posted the time and place, and Harry's assessment criteria were also displayed. Harry had brought his small group to an empty classroom on the 4th floor ahead of time. It had been remodeled and did not resemble a traditional classroom, being rather spacious with several long tables and a blackboard near the door. In the inner part of the classroom, an area was left open where 5 alchemical dummies holding wooden sticks stood. If Harry needed, he could just tap the wall with his wand, and a pedestal would appear in that empty space, though not as large as the one in the auditorium on opening day, but ample enough for students. After letting them enter first, Harry fiddled at the door for a while before stepping into the room. When the students arrived at the marked spots from the notice board, they found the entrance blocked by a table. The table was laden with wooden blocks of various sizes, positioned just a meter away from the classroom door. A wooden box hung on the door, which had a 1-finger-wide opening. A large sheet of paper was posted on the wall stating that to officially enter the club, one must pass the assessment. The content of the assessment was quite simple: select a wooden block and transform it into anything that could pass through the opening of the box. Using the levitation charm, throw it in, and the door would naturally open for them. The once excited crowd suddenly fell silent, and for a moment the atmosphere grew cold. No one was willing to step up first. Ron inside the classroom was sweating nervously. Why hasn't anyone come in yet? Is the assessment difficult? Why are you so anxious? The content is all first-year material. How hard can it be? Instead of worrying, you might as well review the process again. Draco was also a bit tense and spoke sharply. However, Ron was no longer concerned about his tone at this moment. You're right, let's review again. Harry comfortably settled into his corner, sitting in the armchair he had specially moved over, complete with a small round table, tea, and snacks. After a brief moment of silence outside, the students began to chatter, constantly discussing among themselves. Some wanted to try, some wanted to retreat, and others simply turned and left. I don't understand, what are you all hesitating about? The levitation charm and transfiguration are both first-year lessons. Fred pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. You're right. Perhaps some of them haven't even mastered first-year lessons yet. George followed, and the two immediately began selecting the wooden blocks at the table. Do you really think he can teach us anything? They are only first years, and besides, it's not Harry Potter himself teaching. Some students expressed doubts. George and Fred completely ignored them. They had witnessed Neville and Draco's duel that night, and had seen how much progress they had made after being taught by Harry for half a year. Fred picked up a pleasantly-looking wooden block, which was about the size of a palm. A square block, no matter what, could not pass through the opening of the box. After thinking for a moment, he transformed the block into a piece of parchment, then levitated the parchment, which wobbled as it floated towards the wooden box. Levitation was not difficult, but the challenge lay in passing through that not-so-large opening. Fred worked hard to maneuver the parchment through. As the parchment entered the box, it instantly transformed back into the original wooden block, dropping inside with a thud, and the large door behind the box opened. Fred walked over and pushed the door open. The moment the door closed behind him, it thwarted the plans of those who wanted. George shrugged and picked a wooden block as well. After thinking for a moment, he transformed it into a feather and successfully placed it into the box. Both of them successfully entered the classroom, and others began to step forward one by one. In a distant corner, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall watched the students' actions with grim expressions. It was no wonder Harry had set such an assessment. There were actually older students who couldn't accomplish such a simple task. Some transformed items could not maintain their form for long, and reverted to wooden blocks midair. Others, with poor control of the levitation charm, made loud thuds against the box, but couldn't get them inside. Minerva, it seems we need to revise our exam papers. Professor Flitwick's mouth twitched as he looked at those clumsy levitation charms, suddenly not wanting to admit they were students he had taught. Professor McGonagall pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. They had to handle 7 years' worth of curriculum with exams arranged according to each year's study content, never realizing that these students had tossed the knowledge they learned out the window after the exams. Students in second, third, and even fourth years were surprisingly poor at first-year material, even though some of them had not performed poorly in grades. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall's expression darkened further as she coldly noted down the names of the failed. In the classroom, Harry watched as the students entered one by one. After the last person came in, there were no new arrivals for a full 10 minutes. Harry stood up and walked to the door. He opened the large door and observed the scene outside. Some were still trying hard to attempt, while others had taken wooden blocks to practice against the wall. Today's assessment ends here. The items here I will not take away. You can come at any time to test. Whenever you pass, you can enter the classroom. As Harry spoke, he tapped the notice on the wall, and the words changed. Then he simply closed the door and returned to it. The students outside looked at the closed door with reluctance. Some even tried to force the door open, but unfortunately, despite various methods, they could not open the ordinary classroom door. Originally, there were students who wanted to vent their anger through violence by breaking down the door, but Professor McGonagall, who had already been unable to hold back, strode over. What are you planning to do? Professor McGonagall asked, her voice tinged with a hint of anger. The students at the door immediately shrank back, saying, "Nothing, Professor. Have you all finished your assignments? Have you practiced your spells? If you can't even pass such a simple test each of you present here must hand in a paper on the transfiguration charm tomorrow." Professor McGonagall restrained her anger, managing not to roar out loud. Of course, there is also the paper on the levitation charm, which you can submit in the next class. Professor Flitwick added leisurely. The students' faces turned pale, but seeing Professor McGonagall, who looked like she could breathe fire, no one dared to object, and they could only leave the fourth floor reluctantly. As the crowd outside dispersed, Professor McGonagall had no mood to say anything to Professor Flitwick and hurried back to her office. She really needed to assess her students thoroughly. Inside, Ron looked at the 10 or so people in the classroom, somewhat dumbfounded. This was quite different from what he had imagined. In such a large classroom, which could accommodate 40 or 50 students, only a sparse few were sitting, making it look empty. However, the representation of the houses was quite complete. The Weasley twins from Gryffindor, along with Harry's 2 roommates Seamus and Dinu Parvati, and her Ravenclaw sister Padma, and a black-haired second-year girl who appeared to be Asian. From Hufflepuff came Cedric, a third-year student, along with Ernie and Justin, who were in the same year as Harry. Slytherin had two students as well, Theodore Knott and Daphne Greengrass, who quietly occupied the corner seats. Theodore kept glancing at Draco, his brow tightly furrowed. Meanwhile, Daphne repeatedly looked towards Harry by the window. He seemed to be the most relaxed person in the classroom, as if enjoying afternoon tea. Draco was poking Ron in the back with his wand, reminding him of their earlier agreement. Ron needed to speak first. After all, Slytherin's reputation was not great in the school, and he feared someone might cause trouble. Although Draco wasn't afraid of trouble, believing he had learned well, he feared that if they delayed the club activities, even sending someone to the hospital wing wouldn't satisfy his anger. Ron almost jumped up, nervously glancing at Harry, and then at the twins who were making faces at him. Summoning courage from who knows where, he stepped forward and said to him, "Everyone please quiet down. It seems we have this many people for now, so we can start." Harry flipped through the book in his hands, but his attention remained on his friends. He hadn't even noticed he was turning the pages too quickly. Once the conversation started, Ron suddenly felt less nervous. Following their prearranged order, they demonstrated first, then taught, with Draco supplementing, and they went through the lesson smoothly. A small clock in the classroom chimed, and they realized it was already time for class to end. "Little Ron. That was great. We'll write home to Mom." Draco announced the end of the class, and the Weasley twins immediately jumped up, shouting at Ron, "Fred! George!" Ron's face turned as red as his hair. He hadn't felt it before, but now that they shouted, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Same time next week will continue. Draco, seeing his housemates signaling him, hurriedly said this before walking over. This lesson was about the armored charm. With these comparisons, Neville regained his confidence. Only a few succeeded in casting the spell, while the rest only showed slight reactions. He even helped Ernie resolve a small question, allowing him to succeed once. Putting down his book, Harry smiled as he led the way out of the classroom. Everyone performed well, and he was quite satisfied. Days passed, and as the club's curriculum reached the disarming charm, the weather warmed up, and the first Quidditch match of the new school year arrived. The development of the club was going well, with some new students joining. Draco and the others even split into two groups, teaching the newcomers, while also instructing those who had learned before, without interfering with each other. This time, it was Slytherin's match, and Harry went to watch, surprised by the brutality of the gameplay. Afterwards, he started to look through the Quidditch rules, searching for any regulations that prohibited bringing in alchemical tools or any methods to knock opponents off their brooms without committing a foul. Unfortunately, with over 700 recorded fouls, all avenues were blocked for Harry. After pondering, Harry felt that if he faced the Slytherin team, it would be better to end the match quickly rather than actually knocking anyone down and risking a foul. Harry had completely set aside the matters concerning Runcorn. Pippin had been searching for opportunities, but had yet to deliver the message Harry wanted him to pass on, which had made the house elf quite anxious, wishing he could block Harry in the middle of the road. Ever since that threatening encounter, Harry had gone directly to Dumbledore to obtain an exemption letter, which Ron took to Runcorn, and he had not appeared in that classroom again to avoid the day he might lose his temper and take action. To ensure that this professor could last until the end of the term, Dumbledore had exerted quite a bit of effort. This batch of students was difficult to manage, especially since this professor had, in a bid to assert authority, made several Muggle-born students cry during class. Even Snape couldn't help but feel the urge to poison him. Not to mention those few students who had been taught by Harry, they were already plotting how to get rid of this professor. This made Dumbledore quite troubled, regretting ever hiring such a self-destructive individual. After several trips to the hospital wing, Runcorn finally learned his lesson, only using his own utensils during meals, and unless necessary, he didn't even eat in the Great Hall. Each time he left the classroom, he would call on students or professors to join him, ensuring he was never alone. Due to Harry's avoidance, Runcorn couldn't catch him, and his investigation hit a deadlock. He was anxious but felt utterly helpless. As the exam week approached, Runcorn grew increasingly impatient and began to hassle the students during class. As expected, on the day before the final exam, Runcorn fell down the stairs and broke his arm, once again being sent to the hospital wing, yet he still hadn't found the culprit. Madame Pomfrey looked at his arm with difficulty. "I'm truly sorry, sir, but this fracture is quite severe. There are too many fragments. Would you like me to ask the headmaster to send you to St. Mungo's? If you go, don't come back." Madame Pomfrey smiled gently. "No, I can't leave Hogwarts. Yes, the exam is tomorrow. I still need to proctor." Runcorn was just as eager to leave this dreadful place, but he couldn't. Undersecretary Umbridge had already urged him several times. He had spent 6 months confirming that there was indeed something on the 4th floor, well protected, but he knew nothing of what it was. If he were sent out of Hogwarts just like that, there would be no good outcome. Thinking of Umbridge's methods, Runcorn shivered. I know you can." Madame Pomfrey's smile was somewhat forced. "I can indeed, but you'll have to endure some pain." Runcorn looked at Madame Pomfrey suspiciously, but the pain made him unable to think too much. "As long as I can make it to the exam tomorrow." "All right then." Madame Pomfrey pouted. "There's only one way, or I will take out the bones in your arm, including the fragments, and then you will regrow them using the bone regrowth potion." Runcorn instinctively felt that something was off, but the pain in his arm came in waves, preventing him from thinking. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, and Runcorn instantly lost his voice. He stared in astonishment at his arm, which no longer hurt, or rather felt completely numb. His arm no longer felt like his own. It looked as if a rubber tube had been attached to his body. Madame Pomfrey took a cup and poured an appropriate amount of bone regrowth potion, saying, "Drink this, and your arm will fully regrow by tomorrow morning." Runcorn flexed his fingers, watching them twist into strange shapes, and snatched the potion from Madame Pomfrey's hand, gulping it down. "Ugh, you'd better not throw it up, otherwise you'll have to drink it again." Madame Pomfrey quickly stepped back, saying. Runcorn held his mouth tightly with his good hand. The taste was enough for one time. Seeing that he had indeed swallowed it, without vomiting, Madame Pomfrey pulled the curtain around the bed, saying, "You'll observe here tonight. Tomorrow, I will check the growth of your bones. If all goes well, you can have breakfast in the Great Hall." Runcorn collapsed weakly onto the hospital bed, cold sweat starting to bead on his forehead, as the knife-like pain continued to assault him, making him feel as if it would be better to have the arm severed. Thinking about enduring such pain for an entire night, he wished he could cast a stupefy spell on himself. He wanted a bottle of dreamless sleep potion, but Madame Pomfrey refused, saying it would affect the potion's efficacy, telling him to bear it. As a grown man, he couldn't let himself be outdone by students, could he? Upon hearing this, Runcorn could only grit his teeth and endure. Time ticked by, and Runcorn felt completely unable to sleep, tormented by the pain in his arm, and wanting to scream, yet fearing embarrassment. If someone heard him, he fell into a daze, only to be jolted awake by the pain. He didn't know how long it had been, but the hospital wing was completely silent. Runcorn's cold sweat had almost soaked through the blankets, and he uncomfortably moved, attempting to shift to the clean bed next door. Suddenly a noise came from the next bed, and Runcorn immediately halted his movement. A tiny voice squeaked, "Be quieter, don't let the wizards notice." "Okay, Diddy, I understand." Immediately after, there was a faint noise sounding like bed sheets being changed. Runcorn immediately understood that two house elves were at work. He almost called them over to change his sheets as well, but what they said caused him to pause his actions again. Did Harry Potter take you to the corridor on the 4th floor? I heard it's very scary." A sharp voice lowered its volume, making it almost inaudible unless one listened closely. It was only due to the hospital wing's quietness that Runcorn could hear clearly. Another voice sternly rebuked, "Is this something you can inquire about? As house eels, we must not meddle in the affairs of wizards. We only need to follow orders." "I know I was wrong, Diddy. I just wanted to save up for a fare back to America, you know. You are truly a disgrace to house elves. I refuse to work with you." With a light sound, all noise vanished. If Runcorn had pulled back the curtain, he would have seen just one house elf shaking out the bedsheets, talking to itself. Runcorn immediately came to his senses. He felt he had finally found an opportunity. Pippi. Runcorn. He wasn't afraid that the house elf wouldn't come over. As a temporary professor at Hogwarts, even if only temporarily, he could command a house elf. With a pop, the house elf in ragged tea towels appeared before Runcorn, saying, "What do you need, sir?" Runcorn nearly burst out laughing. "I heard you want to save up for a fare to return to America. Are you from America?" "Yes, sir." Pippi assumed a cautious posture. "If you tell me everything you know about the 4th floor, this will be yours." Runcorn waved a silver sickle in front of Pippi. Pippi stared in shock at the silver coin in Runcorn's hand, speechless for a moment. "Is that too much? Then how about 10 nuts?" Runcorn said proudly as he put away the silver coin and took out a handful of bronze coins. Pippi clutched his tea towel, tears almost welling in his eyes. "What do you want to know, sir?" "I don't know much. Just tell me whatever you know." Runcorn tossed the bronze coins onto Pippi. The coins hit Pippi's body and fell to the floor, forcing Pippi to bend down to pick them up. "Thank you, generous sir. I only know that there's something very important on the 4th floor, protected by magic, and only Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Dumbledore can access it." Pippi, head lowered, collected the bronze coins from the floor, not daring to look up. His voice trembled, which Runcorn took as excitement. He smiled, even temporarily overlooking the pain in his arm, finally realizing why Potter had stopped attending classes. It turned out he knew Runcorn's intentions and was avoiding him. It seemed Potter wasn't nearly as formidable as they claimed, merely frightened by his threats, daring to keep his distance, not even telling Dumbledore. Otherwise he would have been kicked out by now. "Pippi, you are a good elf, remember you can't tell anyone what I ask you," Runcorn threatened. Pippi trembled slightly, not daring to raise his head, and said, "Yes, sir. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. I doubt you have the guts to go back to where you belong. If I need you, I'll call you, and who knows, you might even make some money." Peeves shivered and immediately vanished from the medical wing. The next moment, Peeves' figure appeared in the Gryffindor common room, where Harry sat alone by the window reviewing next year's teaching plans with Ron and others. After the activities ended last week, it was already made clear that there would be no more activities during exam week, and everything would resume only in the new semester. Everyone understood this, since the first club activity students from all grades had been complaining endlessly. Professors had almost reassessed every student, and the results were naturally not satisfactory. Thus lower grade students already knew what O.W.L.'s year meant, while upper grade students felt as if they had returned to their earlier days. The hourglasses filled with gems had suffered the heaviest blow in nearly a century, Almost every house's hourglass was nearly empty, and no amount of Quidditch points could save them. Regarding this matter, Dumbledore was quite troubled as professors came to him one by one. They found that teaching 7 grades alone, grading assignments, and managing as the head of the house made them so busy that they overlooked the students. This situation had to change, and everyone insisted that they needed an assistant next year. However, positions at Hogwarts were not easy to increase, as it involved the financial contributions of the Board of Governors, the treatment of assistants, and finding suitable candidates. Initially, Dumbledore wanted to hand this task over to Professor McGonagall, but this time she firmly refused, declaring that either a new Transfiguration professor should be found or she would relinquish the position of deputy headmaster. After much persuasion, Dumbledore managed to dissuade Professor McGonagall from resigning, and he began to make requests to the board, officially starting the process of interviewing candidates. As a result, Dumbledore rarely appeared in the hall over the past 6 months. Snap! A light sound was heard. Harry looked up to see Peeves standing there with a look of disdain. Harry was waiting for him to speak, but after a long silence, Peeves remained quiet. He suddenly realized, did the message, "Yes, sir." Peeves beamed with joy. He had been told not to tell anyone, but Harry Potter figured it out himself, so he wasn't lying and didn't need to punish himself. Good, then, for now listen to him. If there are any problems, come find me. Take care of yourself, and if everything goes smoothly, I'll arrange for someone to send you back to America during the summer break. Harry nodded in satisfaction, tossing Peeves a small pouch containing 5 galleons. The amount was not much, but it was something Peeves had failed to deliver on time. Nonetheless, Peeves' face once again showed a look of disdain. He had never seen a wizard as stingy as Luncone. Even in America, he had never encountered such a person. The next day marked the beginning of the official exam week, and every student entered the exam hall with a grim expression. It was easy to imagine that this exam would be quite difficult, but it would definitely not exceed what they were expected to learn. Yet even this was enough to cause everyone pain. Who would have thought that being in the 3rd or 4th year, they would still need to take an exam on first-year spell essentials? Those things had long been returned to the professors after the initial exam. Although there had been plenty of review in the second half of the semester, everyone still felt insecure. Everyone looked at the first-year students with envy and jealousy. They only had to take first-year content for their exams. Luncone appeared in the exam hall with dark circles under his eyes. He had not been given the authority to set questions. The exam materials had been prepared in advance by other professors, and he could only act as a proctor. To facilitate his movements, Harry deliberately isolated himself for several days, yet he still hadn't seen Luncone take any action against him. Harry couldn't help but wonder if this person intended to act alone.